and suffering. Don't rely on insurance companies to look out for you. If you haven't spoken to an attorney, call our legal experts now. Work accident, truck accident, collision with an uninsured driver, or a slip and fall. Allied Injury Group has helped clients win hundreds of millions of dollars in damages. They're available 24/7 to take your call and fight for you. Remember, if you or someone you love suffered injuries in an accident that wasn't your fault, like being struck by a drunk driver, a collision with an 18-wheeler, were a victim of workplace negligence or more, get the financial compensation you deserve. Call Allied Injury Group for a free consultation now.
Call 800-781-1815. That's 800-781-1815. Again, 800-781-1815.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-898-6155 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-898-6155. That's 800-898-6155. What do you have to lose? Call 800-898-6155. Again, 800-898-6155.
Has someone in your family lost a job recently, and now you can't afford your mortgage payment? Or do you have a rental property and your tenants aren't paying you? We can come to the rescue and pay you cash for your home immediately. Yes, sell your home and get cash all over the phone without dealing with real estate agents or having to waste time showing your home to lukewarm buyers. You don't need to lose your house to foreclosure. If you have equity in your home, we'll buy your home and give you cash within days, all in a simple over-the-phone and virtual process. Call now before your situation gets worse. Sell a home you can't afford or just need anymore and get the cash you need today. Call this number now.
Call 800-527-4903. That's 800-527-4903. 800-527-4903. Again, 800-527-4903.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Do you have over $10,000 in credit card debt? The stress from excessive credit card debt can ruin your life. Collection calls, sleepless nights. If you're feeling the financial impact with unprecedented economic challenges, DebtBlue is here for you. DebtBlue uses secret programs that most credit card companies won't tell you about. They'll help you consolidate or settle your debts for a fraction of what you owe. With DebtBlue's Success Guarantee, you pay nothing unless your debt is reduced or completely resolved. There's no risk. The more you owe, the more DebtBlue can save you. See how easy it is to get started with free information. Let DebtBlue show you how 10 minutes could save you thousands. Call now. 800-200-6895. That's 800-200-6895.
I'm just living sky high right now. I'm very thankful for it. And the team at DebtBlue are phenomenal. They're able to work with you. They're great.
Call for your free debt resolution information now. 800-200-6895. 800-200-6895.
Giants baseball, nothing like it.
Here's a long drive to right. It's headed for the bay.
On KNBR and KNBR-FM, San Francisco.
Sanchez opened up stance. One strike offering. There's a high drive. Man, he crushed it out toward the 399 sign. Way back there. It is gone. And the Padres put 3 on the board anyway. So just a very shaky first inning for Alex Wood.
Machado, I think, just added on. Crush one to deep left center field. Gone. It's 6-0 in the first 3 innings. The Padres have two different three-run homers. Here's a swing, and the first pitch that Junis throws is launched to deep left from Kim. It's gone.
10-0. The Padres salvage the finale of the four-game series, and the Giants' 10-game winning streak comes to an end.
With the first pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Victor Wembanyama from Nanterre, France.
The Washington Wizards have agreed to send Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors for Jordan Poole.
With the 19th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Brandon Pojemski from Santa Clara University.
And that should do it.
Yeah, that should do it for the Giants' 10-game winning streak and Jordan Poole's time as a Golden State Warrior. What's up, everybody? Happy Friday morning. It is Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murphy Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning with Overnight Dave behind the glass. And Dave, we've got a lot to get into this morning, whether it is the Giants ending their 10-game winning streak by losing 10-0 to Blake Snell, Gary Sanchez, and the San Diego Padres.
King Giants.
All before setting up a matchup for first place in the NL West this weekend against the Arizona Diamondbacks. So there's plenty of Giants baseball to talk about. Hell, there's plenty to talk about with the College World Series, with Tommy Tanks hitting a walk-off home run in the bottom of the 11th for LSU yesterday to eliminate number one Wake Forest. They'll be taking on Florida this weekend in the College World Series out in Omaha. Great matchup between two fantastic teams. But there's also a lot of basketball news this morning, of course, with the NBA draft last night. And the can't-miss super prospect Victor Wembanyama, and whether or not he's going to be the greatest player of all time, since he is the most hyped prospect since LeBron James. And some people are actually arguing that he's hyped up more than LeBron. Him being a national phenomenon, Victor Wembanyama is a global phenomenon. And now last night they made it official. He will be going to the San Antonio Spurs, number one overall. Shout out to the Thompson twins from Oakland, California. Went back-to-back with the 4th and 5th picks. And also a couple interesting picks with Brandon Miller from Alabama going number 2 to Charlotte, and Scoot Henderson now going to Portland with the Trailblazers. Interesting that the top 3 draft picks all came from 3 different places, with Victor Wembanyama being an international player, Brandon Miller, of course, playing in the NCAA, and Scoot Henderson playing down in the G League. So 3 different guys who took 3 different paths, but that was the top of the draft. And that's pretty much all ESPN was covering yesterday, or should I say ABC, who decided to go with the quote-unquote family coverage of the NBA draft and not even give you a draft-by-draft, pick-by-pick breakdown, which had me kind of searching all over the place to figure out who the hell the Warriors were going to draft at number 19. But before we get into the kid from Santa Clara making the journey to San Francisco, we got to talk about the talk of the town, the trade that came in yesterday that pretty much blew away everybody here at KNBR. Because this went down around noon yesterday.
Trade me right now.
We're all hanging out in the bullpen, getting ready for the Giants game to start. And all of a sudden, here comes Greg Papa busting out of the studio. I think there's a trade going on right now, Marcus. Listen up. Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. And I said, Papa, are you pulling my leg right now? What's going on here? And then here comes Mike Kohler. Then here comes Paulie Mack down the hallway wrapping up his podcast. And we're all seeing the same thing. Like, is this a prank? Is this an arson judge situation? Is this a misspelled tweet? No. You are not reading it wrong. You are not dreaming right now. You're awake. You're listening to the leadoff spot on KNBR, the sports leader. And I'm here to tell you that it actually happened. Jordan Poole, Mr. Poole Party, was traded away for a 38-year-old Chris Paul. The same Chris Paul who just a couple weeks ago was going to be released by the Phoenix Suns. And then they kind of walked that back. And then next thing you know, he's being traded to the Washington Wizards for Bradley Beal, and what seemed like a salary dump for the Wizards to get rid of Bradley Beal's contract. But now here's the Warriors trading away Jordan Poole's contract to go get Chris Paul. Stick with me, folks. This is not a three-way trade. This does not have any communications involved between the Suns and the Warriors, even though technically none of these trades can go through and become official until July 6th. So we'll see if Chris Paul fails a physical or anything before that. But it was head-scratching to me seeing this trade. Not just the fact that Jordan Poole was traded, because I think we all know after the season of the up and down roller coaster of the Draymond Green punch preseason and how the chemistry just never really got back to that championship level, Jordan Poole was an option to get traded this offseason. But I did not expect it to be for a 38-year-old Chris Paul, who, again, no disrespect to the guy, or maybe I should give him some disrespect, because this is one of the guys that Warriors fans hate. It's one of the needles, the thorns in the side. Hell, earlier this season, I believe Steph Curry was dancing and driving to the basket and turned around to Chris Paul and said, this ain't 2014 anymore. Well, here they're going to be in 2024, 10 years after 2014, and these guys are going to be teammates. Yeah, let that sink in for a second. So before we even get into the fit and how Chris Paul is going to insert himself into the lineup, because the rumors are he's going to be in the starting lineup, that means somebody's obviously got to come out. I don't know if they're going to go with this small 3G lineup, put Looney on the bench, play Draymond at the 5, but that's if Draymond Green even resigns this year after declining his player option. But I think it is more likely now that he will resign, now that Jordan Poole is gone, because obviously there were some locker room issues between the two of them, and now that the Warriors actually have the cap space to go out and pay Draymond Green. And here's the thing, with Joe Lacob, it seems like they got all the cap space in the world, but because the Warriors were so successful with signing their own players, by the way, the NBA is now implementing these new CBA taxes, these new kind of hard caps, and charging these owners even more for the salaries that they're paying to these players. Well, I think that had a huge effect of why Jordan Poole was traded. When you look at the contract that they decided to hand out to Jordan Poole, even after the whole Draymond Green incident, they gave him 4 years, $128 million. And so that, to me, was the big red flag. It raised the red flag of why they even gave him that deal in the first place if they were going to move him so quickly. They obviously liked what he did during the championship run, but didn't like what he did this past year, this season. Even though he did play all 82 games, which I think is one thing he does better than Chris Paul, is stay on the court, because we know Chris Paul deals with a bunch of injuries. But in the playoffs, Jordan Poole went missing. It was no longer a pool party. And I guess this morning we can say the pool's officially closed.
It's a pool party!
At least it is here in San Francisco. He's going to go out to Washington. He's going to get plenty of playing time. He'll probably put up 25 points a game. Hell, who knows if he'll be an all-star down the road. It's kind of the same situation we saw with James Wiseman when he got traded. And next thing you know, he's putting up double-doubles every night for the Detroit Pistons just because he's getting the playing time. So this, to me, was the official stamp on the end of the two-timeline plan for the Golden State Warriors. They're in win-now mode. Does Chris Paul make him more likely to win a championship at 38 years old? I don't know if he does, to be honest with you. I think if we're talking about a leadership perspective, yeah, sure. Chris Paul's got a great basketball IQ. If you do want to go to that 3G lineup, he'll be great playing with the ball in his hands, dishing it out to Clay and stuff from behind three-point range, but do we want Steph Curry playing off the ball? Probably not. Is Chris Paul going to be coming off the bench leading the second unit? And who's he going to be playing with? James Wiseman's gone. He would be a nice little combination on a pick and roll, throwing it up, but he's gone now, and it's the end of the two-timeline zone, like I said. And this is officially the first big move of the Mike Dunleavy Jr. era. I know technically Bob Myers is still on the clock for another 7 days, according to Joe Lacob, but all eyes are going to be on Mike Dunleavy, who, what was it, just last week at his introductory press conference, when asked about Jordan Poole, said, yeah, we're looking forward to Jordan Poole for the next 4 years.
No, I don't see any scenario of that.
No, me neither, Dave. Because less than 4 days later, Jordan Poole is being shipped out to the Washington Wizards. Again, kind of a head-scratching trade. 24-year-old for a 38-year-old. Now the Warriors don't got to worry about his contract moving forward. I guess Chris Paul, they could play 1 year with him and then move on. I don't know how much longer Chris Paul is going to be playing, to be honest. But, hey, let me hear your opinions. 808 KNBR is a number. Shoot us a text on the Cash Creek text line. I know Warriors fans have not been a fan of Chris Paul. But if it leads to another championship on the Steph Curry timeline, I don't think anybody's complaining, but this is also the same Chris Paul that's never won a ring in his life. I guess this is his best opportunity. I know he wanted to come back west. There was a lot of talk about him going to play with LeBron or down with Kawhi Leonard and Paul George down in L.A., but it looks like Chris Paul is coming to Northern California. That trade won't be official for a couple of weeks till July 6th. But yesterday they made it pretty official. with the big breaking news right before the draft yesterday that Jordan Poole, oh, and by the way, it's not just Jordan Poole. It's Jordan Poole, a first-round draft pick in 2023 and a second-round draft pick on top of that. Like, here's the thing. Like, if you're getting Chris Paul, you dump Jordan Poole's salary, you're getting a first, you're getting a second, all right, cool. You're rebuilding. But no, you had to give up extra assets just to get Jordan Poole off your roster? That, to me, is a little head-scratching. But then again, me and Dave were joking this morning. It's a 2030 draft pick. So technically, the Warriors just traded away like a 11 or 12-year-old who's going to be 18 or 19 in 2023. But I don't even want to start thinking about what 2030 is going to be looking like for the Golden State Warriors. The post-Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green era. Yeah, Dave says he doesn't want to think about what it looks like for himself in 2030. Hell, just like Kyle Shanahan, I don't even know if we're going to be alive on Sunday, Dave. And that goes for all of us.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday, so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster on Sunday. So that goes for all of us.
And that goes for Jordan Poole, too. Won't guarantee he'll be a Warrior. He's going out to Washington. He'll be on the Wizards. And I was going to say we'll guarantee 2 more players will be on the Warriors next year with the Dubs drafting Brandon Pojemski out of Santa Clara. But who knows? The Warriors just traded both of their draft picks last year. Ryan Rollins out the door. He was involved in the Jordan Poole trade. PB&J, Mr. Patrick Bailey Jr., Patrick Baldwin. I don't want to trade away Patrick Bailey. He's staying in San Francisco. But Patrick Baldwin Jr., the other PB&J in the Bay, is now out the door as they traded him for the rights to a second-round draft pick, Trace Jackson, a power forward. I don't know, Dave. A lot of moves yesterday. A lot of look here, look there. Now Chris Paul is all of a sudden a Warrior. And now we got to deal with the ramifications. So how about on the other side, we play some sound from Chris Paul himself, who was interviewed about his future with the Warrior. We'll react to some of your texts on the text line, whether or not you're happy with CP3 replacing JP3 and the end of the pool party.
It's a pool party!
Yeah, pool's closed, but it's opening up back this weekend for the Giants and the Diamondbacks. Big series down at 3rd and King. Yeah, Dave, somebody threw a Baby Ruth in the pool. They shut it down. It's closed. We'll see if it opens back up for the Warriors Invitational next year. And what Mike Dunleavy Jr. is going to continue to do this offseason with Draymond Green, with the Klay Thompson contract extension, and how he's going to line these guys up on the Steph Curry timeline. But now that timeline involves Chris Paul. I still can't believe it. I'm still scratching my head this morning, like I'm sure you are waking up today, trying to realize the fact that maybe the most hated Warrior opponent up there with LeBron James is not joining the Warriors, but hey, maybe Draymond will convince his boy LeBron to come up to the Warriors too. I've seen people floating that idea out on Twitter. I don't see any idea of that. No, Dave, I don't see Dylan Brooks joining the roster. Who knows? Open the doors up to everybody at this point. Warriors are going all in, ditching the 2 timelines. We'll talk about that timeline and the actual draft pick, Brandon Pojemski from Santa Clara on the other side, and let you hear that breaking news about Chris Paul from Adrian Wojnarowski, and wrap up the NBA draft with Victor Wembanyama, a generational talent going number 1 overall. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Monster breaking news, including a future Hall of Famer. Adrian Wojnarowski still on the desk with us. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, Cassidy, a big one. The Washington Wizards have agreed to send Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors for Jordan Poole and 2 future draft picks, a first-round pick, a second-round pick. And listen, this is the completion of that Bradley Beal trade with the Phoenix Suns. The Wizards have been looking for a situation to move Chris Paul onto. And now the Warriors step in, bring in Chris Paul to play with Klay Thompson, obviously Steph Curry, and move out Jordan Poole, who will start a new 4-year, $140 million contract extension this season.
Checking in with the Water Boy on a Friday morning, and we're checking in on the Golden State Warriors. After yesterday's NBA draft was set up by a little bit of breaking news that Jordan Poole would be being shipped out of Golden State to Washington to join the Wizards. In return, the Warriors get back CP3. Oh, and I should mention that Ryan Rollins, one of the draft picks last year from the Warriors, was thrown in that trade package, and so was a first-round draft pick from 2030 and a second-round draft pick that I believe is in 2027. So the question I asked in the first segment is, how are we feeling this morning, Dub Nation? How are we feeling about this Jordan Poole trade, getting him off the roster after we saw the back and forth kind of lack of chemistry between him and Draymond Green? And how are you feeling about CP3, who has been one of the villains during this Warriors dynasty, now joining the dark side? Or should we say the light side? I don't know. I'm not a Star Wars fan. I can't figure it out. I'm sure someone can help me on the text line. But either way you want to slice it, Chris Paul will be joining the Golden State Warriors. And one of the first texts I actually saw this morning from the 909 saying, hey, Dub Nation will embrace him, kind of like the 49ers embraced Richard Sherman coming from the Seattle Seahawks to the 49ers, which I say, hey, I get that argument. Feelings change when someone puts on your home jersey. But I also know there are some people who still held some resentment towards Richard Sherman, especially after that Super Bowl game and when, Tyreek Hill went running past him on 3rd and 15. But we won't get into that. Instead, we'll look at some other texts that say, hey, Waterboy, maybe this is a good thing. Maybe the Warriors are able to offload Jordan Poole's contract in that 4 years, $120 million. Meanwhile, Chris Paul has 1 year left on his deal, around $38 million. Warriors will bite the bullet this year so that they're set up in the future for those new tax deals, or should I say tax restrictions and penalties that the NBA is now enforcing on teams that want to go out and spend money. And I get that as well. So there's both sides to look at it on the argument. But to me, again, it's just head-scratching the fact that you couldn't get more value for Jordan Poole. A man that I think is going to go out to Washington, is going to get plenty of playing time, and is going to average 25 points a game. Hell, we might be talking about Jordan Poole next year having a 40 or 50-point night. Because we all know how gifted he is offensively, but we all know how bad he was defensively and how he just didn't really fit into this Warriors system. Now, during the playoff run, when we were out here throwing pool parties and winning championships, Jordan Poole seemed like a great option. When Steph Curry was dealing with that hand injury, Jordan Poole was a great option. Even during the regular season this year, when Curry was out of the lineup, Jordan Poole was still averaging 24 points a game. But when we got to the playoffs, when the lights shone the brightest, and it seemed like, especially after being punched by Draymond Green and getting paid that big contract, day in and day out, it just seemed like Jordan Poole was trying to be the man, was trying to live up to that contract, was kind of trying to be the alpha male in the room. If you guys remember, before Draymond Green punched Jordan Poole in the face, there was those comments of Draymond about how Jordan Poole was chirping Steph and Klay during shooting competitions and at the free throw line, and the fact that Jordan Poole ended the season with a higher free throw percentage with Steph Curry and started joking about how he was going to start shooting the technicals. Well, that doesn't sit well with guys like Draymond Green, especially when Jordan Poole got offered a bigger contract and started making more money than him, which is going to lead to the questions on how much Draymond Green is going to get in a contract extension moving forward. But I think that was the bottom line here. There was two things the Warriors wanted to do. move on from Jordan Poole's contract and move on from the distractions that was Draymond Green and Jordan Poole last year, and they obviously decided to go with Draymond Green. That's their guy. As Draymond tells you, he wants to ride out with the guys he rode in with. Jordan Poole was drafted by the Warriors. He rode in with them, but he ain't riding out with them. He's going to be riding with the Washington Wizards next year in a trade that, again, is still a little head-scratching, especially after the news we got a couple weeks ago that Chris Paul was going to be outright waived from the Phoenix Suns. He then gets flipped for Bradley Beal. He then gets flipped for Jordan Poole. There's a lot of moving pieces in this trade, so why not have Adrian Wojnarowski break it down? Here he was yesterday on ESPN before the draft, going through all the trade details between Jordan Poole and Chris Paul.
How did the decision come together that Chris Paul was going to land in Golden State?
Yeah, Malika, the first real significant decision of the Mike Dunleavy Jr. era as general manager in Golden State, the opportunity to bring in Chris Paul, try to maximize this championship window around Steph Curry, and deal with some of the financial realities facing the Warriors and this roster. Jordan Poole, 4 years, over $130 million left on his contract, goes out to the Wizards. Poole was a player that Mike Dunleavy Jr. identified when he worked for Bob Myers, and the Warriors drafted with the 28th pick of the first round.
And here's the thing. If the Warriors didn't like the contract that Jordan Poole has, why the hell did they give it to him last offseason? I mean, they obviously liked him enough after the championship season, after we were out here with Klay Thompson throwing pool parties.
It's a pool party!
And even the fact that they decided to give him this contract after the entire Draymond Green punching incident. So it's not like this was breaking news or shocking or something that happened after the contract and then you had to unload it. And to the point of Adrian Wojnarowski, this is the first big move by Mike Dunleavy Jr. as the new general manager of the Warriors since taking over for Bob Myers. Even though technically Bob Myers is still on the clock until the end of the month, I don't know if he was involved with this trade. But I do know that Mike Dunleavy Jr. was in the building when they handed out this Jordan Poole contract. That's the thing we've been talking about with the Warriors, the continuity, the moving on, the handing of the baton from Steve Kerr to Bob Myers to now Mike Dunleavy Jr. and on and on and on. Well, Mike Dunleavy Jr. was in the building with Joe Lacob, with Kirk Lacob, with all these guys that decided to give Jordan Poole this contract. And it was just last week when Mike Dunleavy Jr. at his own press conference said, yeah, I'm looking forward to having Jordan Poole for the next 4 seasons. 4 days later, he's being shipped out to the Washington Wizards for a 38-year-old Chris Paul, which adds another element into the story that makes it even crazier. Because, again, I don't think it's crazy that Jordan Poole got traded, but for the value you get for him and the fact that you had to throw in a first-round draft pick, you had to throw in a second-round draft pick, you had to throw in Ryan Rollins, this was simply a salary dump move, in my opinion. And it's a move to get kind of the chemistry back right in that locker room, and it's a move that supports Draymond Green. They obviously picked a side, and they obviously picked to go with the win now timeline with Steph Curry at 35 years old. But the question is, are the Warriors in a better spot to win with Jordan Poole, or are they in a better spot now to win with Chris Paul? I think when you look at both of them, it's obvious that Chris Paul has had the better career. He's almost twice his age. This is a guy that's going to go into a Hall of Fame. But he's also a guy that's never won a ring. And we've seen him multiple times get hurt in the seasons. He's a little injury prone, especially at 38 years old. Hell, he got hurt this past season with Phoenix in the playoffs. So now he's going to come in and he's going to improve the chances and he's going to get inserted into the starting lineup is what I'm hearing. So the Warriors are going to go small ball 3G lineup. I don't know. There's a lot of questions. And there's questions if even CP3 will be playing for the Warriors next year. Now, I saw reports from both Mark Spears and Marcus Thompson, who, of course, come on KNBR every week, and they say they expect the Warriors to keep Chris Paul. He's not going to get traded for the 10th time this week, bouncing around from team to team to team. And from the reports I heard, like I said, it sounds like he's going to be in the starting lineup. Now, down the stretch, I like him in the games. He's got a high basketball IQ. I'd rather have the ball in his hands in the fourth quarter, driving to the basket, dishing it out to Steph or Klay behind the three-point line instead of Jordan Poole dribbling the ball off his knee and falling down But this, again, is a 38-year-old Chris Paul who's going to be turning 39 mid-season next year in May, right before the playoff run. It's interesting, man, to say the least. It's an interesting strategy, but they're going all in with the veterans, and they're still missing a big after trading James Wiseman last year. But this was the final nail in the coffin of the two timelines of Jordan Poole. And why not check in with Chris Paul, who gave kind of a meh answer yesterday when asked about playing with the Golden State Warriors. This is interesting. Check this out. I know Chris Paul has been asked about how excited he is to play with the Suns, the Wizards, and the Warriors all in one week, but you'd think the guy would be a little bit more enthusiastic after being added to a Warriors dynasty. Oh, a team that's won 4 titles in the last 10 years.
Chris, what is your reaction to being traded to Golden State today?
I'm excited. I got that question I don't know how many times already, so I'm really excited.
You spoke with Steph, it sounds like, already, and how did that go?
It was good, yeah.
What do you think your role will be on that team?
To help us win games.
I mean, it almost sounds as short as some of Jordan Poole's answer last year at the podium. Chris Paul, give me some energy, give me some effort. Hell, just get back on the court. This is mind-boggling. Again, I was shocked yesterday at this trade news. Not the fact that Jordan Poole got traded, but the fact that you flipped him for Chris Paul, who's at the end of his career, and you had to throw in the draft picks on top of that. I don't know. But it seems like this is all going back to last preseason. The punch heard around the world when the tapes got leaked, and all the talk about whether or not it would affect the Warriors season after winning a championship. They tried to say it didn't, and then they changed their tunes as soon as the season ended. Draymond Green dropped the podcast, took some responsibility, and said, yeah, it did affect the locker room, and affected it so much so now that Jordan Poole is now being ran out of town. And so here was Monty Poole yesterday actually breaking down the decision of the Warriors and their front office for choosing Draymond Green over Jordan Poole.
The Warriors have been saying ever since the season ended that they believe they can heal the rift, that they can make sure that they can get Jordan and Draymond back to being more than teammates. I was always skeptical about that. And I think they should have been, and they maybe didn't want to say it, but I think this decision to trade Jordan tells us all we need to know about that. They were not sure that they could do that. And they're choosing Draymond over Jordan in hopes of, again, letting Draymond know that we're in it to win it. And we're just not sure it was going to work with JP.
And it seems like it's not. That's it. Pool's closed. Pool party's over. The Warriors have made their decision. Jordan Poole's not getting the invitation to come back to the Warriors Invitational.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
The question is who's going to fill in that production, especially during the regular season? I will give Jordan Poole credit for being out there day in and day out. He was on the court for 82 games last season. And when you have a 35-year-old Steph Curry, a 33-year-old Clay, a 33-year-old Draymond, and you throw in a 38-year-old CP3 now, you're going to need some bench options. You're going to need some depth. And when you're looking around at the Warriors offseason, Mike Dunleavy Jr. has got a bunch of moves to make. Whether it's a guy like Dante DiVincenzo, who in my opinion is more than likely to walk away this season and get a bigger contract after having a good year with the Warriors. GP2 will still be on the roster. You still got a Kevon Looney, but you still got to fill out pieces around it, and you got to do it for the cheap. You got to do it for the low. You got to go out thrift shopping like our guy Farhan Zaidi, because the whole reason why they're moving Jordan Poole's contract is to cut down that total salary cap overall. So you know what the best way to do that is? The NBA draft. What we saw last night. Get some young players for value, for cheap. And it was interesting, the Warriors actually avoided drafting a teenager yesterday, as we've seen them do back-to-back years, it seems like. Whether it's a guys like Jonathan Kuminga, who did not get traded, guys like Moses Moody, or some of the guys who got traded, Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins, who got shipped out last night also. But yesterday, the Warriors made a decision at pick number 19 to draft Brandon Podziemski out of Santa Clara, a guy that I do think can fill in the shoes, in the roles of a Dante DiVincenzo, and a guy I'm sure the Warriors are hoping can maybe fill that Jordan Poole role. And here's the thing. They're both guys from Milwaukee. Last year, or should I say 2 years ago, Podziemski was playing at Illinois, actually decided to transfer to Santa Clara, played last year in the Bay Area after watching Jalen Williams get drafted by OKC the year prior in 2021. Now there have been 3 players from Santa Clara, Steve Nash, of course, Jalen Williams, and now Brandon Pojemski drafted in the first round in the NBA draft. And now Brandon will make the short commute from Santa Clara to San Jose. You know, the commute I make every morning to the sports leader as we start the leadoff spot at 4 a.m., 5 a.m. every morning. Maybe Brandon's looking for a roommate. Let me know if you want to move to the city. And hey, I'm looking forward to seeing what this guy can do. This is a guy that was co-WCC Player of the Year last year, almost averaged a double-double, actually led the conference in double-doubles. Big 6'5" guard, can dominate the boards, average almost 8.89 rebounds per game. Dude, it looks like he could be a piece for the future, but then again, this is the NBA draft we're talking about. It's more of a crapshoot than any other league. I know the MLB draft is random as hell, but a lot of the time, even in a 2-round draft in the NBA, there are a lot of question marks about who's going to pan out and who's going to be a bust. I mean, again, look at guys like Kuminga and Moses Moody, who were both top 10 draft picks. And now we're talking about maybe them not even getting spots in the rotation during the playoffs. You never know how this stuff's going to pan out. But I do think it's cool that the Warriors stayed here in the Bay Area local with the kid that's technically from Milwaukee, but played down in the 408 for Santa Clara last night. Shout out to Santa Clara Broncos, and shout out Brandon Pojemski joining the Golden State rosters next year. Hopefully he'll be on the roster. He gets some more playing time than a Patrick Baldwin Jr. or a Ryan Rollins, who basically never even sniffed the court. Shout out our guy Guy Santos last year with the Santa Cruz Warriors also. But hey, that's your Warriors draft coverage. Interesting NBA draft last night with Victor Wembanyama, the global prospect, going number 1 overall. Scoot Henderson dropping to number 3. Brandon Miller going number 2 out of Alabama. The 3 paths that those 3 players took to get to the NBA, whether it's through the international route, the college route, or the G League. And also shout out to the Thompson brothers out of Oakland, California. Went back-to-back number 4 and 5.
Shout out Oakland, California.
I was wondering if they were the first twins to ever be drafted back-to-back, but I believe the Morris brothers actually got drafted 13th and 14th back in the late 2000s, maybe early teens, 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14. I don't know, sometime in that range. But yesterday, the Thompson brothers out of Oakland, California, went number 4 and 5 overall, and those were your top 5 draft picks. Just hopefully you weren't watching on ABC and the quote-unquote family coverage so that you could actually watch the pick. But me, I was playing more of the J.J. Redick, Jay Billis sound. Dave, did we even play the sound from J.J. Redick and Jay Billis? How about we get that before we get out of here? An actual draft breakdown so you can hear the skill set about Brandon Pojemski and maybe whether or not he can fill in the shoes of a Jordan Poole. Here was J.J. Redick and Jay Billis at the panel last night.
I absolutely love this pick. And, the Golden State Warriors are looking for someone who can contribute right away. Pojemski can shoot the basketball on the move. He can shoot it on the catch. He can shoot it off the dribble. And I love that he plays with an edge.
Well, he's a lefty, and he's very good athletically. He's got a 39-inch vertical. But to JJ's point, he's an outstanding shooter. A versatile scorer that can make plays, and he's a good passer, but shoots 44% from 3. Excellent in catch-and-shoot situations. Very good off the dribble. Averaged 20 points a game at Santa Clara. Shot 48% overall from the field. And now he joins Steve Nash and Jalen Williams as first-round picks from the Broncos.
I mean, you mentioned him playing hard as a guard, averaged just under 9 rebounds per game. Brings a lot of energy.
A lot of energy from the kid out of Santa Clara, Brandon Pojemski, and now he makes the short commute, the daily commute of the water boy from Santa Clara to San Francisco to hopefully be playing next year at Chase Center. Or who knows, maybe he'll be out in Santa Cruz playing with the G League Santa Cruz Warriors as well. But I hope to see him on the court, and I hope to see him in the city of San Francisco. But speaking of the city of San Francisco, there's a big series going on this weekend for Battle of the NL West with the first place Arizona Diamondbacks coming to town tonight and Logan Webb taking the bump on an Orange Friday. 3-game series kicks off tonight. We'll break down that series for you on the other side and even give a quick check-in on the College World Series. We'll get your weekend preview ready. I just said weekend 3 times. That was in honor of JP3 and CP3, the trade that shocked the Bay Area yesterday. Huh. What a tongue twister that one is. But let's talk Giants on the other side, the end of their 10-game winning streak, and what we could see this weekend between the Diamondbacks and the Giants. It's Marcus Boucher on the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here's a swing and a pop-up by Estrada. First base side, the new first baseman, Carpenter, backpedaling a bit in foul ground, makes the grab, and the game is over. 10-0, the Padres salvage the finale of the 4-game series, and the Giants' 10-game winning streak comes to an end.
It's all over. The Giants' 10-game winning streak comes to an end on the hands of a 10-0 beatdown from the San Diego Padres. But hey, I think waking up today on June 23rd, San Francisco Giants fans are feeling pretty damn good, especially if you're up early listening to the leadoff spot here on The Sports Leader with Marcus the Waterboy Bobby Boucher, and especially after watching the Giants run off 10 straight games, sweep the LA Dodgers, and then take 3 of 4 games against one of your quote-unquote division rivals, the San Diego Padres. And now you're sitting 3.5 games back from first place in the NL West with an opportunity to take on the first place team, the Arizona Diamondbacks, tonight, which is a sentence I'm sure most people didn't think we'd be spitting out of our mouths in early April. Talking about the 2 best teams in the NL West being the Arizona Diamondbacks and the San Francisco Giants. But here we are. What are we, 70 games through the season? Almost at the midway point, getting closer and closer to the All-Star game. And I will remind you to go out there on MLB.com and vote for Thairo Estrada to be an All-Star this year. Like to see my guys Logan Webb, who's on the bump, on the mound in Seattle, maybe an Alex Cobb, and for damn sure Camilo Doval. But yesterday, I think the thing was, I went into yesterday's game knowing that I wouldn't see a Camilo Doval, knowing that the Giants would kind of save up their bullpen for this weekend against the Diamondbacks. And again, it would have been nice to sweep San Diego, extend that winning streak to 11. And I'm not going to point any fingers and point out the fact that Brian Murphy, a.k.a. the Cooler, was down at the ballpark yesterday, and the Giants ended their 10-game winning streak. But I do got to say, it was a beautiful day down on 3rd and King with 38,000 plus fans, almost 39,000 people showing up, which has been probably the biggest takeaway this week, Dave. I walked in yesterday, and that sounded like me saying, oh, my God, there's so many people here. Me and Triple E were going shoulder to shoulder with people trying to walk through the concourse, trying to get down to our seats. And it started on Monday night after the road trip down to L.A., after they swept the Dodgers. 35,000 showed up. On a Tuesday, 32,000 showed up. On a Wednesday, 33,000 showed up. On a Thursday yesterday, day game, 38,000 showed up. And it's because people are excited to watch this team. Now, I'm sure those 38,000 would have liked it if the Giants would have scored a couple runs yesterday. But Blake Snell, who has been one of the best pitchers in this month of June, probably will be pitcher of the month. Seems like every time he's gone out in his last 4 or 5 starts, he's only allowing 1 earned run and striking out double digits. And yesterday he did the same thing. 6 innings pitched, no earned runs, 11 strikeouts on the day for Blake Snell was absolutely dealing. Meanwhile, here were the San Francisco Giants with Alex Wood on the mound, finding themselves falling into a hole early to forever River Cat Gary Sanchez. That's right, I said it. The guy never made it up to the Giants this year, so I don't know if we can call him a forever Giant, but he for damn sure is a forever River Cat. Just a couple months ago, he was catching Kyle Harrison, making his first couple starts for Sacramento. And here he is now hitting bombs left and right for the San Diego Padres. I will point out the fact that he's hit like a $196 this year, but he's got 7 bombs. And Gary Sanchez led off the game yesterday with a 3-run home run in the first. Then it was the superstars, Manny Machado, hitting a 3-run bomb to score Fernando Tatis Jr. and Juan Soto as they took maybe one of the slowest strolls around home plate or around the bases that I've ever seen. Shout out Fernando Tatis and those capris that he wears every single day. Tell that dude to get some bigger pants. It's embarrassing when you're looking like that out on a baseball field, but I digress. It wasn't embarrassing for the Padres when they put up 10 runs yesterday and beat the Giants. But again, big picture here, they won 3 out of 4. And it's something that we teased last week before the Dodgers series is how important this 3 kind of set series is against your NL West opponents. Starting off with the Rockies, starting off with the Padres, starting off with the Dodgers, and now the Arizona Diamondbacks. All these teams back to back to back, throwing the Cubs in the middle of that. But it's the 3 that we're looking at with the big teams right in front of you, the teams that you got to compete with. Because, again, it was nice when you swept the Colorado Rockies. The Rockies are 29-48 this year, the worst team in your division. It was nice when you swept the St. Louis Cardinals. They got off to their worst start in franchise history. But when you're sweeping the Dodgers, when you're taking 3 out of 4 games against teams like the Padres and LA, your 2 biggest rivals, that means something. That means that this team is here to compete, which is going to change the tune of a lot of people this year at this year's trade deadline. Whether or not the Giants will be buyers or sellers moving forward, I would still like to see them add another arm to that starting rotation so that we don't got to see the bullpen games every other day. Because here's the thing. This weekend against the Diamondbacks, it's more than likely you're going to get Ryan Walker on Saturday. Shout out to our guy Logan Webb on the bump today against Zach Davis. It looks like we're going to get a matchup between Ryan Nelson and Anthony DeSclafani on Sunday, but nothing has been announced for the matchup this weekend for the Giants on Saturday. And here was Gabe Kapler actually after the game yesterday talking about the effort of some of these quote-unquote bolt guys, the piggyback pitchers in their bullpen, extending the game yesterday after Alex Wood gets taken out before facing the lineup for a 3rd time. Maybe should have took him out before facing the lineup a 2nd time, but he only goes 3 1/3 innings. Jacob Junis goes 3 2/3. Then Sean Manaea comes to close it out, which saved a lot of those arms, like a Ryan Walker, like the Rogers brothers, like Camilo Duvall, so that all those guys are rested and ready to go this weekend. Here was Gabe Kapler talking about the positive takeaways from the Giants series, them winning 3 out of 4 games, and also being able to keep some of those arms ready for this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, our bullpen needed to not pitch much today. Ryan Walker needed to not pitch, and Camilo Duvall needed a day. Tyler Rogers needed a day. It doesn't mean that those guys weren't going to pitch in today's game if we were trying to win it. It was more the bullpen really needed a blow. There were some players that absolutely needed to be off their feet the entire day. I didn't want to play Lamont, didn't want to play Yaz. I still kind of feel bad that Conforto had to endure that entire game until the very end. Somebody's got to do it. So when we see people step up and say, okay, well, I'm the one who's going to take that responsibility on, I really appreciate it as a manager. I think their teammates really appreciate it when they're not the ones that has to do it. While I don't really want to go back and look at the previous games, I think in this one there were things to call out that were helpful for us going forward.
Yeah, and it's helpful when you win 3 out of 4 games and win series against your NL West rivals. And now the Giants sitting 3.5 games back. Hell, I said it last Friday. If the Giants sweep the Dodgers, they can swap spots in the standings. Now, obviously, if they sweep the Diamondbacks this weekend, they still won't be on first place next Monday, but they would only be half a game back. So you're saying there's a chance, and it starts tonight with Logan Webb on the bump. But I did want to give a quick shout out to the College World Series going on this week, and also LSU walking it off yesterday. Tommy Tanks, the guy that went viral last year at NC State when he hit like 9 home runs in 8 games as a freshman. He transferred over to LSU, joins guys like Dylan Cruz, who's the top prospect in the country. Paul Skynes was out there yesterday throwing 8 innings, 100 miles per hour. He's going to be a top 5 draft pick. And now they are taking on Florida this weekend, who has Joey Caglione, a two-way player that throws 100 miles per hour and launches bomb also. Going to be a really good matchup with some top baseball prospects this weekend. Florida and LSU. I'm getting ready for some College World Series. I hope you tuned in, but I know everybody's going to be locked in on the Giants and Diamondbacks tonight. And also on this trade news with the Warriors and Jordan Poole being shipped out for Chris Paul. We'll talk about that and more on the other side as we make the connection with Murph and Mac on a Reggae Friday and get you ready for this weekend series against the Diamondbacks. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Friday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
All right, fun week of shows on the leadoff spot. Shout out to my guy Overnight Dave, as always, doing a great job. And shout out to the Warriors, who made some big news last night. Woo. Shipping out Jordan Poole for Chris Blanken Paul.
Whoa.
That's two things I was not expecting when we signed off yesterday, not only from the leadoff spot, but the Murph and Max show, that the Giants would not only put an end to their 10-game winning streak, but the Warriors would put an end to Jordan Poole's career in San Francisco. Murph, the pool's closed. There's a Baby Ruth in the pool. We're draining it. Pool's closed for the summer. Jordan Poole gone. Chris Paul, your new Golden State Warrior.
And, dude, they sent Jordan Poole to Siberia, too.
Dude.
I mean, we won't hear from the Washington Wizards for years.
Yeah, have fun playing with the Wizards.
How many shots is he getting up out there, by the way?
40, 50 a game?
We should make a point next fall and winter to look up the box scores and have like a Jordan Poole shot watch.
I'm calling it now. Jordan Poole's going to have like a 50-point game on a random Tuesday night out in Indiana, and no one's even going to talk about it.
Yeah. Great call. I'm with you on that call all the way. Mark Spears tweeted out, he said, my money's right now, Jordan Poole will lead the NBA in scoring next year.
Wow.
Pretty good cuts. He's just going to be launching.
That's it. I mean, we kind of saw it a little bit with James Wiseman when he went to Detroit. All of a sudden, he started posting a double-double every night.
The Chris Paul thing, though, dude. So obviously, yesterday, we all had our different spots. Everybody, Paulie always says everybody needs to be where they're going to be. I'm disembarking from the ferry, okay? Which, by the way, shout out to the joys of the Larkspur Ferry to the ball game. Just to let the sea breeze in your face. Water boy, what do you need? Angel Island, Alcatraz, the city skyline. You don't see any, should we say, any untoward behavior in San Francisco when you're looking from the bay. Yeah. From the bay, it looks great, all right? I mean, but anyway, we're disembarking, and I'm literally trying to hoard a bunch of kids who are all hyped up. And, dude, here come the texts, man. Ping, 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 ping. And I'm like, wait a minute. Hey, kids, get over here. Get over here. Yeah. No, here, get over here. Chris Paul's a Warrior. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Chris Paul's a Warrior. And I immediately turned to one of the dads who's a huge I was like, I'm getting, and I'm like, get over here, kid. Get over here, kid. Davis here. Levi there. Chris Paul's a Warrior. So, dude, my head was exploding all over the place. Where were you guys?
Murph, you should have seen the bullpen. We were all hanging out next to our new shuffleboard table waiting for the big meeting yesterday, eating sandwiches and stuff.
Does Chris Paul like shuffleboard?
I don't know. We'll find out. We'll invite him into the studio for an interview. And then Greg Papa actually hit us with the news, and then we all start scrambling.
By the way, I heard your 505 Papa was very good. Marcus.
Chris Paul is coming to the Warriors, Marcus. And I was
that's
like,
how we found out. That's how we got the news. Papa is the most underrated in the building.
And then we were all sitting there like,
he was the guy who came out with his look. Take a look at this, everybody.
Exactly. And we know Papa's got sources. He's not Kendrick Perkins saying Jonathan Kuminga's grown to 7'2". Like, if Papa takes something in the air, you know it's credible. And then all the reports started to come out. And then the trade details.
He had it first, Papa did?
I think Papa had it first. Papa's always got it first.
Yeah,
he's got the info. He knows a couple people. But then we started like confirming the sources with Shams and Woj and all those guys. And then we started looking at the trade details and the fact that they not only traded Jordan Poole, but a 2030 first-round draft pick, and also a 2027 second-rounder.
15-year-old Declan Murphy goes, dude, that's my graduating class.
Oh,
they traded Declan.
Yeah, we were trying to think about it. We were like, they just traded away some like 11, 12-year-old kid who's going to be 18,
talking
19.
about his 4-year college class, whereas reality, it would be a kid who's 4 years younger than that.
Yeah.
It'll be a kid who's...
It's a kid that's you're going to be playing against with the Mill Valley All-Stars, Murph. One of those kids just got traded away.
Great call.
That's so crazy.
And Paulie, I know you got to get out of here. We got to get Dave out of here. I literally, I was exhausted. I went to bed last night at probably the earliest I've gone in a long time. So I did not even know until about 15 minutes ago the Warriors shipped Pat Baldwin Jr.
Yeah, he's gone. Gonzo.
I found this out like 10 minutes ago.
Well, see, these are the reasons why I'm actually already blaming Chris Paul for snapping the Giants' win streak.
Okay.
I'm saying that's what the particles were so in fact, there were more particles yesterday.
Oh, really? Is that what you imagine?
There was like a throwaway moment. I don't think I brought this to the air, but some guy texted yesterday on the heels of organizing the particles for Jake Peavy going to see the Dead in New York. We arranged him to get a Bertha as per his request. I said, let me line a few things up with the universe. Boom, he got his Bertha. Murph, yesterday, some guy texted in. He goes, hey, I heard you set up a nice Bertha. True story. Guy goes, hey, I heard you set up a nice Bertha with the universe for Jake Peavy. Could you do me a favor? He goes, this is a guy in the text line yesterday. He goes, could you talk to the universe and get me a Franklin's Tower tonight? I said, let me see what I can do. They played Franklin's Tower last night, so I'm on a roll with the particles. And then Chris Paul comes to town. And all of a sudden, dude, you know what I mean?
Well, we'll break it down.
I'm also blaming
Dave's
Chris.
4 minutes overtime. We got to get him out of here.
Well, again, it's his fault the Giants lost. That's where
I'm saying it takes for the post Van Halen.
It's his fault.
I'm saying it's Chris Paul's fault that Dave's working 4 minutes overtime this morning. I'm blaming Chris Paul for that.
He won't even let Dave start his weekend.
It's a blame Chris Paul Friday on the Murph and Mac Show. I do want to tell the leadoff heads that I am off on Monday, 3-day weekend for the water boy. No, I'm not 38.
It's good for you, but bad for us.
Bad for you guys. I'll see you Tuesday. We'll do the show on the other side. You are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, and the Murph and Mac Show on a Blame Chris Paul Friday starts right now.
All right, we got that in just in time, man. The league. That's one of the latest horns we've ever had there. It's not the horns, the latest Van Halen we've ever had. But, hey, it is a wacky day. We got a shuffleboard board in the middle of our bullpen. And we got Chris Paul. It's a Warrior. I mean, dogs and cats living together. And Polymac keeps pointing to Triple E. Something's going on here. There's some sort of wild controversy there. All right, well, do I have to save my hottest take for right out of the gate? Do I have to save my hottest take for right out of the gate, Polymac? Is everything all right over there, by the way?
Yeah, well, we're arranging something.
Okay, there's a lot accusatory fingers being pointed there.
It's more Chris Paul drama. I'm blaming Chris Paul.
Well, here, you ready for this? You ready for the rare Murph and Mac conflict? Because we're usually simpatico and chill and all that. I'm ready for it. I'm intrigued. I'm not going double thumbs down. I'm like, you know what? They don't do this unless Steph Curry. Here's two things. My two biggest takeaways. Two biggest takeaways. One, man, does this tell you what they thought of Jordan Poole? Holy
big time,
moly,
big time.
So
I actually think not only does it tell you what they thought of Jordan Poole, I also feel like there's easily. You could interpret this also as saying, okay, Draymond, you chill. We're going to get rid of Jordan. That's first step in keeping you here is getting Jordan Poole out of here. So I also think this might have Draymond Green kind of ramifications here.
And finances, obviously. Finances. $100 million. But, dude, I'm telling you.
And by the way, this is right after Dunleavy's opening day press conference. I'll tell you what, Chris Paul's a dump for at least 4 years.
Well, there's lies, damn lies, and press conferences,
it was chaos yesterday.
But here's the deal, and this is going to be me. I'm setting myself up to be a piñata for the next 10 months here.
Oh.
But I'm not going to say I love it because I don't love it. But I'm not going to say I hate it either because here's my biggest thing. Number one, they do not do this 100% unless Steph Curry says it's okay. And if Steph Curry says it's okay, then I'm going to sit back and let it play out.
It's so funny you say that. So we have all these extended Murph and Mac family members. And at this point, literally, Murph, they're all over the world and the country.
We have them all over the world.
Guys that have started in the Bay, they moved to Arizona. One of our good buddies, here's a story connected to your point. Our good buddy Aaron Redner, member of Hot Buttered Rum and Grateful Bluegrass Boys, great guy, great musician.
Aaron?
He's moved up to Portland, but he's locked into all Bay Area sports. He shoots me a text last night. He goes, the only thing I can put together on this, because dude, I got texts from people I don't even hear from.
Asking me crazy, right?
It's nuts. It's nuts. Right? My kid James would have texted me about a half a dozen times yesterday. Here's some more stuff. Anyway, this guy, Aaron Redner, he's our buddy. He goes, the only thing I can think of that would make sense, because this makes no sense on any level, is that Steph Curry somehow had his hands in this and said, yeah, bring in Chris Paul. So that could be, that's it. I mean, if that's what Steph wants.
They're not doing it unless Steph says it's okay. That's it. Right there. That's my, I listen.
I kind of like the way they make decisions around here. I said, let me talk to Murph and Mac. We'll see if those guys are cool, and then we can go forward.
So
That's a joke. I'm kidding.
I don't have that on Greg Papa authority. I just have that on lived a little authority. You know what I mean? So
you've lived a little.
I've lived a little.
Shout out Gary Radnick.
But here's my biggest problem with the whole thing. Is not that Chris Paul's the villain. It's not that he's the one that everybody hates and has hated for years. And he would be if you took a poll of Warriors fans. I'm talking. Pointed out Dylan Brooks would win, right? Dylan Brooks would win the Poole.
Well, that's actually I put that up for debate now because Chris Paul's got a body of work now. Dylan Brooks just got to the scene.
If 2 days ago, out of nowhere, I launched a who's the most hated,
he'd be on that list pretty high. Yeah, with all Warrior fans.
Who do you think would win? Would it be? Would LeBron be on that list?
Probably.
Okay,
probably.
So LeBron, Chris Paul, and Dylan Brooks mount hate more.
By the way,
I need one more.
Speaking of LeBron,
is there a Celtic out there? Is there a Sabonis? Domantas Sabonis for stomping on?
Throw him on the list for good measure. He just got here, but
he finished fourth. But we'll throw him in there.
He's on there. He's like a consolation prize.
But anyway, he'd be top 4 among the most hated.
Way up there, dude. Way up there.
But it's not that for me because I lived through the Richard Sherman years. You know what I mean? Richard Sherman eating turkey in my house on Thanksgiving.
It's the best
comp. Chris Paul never ate turkey on my house.
It was the immediate and most accurate comp that came up time and time again yesterday is Richard Sherman. And yes, that's a good example.
Hershiser?
Yeah, but that was so
brief.
We never embraced I'm not even sure that actually happened. It was so quick. And no, we didn't embrace it at all.
But I would say that less than hating Chris Paul, my biggest concern is age and injury. That's my biggest concern.
Dude, he's 170.
Yeah. Or 38.
He's going to, which is close enough in NBA years.
By the way, I want to defend Marcus because I must have read or heard a million times yesterday he's 39.
Well, he will be.
Marcus this morning kept saying he's 38. So I'm driving in and going, man, I hope Waterboy didn't get the age wrong.
No,
so I come in this morning, I say, Waterboy, the age.
But he will be 30.
But he turned 38 just last month. And this leads to a riff in sports.
Oh, you always boost it up a year.
Guys, Paulie, how you know?
My dad was huge on that.
I'd 2 years to your age right now because that's what you'll be in 2025.
My dad was gigantic on that. I'd be 18 years old. My dad'd say, listen, you're in your early 20s now. I'd be like, Dad, I'm only 18. My dad was huge on that.
Tomorrow is Waterboy's birthday. Yeah. Literally. It's his 31st birthday. I said, "Hey, Waterboy, for the age of 32, you're doing well."
Totally. Marcus, listen, now that you're almost 40, you got to start looking at things differently.
Okay, the guy literally turned 38.
You always round up.
Last month. So anyway,
round
the
up.
point is injury. That's my biggest thing. It's like, how can we count on this guy?
You can't.
The hamstring in 2019.
No, this is like clockwork where you get into the later months of the season. Chris Paul's going down with some injury that'll keep him out of the playoffs.
You know what I read, Paulie?
You can set your clock to that.
In 2 different reports I read, Marcus Thompson and Tony Slater both said this shows an incredible faith in Rick Celebrini.
Oh.
Dude, Celebrini was named as a part of this trade. They're like, he's the guy who can keep Chris Paul on the court.
I mean, Celebrini.
One man.
He's going to.
Celebrini is the miracle worker.
Chris Paul might as well just set up a new office in Celebrini's trading room. Let me see if I can dig it up for you. Yeah.
Paul, you can't find it. Paul, he's got it. Or Marcus can find it if you can't.
We'll get it.
Because you find Celebrini there?
Yeah,
sometimes Waterboy can find him faster than Paulie.
You got it already loaded?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll find it, Mark.
All right. Anyway, I tried to throw a Chris Paul lob up there. It didn't get done. By the way, again, if people are just waking up, if I just found out, then I'm sure. Oh, you got it?
I got it too.
Here's the man
go ahead. Yeah.
Here's the man who's keeping Chris Paul alive.
He probably sent a signing bonus yesterday.
He's going to be living in his hotel room.
Yeah.
He's got a rub-down table like our shuffleboard table.
I mean, get ready. Celebrini. Yeah.
Come and Rick me, Celebrini.
Come and Rick me.
If nobody knows Amadeus by Falco, please go look it up.
Well, you should.
All right, please go look it up. All right, listen, we got to get the clock right because we went so long at the start. It's crazy. Chris Paul is a freaking warrior.
I don't understand.
It's nuts.
But
again, I'm going to be the controversial guy who doesn't hate it, and I'm being real. I'm not trying to create conflict because I'm curious as hell that a bunch of smart people in that building made this decision. Okay, a bunch of smart people. But then again, I said that to Susan Slessor about John Fisher and all that. I was like, well, these people are smart. She goes, no, they're not. She goes, they're dumb. So, is this the Bob Myers out, Dunleavy in?
Well, this is the first question. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
It's like
is Dunleavy walking around just walking into walls. You know
this
what I mean?
Is his first
can't
move.
Can't figure out how to open a door.
I mean,
Park it in the wrong spot. You know what I mean? They're like, I was like, what did we do here?
And plus, I just got to say, selfishly, as a Warrior fan, I'm going to miss watching Steph Curry just torment Chris Paul on the court, putting him on his ass famously. The one with the emoji, wound up had all those emojis with him falling backwards on surfboards and everything. It was great.
Yeah. Well, all things, the lion lays down with the lamb at some point. You know what I mean? We all got to smoke the peace pipe. Oh, by the way, a lot of people saying you forgot James Harden and Russ Westbrook on Mount Hatemore. Do you buy that? Harden?
Yeah, Harden. I don't know about Westbrook. I don't think he's that much of an enemy or anything.
Next question.
He's just crazy Russ. Thank you. Yeah, no, I dig Russ.
I'm fascinated, but the only problem, too, is they went from win now to win now, N-O-W, billboard size now, and really only maybe a 1 year window? I mean, a 1 year window on
hard
this?
to say.
Because what's it going to be like? Because if Chris Paul's 38, already 39, then next year he's 39, already 40. You know what I mean? So, listen, we'll spend all morning. Obviously, it's the big hit. Sounds like a day for old school phone calls, guys. Sounds like a day for old school phone calls.
Well, a lot of people do have a lot to say about this.
Yeah. I'm not hating it. I'm curious. If Steph does... See, I go to the church of Steph. And if Steph thinks it's okay... Then I'm curious.
That's the one thought I think that can calm the waters today is that idea.
And Jordan Poole's in Siberia now. And by the way, I just found out right before the show that Pat Baldwin Jr. was part of the trade.
Yeah?
I liked him, actually.
Yeah.
I used to watch him stroke. I was like, I like that stroke.
You know what I mean?
So he's gone, too. But they drafted a kid from Indiana who's really good.
Yeah, give me a Hoosier.
You know what he said? And here's my early call on this guy. Trace Jackson Davis, 4-year Hoosier, first-team All-American.
Yeah,
won the Karl Malone Award as the best power forward in the nation.
Yeah.
Already pissed that he fell so far in the draft. I got Draymond Green vibes on him.
Good.
Draymond Green
Well,
vibes.
that's the kind of thing we need.
Big power forward from the Big Ten who was disrespected in the draft.
And 4 years of college ball, so he's well-rounded.
This guy can flat out play.
Yeah.
I have no idea why he fell to 57. And the sadness of his draft party. Did you see that? He was sitting in some bar with a brick interior wall, and he had a bunch of pretty girls around him.
Well,
and they were trying to chant his name, but he looked sad as he put his hat on with the suit because he was number 57.
He won't be sad long. He's going to be running around Chase Center.
Jackson Davis.
Yeah.
So that was a little positive glimmer that I just learned this morning. Jeez, you finding this stuff out late last night. So anyway, all right, Celebrini has been played. Chris Paul is a Warrior, and the Giants' win streak is over.
Chris Paul. It's going to take me some time.
You know, usually you don't trust guys with 2 first names. That's the big thing. Except that Roger Craig always blew that rule up, though.
Wow, great example. Both of them. Yeah, it's a great example.
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's a pool party!
Campbell, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Campbell's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Jordan Poole has officially been traded to the Washington Wizards for Chris Paul? Yeah, that's right. And Mark Spears stopped by the afternoon show yesterday with Tolbert and Copes to talk all about it. So to hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
The Washington Wizards have agreed to send Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors for Jordan Poole and 2 future draft picks, a first-round pick, a second-round pick. And listen, this is the completion of that Bradley Beal trade with the Phoenix Suns. The Wizards have been looking for a situation to move Chris Paul onto. And now the Warriors step in, bring in Chris Paul to play with Klay Thompson, obviously Steph Curry, and move out Jordan Poole, who will start a new 4-year, $140 million contract extension this season.
Wow. Woo, man. Hey, it's a good thing the Giants did not win, because we could not. An 11-game win streak ain't going to compete with everything that happened with the Warriors yesterday. My God.
Hey, man, Murph, only because everybody is so uptight about Chris Paul today. And, again, I'm blaming him for the end of the Giants win streak. Officially, it's his fault. But I got to just say I had a very funny recall, and I think you'll appreciate this. To start the Friday on a comedic note, this great track Marley starts, or Marcus starts with a little Marley on Reggae Friday. Do you remember the Eddie Murphy bit in Raw?
Yeah, I do.
When he's talking about his wife flying down to Jamaica for the weekend alone. And he goes, all of a sudden, some dude comes walking up on the beach swinging his blank. And he's going, what's a woman like you doing alone on the island of love?
Just swinging it like a lasso.
Then he starts singing his song. He goes, you know what they say? Don't let them fool you. And he's like, it's a great bit.
It's comic gold. It's Eddie Murphy at his peak. It really is.
Even tried to school
I would recommend everybody go listen to that.
He's like the guy singing that to the girl.
I will never hear this song and not think of that
totally.
bit. I will never.
That's why I brought it up. Anyway, nice, Marcus.
Thank you, Waterboy, for that. And on you on your birthday eve, buddy.
Happy birthday to my man. My man.
And again, tomorrow Marcus turns 31, so we want to wish him a happy 32nd birthday.
He's almost 40.
Yeah,
I'm essentially 40 already.
If you're just wondering what's going on, it's the Chris Paul riff, because he just turned 38, and when he got traded, everybody's like, the Warriors just acquired a 39-year-old point guard. We're like, wait, what?
It's too bad my dad wasn't here, Marcus, because my dad would have looked at you when he was saying, look at you. What are you, 31 years old? You're almost 40 years old, and now you're going to have to go figure this out. Like, my dad was rounding me up for years.
Well, I remember last year on my 30th birthday, Murph looks at me and goes, yeah, Water boy. You're on the back end of 30.
Back end, buddy.
I said back end. I just got in. I just got here.
You're on the back nine, buddy.
I just turned 30.
209. David from Tracy has a birthday today.
Hey,
he's
happy
30.
birthday,
he
buddy.
wants to shout out with you.
He's 30. Look at it. He's in the demo.
Yeah, he's almost 40 essentially.
Yeah, right there you go. So so many texts pouring in. So many. It's going to be hard to rifle through all these. We could do an entire show of texts and calls, man. The reaction is just incredible. But again, I want to make sure everybody knows that the Warriors also traded Patrick, because I just found this out, Patrick Waldron Jr. for a pretty intriguing piece. Trace Jackson Davis, who was a first-team All-American, Karl Malone Award winner, all Big Ten guy, power forward. And, the one thing they were saying is because we haven't even mentioned the kid they took, Pajemski. We haven't even mentioned him because we're so obsessed with Chris Paul. But they took this kid from Santa Clara, Brandon Pajemski.
We were just talking about him yesterday.
Who I have to confess. Now, again, I'm not being, so you guys know that I'm not a total homer. I'm just a partial homer because I didn't hate of course, I was fascinated by the Chris Paul trade, but my whole thing was like, these guys I trust the brains. This tells me that Jordan Poole had to go, and they ain't doing this trade unless Steph says it's okay. And if Steph says it's okay, then I'm going to say it's okay. But the thing I'm a little curious on is this Pajemski dude. Paulie, if you watch the highlights, the athleticism is, I would say, limited.
I don't know if that's what the Warriors need.
The NBA is
some guy with limited athleticism.
I was watching him.
I have limited athleticism.
Him slice and dice a bunch of guys from like WCC non-conference games, and I was like, well, yeah, but those aren't the guys that are playing in the NBA.
That's like Seattle College. Yeah.
So I was like, yeah, he just put that guy in the popcorn machine, but that guy's a future accountant.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm a little curious. People have brought up Nico Mannion as the last. I would say that's a borderline red hair prejudice there, because if you get a white guy with ginger hair, you're going to immediately call him Nico Mannion.
Let's stop right there, because one of the other kind of pieces of this whole puzzle, at least for me, because I'm a fan and I'd like to see him come back, the other redheaded white guy they have, DiVincenzo. So what is the future of DiVincenzo? Like, is he going to be... I'd like to have him in the mix.
I believe he will opt out. So we don't know yet.
Okay.
Short answer is we don't know, because Business League doesn't open until, you say July 6th?
July 6th, Murph, yeah.
So he will then opt out. He's expected to opt out, at which point then the Warriors probably would not afford him. So I would say that in terms of gingers, you're probably going to lose him.
Well, it sounds like one ginger might be a little better than the other ginger.
I would say DiVincenzo is more athletic than the Pajemski.
But
again, who am I? Marty Blake?
I like DiVincenzo. I hope there's a way they can keep him on the roster.
I think everything just changed right now. Forget the Chris Paul trade and forget the Trace. 2415 just changed everything, Paulie.
Okay.
I hate to do this. I know.
No, it's okay. What we're streaming, show the stream.
415 said, Murph, after your show yesterday, I went to Roxy Food Center for lunch.
Oh.
Here's the picture. Paulie, there's the LaVille and Dice picture, dude. Wow. Is it better than you thought? Is it better than you thought, dude? Look, I want you to take another gander,
dude.
I'm
going to blow it up on my big screen. Hold on. What's the area code?
415-505 is the first thing.
I got it. Okay, hold on. Let me blow this up.
Check it out, 505, dude.
Oh, it's even better than
Paulie. Paulie, dude. You trying to tell me that's not the best deli duo of all time, dude?
Yeah.
Paulie, right next to the menu, too.
By the way, the look on Dice's face. He's like
and don't sleep on LaVille kneeling next to his helmet
up
with
the old school Niner uni. He looks awesome. Boy, thank you. 415, thank you. That's all I can say.
All right, back to Chris Paul. Obviously, the low-hanging fruit is we hate him. We don't like his face. He's been one of the biggest rivals. I mean, everybody, all you got to say is Clippers, right? That's all you got to say. Right? And then immediately you start getting like the, anti-Clipper vibe going. And you think about Steph shaking and baking him and putting him on his ass.
It brings me so much pleasure.
You think about the Rockets, and you think about the Rockets rivalry. And, dude, Chris Paul, remember... The Rockets might have had the Warriors in that series until he strained a hammy.
We should look at, that's right. He was actually having a good year that year. We should look into the number of times, Triple E, see if you can dig this up real quick, the number of times Chris Paul's been eliminated by the Warriors in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
That's what Triple E's here for.
It is a lot. Well, dig that one up, Triple E, because I'm curious.
And then there he was in Phoenix last year, and that was supposed to be the guaranteed.
And then, of course, he gets hurt right before the playoffs.
So
this is what he does.
We think that he, and
Murph,
a year
we got a
later,
41-year-old Chris Paul.
Why would we think a year later? So this is the one thing that sticks in my throat is,
like, how's he going to survive the year without getting hurt?
Survive the year,
right?
And especially the playoffs, because it's really, let's be honest, as we've been reminded repeatedly since 2015.
It's all about getting to May and June.
The only thing that matters is the playoffs.
That's it.
So you just kind of, is this guy going to play how many regular season games? I don't know.
What seed were the Warriors just in their last title when they beat Boston? Do you guys remember what seed they were?
2 or 3. They were 2 or 3 because remember they were going to have to play at Memphis and then Memphis got upset. Was that it?
I mean, this last year
2 or 3. They were either 2 or 3.
Okay, all right.
How do I not remember that? But anyway, and they were 6 this year, right?
Yeah. Well, the reason I even ask is because of your point, which is it's been like kind of reinforced time and time again that you can go nuts. You can win 73 games, for God's sakes, and it might not work out. So, yeah, the regular season has become it's just.
I mean, we literally have to wait 10 months to see how this Chris Paul trade works.
Yeah.
Because, you know what I mean, Marcus?
Yeah, because I think that's the one positive takeaway for me is I think when the Warriors are in the playoffs again, in those fourth quarter situations, I'm going to want Chris Paul on the court instead of Jordan Poole, but the question is Chris Paul going to be able to be healthy enough to be on the court?
Well, the odds would say no.
He literally will be 39 at that point.
He will be
39. May 9th.
Yeah,
May
he will
9th.
be 39, yeah.
Here's a text that sums it up from 707.
Go ahead.
He goes, fellas, I'm really confused. What did the Warriors do? Can you talk me down off the cliff?
No, there's a lot of us that
that email or that text will control the whole show today. You know what I mean? So what did they do? Okay, I'd say the number one thing they did was a two-pronged move on Jordan Poole. One, they got him out of the building, and 2, they cleared his salary. Or maybe I should flip those and say, number 1, they cleared his salary, and number 2, they got him out of the building. My big question is, Paulie, they signed him to that deal in September.
I know.
What happened between September and June where they were like, no?
Well, again, this is why I think it had to be like an attitude thing or a personality thing, because it just seems like there was enough kind of raised eyebrows and enough kind of curious incidents. Some of them actually made it to the screens on national TV. Again, Marcus and I talked about this, Murph, during the Sacramento series when Jordan Poole was all huffing and puffing and pouty coming off the court. Draymond tried to give him some love, slapped his hand away, and Steph Curry right there on the cameras go, that ass ain't helping. So, like, stuff like that tells me that maybe like
we checked the mouthpiece. Waterboy, you go back to him taking the shot against the Lakers.
Yeah.
Which, you know.
I was actually okay with that because he's hit some big shots in his career. But I feel
I was not. That was Steph Curry and Klay Thompson on the court. Yeah. And we saw him do that multiple times this year.
But he had an open look. I mean, that's the thing.
And I'll give Jordan Poole some credit. He played all 82 games last year. He was
deserves credit for that.
Yeah, he was on the court. He was reliable. Yep. But there was also multiple times during the regular season and in the playoffs against the Lakers where he tried to be the hero on the court, wanted to be the alpha male, wanted to be the guy taking the last shot. When you shouldn't, when you got Steph Curry playing next to you.
So, the other thing, 707, what did they do last night? So, they cleared his salary. That salary will enable them to sign Draymond Green probably to a 3-year, $75-ish million deal type of thing. So, thankfully, Draymond's not 39. He's only 33. So they cleared Jordan Poole's salary. They cleared him out of the building. They made room for Draymond. They have salary relief now coming the year after next. So here's the Chris Paul situation. He gets $30 million this year guaranteed. Next year's not guaranteed. If they don't like it, if his hamstring blows up and he's toast, they go into 2024 or wait, 23, 24. They go into 24, 25 with a big wide open. They've now cleared Paul's $30 million and Poole's $24 million. Okay, so financial relief is a huge deal. They get Poole out. Now where's the basketball fit? Well, you're adding a veteran. Here's the problem. The Warriors were already considered, quote, old, right, with Steph, Clay, and Dre. You just got considerably older now with Chris Paul. So, I mean, the Sacramento Kings are like, you guys just added that old man? That guy used to watch, they're like, that guy still watches cable TV.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Kids today know him more from his State Farm commercials because he's never on the floor.
Yeah, exactly. And I saw reports yesterday from Marcus Thompson talking about how it's already being talked about that Chris Paul will be in the starting lineup. Then who's coming out?
I heard that too.
Are you putting Looney on the bench?
I heard Marcus Thompson say he's coming off the bench.
I heard Marcus heard. I actually heard that too yesterday.
I saw Spears and Marcus.
Slater and Thompson. And again, we're just guessing.
Yeah.
Well,
he can't.
And let's go back to the Church of Fitz now. I go to the Church of Steph, and then on Saturdays I go to the Church of Fitz.
Good decision.
Fitz, there's nothing more overrated in American sports than an NBA starting lineup.
Bob Fitzgerald.
How many minutes do you play in the game, and who finishes the game? That's it. So I mean, but. We obsess on the starting line.
Well, I think it's like
egos are involved.
I was just going to say that. I think it's a status, it's the ego. Asking the guy to sit down when he's used to being like Iguodala. When Kerr said, "Hey, I'm going to need you to come off the bench now." Like, I mean, that's on some level that is a knock to your, Yeah.
7. Okay, so Waterboy or Triple E just ran this in there. Chris Paul has a 9-9 record against the Warriors.
I saw this.
Career.
I was surprised.
So 2014, he was knocked out as a Clipper. 2018, he was knocked out as a Rocket. 2019, he was rocked out of Rockets. So the answer to your question, Paulie, per Triple E's hustle, and he beat me to work again today. 3 times he's been knocked out.
I'm surprised it wasn't more. It felt like more.
Why are you holding up your hands 2? It's 3, buddy. It's 2014, 18, and 19.
Who did that?
14. Oh.
Yeah, the Clippers did win that series. No, he's right.
Look at you, buddy.
Yeah, no.
Let me do some push-ups.
Yeah.
2014, the Clippers knocked
That was
them
when
out.
it was all getting started.
So actually, it's 2-1.
Isn't that crazy?
Thank you, Triple E.
Yeah.
Look at this kid.
Oh, good hustle today.
Hey, the only good news is I beat him in shuffleboard this morning. I did by what they. Well, I could say what I beat him by, but it's a profane. I beat him by a small margin. Let's just put it that way.
I'm not going into that.
Thank you very much. Let's get the guest list going on a Friday, 6/23/23, the day before Marcus turns 31. Paulie, great 31s. I'm going to go ahead and say Larry Herndon.
I'm going to go ahead and say Dante Whitner right out of the gate.
What else we got, man?
31s. Murph, if I'm not mistaken, one of my greatest short-time Niners, I'm going to say 90, 91 season. Can I shout out a Chet Brooks while we're hanging out?
Sure.
A Chet Brooks.
Any Yankees who worth 31, Waterboy?
Off the top of my head, no, I can't think of any.
Well, anyway, happy pre-31.
Well, we gave you some 31s, and they're all respectable.
Thank you, boys.
There was
Appreciate
669 points out this, too. The Warriors got considerably smarter on the court.
It's the basketball IQ.
Yeah.
But, you got to be healthy enough to actually be on the court.
If you're not on the floor, the
implement
IQ
that
isn't going to help.
Paul.
I'm going to be honest, Triple E's, Paulie likes to say, when I hit a couple of lines, Paulie's like, Murph's hot.
Yeah.
I say Triple E's hot.
He is hot. I actually
he just said who 31 is we're sleeping on? Borderline All-Star Lamont Wade Jr.
Great call, Triple E. No, he's coming in big today.
Triple E.
Yeah.
Can he sustain this to the 7 a.m. hour? That's my question.
Well, then we're going to find out because I've actually tasked him with a very important job today, and I'm not going to get into this on the air. It's a private matter. But this is something I said, Triple E, I'm going to need you to handle something for me today. Are you up for the task?
He right now is telling you that it's under control.
Oh, well, you know what? I believe you. Based on the notes you ran in today, I believe you. Yeah.
Triple E's hot. All right, what do we got here, buddy?
All right, starting off in about 15 minutes, we're going to check in on the NBA draft, the Victor Wembanyama sweepstakes,
Bring
and
him in.
talk to the Athletics' Mike Vorkenov, who covers the NBA and covers the draft, breaking down all the picks last night.
Vorkenov, was he the name of, what's his name, Malkovich's character in Rounders?
Well, not
Vorkenov?
bad. I was going to think that he might have been one of the villains on Star Trek.
Vorkenov. Anyway, he focuses also on salary cap. He can help us out in the NBA. Sure, okay.
Perfect. We'll talk to Vorkenov in 15 minutes at 6:50 this morning. Then we'll kick off your Power Hour today, 7:35, talking to Mike Kruko about this weekend's big series against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
So, will you get out there for any of them, you think?
I'll be out there tonight.
Nice.
With Logan Webb on the bump. You know I'm in the ballpark.
The only two good things yesterday, Paulie. One, go if you're going to see a 10-game losing streak end in a 10-0 loss, go with a team of 11-year-old kids. It might be peak innocence because next year, I've been around long enough. They start to get a little hormonal in 6th grade. They're still so cute in 5th grade. Dude, the joy
Murph, what do you mean?
A baseball tossed by an Austin Slater into the crowd could cause that joy could power a small city. The kids were so excited and happy. And
you're saying the kids get they get a little hormonal going into what age?
6th, 7th.
I wouldn't say a little. I'd say a lot. They get a lot hormonal.
But anyway, if you're going to lose it, so 2 good things came out of yesterday. 1, 3. 1, the ferry ride. Forget it. Fantastic. 2, the kids were cute as heck. And 3, the Giants wore their uniforms.
Yeah, they did.
So there you go.
Yeah, that's always a plus. You're not going to. You'll get orange tonight, though. Buddy.
Yesterday will not go down in Al Wood's personal files as a great day in Al Wood history. All right.
Not really.
It was not this date in Al Wood history.
Oh no, you won't hear that one, Mikey.
He was patently awful from the first batter on. I mean, it's like, dude, what are you doing?
That's because Forever River Cat got him, Gary Sanchez.
Well, Gary Sanchez. Well, first he either drilled or walked the leadoff hitter on the 3-2 count, and then he two free 90s right away. Paulie, look.
Okay.
Hold it up hold it up. Lower down there. Here you go.
Happy birthday to you, Marcus.
Look at this kid.
That's happy birthday to you. No, that's all for you, buddy.
Hey,
that's
once
for
again, walk it in here, Triple E. Walk it in. We want to show this on the stream.
Yeah, show the streamers. That's a great idea.
Bring it into Paulie's stream.
We're going to celebrate the win here for Marcus's birthday. We decided to bring in the pink box.
That's the real deal.
This right here.
Closer, Triple E.
Yeah, coming closer.
So you can see the label.
That right there.
Give the free tilt that a little bit there.
No, we're going to go like this. We're going to go like that.
There we go.
There we go.
That's what I was looking for.
I got the reach. I got the long reach. Okay, well, happy birthday, Marcus. You dig again, buddy.
Thank you. I'll grab that Big Apple fritter and kick it off.
Now you grab a couple.
I'm going to get a couple, Paul.
All right, we're still late here on this. What else we got?
We're still late.
So we had Vorkenov, Kruko.
Then we're doing
Eastern
the big
European
hit,
names.
CP3. We rejoin with Bob Marley. Could you be loved? The question this morning, could Chris Paul be loved here in the Bay Area
Don't let him
with Dub
fool ya.
Nation? We'll talk CP3 at 8 a.m. today. 808 KNBR is the number. We'll hit a cooler of content at 8:20. Talk some Giants baseball with Susan Slusser at 8:35. Then check in with all things Warriors with Tim Kawakami, 8:50 this morning. But then the guest list continues because at 9:30 today, we'll be talking some baseball, some music, hell, maybe some cheesesteaks.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Unbelievable. The Flan Man, Tim Flannery, joining us at 9:30. And then we'll top it off with the Stanford man, Tristan Beck, a guy that's been pitching phenomenal in the bullpen for the Giants at 9:45 to wrap up your Friday show.
Woo! Let's get going and eat those donuts. Happy birthday, Marcus, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I don't get it at all, to be honest with you. Look, I understand moving on from Jordan Poole. That's not surprising to anybody, but I think what they acquired and what they need are two different things. And I think for Chris Paul at this stage of his career, stylistically, I just don't understand how he's going to fit in with the way that they play. This isn't even a team that typically has the ball in a point guard's hands to generate offense in terms of facilitation. Those guys look for scoring opportunities. So I don't understand. Chris Paul doesn't move without the basketball very well. He doesn't really play a fast pace. And that's what Golden State wants to do. That's when they're at their best. I don't really know why you would go out and acquire a player like this. I know he's a veteran player. He's a guy I think you would trust certainly a lot more in the postseason, assuming he's healthy, which he's had a hard time doing. But this is a team that last year, to me, looked slow and they looked small. And I don't think they addressed either one of those things with this particular trade.
Well, I tell you what, Tim Legler, Legs is so smart. That's a pretty damn good if you're going to look at the negative side of this trade, that's a pretty damn good analysis. Stylistic play. I mean, Chris Paul's a walking up the court guy. He's a traditional point guard. The Warriors are a whip it around ball movement team.
Again, another head scratcher. So
that is interesting. Again, I say I trust the smart guys in the building. Maybe they're not that smart.
Is this a situation, or is another element of this perhaps like when Steph needs a rest on the bench?
Well,
maybe
there's
Chris
that.
Paul, yeah.
And as he said at the end, at the end of that answer there, is that in the playoffs, I get it. You're going to want him. And he said, then he brought up, will he be healthy for the playoffs? But it's true. Like in the playoffs, listen, this is not going to fit stylistically in the regular season, but in the playoffs it might. But that said, it is a stylistic mismatch. He is a traditional point guard. The Warriors have not played with a traditional point guard. Man, oh man, fascinating times. Two things I got to tell you though before we get going. One is that we pump faked you yesterday, and that is that Bob Kendrick from the Negro League Museum is going to join Papa and Lund today at 11:15, and that's to talk about the big game in Birmingham next June. Listen, we'll get Bob plenty of times between now and June. That's my guy. That's my guy, Bob. Also, too, we're proudly sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care closer than you think. So here, I mean, everybody says head scratcher, right? Head scratcher, is that the word?
Head scratcher.
How about more like forehead bonk, where you take, what is it when you take the butt of your thumb and bonk your forehead?
Well, that's what they used to say. Well, I could have had a V8, and you smash your own head.
It's the V8 of trades.
Yeah, you hit yourself right in the head.
But again, I want to I go to the Church of Steph, and I'm convinced that they don't do this unless Steph says it's okay. And apparently, Chris Paul told the Charlotte News Observer he and Steph have already talked on the phone.
All right, well, there you go.
They're excited. There's a weird North Carolina history. Do you know about this? I mean, so they both grew up near each other, and Paul was a couple years older, so Steph was always kind of looking up to him. And Slater gets into this in his piece on The Athletic about, so there was it wasn't like a rivalry, but it was kind of a rivalry because then Steph came and kind of was better than him, and then Chris Paul was always the god of North Carolina hoops in the 2000s, and then Steph came along, and then they were rivals in the NBA. And then the way Slater and Thompson portray it is that as they've gotten older, there's been a sort of a mellowing and a coming together. And
there's always some respect, I think, over the time that'll kind of surface between great players like that. I mean, they're both Hall of Famers. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of respect.
So that you don't need to worry about the terms of we don't like your face.
No, he'll fit in. Chemistry-wise, he'll fit in with those guys.
So
they all know each other. Yeah, they're all boys already.
But again, stylistically, if he's a walk-it-up point guard who's not a ball movement guy. Now, people say he can be on the ball, Steph can be off the ball, coming off of screens, doing his thing. Obviously now Steve Kerr and Kenny Atkinson and that crew.
It's a big thing to me is the age, and it's not just he's injury-prone. He's injury expected.
Yeah.
It's coming. It's coming.
I know, right? It'd be the idea of him not getting hurt next year.
It's unthinkable.
Yeah.
No, it's unthinkable.
That's my biggest problem. That's my biggest problem. The other part is we need to spend some time talking about Jordan Poole too, dude. I mean, think about what the Warriors just did, though. Marcus Pauly. In the last couple of years, they drafted James Wiseman, shipped him out.
I know.
They drafted Jordan Poole, shipped him out. I'll even throw in a Pat Baldwin and Ryan Rollins. They drafted those two guys and shipped them out. What does this say about their draft selections, right? So I keep saying, there's smart
more
down
too.
there.
There's more. There's other guys that were drafted with high hopes and didn't work out. I go to Eric Paschal out of Villanova. Also the kid, who was the kid who bought the candles and charged him to Mikey Brown. He was highly touted as well, and he come on, help me
Jordan
out.
Bell?
Was it Jordan Bell?
Was he the one who got the candles?
So, bought the candles, yeah. They had to get rid of him, too.
Jordan Bell, great call. By the way, 530 just coming in, blowing the whistle. It's over. It lasted for Triple E till 6:46.
Oh, what happened?
Kendrick was on yesterday.
Okay, well, listen,
So
he had a good 45 minutes.
I mean,
it was nice when it lasted, boys.
It did. No, we got some Chris Paul stats.
For Triple E having a good show and Chris Paul's hamstring?
Well, about a 10. About a 10. Because it's coming.
That it's there for a little while, and then so what? You got me? It's a 10. Triple E having a good show, Waterboy, and Chris Paul's hamstring.
That's a fantastic call. It's going to give at some point.
I feel like on a Reggae Friday, we should let the better vibes surface, because I did ask him. I said, listen, here's what you're going to do. Here's some money. Go get this kid some donuts. He did make that happen.
Because you know what the next promo is at 7:35? He's promoting Larry Bear. I literally heard Larry Bear yesterday with Coach.
Well, now we got problems. See how it blew up now. It just all blew up.
Burn the scripts, Murph. Burn the scripts.
Oh, my God. Anyway, by the way, who's going to be the first person to show up at Chase with a Washington Wizards Poole jersey?
Zero. Right. Not one. Will there be a Chris Paul wearing Warrior jersey on there? I mean, is somebody going to have the balls to throw on a...
You're going to have to. He's you now. He's one of us.
Here's a crazy question. Not even kidding. I actually mean
us. One of us.
Nice. Gabba gabba. Hey, shout out Ramones. Marcus, can I expect I can't believe I'm even saying this. Opening night at Chase. Are we talking smattering of booze? Are we talking smattering?
Maybe.
I think you might get a
smattering. The crowd that booed Lacob would boo Paul.
I think you might get a smattering.
If you're a true warrior, you hate
the guys
Paul.
upstairs ain't having it.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Paul, to your question about jersey. I did see one random Twitter account yesterday take a Jordan Poole jersey and tape over the OOLE.
That's already a big thing.
So they got a Paul jersey.
Yeah.
My big question
number
is
3.
Yeah, number 3.
Right, exactly.
Paulie Mack, my big question is, next season, are we going to get some Paulie Mack tribute songs to Chris Paul of all people?
Oh, my God. I mean, that's like a real crisis of faith for me. I don't know.
Hey,
I don't know.
Then 6-2, we got to get to
don't know.
Our guy Vorkenov is going to come in from The Athletic and talk about the draft and the finances. 623, though, with a text I have to acknowledge in the first hour. He says, Murph, how about a comment on your boy Riles and Spo coming and plucking Jaime Jaquez Jr. And you know what?
Oh, he's
you know what?
Oh, he's going to work great. That's his home.
I had like tears in my eyes.
No, that's his home.
I had like tears in my eyes.
It's
I was
the
like,
best possible
I'm
place.
so proud of you, man. I was like, I wanted him as a warrior, but I was like, you know what, son? You got to go fly. You got to spread your wings and fly.
I'm telling you.
And I want you to go forth and prosper, young man.
Spolster's going to go into the gym like on a Sunday morning because he forgot something in his office. He'll open the door, and Hawkins is going to be running sprints in the empty gym.
How about Pat Riley saying, you know what?
The highest compliment.
Pat Riley sitting there stroking his chin in his chair and just says, bring me Hawkins.
No, there's no higher compliment, man. And that's a total Miami Heat guy.
Oh, man. All right. Hey, by the way, Tripoli has now corrected his errors.
No, he's in
business.
business.
Jock Peterson will join Papa and Lund today at 1. Jock Peterson. So there you go.
By the way, and last thing before we go to 925 with a funny text already, the fans won't be able to boo Chris Paul on opening night if he's already hurt.
Oh, man.
See what I mean?
Here they come.
Inactive tonight,
Well,
Chris
do you
Paul.
have a song that talks about hamstrings? I mean, I don't know.
Hamstrung blues, yes.
All right, there you go. Mike Vorkenov of The Athletic's going to break down the draft and the finances of this coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
It's a pool party!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
With the first pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the San Antonio Spurs select Victor Wembanyama. With the fourth pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Houston Rockets select Amen Thompson. From Oakland, California, with the fifth pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, Pistons select Asar Thompson. From Oakland, California, an overtime elite. With the 19th pick in the 2023 NBA Draft, the Golden State Warriors select Brandon Podziemski from Santa Clara University.
Well, there it is, man. Some of the key highlights there. Obviously, Wemby going to the Spurs. There you go. And then the Thompson kids out of San Leandro, Oakland, going to Atlanta and Detroit. And then Brandon Podziemski, all set against the backdrop of Chris Paul coming to the Warriors, and Jordan Poole and Patrick Baldwin Jr. and Ryan Rollins going to Washington. So many things to talk about. So let's talk about with the guy who covers this league for a living. Mike Vorkenov, the NBA national writer for The Athletic, joins us on the UMA guest line. Hey, Mike, we've never had you on the Murph and Mac show out here in San Francisco. It's a pleasure. Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey. Happy post-draft Friday. How you doing, man?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, guys. Just a little tired, a little achy, nothing too bad.
Pop a couple Advil and write another story, right? That's what you'll do, man. By the way, am I looking from your Twitter bio? Are you a Jersey guy, New Jersey guy?
I am, yeah.
So
let's break it down.
Okay, so Paulie Mack here.
Yeah,
Jersey.
I'm a former Jersey guy, too. Let's talk location. Where were you in the state? Yeah.
I'm in Jersey City, and I have a universal rule. I used to work at the New York Star Ledger, which is the Jersey paper.
Oh, it's a good paper, man. Yeah.
Yes. Inevitably, all things lead back to Jersey. That's the one rule I've learned.
You're not kidding. No, you're not kidding. And I'm not the only Jersey boy who wind up in San Francisco. Here in the office at KNBR, we got a few other Jersey guys. And I got to tell you that I was a North Jersey guy, so I was like closer to New York City. But Jersey City's had a massive facelift. I was back there in the 80s and 90s. Jersey City was not exactly a desirable place, but I understand it's gotten kind of made over, right?
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's not much different than living in Brooklyn or Williamsburg anymore. I think since Sandy, everyone says it got a glow up, and now it's a great place.
Final question, and the most important question for last. Sorry, Murph. Yeah. Where are you getting your pizza? Let's get into it.
Listen, first of all, Jersey has the best pizza in the country.
I'm not, listen.
I say that.
Yeah.
Strong take.
You got a lot of. No, I'm right there with you.
Better
I've had
than the
it.
city?
Well, it's the same thing, though. You got guys in the city that move to Jersey and vice versa. It's all the same kind of thing. So, Mike, break that down. Where do I need to go in Jersey City for a good slice?
I mean, listen, Raza in Jersey City. The New York Times called it the best place, the best pizza in New York is in Jersey City.
Nice, yeah. All right,
bread
done.
and salt. You got to do it. Bread and salt and Raza. Just go there.
Okay. Next time I'm in Jersey, I will. I will
He'll
hit
be there
Raza.
shortly. He'll be there shortly.
Done.
Do a little business here. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. As a guy who gets your job is to cover the league, I would love, before we talk about the draft, to get your opinion of Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. I know there are other things involved, including draft picks and all that, but your read on that, on what the Warriors are doing, what the heck do you think they're doing?
Well, I think it makes him better for next year. I think Chris Paul, despite his age, despite all the warts, is still a pretty good player, right? You look at some of the advanced numbers. You just look at the straight counting stats. And I think he gives him, another veteran, another, a guy who can fit in this win-now mode that they're with the Steph Curry generation that they're still in, right? And so he gets that. Obviously, there's all the Draymond, Jordan Poole stuff that hovered over the Warriors for the entirety of this past season. And so they get to take a break from that and trade away Jordan Poole, and it makes it much easier for them going forward financially. Chris Paul makes $30 million this year, but then his contract is non-guaranteed for the 2024-25 season. So if they want, they can get that off the books, and they get some more flexibility under this new prohibitive second apron that's coming in with the new CBA, and they get some more flexibility financially if they want to re-sign Draymond and re-sign Klay Thompson, and that's a $30 million contract that they can take off the books next summer that they otherwise couldn't if Jordan Poole's still on the roster.
Right. So some of it does make sense. There's the emotional part of it, Mike, where Chris Paul was the villain with the Clippers in 2014, the villain with the Rockets in the 2018s and 19s. So, but they're big boys and they get over that. It sounds like Steph and Chris Paul may have mellowed through the years, perhaps. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, and I don't think they would have made this trade either if there's any kind of real animosity, right, between Chris Paul and any of the leaders on the Warriors, and especially Steph Curry. I think things get heated in the NBA sometimes, and I'm sure Chris Paul gets under a lot of people's skin. So I don't think Steph is unique in that way, or the Warriors are unique in that way. But I'm sure it's a lot easier to be teammates with them than it is to play against them once they finally get on the court, in October or whatever it is.
Right. Yeah, and to you the only question is his injury history, right? It's funny, we were joking earlier in the show, it's June 2023 right now. The only way we'll know this trade is in May of 2024.
And will he be going in the playoffs? Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's a big question, obviously. He's had injuries really bog him down throughout the playoffs in a lot of the past few seasons. And so, the Warriors like their training staff with Rick Celebrini. Obviously, they did a great job with Klay Thompson coming off two, traumatic leg injuries, right? They've gotten Steph through some stuff throughout the season, Draymond, all these veterans that they're used to dealing with. And I think that's important for the Warriors, that they have veterans that they've had, taken care of physically over the last few years. And so I'm sure they have a plan in place, or will have a plan in place for Chris Paul too, to get him through the full season and the postseason next year.
Talking to Mike Vorkenov, who covers the NBA for The Athletic, former Knicks beat writer after the big draft day. Would it fair to say no surprises in the top 10, or were you surprised?
No, it was pretty quiet. I thought maybe there might be some more trades. Obviously, there weren't any aside from 7 and 8 switching places. Probably Bilal Coulibaly coming into the top 10 so aggressively with the Wizards, even trading up a spot again, was probably the biggest surprise. Maybe Jet Howard going at 11 to Orlando could be classified as one, but he's been seen as kind of a fringe lottery guy as well. But no, it was pretty status quo, I think, for the most part.
And does your analysis go as deep as Brandon Pajemski, Santa Clara? Shooter, not athletic. And you got to play D in the NBA. It didn't look like he, from what I can see, doesn't play a ton of defense. Do you have any thoughts on Pajemski, or is he too deep for you?
I mean, I know a little bit. It seems like he's the type of guy with an offensive game that can fit around as a guy who plays off the ball for the Warriors, and it may be someone who's a little bit older. I think he's 20 already, than an 18, 19-year-old that you're throwing in. And he made an impression at the draft combine in May. And so, 19th overall pick, usually, historically, if you can get a rotation guy at that spot, that's a pretty great outcome. So you kind of have to temper your expectations appropriately.
And the Warriors late last night, some of our listeners may just be finding this out because it happened late last night. They got the Washington Wizards second-round pick and took Trace Jackson Davis, who was a highly decorated college player, first-team All-American, Karl Malone Award, but he fell to 57. I'm wondering, is that it could be a leap here, Mike, and we're talking to Mike Vorkenov of The Athletic. We're getting sort of Draymond Green vibes of a Big Ten power forward who got overlooked and fell in the draft. You feeling that?
Yeah, I actually like Trace Jackson Davis. The little draft prep that I had done, I'm not an expert like Sam Vecini or John Hollinger is for us, but I liked him. I watched him go to Mountain in the Big Ten. He's actually more athletic than you would think. He's a pretty good finisher around the rim. He's a good passer. He's a good rebounder. He's not a scorer at all. He's, hesitant or unwilling to shoot at times outside of 5 to 10 feet away from the rim. But the Warriors probably won't be asking him to do that. So if he can make the roster as a backup big for Draymond Green, I think that'll be pretty good for them and be a good prospect to develop down the road too.
Cool stuff. Mike, in closing here, just kind of there are certain teams that are always at the top of the draft that just seem to spin their wheels to nowhere. Charlotte, Atlanta, Detroit, Houston now, San Antonio. Are any of these teams ready to make a move after these picks, do you think? I mean, Sacramento was that team for a long, long time. And now they finally arrived. Is there something that happened in the draft night that makes you think that this team, I guess maybe I'll put it on I'll ask a leading question and say, is it Charlotte getting Brandon Miller and the Bailey kid from UCLA, and they got another kid too. So I don't know. Is there one of those teams you feel is ready to pop?
Yeah, they got Nick Smith too, who had been a top 3, maybe the best player in this high school class coming into college last year. I like Detroit and I like Houston a little bit. We'll see what they do in free agency. They have cap space, so if they need to add veteran guys, they have talent already on the roster because they've been drafting so high in each of the past few drafts. If I have to pick one, I think it'd be Orlando. They had the 6 and 11 picks last night. They took Anthony Black at 6, and they took Jet Howard at 11. And that would be my pick. I think they've got a nice core already with Franz Wagner and with Paolo Banchero and Wendell Carter there. And I wouldn't, they look pretty good in the second half of last season. So those guys keep getting older and developing, and maybe they add some wing help or a guard in free agency. I wouldn't be surprised if they make it in the playoffs as an 8 seed or something next year.
Get ready for the era of the Orlando Magic. Here we go. All right. Hey, nice stuff, Mike. We'll continue to read you in The Athletic. Thanks for the pizza recommendation.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
And we'll catch up down the road.
Yeah, thanks, guys, for having me. Let me know if you come out to Jersey City.
There it is.
Done. I will.
Jersey City, Paulie.
Yeah,
There's an appeal
Raza
there.
Pizza, bro. I just like the name already. Raza.
Well, there's an appeal there of
Jersey City. See, that's how things change, man. It's funny because when I was living back there, it was a really dangerous area. Like, you didn't just go into Jersey City and hang out and get a beer. But in the time I've been out in California, it's gotten totally facelifted and remade. And it is, as he said, it's not like Brooklyn. Probably costs an arm and a leg to live there now, which is crazy.
All right, so there you go. There's a national take on everything. By the way, the Thompson twins going 4 and 5. Congratulations to them, Atlanta, Detroit. We'll see how those guys go.
Yeah.
Were you tripped out by the identical twin thing?
A little bit. And how are they going to do without each other? You know how that gets. That can get sketchy.
It's very. Do I need to tell my Manuel brothers story about Sean and Sam Manuel?
Yes.
The great Dwight Clark. So the Niners drafted identical twins.
I remember that whole thing.
One of them was better than the other.
Well, that's always a situation.
Except for Amen and Asar. They were like boom, boom. They were like neck and neck, right? Although I was thinking when Amen got drafted 4, poor Asar. You know what I mean? This poor guy. Now he gets taken 5th, but still, it's like, how come my older brother went 4, I went 5?
I hate to even, I'm debating inside internally whether okay, here it comes. This is a true story. So in high school, again in Jersey, I'm sorry giving you so much Jersey in this segment, but this is true. We had twins. Oh boy.
Yeah,
well, we had 2 twins, Beth and Holly, and they were not, they weren't on the same
equal footing.
No, it was tough. It was a tough situation.
Yeah.
Because one was
So
just.
we saying poor.
One could have been up for the role in Bo Derek's 10 role. We'll just put it that way.
The other one not.
Not really. And I always felt like, you know what, I'm going to hang with her because I just felt bad. I did.
You went and.
I actually did like kind of befriend her. Yeah. No, because it was tough. I'm telling you, this was a tough situation. You got to just trust me on that. So, no, Murph, not all twins look alike. Yes.
All right. Hey, the Warriors Joe Lacob famously said the Warriors were light years ahead.
Light years, Murph.
I want everybody on the other side. 808 KNBR is the phone number. You can call in or text us at 415-808-5627. Are the Warriors light years ahead with this move? Chris Paul is a Warrior.
What the hell?
KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Welcome back to the Warriors Invitational, baby.
Roner Parks, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Roner Parks, sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. to the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, we love having those guys here. Jordan, especially with his contract extension, plan to have him here for 4 more years at least.
That's a lie. Well, I mean, it's a Reggae Friday. It's Marcus's birthday tomorrow, so we have Bob's Donuts here.
See, these are my kind of reggae grooves, Murph. I like this thick stuff right here. A little Peter Tosh. You're an African. That's the name of the track. African. Great track.
It sounds fantastic. I ain't gonna lie.
You are an African.
It sounds unbelievable. It sounds better than Mike Dunleavy saying Jordan Poole's going to be here for the next 4 years.
That's a lie. That came up several times. So Greg Papa, just to reset the stage, because Murph had already left. He was at the game. And I was hanging around doing the podcast. I come down the hall. All of a sudden, Papa comes walking out, by the way, in a brilliant orange hoodie.
Yeah. With a brilliant orange hoodie. Alligator.
And color coordinated. Did you catch the black and orange Air Jordans he was wearing?
I did, yeah.
This guy, I mean, he's coming in like dressed to the nines. Anyway, he comes out looking at his phone. The Warriors have just acquired Chris Paul, Polymac. And I said, what are you talking about? Like, I thought he was just messing with me. And I go, no, they didn't. What are you talking about? He goes, no, I've got it right here. It's a report from Woj. And he showed it to me on the phone. I go, what? And then we had to walk into this big meeting, so my head was spinning. How did you get the news? Like, how did it even come across you?
Again, I want to get to this. Dunleavy sound in a hurry. But so, it's a great day with the kids, by the way. Shout out. If you're going to go end a 10-game losing streak, do it with a team of 11-year-old little leaguers.
They're having a ball.
Oh, my gosh.
They don't care.
First of all, they all had like a couple of bucks from mom and dad to go get a hot dog. So they were all excited to do that. They were excited. Dude, the first thing we do when you go... By the way, let me just say that the bleachers are where it's at. Forget it. And I have made my call, and I will make this call, and I said it again at the Murphy family dinner table last night. If and when the Giants return to the playoffs this year, Paulie, Giants can make the playoffs.
Love where your head's at.
And I buy my strip of seats from Russ Stanley.
Get that strip.
I'm going bleachers.
Really?
Yes. I'm going bleachers.
Well, you're going to get like some excitement out there.
First of all, I'll save thousands of dollars. Right? Number
you start
one.
with, you got college coming up. Yeah.
Number two, it's like the financial flexibility of the Jordan Poole move. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's like, well, they wanted to move Poole, but really they're saving $100 million, right? But anyway.
That's good.
And then second of all, like the kids run in and immediately water. But I don't know if you've been to the bleachers lately. That little garden area has a window wall into the bullpen. These kids run
right.
Probably, they got their nose on the window watching Al Wood warm up.
Now that's
by the way, they came back and said sketchy bullpen from Al Wood out there. Dude, the guy was out there. Al Wood was terrible.
Didn't go well yesterday.
Patently awful.
Yeah, not for Big
Al.
Al.
Anyway, so they're up against the glass like kids. So watching that, then up around you go. Shout out my kid Levi. Levi won a rock paper scissors with one of the bullpen coaches. And the bullpen coach says, you got to play rock, paper, scissors with me. And they did. And, of course, I guess the guy might have thrown it. Let Levi win. Threw him a ball.
He thrown it.
You know what I mean? Then every half inning, they're running down like seagulls for the ball, you know, and the guessing of where Slater's going to throw it or Soto's going to throw it, you know. So, anyway, we had an absolute ball.
Good.
But we're coming off the ferry. I'm coming down the ramp, down the gangway, Paulie, down the gangway. And my phone buzzes a lot. So I'm like, something's up. You know what I mean? So I look at it, and it's the sometimes unreliable 15-year-old Deck Murphy. Chris Paul is a warrior. Repeat, Chris Paul is a warrior. I'm like, nah, you've pump faked me before, kid. He's like, don't doubt me. You know, he sends me the screenshots of Shams and Woj. And
don't doubt me.
So,
don't
I don't
doubt
think
me.
He said that.
That's all. I like that,
anyway,
though. Yeah, I like it.
That was the undercurrent of it.
Yeah.
So that's where I found out.
Yeah.
And my head was spinning because I was trying to hurt 11. I didn't want to lose a kid. I was trusted with all these kids.
And now you got Chris Paul in your head as a warrior.
My first thought was like, what the hell's going on? Was my first thought. How's Chris Paul a warrior?
I mean, Chris Paul, not going to imagine Chris Paul in that black jersey with the golden rose.
Well, and then, actually, literally my first thought was, when he said Jordan Poole's gone, my first thought was not Poole. My first thought was, I mean, my first thought was not Paul. It was, wow, what did they think of Jordan Poole?
They wanted him out.
Wow.
Yeah, they clearly wanted him out.
We had the pool party, right? I mean, this guy 9 months ago was the hero. Right?
They decorated, they honored him with a massive contract, Marcus.
And that's why the biggest question to me was, I thought Jordan Poole would have more value. Not the fact that you had to ship off your 24-year-old Jordan Poole for a 38 going on 39-year-old Chris Paul, and then you had to throw in a first and a second-round draft pick on top of it just to get Jordan Poole off your roster.
Exactly what Tom Tolbert was saying yesterday when I flipped that show on. Tom was like, I can't believe that's all they're getting for Poole. Like, he's I really thought he had a lot more value in the league.
And you pointed out where they had to send a bunch of picks, too. It's
please, here, take a... Yeah. I'll give you the keys to my car, too. It's only got 100 miles.
I pride myself on keeping up with stuff. I only found out about 10 minutes before our show that Pat Baldwin Jr. was in the trade.
Not only going to give you
happened late last night.
Baldwin, couple draft picks.
Ryan Rollins.
Hell, I'll send you to Maui for a weekend if what it's going to take. I mean, like, they're through everything in this deal.
So let's be honest. Financial flexibility. Honest to goodness, if you asked Joe Lacob in Truth Serum which was more important, the financial flexibility or Chris Paul, he might say it's even. I mean, the financial flexibility was huge. That's
huge.
So the question is, why did you sign him to that deal if it was going to hamstring you like that?
And they signed him to the
intended.
Yeah, right. And they signed him to the deal after the Draymond Green punching incident. It's not like he got paid and then this happened. Like they knew what was going on in the locker room and still decided to pay Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
So, I mean, so many things happened that the fact that they drafted a kid out of Santa Clara, Brandon Pajemski, got lost in the shuffle. We do have some Dunleavy sound, though. I'll tell you what, and this is just me talking, I like the second rounder more than I like the first rounder. Trace Jackson Davis, Indiana.
That sounds good. Yeah, that sounds really good. A 4-year kid out of Indiana.
You know, Pat Riley does. He takes 4-year guys.
He's smart. Yeah, these are well-rounded players.
Were you watching when Jaquez got drafted?
I didn't see it, no.
Let me just show you him walking.
Yeah.
Him walking up, I felt like my son was graduating.
I've never seen him with his hair not totally messed up and crazy.
I was just like, oh, look at this guy walking up.
By the way, for Jaime Jaquez, who I'm also a big fan of, this kid
I just want you to study
could
this
not have found a better home.
Look at him walking up, buttoning the coat, dude. Look at this kid, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
what a hair flip. Did you see the hair flip?
Yeah, I did see the hair flip. Dude.
Bro, he did a fantastic hair flip before he threw his lid on.
I'm so proud of this kid.
He's got a nice head of hair.
They're going to love him.
Dude, Pat Riley's going to love him. He's going to love him.
Pajemski.
That's going to be like his new Rambus. That's his new Kurt Rambus there.
Yeah. So be a good call.
Yeah.
Pajemski, I like the idea. He can shoot the three. Right, he's 43.8% from three. Now, granted,
why are you cool on him though? You're a little cool because of the competition level.
Go watch the highlights.
It's WCC ball.
I don't know what they were high on this guy though. I mean, Dunleavy and them know. Here, let me read what Slater wrote. He said something about apparently everything changed in his draft workouts. Everybody said he looks like he's a dog and he has a ferocious competitive streak.
When he showed up for his workouts, was he 7'2" like Kuminga? Did he also grow 6 inches in a month? I'm just asking.
Dude, they went ahead and said that they had him 8 or 9 spots higher, like 10 or 11 on the board, which seems a little aggressive to me for Pajemski.
That is surprising. Yeah,
But anyway, they liked him. They said that his workouts in May were like something. They saw something there. It's a catch and shoot guy. You need a shooter. Have they had a great... I mean, Jordan Poole theoretically was supposed to be a shooter. Yeah. But this guy, Trace Jackson Davis, has Draymond Green, Kevon Looney vibes. You need that hard-working guy underneath.
I love guys like that.
Like a Larry Smith, my guy Larry Smith.
And I think Hoosiers... I'm sorry, but I was going to say the Hoosiers have historically played a very... kind of disciplined brand of ball, too. So I would... This
guy highly decorated. First-team All-American, Karl Malone Award winner.
Yeah, and I would assume he's got a very high IQ out there.
Hollinger had him rated 20 spots higher than where he got taken, for what it's worth.
And I think that's the thing we all talked about going into this draft was whether or not the Warriors were going to go with a more experienced college player or take another risk on a teenager. We saw the moves that they decided to go with. But I think one thing, too, about Pajemski was... he led the WCC in rebounding last year as a 6'5" guard. So this is a guy that's going to put his nose in the paint and get after the boards.
Did you hear his ESPN draft interview? He said, I'm the best rebounder in the draft. I was like, whoa.
Wow.
Hey now.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. You're better than Wembayana? Okay. I mean, dude, and then he said, I see myself as a triple-double guy in the NBA. I was like, all right,
wow.
All right. That's no Nico Mannion. So anyway, but he talked a big game. They said he's got a little... So he grew up in Wisconsin. He was Mr. Basketball in Wisconsin. He went to some military academy, and then he went to Illinois for a year, but rode the pine. Said, I'm out. Went in the transfer portal. Herb Sendek down in Santa Clara called him 1 second he was in the portal, and he said he looked at the Brandon Williams story, who went to OKC this year in the first round and played well.
Yeah.
And said, okay, maybe these guys have something going. So the only thing is defensively, I don't see him stopping, what's his face? Up at Sacramento, De'Aaron Fox. I don't see him D'ing up
I don't know if anybody can stop De'Aaron Fox. He's a tough guard. But I got to say also, well, go ahead, Murph, go.
Well, thank you. Who is Brandon Williams? Somebody. There's somebody named Brandon Williams. Somebody. Anyway, Jalen Williams, thank you. Kid from Santa Clara. Thank you very much for correcting that. Dunleavy Jr. What a day. Guy comes in, ships Jordan Poole for Chris Paul.
I mean, damn.
Waterboy says that Yahoo is reporting that the Warriors had been talking to the Celtics about Marcus Smart for Jordan Poole. That one did not go through.
That's interesting.
Here you go. Pajemski per Dunleavy.
Having been around the league a long time and taken from personal experience, I would never draft anybody expecting them to play right away. I just think coming in as a rookie in the NBA, there's too many challenges. There's too much going on. If you can find a way to play, great. It's gravy on top. But I really don't. I don't care if you're 19, 21, 25. There's an amazing adjustment that has to take place. Everybody does it at their own speed. So we're going to bring these guys along. We're going to develop them. If they can play right away, great. But as far as we're concerned, no expectation in year one. It's unrealistic. And if they do end up playing well, then it's a bonus.
Was that cut C, Waterboy? Cut C?
No, that was cut G, Murph.
Aha.
Excuse me.
Aha. He gave me C, D, E, F, G.
Oh, he gave me GFE. He gave us two different letters.
GFE, CG.
So much for that hot streak this morning.
Right now. Look at the box. So you see C, D, E, F, G?
C, D, E, F, G is what I see.
Yeah, I didn't get any of those.
Yeah, no, you don't get that. You got a different set of letters.
The kid is up and down, man.
We had a good 45 minutes.
He brought me some coffee, though.
Yeah, and he got the donuts in here.
All right, now Charlie, cut Charlie. What do you want to go? Cut Charlie here? This is Dunleavy on Pajemski. Yeah, here we go. No, okay.
Don't do it.
Back to Chris Paul, Paulie.
Well, this is what I wanted to bring up again, because you mentioned this in the first hour. It's probably maybe the most important aspect of this whole thing, because I can see this being true. Murph was saying something about, look, the Chris Paul thing doesn't make sense to a lot of us. Warrior fans, the whole fan base generally dislikes this guy pretty intensely. I'm one of those guys. I'm not a fan. But Murph was like, if you really think about it, Steph Curry had to have approved this on some level. Like, they had to have talked to Steph. So you trust Steph, which we all do. Maybe that's the way to look at this. Look at it through the Steph Curry lens and say, hey, this is something Steph said would be good for us. Because that's the only way to kind of calm the waters.
Well, that is what I did. And
people are just like...
650 checks in and says, what does Jordan Poole do that is great? He said, you bring in CP to be the adult on the floor for the bench unit that was sloppy at best last season. That's a good text.
What he did great last year.
The bench unit was sloppy.
Yeah, no, I think
Chris Paul is not sloppy.
No, he can take care of the ball and stuff. Yeah, he's a smart player.
Bring back the mid-range jumper, by the way.
Yeah,
that's for me. I like it too. I like it too.
Murph, that's if he's on the floor. By the way, what did Jordan Poole do well last year? Two things. He excelled at dribbling the ball off his knee and foot.
You know what I was thinking about on the way in?
On multiple occasions, right off the knee. I'm like, bro.
Have we heard the last Poole it now? You've got to Poole. Watch
I don't even want to play it. I'm afraid people come after me if I play it.
Poole it.
We had some fun. I tried to give this kid his love.
Dunleavy Jr., Pajemski. Happy to get him.
All right. We had a busy and exciting day, but as far as this evening goes, really pleased with the way things turned out. To get Brandon Pajemski at the 19th pick, a guy we've targeted for quite some time, and he was much higher than that on our board. And so anytime I think you come away with a player that's 8-9 spots, ahead of on your board, ahead of where you picked, you feel great about it. And so picked up a player that we think fits the way we play. We like his skill set, his ability to shoot, his ability to pass, play make, tremendous rebounder, and maybe more than anything, a competitor. I mean, this guy's he takes it to another level as a competitor. So we're really pleased to add that to our culture.
I would just give a quick little tip to Dunleavy. He pronounced his name wrong. It's Pajemski. He called him Pajemski.
Well, it's a learning process. There's a learning curve.
Somebody's like, who do we draft again? I forgot. I saw one of the NBA analyst guys I follow on Twitter said this feels like a Kirk Lacob pick. I was like, ooh.
Oh, boy.
Ooh, now we're getting dirty. Now we're getting down. We're going below the belt here. We're going below the belt. 408, I love it. A Lyft driver is texting in saying he gave a Santa Clara coach a ride to the airport, and the coach told him this kid is better than Jalen Williams.
All right.
That's from a Lyft driver in Santa Clara.
Well, you know what? Shout out to all you Lyft drivers.
And he says, sorry, I'm texting at a light right now. Drive safely, 408.
Yeah.
Drive safely, please.
Yeah, be careful.
Voice text only. All right, voice text only. This is the one I'm interested in, Trace Jackson Davis. our old buddy Damon Bruce. We still follow each other on Twitter. We're friendly, and he is Mr. Hoosier.
He is. That's right.
He said his tweet said, "Come home, my son." He's super hyped on. Trace
good.
Jackson
He's probably a guy watching for 4 years. Yeah.
Here's Dunleavy Jr. on Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. Yeah, he'll be on the regular, call 15-man roster. Not sure that we'll carry 15, but he'll be on the main roster, and we're not overly loaded in the front court. With Looney, hopefully we can get Draymond back, but he's a guy that will provide insurance and hopefully be able to grow within our program.
Okay, Trace Jackson Davis. Let's cut to what do you think, Waterboy? We go down to cut G. No, we already played that one. Okay, you have the one on the roster, that one that Triple E found about the roster makeup that he slightly alludes to the Jordan Poole trade here because he can't. By the way, just want to make sure everybody knows. He literally cannot, by NBA rules, say anything until we have to wait until July 6th.
Little gag order.
So he can't say anything about the trade, but here's maybe a hint here.
I just like the overall makeup of our roster in terms of quality of players, depth, and kind of fit for how we like to play. And like I said before, I also like where we're going to be at with the roster spots. Heading into free agency, having some flexibility. I think at times we get kind of tight on roster spots, and a guy comes up that's available, and you just don't have a roster spot for it. So I'm really optimistic going into next week, but even more so coming out of tonight with two really, really good young players.
Yeah, and then there's this room to add now. Room to add, which they didn't have prior. By the way, because they traded Ryan Rollins, Patrick Baldwin, and Jordan Poole. So they got room to add now. And 530 sums it up for everyone. Says, I've talked so much S about CP3.
A lot of us have.
Now he's a Warrior. He says, awkward. And that sums it up, I think, perfectly. 530. Good text. All right. So we just did 90 straight minutes on basketball. There is a baseball team that is 10-1 in their last 11 games. They're called the Giants.
And by the way, I'm blaming the loss on the Chris Paul news. I'm putting a finger squarely at that story as the reason it broke up the mojo.
Could be.
Yeah.
Could be.
Happened right before first pitch.
I want to remind everybody, too, the Giants Community Fund auction is live at jrgiants.org or KNBR.com. And you got a trip to the All-Star game in Seattle. You got the San Diego road trip. You can be a bat boy or bat girl, ball dude, ball dudette. Those
is that
are
something
big
you
items.
consider doing again?
The ball dude?
Yeah.
Sure, I'd do it again.
He's done it.
Yeah.
He's done it.
The only thing is that helmet. That
they
double
make you
helmet.
a double flap.
Yeah, but, you got to do what you got to do.
You want to go with that Keith Hernandez.
I ain't going to lie. Sitting on that stool, the legs got a little creaky.
By the way, our guest, Keith Hernandez, yesterday, Marcus, got to remember, one of the great hitters of our generation, he would go into the batter's box, helmet, 0 flaps. No flaps on either side.
I'm Keith Hernandez.
Yeah.
And he's Mike Krukow. Next on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Seattle Mariners on Monday, July 3rd. First pitch, 7:15. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Good.
Sponsored by your NorCal Honda dealers. Check out the new models that are arriving daily. Buy or reserve yours today.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, we dive into the Giants, but not without reminding you that more Warriors analysis of the big day yesterday. Chris Paul and the draft by Marcus Thompson, who joins Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. Now, back to the baseball. Giants, all right, 10-game win streak can't last forever. If you're going to lose, might as well go out 10-0 and lay an egg and then come around and just kind of reassess everything as the Diamondbacks come into town tonight for a big old late June series. Should be a lot of fun. Let's talk about it with Mike Krukow. Mike, good morning. How are you?
Kruk.
Yeah, good. I mean, that was a pretty nice little run of 10 games. Hadn't seen that since 2004.
Right. I mean, that was Felipe Alou.
That was awesome, yeah.
And, you know, hey, if you're going to go down, Mike, might as well go down 10-0 so you can kind of laugh about it, right?
You know, I got a funny philosophy about losses. You know, the ones that really hurt you are the ones that, you know, you have a lead and you kind of lose. The lead just kind of it goes away one run by one run, and in the end you lose by one run, and you're just sick over it, and you think all night about it, and you fret on going home in the car about it. That loss yesterday, it was over in the third inning, and I moved on in the fourth. I mean, it was
yeah.
There was no drama to it. It was just a good old-fashioned butt kicking. But what was remarkable about that game yesterday was Blake Snell was as good as anybody we've seen. Not only this year, but a couple of years. He was absolutely electric. We haven't seen that out of him. And what he featured yesterday was as good as anything in the game.
I mean, Mike, he struck out 11, 3 hits over 6 scoreless innings. I had made the mistake of looking at his coming in. He was hot. He's been dominating everyone. That's interesting. He's a guy who, when he was in Tampa, I think that's the guy everybody thought. Then there was a bit of a lull in his career. But, man, if you're Bob Melvin and you come out of this series, you're like, wow, we laid 3 eggs, but I got a guy who's hot right now on the mound.
Well, that's his 6th start in a row. I think he's 35 or 36 innings. He's given up 2 runs. And the strikeout walk thing is bizarre. We haven't seen that out of him. You know, he's 6'4" and long-armed, and because of that high three-quarter release and the long, lanky arm, you know, that lazy arm delivery, you know, he goes in and out of mechanics, and when he's out of mechanics, he's all over the place. You'll see him hit the 90-pitch level in the 4th inning a lot. And, you know, I mean, you just can't count on him. But when he's like he was yesterday, I mean, that arm was as compact of a release from him that we've seen really since that game against the Dodgers in the World Series when he just dominated them. And he never left it. He had a complete command of 4 pitches. But the curveball, my God, that thing was unhittable. He threw one to Luis Matos yesterday that said basically, hey, kid, this is the freaking big league. Sit your butt down. And I don't know if Matos plays for 15 years, he'll ever see a better curveball than that.
I mean, Mike, I was thinking that, yes, I was at the game yesterday with a bunch of 11-year-old little leaguers. If you're going to lose, go with a bunch of 11-year-old little leaguers. The joy they had just chasing foul balls. They're still going to have
fun, yeah.
But I'm looking at this box score last night. Tyro Estrada, that guy's a good hitter, man. 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Austin Slater, he's owned lefties this year. 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. And then I saw him dispose of Casey Schmidt, 2 strikeouts. There was one time he disposed of Casey in 3 pitches where I was like, Casey?
Well, that's Snell
This is the varsity.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing about the big leagues. You get reminded, these are the best in the world, and that could happen on any given night. The thing that's kind of unique about it, when you get into professional baseball, I mean, that could happen to a big league team going in and playing an exhibition game against a Double-A team, and the kid from Double-A could do exactly what Snell just did yesterday.
Wow.
You never know when you're going to see it, but, you realize that you're playing against the best baseball players in the world, and on any given day, man, they can just completely shove it up your nose, and that was the case yesterday.
Yep. Yeah, and by the way, we need to mention yesterday another position player, this one we've never seen before, David VR. I mean, we stayed the distance with the kids yesterday, and I was like, hey, kids, look who's on the mound. They're like, what? They were so confused. But honestly, I mean, as much as sometimes we turn our nose up at it, this was before a big series against the Diamondbacks. Like, real talk, the Giants were like, this isn't a novelty. We wanted to save our bullpen for Arizona.
Yeah, there was the guy I picked in the post-game wrap for my best guy was Manaea. Manaea came in and pitched the 8th inning, which, you're down 10-0, and you're a veteran arm, and you don't want to pitch in games like that. There's zero adrenaline to it, and it just seems like those are the games that you're going to go out there and give up 4 runs or something, and your ERA is going to balloon. But he came in there, and he accepted the responsibility of it for one reason, to protect the rest of the bullpen. I loved it. And it's basically what VR did. Not often that I like that anymore, where a guy comes in who's an everyday player and pitch an inning, but I thought yesterday it was completely appropriate. And he had a clean inning.
Yeah, he walked a guy, and then he got a double play ball. And I was like, look at this guy.
Yeah. Matt Carpenter. Matt Carpenter worked him for a walk. Kipe and I, after the game, were like, it's such a Cardinal thing. What's up with that?
I'm glad you said that, because I was in the bleachers going, what's he doing? Swing the bat.
Yeah, we thought he should have been fined. At least in kangaroo court.
He ain't worked a walk off of VR. I was like, dude, it's 10-0. Come on, man. So,
you know what, though? He was hitting $150. He's on the interstate, so I guess all rules are off when you're hitting in the interstate.
Actually, a guy I was with was saying that he's really in a bad way. He's fighting for his job, so he can't have a bat at bat. So there you go. It's interesting.
The reality of the situation.
Yeah,
totally. You know what? I mean, read the room. Let's go.
and he's a Cardinal, as you said. You pointed out, too. So we got the Giants and the Diamondbacks. Mike, we got to talk a little bit about some of the roster shuffling. It's not like headline stuff, but it is worth noting. Yastrzemski's hamstring, so we're not sure if he's going to go on the IL yet. I mean, today will be an update. Hopefully not. But so they make a couple moves. They option Sean Jelly down. They bring up Bryce Johnson. Start him in center last night or yesterday afternoon. Jelly, poor Jelly throws a great game Wednesday, but as Kapler said, hey, if you have options, this is what happens.
He was really good on Wednesday.
They also acquired a guy from the Phillies named Dalton Guthrie. Get used to this. He's a 27-year-old outfielder. They sent him to Sacramento. He could be a guy you see at some point.
Dalton Guthrie.
So just little moves, Mike, while we wait on Yaz's hamstring, huh?
Well, we don't really have to wait. They did an MRI on him yesterday, and it came up completely clean. So they were really, really excited about that. Look, when they had Johnson in the wake, I'm thinking, well, he's here for one reason, and that's to replace Yastrzemski, who in all likelihood is going to go on the IL. Once the MRI results came up, they said, no, he's good to go. So it was a little sore, and I would imagine they might not start him tonight, but he would be available for pinch hitting. But I wouldn't be surprised to see him in the lineup either. They're going to face right-handers the next 8 games. So getting him back and getting Lamont Wade Jr. back is going to be critical, I think, as they go forward. The one big disappointment in the Giants series against the Padres was Conforto had an over.
Yeah.
And they need his left-handed bat, especially in these next 8 games.
Yeah, I did notice that in the entire streak, we never talked Conforto, and I looked at it, and I think he went it was 1 for his last 21 going into the game yesterday. So it's kind of wild that you win 10 in a row with your cleanup hitter ice cold, Mike.
Yeah, but isn't that a great thing?
Yeah.
You're like, oh yeah, we won 10, and our number one guy is just, he's stone cold. Yeah, I think he was 0 for 12 in the Padres series. So, the other thing too, and it's the worst thing that can happen to a big league hitter. He was swinging 2 fastballs and not even fouling them off. So he's got a couple adjustments to make. But, hey, look, with him, he can turn it all around very quickly. We've already seen him do that this year.
Mike, we haven't talked to you since the Wednesday game in which Melvin got tossed and the catcher rule. We had your old buddy Keith Hernandez on yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
We said that you always enjoy talking to him. But he was saying, this rule situation, and it's a little confusing. Now, you on the TV, you were saying, well, Sanchez violated it. Your old buddy Bob Melvin didn't like it. Did you have any more thoughts on Because Boch got tossed on Tuesday
the
in
night
Texas.
before.
Yeah, Monday in Texas.
And that one was a little easier, I thought, to see that there was a lane. Anyway.
Well, we did a pregame show on it yesterday, Kipe and I, and we thought that was really a unique situation because if you listen to what Bob Melvin said after the game, he was absolutely right. And it wasn't so much that his catcher had blocked the lane, but that there was a memorandum that had got sent out by MLB about a couple weeks earlier that basically said if the throw just absolutely, completely beats the runner, then he should be out regardless of where he is, provided there's no collision and there's, he's not trouncing the guy, which is exactly what happened. I mean, Tatis comes up, he throws a ball 99 miles an hour from right field, a one-hop strike, and Sable's out by 10, 15 feet, right? Inning over. Well, not so fast, my friend. Giants go back and they take a look at how Gary Sanchez set up, and his setup was such that he was straddling the baseline. He had not created an open lane for the runner. So what Gabe Kapler said at the end of the game was, in our opinion, there was a violation of the rule. He was absolutely 100% right. So you say, well, how can both managers be 100% right in their assessment of the play? Well, that's the gray area of the play. And there's a lot of gray area in a lot of rules like that in Major League Baseball. Look, the play is designed to protect the catcher. Clearly, there was not going to be time for a collision play. The throw beat him there. But in reading the rule and the interpretation of the rule, clearly Sanchez was in violation. Mm-hmm. He had 1 foot in foul territory.
Yeah.
The play in Texas, if you take a look at the catcher setup,
right,
the catcher had both feet in fair territory. There was actually a lane there.
Yes.
I completely get why Bochy lost his mind. And I would have, too, if I was a manager. But when you saw what Sanchez did, that was a clear violation of the rule. But I will say this. Had that not happened in Texas, I don't think that that play would have been called in the game against the Giants and the Padres.
Well, that's interesting, yeah, because it seems hot again, and I wonder if it's going to get to the commissioner's office. Do you think these two incidents will lead to even more discussion and maybe a rule tweak? I don't know, because it seems like it's still
It is. It's a
fluid,
thing. It's
kinda.
A thing, yeah.
Well, here's the problem. When they had the rule tweak, which was the memorandum, it's like, okay, the throw beats the guy there, and it's an obvious, then it kind of trumps everything. You've expanded the gray area of the interpretation.
Yeah.
And I think, if you're going to have an effective rule, you have to eliminate as much of the gray area as you possibly can. And that was the big problem with the play, because both managers, with their post-game assessments, were spot on. Mm-hmm. And, you can't have a rule that allows both managers to be right when they interpret a play.
You're right, and it'll be interesting to see it going forward as if it does reach the commissioner's office or off-season meetings. So, but in the meantime, we got to focus on the now, which is this big series against Arizona. Logan Webb tonight.
Let's
That's
go.
great news. In the orange against Zach Davies. No starter for Saturday, so it looks like another TBD against Merrill Kelly. And he's bad news usually for the Giants. And then Sunday, Tony DeSclafani tries to get it going against a righty named Ryan Nelson. So, Mike, your assessment, you look at Arizona, they're 16 games over 500. They're leading the West. They got this kid, Corbin Carroll, who most people think is the runaway to win National League Rookie of the Year. They got Kelly on Saturday. You had told us that you thought they were young and athletic last year. Here they are now. The Giants have already seen them once. What's your vibe going into this series?
Well, I think both teams are ready. There was some concern because of the health of Lamont Wade Jr. and Mike Yastrzemski, but I don't really have that concern going in right now. I think that both teams are good teams. I think that the advantage that Arizona has is in their defense. Their defense is spectacular, especially in the outfield. They're a team that are very fundamentally sound. They don't beat themselves. And you have to play good baseball. You can't create 90-foot opportunities by way of walks and mistakes and errors against this team and expect to win. But having said that, I think right now the Giants match up with anybody because of the distribution of quality at bats up and down the lineup. And this isn't just 9 guys. This goes all into the bench. Everybody's coming up there, and they have a plan, they have a clue, and they have a confidence. And that's the key. You're not looking to one spot in your lineup to carry the weight here. You don't have to. You're getting great at-bats up and down the lineup. And the other thing, too, is you're getting great contribution from the bullpen. The bullpen has just been a tremendous story that has surrounded this Giants club, and I think it's anchored this team. I think it's been the true strength of the pitching staff.
Yeah.
And there's no dead weight coming out. And not only that, but you have guys that can apply to a situation. Guys can come in and get a ground ball. You've got 4 guys that can pitch bulk innings, which is a big deal. And I really believe that what the Giants are doing with their pitching staff this year is redefining everything. And we saw this a couple of years ago when I think it was the Rockies were the first team to piggyback, just trying to figure out Coors Field. They piggybacked. They had a starter who would throw 4 innings, and they'd bring another guy behind him and throw 4 innings. And it was effective to a degree, but the problem with it was that the pitchers were not buying into it. The philosophy behind it was so new that all of the players who were basically trying to do this were guys who had been trained under the traditional way and usage of a bullpen, whereas the starter throws the bulk of the innings, and then the relievers come into situation and finish out the game. Now all of a sudden, you ask these guys to change the way that they thought, the way they were trained, and a lot of them didn't buy into it. There was a negativity around it, and it came from their bullpen. Well, that's not the case anymore. The guys who are being asked to come in and pitch bulk innings following a starter who leaves early on the Giants staff, they're into it. That's how they've been trained. And because of it, there's no negativity. Negativity drags down any concept, any philosophy change. You have to have everybody buy into it. The Giants have. And it's turned out to be one of their true strengths. So I think this club is ready to match up with anybody, and I'm looking forward to this matchup against this D-back team this weekend. It ought to be really, really good baseball all 3 days.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, think about the preseason narratives. Dodgers, Padres, Dodgers, Padres, Dodgers, Padres. Well, the top 2 teams are playing this weekend, and it's not the Dodgers and the Padres. It's the Giants and the Diamondbacks. That's the beauty of baseball. Hey, Mike, usually on an off day, we try to go just a quick spin around baseball with you before we let you go. This is a story I hadn't followed, but I know you watch a lot of MLB Network. Saw you're on High Heat yesterday with Russo. That was cool. But did you see this story about Wander Franco down in Tampa? He's the star. I mean, he's one of the great stars in baseball, 22-year-old. The Rays have benched him now for 2 games in a row, saying for disciplinary reasons. And manager Kevin Cash says Wander's a really good kid, a really good person. He's a young player. He's learning and dealing with the challenges of being a major league player and some of the frustrations. Over the course of the season, there's been multiple times the way he's handled his frustrations has not been the way we ask our players to uphold being the best teammate. The story details a lot of stuff he does. He hasn't been hustling. He's been complaining. He argues. He gets into fights with teammates. He didn't run out of pop-up the other day. Just kind of wondering, you've been around the game a long time, Mike. When you get a talented 22-year-old on a hot team, it takes some doing to tell that kid they're going to sit him down. I know we're not in Tampa and we're not studying the Rays every day, but sort of a big picture baseball question on just when a team does this to a star like that, it's a pretty big deal, isn't it?
Oh, it is. Absolutely it is. And it's something that, when a young player is acting like that, it's not just the coaching staff or the manager that sees it. It's all the players. And there's a lot of veterans on that Rays club, and they play baseball right. I mean, they really do. I mean, that is a fundamentally sound organization, and that's how they win. That's how they have to win. And when you have a young player who comes up a little bit before his time, he hasn't quite spent enough innings or had enough reps in the minor leagues to learn these things about a clubhouse dynamic, and all of a sudden he's in the big leagues learning this clubhouse dynamic and what the rules are. And if he consistently violates that, well, guess what? He's got to be disciplined. And every player in that clubhouse is looking to the manager to sort of change things up. Problem with young guys, especially guys with his talent, is they get up to the big leagues and they start reading all these great things that are said about you. And the problem is they start to believe it. And that's a problem, because once you start to feel like you're a special guy and your rules are different than everybody else in that clubhouse, you got a problem. So you got to pour a little water on them and calm them down. The one thing that is such a healthy mindset in a big league clubhouse is you don't get too excited when you're going good. You don't get too down when you're going bad. Well, young players don't have that ability yet.
Yeah.
And this guy doesn't. And this is what he has to learn. Just calm down. Calm down.
Calm down.
Hustle. Play the game right.
Yeah.
If you're an everyday player, and we should have this discussion about Manny Machado. He doesn't run out of ball. Well, he plays every day.
Yeah.
There are times when you can take and go 80% down the line when you're playing every day. But if you're running down the line and you're not hustling out in a situation where you should be hustling, well, you need to be disciplined. And this guy has to learn that. And unfortunately, has to learn at the big league level where everybody sees it. But I applaud the Rays for handling this guy this way. Sit him down, not just for one day. 2 days makes you think.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, what's interesting is that in this new era, and he's the guy who flipped that ball at shortstop, to kind of polish it a little bit.
Yeah.
That this is an old school move. The Rays are so newfangled. This is an old school move.
We still got some old school tricks here. Yeah.
Isn't that interesting, Mike?
Yeah.
After all the new stuff, they're like, hey.
Yeah, we don't roll like that, though. Yeah.
No, you don't. And okay, you saw that play. He made a shortstop where he got the ball and he flipped it up because he had plenty of time.
Yes.
You don't do that.
No.
You don't do that for two reasons. One, you might screw it up. And number two, you just showed up your opponent. Why would you do that? Right. You're going to play against these guys for the next 10 years. Not like you're coming into this league and going to another one. Right. And so, they just poured a little water on him and calmed it down. Hopefully he gets the message.
It's just an interesting move for the Rays, too. Then finally, just last one is All-Star voting is done, the first phase. Shout out Shohei Ohtani and Ronald Acuna, the top vote getters. They move on to automatic spots. The only sad news is that now they do 2 finalists, which is kind of fun, but no Giants, Mike. So they're going to have to do this with a chip on their shoulder. I mean, of course they're going to get representatives there, but there will be no starters because there's no Giants in the starting. So I don't know. Use it as fuel, right, Mike?
Why not?
Yeah, you know what? And it's one of those things that everybody on that team wants to go, and there's 3 or 4 candidates, really good candidates on the Giants club this year, and who deserve the right, who've earned the right to go. But you are absolutely, those guys are paying attention, and they weren't included on that. And it's not something you're going to openly discuss, but it's something you absolutely feel. They are going to find their way, and I believe the Giants are going to have 2, maybe even 3 guys on that team. If they only have 1 guy represented, then I'm going to be ragged, because the way that they've played and the years that some of these guys have had, and you've got a lot of guys that should qualify for the first time, which I think really is essential energy putting together an all-star team. But it did not go unnoticed.
Yeah, for sure. So we'll see how it goes in terms of that selection. But anyway, fun baseball chat.
Always,
great series awaits.
Let's go. This is going to be a great weekend.
Logan Webb tonight. And then,
I'm telling you, the big crowds are going to be back.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the last thing, Mike, we didn't mention. 38,000 plus yesterday. I was out there with our entire Little League All-Star team. We had a ball in the bleachers, even though it got blown out.
It's great to see the yard like this
Energy
again.
buzz. The Larkspur Ferry was sold out. It was packed. We came down the gangway, a bunch of Giants jerseys and hats. So should be a great weekend.
Yeah, everybody's feeling it. It's so much fun when our group gets to that ball yard, and it's like a homecoming. Everybody's coming back, and that's the way it felt yesterday. So I'm looking forward to the weekend for that reason.
Mike will play 3 games and talk to you Monday.
How about
Mike Krukow on his way out to a fun series. Giants,
real quick
Diamondbacks.
now, real
Waterboy's
quick.
going tonight for his birthday.
Well,
game.
that's as he should, and I hope he brings his Bob's Donuts
Have
with
you
him.
had a Bob's yet?
Yeah.
Oh, I've had 2 of them.
He likes
Which
the
ones?
crumb.
Where'd you go?
I went
He's
with
a
the
classy
crumble
guy.
donut.
See, the thing is, when these donuts come, there's no
there's no bad
12
choice.
winners in there.
Right.
12 winners.
Right.
I mean, it's like it's like your kids.
It's like Bill Russell looking at his 11 rings lined up on a table under glass somewhere, going like, I don't know if I like any one of these more than the other. They're all awesome.
I compare them to your children. We have 12 children in that pink box there.
Except in the Ball family, then maybe like the dad is like, you know what, I like these other 2.
Or the Fredo Marley on Reggae Friday. Hey, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco,
Marley,
the sports leader and Cumulus Media Station.
Fredo.
Chris Paul is a warrior. It is less than 24 hours old. We are still blown away.
I don't get it.
I might have a controversial take on the other side. The big hit is next on the sports leader.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on.
Feel the power.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Poole party is over. Jordan Poole has been traded to the Washington Wizards for Chris Paul. Yeah, CP3 for JP3. To read more about the Jordan Poole-Chris Paul trade, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
This is Murph and Max. Big Hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me. Hit me. A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Fly ball into left field. Base hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
The Washington Wizards have agreed to send Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors for Jordan Poole.
Curry inline shakes Paul out of his boots and hits a fallaway jump shot.
You want to see a dribble move? Watch this one. Double behind your back, knock it down, and the bench is loving it. Coming at Chris Paul, takes it out under the basket, and suddenly goes 2 times behind his back to leave Paul on the ground, and then finishes it off. 1, 2, Paul goes down. Curry knocks down the jump shot.
Curry just went down on that move by Paul. He fouled Tucker. 5 on the shot clock. Paul has to force one. And scores! A deep three-pointer by Chris Paul. He's hit 3 threes in the third quarter. Chris Paul going into the body of Steph Curry. And a little shimmy answer from Chris to Steph.
Oh, man, some play-by-play through the years, going all the way back to the 2014 shake and bake that left Chris Paul on his keister.
One of my favorite moments of all time.
Don't forget the Clippers won that series, though, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that right about that?
Yeah, but that's the one.
Anyway, the point is we were rocked. Everyone was rocked, and we're still sifting through the wreckage and the
a lot of confusion
analysis of the Warriors shipping Jordan Poole to the Washington Wizards and getting Chris Paul in return. There are other tentacles from this. They sent, I finally found this out this morning, they sent Patrick Baldwin Jr. too. A lot of people didn't know that in the first reports.
Confusion. Thank you. No, see, there was.
And he's got the nice stroke too.
There was confusion. There was also denial. I'm like, you know what, Greg Papa? I choose not to believe this. When he said, well, I'll show you my phone, Polly. And he showed it to me. I go, okay.
Okay. Other one is cross the T's and dot the I's, then we'll get into reaction there. They also sent Ryan Rollins, so they cleared 3 roster spots, okay?
Yeah.
They also sent a 2027 second rounder and a 2030 first rounder. 2030, by the way, the year my son is scheduled to graduate from college. He's currently a freshman in high school. So this is nuts, right? Like, I hope we're alive in 2030, right? Kyle Shanahan, shout out Kyle Shanahan. But everybody's reaction right away. Paulie, I think you were with the majority.
I had the Grodin reaction.
What the hell?
Were you angry?
I was more shocked, honestly. More shocked.
You're going to have to look at Chris Paul's face in a Warrior uniform now?
Well, he's probably going to wind up being a guest on our show at some point. We're going to have to get along with this guy.
We don't get Warriors, buddy.
I will tell you this. I've never been a fan of Chris Paul. In fact, I've actively disliked him, and I haven't heard from one Warrior fan yet who said, oh, I love this move.
Well,
like, I haven't heard that yet.
You're sitting next to a guy right now who doesn't hate it. Can I give you that?
Now, are you going radio shtick? I'm a morning guy. I'm doing this whole... Really? I'm going to disagree because it's a show.
Here's 2 reasons why. 2 reasons why.
By the way, those are the best of all time. When like the management comes in and goes, you know what you guys should do? Murph, you should take this one stance. And then, Paulie, you can say, no, I disagree. And you can get some of that going. They never told us that.
I got 2 reasons why. One is the Warriors are undoubted, and it's of their own making, undoubtedly in a financial bind. And they have just cleared major financial heft by moving. I'll give you 3 reasons. Major financial clearance by moving Jordan Poole's contract. Now, they're the ones who signed the damn deal, sorry. Number 2, even though he may turn into a 4-time NBA champ, 2-time MVP, probably not, Jordan Poole's game was trending in the wrong direction. Even under the aegis of Kerr and Curry and Draymond,
well, Murph,
this guy was playing sloppier basketball, taking worse shots, and turning it over. And I wasn't digging his game.
Okay, so you're saying his basketball was trending in the wrong direction. I would also go so far as to say probably his attitude was trending in the wrong direction, which I think is a part of this whole story.
Number 3, I'm going to tell you this, and this is the thing that just came at me the most. They're not doing this unless Steph Curry signs off on it.
That's the one thing. That's the one thing.
I worship at the Church of Steph.
Me too.
And
we all do.
If Steph, and again, I don't have any quote from Steph. I don't have a smoking gun that says it. There's no, but I'm telling you, they're not doing this unless Steph signs off to a certain degree. And so if Steph says it's okay, I ride with number 30 all the way. I'd also say that this clears up room for the possibility of adding Draymond for the longer term. And I think Draymond has a couple years left in the tank. I don't think Draymond's done.
No, nor do I. And he's very much motivated now to get another ring.
For all those reasons, I don't hate it.
You're raising some good points here on the point-counterpoint thing. This is where we're working out now. The two angry morning hosts that yell at each other. But I got to say, no, you raise good points about Steph. That's a huge thing to calm the waters, actually. You got to keep telling me that so I calm down. Because I do think you're right. I think they ran this by Steph, and Steph was like, yeah, it's going to help us. Bring him in. And then number 2 is the Draymond effect, like you said. Because I got to think part of this is the Golden State Warriors showing Draymond, I know this whole Poole thing's been bad. I know it caused a lot of problems, and the attitude was a problem. Here's what we're going to do. He's gone. It's about you, Draymond. It's about you.
And we can pay you now.
Yes.
Yeah, we can pay you.
Yes.
So this is really here now. That said, I do hear the criticism stylistically. Okay, he's a walking up point guard. First of all, he's a walking up point guard, and they're a quick on the go run with the team.
Dubs are gazelles, running up and down the floor.
And then to me, if you had to present me, if we were in debate class right now, Paul, and you wanted to close me out, you would say, I present to you the man's birth certificate and hamstring,
and all his X-rays.
That is that.
If I may go to the slides,
you just traded a 24-year-old guy for a 38-year-old guy.
Well, and
you were already old. The Kings made you look old.
I'll tell you the honest to God truth. It's not the age that really bothers. It's really not. The age doesn't bother me as much.
It is old as hell.
It's his health. Because you got older guys like LeBron James are still at a very high level. I know he's one of the greats.
But he got banged up this year, too.
He did. And most guys at that age are going to do that. The thing with Chris Paul, dude, you can set your watch to it. You know he's getting hurt probably multiple times each season, and you can almost set your clock to knowing that when the playoffs come, he ain't going to be out there.
Well,
like you saw it again this year.
That's the whole idea.
He wasn't out there.
Both Marcus Thompson and Anthony Slater both said this place. You know who's a huge player in this trade? Rick Celebrini.
Mm-hmm.
Celebrini is going to be the guy who's tasked with saving his hamstring. By the way, before we go any further, do we
keep it coming, Marcus?
Do we?
Yeah, we're going to cue it back up for you.
Why not? First sound of the big hit.
Okay.
Paulie Mack, only man to do a song for a trainer. Yes.
True story.
Yeah.
And I like to think it was a good selection.
Listen to that.
Yeah.
Listen to that little melody they got. That little hook.
I know.
Da, 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 da.
It's all about Celebrini.
Come and Rick me, Celebrini.
Yeah. That's it.
Some of your little one-off, those are some of the best ones.
I like when I drop in the just to get into it.
Waterboy, did anything we just said irk you or stoke you?
Well, yeah, because I love whenever you quote Kyle Shanahan and, of course, the famous quote.
I can't guarantee that anybody in the world will be alive Sunday,
Hence
so I can't guarantee who will be on our roster.
The 31st round.
So that goes for all of us.
Yeah, and that goes for Chris Paul also, because I think when you're looking at it in those big situations, of course, Chris Paul has a higher basketball IQ than Jordan Poole. But the thing is, we don't know if he's going to be on the court in the playoffs. And the thing that stood out to me about this trade was the value of Jordan Poole and how it just disappeared. This is a kid that's 24 years old, has this huge contract, and you go out and trade for a 38 going on 39-year-old, and you have to give up a first-round pick and a second-round pick just to unload that contract.
Murph,
that's the problem I have with this trade.
That's that.
Or as Triple E points in the big hit, we have our list here, Chris, blank, and Paul, question mark.
Yeah, Triple E.
I like Tim Legler a lot. I go to the Church of Legs, too.
I like Legs, too.
Now, Legs gives me some pause here.
Why?
He doesn't like the fit. Take a listen.
I don't get it at all, to be honest with you. Like, I understand moving on from Jordan Poole. That's not surprising to anybody, but I think what they acquired and what they need are two different things. And I think for Chris Paul at this stage of his career, stylistically, I just don't understand how he's going to fit in with the way that they play. This isn't even a team that typically has the ball in a point guard's hands to generate offense in terms of facilitation. Those guys look for scoring opportunities. So I don't understand. Chris Paul doesn't move without the basketball very well. He doesn't really play a fast pace. And that's what Golden State wants to do. That's when they're at their best. I don't really know why you would go out and acquire a player like this. I know he's a veteran player. He's a guy I think you would trust certainly a lot more in the postseason, assuming he's healthy, which he's had a hard time doing. But this is a team that last year to me looked slow and they looked small. And I don't think they addressed either one of those things with this particular trade.
That's pretty damning right there. And that's the other thing we haven't even brought up is the size issue. I know it gets sensitive talking size, Paulie, but they got small. They got small, man, and that does not stoke me. Now, they picked up Trace Jackson-Davis, who I do like. All right, there you go. But anyway, so Legs gives me some pause there for sure. But, guys, my attitude, by the way, 408 texts in with another one. Guys, he says, guys, they dumped 5 years of a bad contract for 1 year of a bad contract. You might just distill the entire thing down to
financial.
That said, aren't they trying to win a championship every single year?
No question.
Does this move help them get closer to a championship? That's debatable.
It might be by subtraction. It might be by subtraction.
Can you tell me that Chris Paul is going to be healthy from April 15 to June 15?
I can't tell you he's going to be healthy from April 15th to April 20th.
Well, they're going to need him for 2 months. And it ain't going to be from December to January, all right? They're going to need him from April to June. And that's when we're going to know about this trade. First of all, I'm assuming they go top 8 or play in at least.
Well, let's hope so. Yes, we're going to hope.
The West is getting gnarly.
No, it is gnarly.
I mean, my God, Denver's out here with the championship. Mike Malone's getting tattoos. We got, obviously, Sacramento just champing at the bit right now. Memphis just got Marcus Smart, okay? Dallas has Luka and Kyrie. Right? Phoenix just got Bradley Beal. I just named 5 teams. Is there any room at the end? The Lakers have this guy called LeBron, right? That's 6. Guys, Minnesota with Cat and Anthony Edwards.
Yeah. And don't forget about the Spurs with Victor Wembanyama.
Here comes Wemby.
Yeah,
Guys, what if the Warriors
West is going to be tough. Well, West was tough last year, though. We know what it's going to be like. It's going to be tough. Yeah.
And I think that's why, obviously, here in the Bay Area with the Warriors, we focus so much more on the playoffs and the NBA Finals. But that's one thing to Jordan Poole's credit. He played all 82 games last season.
That is a positive.
Especially when you have a 35-year-old Steph Curry, a 33-year-old Draymond, and Klay Thompson. You need somebody to pick up those minutes. That's where Jordan Poole came in. I don't think you're going to get that from Chris Paul.
They did talk about, by moving, by the way, I want to tell, if Joe Lacob was in the room right now, I'd say, okay, I understand you're a brilliant man. You built Chase Center, everything. It's great. You've won 4 titles, which is insane, by the way. Remember, he stood at that water bar where we were at Epic.
Those banners are lonely.
He goes, we're going to get some banners
We're going to get some company up there.
We're like, bro, you're out of your mind.
The only thing Joe Lacob hasn't delivered on, this is kind of a riff, too, because he's delivered on everything else, the rings, the buildings, the parades. The one thing, Murph, I'm still waiting for that playground with the seesaws, the little Warrior playground.
Where's that park?
I want to see it. I saw sketches. I saw kids on tricycles.
Terry Francois Park.
My kids are too old to play at the park
that
now.
Little sketch had tricycles.
I wanted to push my kids down the slide, and now they're in college,
Raymond,
so I can't.
I know you're listening. Yeah. Raymond, what happened to that drawing?
Where's my park, Raymond?
There was a drawing of that park.
I was promised a park. Yeah. Anyway, I'm riffing. That's just a riff.
By the way, 916 with an incredible text. Say, guys, listen, I know it's an emotional day. He goes, but the good news is Kuminga got big. Kuminga's 7'2".
Well, he's 7'2" now, so they don't need a big. Yeah.
Okay, I would sit Lacob in the room and I'd say, listen, I know you're a smart guy. I know you haven't built the park yet, but you're a smart guy. How do you draft James Wiseman, Jordan Poole, Pat Baldwin, and Ryan Rollins, and then ship them all out? Unless you just view draft picks as just assets, just like assets to move.
Well, you
That's
can't.
what he would say.
You can't.
He'd be like,
though.
they're just assets.
Yeah,
we move them.
They're pieces in a chess game.
The hope was that Wiseman was going to be the next what? I mean, the next Giannis or whatever.
We want to know what?
I mean?
I want to use hushed tones on it. Like, he still could turn out to be like a pretty damn good big
man. So you're looking at Eastern Conference Final in a couple years, Poole v. Wiseman, Wizards Pistons.
When Wiseman went to Detroit, all of a sudden he was posting double-doubles. Like, he's putting some numbers up
Mark
over there.
Spears for the great tweet right out of the gate. He goes, my money's on Jordan Poole to lead the NBA in scoring next year. Dude's going to shoot 40 shots a game. We should have a Jordan Poole shot meter next year.
It's a pool party!
Boy, that did not last long, the pool party era.
Well, he got one.
His own bobblehead with the water splashing.
By the way, when the Wizards come back to town, is there an emotional standing O and video tribute?
Well, well, by the way, who's going to get more booze when they come back the first night? Jordan Poole or Chris Paul? I'm calling that right now. There's going to be not a lot, but I'm saying a smattering.
To your point about like the team, they now have some open roster spots. And they have more financial flexibility.
Oh, they're not done. Yeah, they're going to
so they have spots. They're going to go get some guys. They're going to get some guys. And Dunleavy Jr. speaks to that when he was asked about the roster makeup. Now, they can't. We have a big note for everybody out there. Warriors can't say anything about Chris Paul till July 6th. One of these stupid things where Woj and Shams break the story, but you can't talk about it till July. The NBA should just come on, let's just talk about it. You know what I mean? Same thing with the Blake Sable. Hey, listen, Blake Sable was out by 15 feet. Just call him out. Hey, man, listen, the guy's going to the Warriors. Just talk about it, all right? Anyway, here's Dunleavy Jr. on the roster makeup, trying not to talk about Chris Paul, but kind of talking about it here.
Yeah. I just like the overall makeup of our roster in terms of quality of players, depth, and kind of fit for how we like to play. And like I said before, I also like where we're going to be at with the roster spots. Heading into free agency, having some flexibility. I think at times we get kind of tight on roster spots, and a guy comes up that's available, and you just don't have a roster spot for it. So I'm really optimistic going into next week, but even more so coming out of tonight with two really, really good young players.
So he's saying he likes some flexibility and there's some openness there. By the way, there's a conspiracy theory out there that the Warriors will move on from Chris Paul before opening night. Some people think that.
Well, then the whole cloud of tension would just kind of lift itself off the Bay Area. On that note, Murph, can you do me a favor? If I slide onto the psychiatry couch, I'll lay down. I'd like you to psychoanalyze me just for a second. Because what's your answer to this problem that I have? I've actually had a good time disliking Chris Paul. I've gotten some joy out of rooting against him and my kid. It's like a tradition.
Yeah.
My son James and I, we've been probably A1 and 2 anti-Chris Paul guys over the year, riffing on him mercilessly over the year. I'm going to miss that, Doctor.
Yeah.
How do I work me through this? What do I do?
It's a tough one.
Because now he's going to be trying. Now
everybody's gone with the Richard Sherman analogy. By the time Sherm came, the Seahawks had sort of faded as a threat a little bit. And he had faded a little bit as a woofer and a
I love
talker.
that Murph's giving me a serious answer on this. This is awesome.
I'm trying to. Well, you're speaking for many people.
This is a cry for help.
I will tell you this. It's the ultimate example of how laundry changes everything. You put a jersey on a different guy, and all of a sudden, look at Alex. Alex Rodriguez became a Yankee, Waterboy. All of a sudden, you were like, yeah, A-Rod, let's go.
I love A-Rod.
Yeah, right. Look at me and Jimmy Garoppolo, boys.
Well,
put on that silver and black, and now I love him, and I love him.
Well, not yet.
Boy, that's... Oof. I guess I wouldn't be a very good psychiatrist or psychologist.
No, you were saying some good stuff. Help me.
Well, what if I go back, I default to my initial argument, the Church of Steph. Okay? If Steph, and by the way, other people say, if you
That's the good one.
Anthony Slater's so great at his job. He's one of the best beat writers I've ever seen in the Bay Area. But he says, he did a story, the top 75 players in NBA history, Chris Paul was one of them. So he did a big deep dive on Paul and his North Carolina roots. And involved in that story was a young Steph Curry admiring Chris Paul growing up. They're both from North Carolina. We got some By the way, North Carolina and the Bay, 808 KNBR. Steph, Chris Paul, Madison Bumgarner, Gaylord Perry, Pat Bailey. All right, that's fun. Give me that Carolina Bay connection here, by the way. So, Antoine Jameson. But anyway.
Nice. Instead of Vince Carter.
He said that we in the media have played up their rivalry more, and that certainly through the years they have had more of a mutual respect. These NBA guys too.
Oh, they're all boys.
Draymond and LeBron are hanging in Paris right now.
Right now.
You know what I mean?
They're wearing berets, smoking those little French cigarettes, walking around with what do you call them, baguettes on the bicycle with a basket.
Other people saying, by the way, 408 just angry at Dunleavy's, calling Dunleavy's a bust. You can't call yourself light years.
Guy's had the job about 2 days. He's a bust.
This lazy.
That's the age we live in, bro. The guy hasn't even opened up his office yet.
Okay, more Dunleavy on the free agency plan with all the roster turnover. Here.
Yeah, I think we're in a good spot with roster spots first and foremost. I think you always got to be mindful of those, and maybe heading into this week, there was some concern about not enough or overloading. So I always want to have a few bullets in free agency. All we're going to be able to have is minimums. So we got to work with that. But, we're looking to add veteran players that can fit into our rotation. I think I mentioned the other day, shooting is always a premium. Two-way play, always a premium. And then, I think it's obvious that we need to add some size. So some size and skill, specifically shooting, I think would go a long way and complement our front court.
So they're going to have to find those kind of guys that just want to come be part of the Warriors culture here. By the way, we haven't even talked about Steve Kerr's role in all this. Marcus Thompson wrote that people in the building were saying Kerr likes traditional point guards, and he's going to – they hadn't had one. They haven't had one in forever, right?
So what's he going to be like, the Warriors?
Sean Livingston, Andre Iguodala? Who's been the traditional point guard?
Great question.
And I trust Kerr and Atkinson to work with these things. I'm intrigued by – I don't hate it as much as everybody. I really don't. Now, my concern – it definitely is the age and injury factor. That's a huge thing.
And it's
the Kings are all 24 years old.
Yeah.
The Kings are like, bring them on.
They're going to make Chris Paul look old out there.
They're like, Chris Paul, doesn't that guy watch cable TV? They're like,
I just bought my insurance from Chris Paul.
They're like, does that guy used to watch Madonna videos on MTV?
I just bought some home insurance from Chris Paul to State Farm.
That Chris Paul guy still out here reading newspapers, boys. That's what he's doing.
Seriously. Think about the young talent, Jamal Murray and people like that in the conference. The Suns are a little older with KD, and although Booker's young, Beal's 30.
You got Beal now, yeah.
Chris Paul is very old for an NBA player.
Murph, he's 41 years old.
That gives me pause. Now, do we have actual Chris Paul sound? Where'd this come from? The first cut is, where'd this front come from, Triple E? What do you got?
Hold on.
Well, we have Chris Paul sound. We don't know where it's from. His reaction to being traded.
Okay.
Chris, what is your reaction to being traded to Golden State today?
I'm excited. I got that question I don't know how many times already, so I'm really excited.
You spoke with Steph, it sounds like, already, and how did that go?
It was good, yeah.
What do you think your role will be on that team?
To help us win games.
Okay, well, I mean, that's, it's pretty standard right there. Monty Poole, we love Monty. We found a cut from him from NBC Sports Bay Area. Let's get a Monty Poole Bay Area voice on the Warriors choosing Draymond over Jordan Poole is how he sees it.
The Warriors have been saying ever since the season ended that they believe they can heal the rift, that they can make sure that they can get Jordan and Draymond back to being more than teammates. I was always skeptical about that. And I think they should have been, and they maybe didn't want to say it, but I think this decision to trade Jordan tells us all we need to know about that. They were not sure that they could do that. And they're choosing Draymond over Jordan in hopes of, again, letting Draymond know that we're in it to win it. And we're just not sure it was going to work with JP.
Okay. Well, I mean, guys, remember 5 minutes after the buzzer sounded, Steve Kerr, this was not a championship team. Steve Kerr before Game 7, don't get on the bus unless you want to win. We tried hard to say that Kerr and that Poole and Draymond got past it, but this tells you everything. They sent him to Siberia too.
Monty Poole,
Wizards. You're not gonna hear from the Wizards in years.
Oh, Wizards! By the
way, he's gonna be bought by a Qatari guy too. See that big story that the first Saudi or the first Middle Eastern money is coming into the NBA.
Now
he's getting bought by a Qatari.
There's gonna be sheiks sitting under the basket. You know what I mean, doing all their stuff.
You know what the sheiks are gonna be saying? Damn, this guy turns the ball over a lot.
Well, hopefully those sheiks are going to bring him back to a tent because Bo Derek had a tent scene with a sheik in Bolero.
Well, we know how much he liked Bolero.
That's the one they couldn't even rate.
Both of them thumbs down.
By the way, I got to give a little bit of love.
Culture in your lives?
I don't know. We played Bolero, and then the Giants lost their 10-game winning streak.
This is the movie Bolero now.
Yeah, we played the song yesterday, Paul. I didn't like that either.
Marcus, specifically the unrated version. Trust me on that.
Okay, I'll watch that.
Hey, 925 comes in with a great riff. I want to just give you a quick compliment. He goes, CP3 even flopping during the interview. Great call. That's another element. The guy's one of the most notorious.
He's one of the best. Is he one of the best point guards in NBA history?
Here we go now with the here we go. This is the debate now. A lot of people in this generation would say yes, he's right up there at the very top.
I know we got to wrap up the big hit because we got.
I don't know if I'm one of those guys,
but we got. The Warriors went from win now to win now, NOW, like National Organization of Women, capital NOW, like huge billboard size now, because this to me is a 1-year deal.
Think about the irony of this, Murph. The Warriors have a win now attitude because their great Hall of Fame core, Clay, Draymond, Steph, they're all in their early 30s. What's the best way to fortify winning now? Bring in a 40-year-old. Just to balance that out.
Early in the show, we were riffing that.
I'll do it.
I was driving in, and Marcus kept saying, Chris Paul. I was listening to the leadoff spot, as I always do, P1 leadoff spot guy. And he said, Marcus was saying, Chris Paul's 38. And I was driving in going, I hope he doesn't have the age wrong, because I read and heard all day yesterday he's 39. So I came in, I said, hey, Marcus, 39? He goes, no, he's 38. He goes, everybody's rounding up. And we went and looked. He was born in May of 85. So he's 30. He just turned 38, and the whole media is like, yeah, he's 39. I'm like, damn, we will do that to a guy.
Round up.
We did that with Brady a lot.
That's from my dad, though. My dad was always doing that.
Brady turns like 44, and they're like, what are you going to do with a 45-year-old quarterback?
This is how it would go down in my house as a kid. So it would be like in the middle of the summer. It's 98 degrees, hotter than hell. And my dad would be like, Paul, you got to get out there and mow the lawn. And I'd be like 16 at the time. He'd be like, you got to get out there and mow the lawn, summer vacation. You're 18 years old. I was 16. You're 18 years old. You got to know how to do this. You got to gas it up and run. I'm like, Dad, I'm only 16. So I get that rounding up thing. I've been doing that my whole life.
Tomorrow's Waterboy's 31st birthday, and we're like,
we already said he's like 35 now.
He's doing pretty well for a 32-year-old.
Yeah, I'm not my midlife crisis boys. It's like I said earlier, last year was my 30th birthday. Murph goes, yeah, you're on the back end of 30. It's like back end. I thought this was the front end.
You know what I mean?
Where do I get to the front of the line at?
650 with a chilling text that says, they're still not a championship team. It's over. I mean,
I'm not going that far, because you're right. There are other moves that are going to get made here. This is not the end of it.
And they did addition by subtraction. Are they going to turn the ball over less and take better shots?
That's great. Again, this is how you would. It's addition through subtraction. And the Indiana kid with the 4 years. Bring him in.
I love Trace Jackson Davis, by the way. But people miss this. The Warriors picked up the 57th pick late in that Wizards trade and drafted Indiana All-American, first-team All-American Trace Jackson Davis, who's a really good player who fell inexplicably to 57. And he's like kind of they call him, John Hollinger said, poor man's loony. Poor man's loony out there. So I'll take a rich man's loony too. Anyway, bottom line is, I don't hate it because it tells you what they think of Poole and Church of Steph. If Steph signs off on it, I'm intrigued. Also, as much as you hate his face, he's a pretty damn good player, Chris Paul. Pretty damn good player.
And the last thing I'll say, Murph, they put it up on ESPN last night when they were talking about this trade. There was a lot of cases last year where Jordan Poole was the primary ball handler when Steph was getting double teamed. Chris Paul is second in NBA history on assists to three-pointers made.
I mean, he can be dishing to these shooters.
So now we're going to start pumping him up for the last 2 hours. Now we're going to pump Chris Paul up.
You know what's going to happen the first day of camp? Pajemski's going to walk in and say, hey, old man, pass me the ball. I'm open. You know what I mean? I'm just kidding. Pajemski had a little swag to him.
By the way, if I'm allowed to rip,
athleticism looked a little limited to
just
me.
on a dark comedy Friday when we're trying to balance it out with the light of a reggae Friday. Right, there's dark, there's shadows. It's light and dark. I wonder which one of the new draft picks Draymond will knock out first. That's a joke. Freaking joke on a Friday. Everybody chill.
I liked it.
Yeah,
thank you. All right, there's your big hit. All right, we got mixed emotions on the Murph and Max show. We're brawling inside the show like
and it's
Draymond
not even
and Jordan.
Staged. It's not staged. It's real.
And it's cooler content next on these Sports Leader.
It's a pool party.
You're listening to Murph and Max Power Hour. Now on 104.5 FM and 680. This is KNBR, the sports leader. Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mark Spears joined the afternoon show yesterday live from the NBA draft to talk about the Warriors trading Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. To hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Murph and Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, let's dive in. And, oh, by the way, great news. Can I get a, can I get a Fox chime? Fox chime here?
Give him a chime, yeah.
Raymond. The best of all time, Raymond
I almost
Ritter.
feel bad, Raymond. I'm sorry.
Well, Raymond, you can come to me because I'm the guy saying I'm open to the Chris Paul trade.
Yeah, I'm being a jerk.
But you know what he said? The long-awaited Terry Francois Park will open in October or November.
Dude,
he's left the 2 months over.
Okay.
And he says, he says, we can cut the ribbon. Okay. We can cut the ribbon.
Hey, Raymond, man.
So like Tolbert got a urinal. We're getting the ribbon.
I feel embarrassed, Raymond. I was only ripping, bro.
You're 100% right.
But I did see a sketch.
There was the people looked like they were having fun on the merry-go-round.
Baby carriages getting pushed. I'm like, oh, this looks cool.
Yeah. If only life was an architect's drawing, man. Right? Yeah. All right. Well, here's Mike Dunleavy Jr. leading off the Cooler contest. So one of the big things we joked about was when the Bob Myers had the press conference, not retiring, but stepping away from his job. And Joe kept saying, well, I have you till June 30th. And we're like, but apparently, I guess Bob did not hang around till June 30th because Dunleavy said he was not in the building yesterday.
Okay.
Here it is.
Mike, was Bob Myers in the building? Was he part of anything? I mean, his contract runs up through June 30th, so another 8 days or so. But what was his role?
I think he was on the beach. He certainly wasn't in the building. I talked to him earlier today, and he's look. I think if you asked him, certainly there's a part he misses, but he's always following us. He texted me after we made the picks, but no, Bob wasn't here, and he needs to get away and enjoy it.
Sorry if that was a silly question. Joe weeks ago said he was going to work Bob till the very end.
You got a great question you had to ask.
Okay.
Listen to Dunleavy out there. So Bob on the beach sending texts going, what the hell are you doing trading for Chris Paul? All right, Dunleavy. I think he was going for a laugh on the beach. He didn't get the laugh. But,
well, that's the other thing, too. You got to work the room a little.
Man, believe me, I've been there. Hey, Dunleavy Jr.'s comfortable on the mic. I'll say that. He's got some tutelage on the mic.
Yeah, he's a good speaker.
Brandon Miller, the number 2 pick in the draft out of Alabama.
Okay.
He was talking a little mess to Michael Jordan. Wait, what? Take a listen.
I can say working out in front of Michael Jordan, I think all people would think I would be pressured because, of course, he's Michael Jordan, but Michael Jordan was never the guy I grew up watching. I kind of grew up watching Paul George, so I think Michael Jordan was just a regular guy to me in the gym watching me work out. He definitely sounds like how he sounds on TV, always trash talking. So I just really had a fun time with him.
But you also mentioned within that he's just like he is on TV. He's talking trash. So what did he say to you?
He told me I was just a shooter, just shooting threes. So I mean, it's nothing with him. I know my talents and my abilities. You can't really let Jordan get in your head, It might make him feel good and make you feel bad. So kind of talking trash back to him.
Oh boy!
I witnessed him airball the free throw too. So
wait, so Jordan airballed the free throw?
I always have that up against him.
Oh boy!
Was he having a free throw shot? How did that happen? Was he having a contest with
you? Old. It's him just being old.
Oh my God!
He's been old.
This is getting great.
He's been old.
You better hope he sells the team, or you might be on the bench there.
Lace him up. Lace him up.
Oh, this kid, I'm going to chalk this up to just ignorance. I'm going to chalk this up to this
What do you give me for Brandon Miller doing this in Spider wearing that SC jersey to our show in 09?
Oh, that's nothing. This is he called him out multiple times.
He's had old 3 times in a row.
Well, he hit an air ball. He's old. He's talking trash. I talk trash right back.
Just old.
Oh,
he's been old.
God.
He's been old.
Has this kid not seen The Last Dance? Jordan remembers every slight. Anything
he
that's
doesn't care. Paul George is his goat.
No. He'll come out of retirement just to kick this kid's ass.
And here's the thing. I love that Brandon Miller had to clarify that he didn't grow up watching Michael Jordan. Yeah, the kid's 20. He was born in 2002. Of course he didn't grow up watching Michael Jordan.
If you're going to say, Michael Jordan's not my guy, I'm hoping to hear, but Magic was, Isaiah, or LeBron James even. Paul George?
PG.
With respect.
Another guy with 2 first names. Paul George. Like
nice
Paul.
call, dude. Very nice.
Wembanyama. He was obviously San Antonio. What is he so excited about becoming a Spur here?
Remembering that last moment when you first saw the San Antonio Spurs on TV, now going to them, what excites you most and what do you hope to work on this summer?
Breakfast tacos. I heard a lot about breakfast tacos.
Breakfast tacos.
All right.
Do you guys endorse a breakfast taco?
Tacos didn't come.
I know the breakfast burrito.
I don't think I've ever had a breakfast taco.
Well, you got to be hanging with Wemby more in San Antonio.
I'll sometimes make my own breakfast tacos at home. Delicious.
Sausage or something? Or
I throw
what?
chorizo, eggs, bacon, cheese, and then I get this orange sauce from La Vic's down in San Jose. Throw it on tacos. It's delicious.
No, he's definitely he can handle himself. What about
celebrate his 31st birthday tomorrow with a breakfast taco?
I might as well. I'm going to dial him up.
What about some Wemby while you're doing it? All right.
Are you good enough to chop up
I'll make some chorizo tacos too.
Okay.
It's delicious.
Be honest, Paulie, a guy like you and me, chorizo give you a little heartburn?
Big time. I got to have my pills nearby. It sucks.
I got to
Hopefully that won't happen to you, Marcus. It kicked in right around my mid-30s, by the way, so be ready. That's when it started
bubbling. Now that you're on the back end.
Yeah,
dude, I just started to get heartburn now, Paulie. It's terrible.
Now that he's in his early 40s, you got to be ready.
Real quick. Wemby and Popovich called. They had the Spurs guy, the Spurs media guy, the low-key Raymond Ritter held up the phone and it said Greg Popovich calling. It actually said his name on the phone. So Wemby takes it and breaks a little French. Apparently Pop drops a little French on him here. Yeah.
Oh. There you go. What's up, Coach? Oh. Ça va et vous? Très bien, coach. Thanks, man. Congrats on you. Can't wait. I can't wait. I'm ready to learn, man. I'm ready to learn. We're gonna celebrate with Bilal and Ryan, my two friends. Yes, sir, coach. Yes, sir. Of course. Well, thanks. Thanks, coach. Bye-bye.
How do you feel about the extensive coach use there by Wemby?
I like coach. Remember, you guys didn't like that I use coach because I call Shanahan coach, but I like coach.
Yeah, I like it.
C'est très bien.
Yeah, totally. Coach.
Well, I want to hear the audio on the other side of the phone and hear if Pop dropped a Le basketball.
Totally.
And then if you want a little swag from Pajensky.
Yes, I do.
Your Santa Clara Bronco.
Give me some swag.
Okay. And the best Bronco drafted since Steve Kenilvort. That's for the old heads out there. 1980. Old Drake High Pirate who became a Santa Clara Bronco. The Warriors drafted him the NBA draft used to go 11 rounds, guys. An old Marin County kid, Steve Kenilvort, drafted a Santa Clara.
Just want to shout out Brent Jones, too, for coming out of that.
Yeah. Anyway, he put on a hat, and they social media, they put a camera in his face. Here's him talking to you listeners. This is who he's talking to.
This is for y'all.
What's up, Dub Nation? It's your newest Golden State Warrior, Brandon Pajemski. I'm so excited to get back out to the Bay. It's already my home. I can't wait to contribute in any way possible to the organization. I look forward to winning the championship this year, 2024 Golden State Warrior NBA champs. I'm ready. Go Dubs.
Okay, he just called it. Parade, Pajemski, first bus with Curry. There you go. There's your cooler content.
Okay, man.
Including a park opening from Raymond Ritter.
Quite satisfying.
And breakfast tacos with Wemby.
Yeah, thank you, Raymond. That was awesome.
Susan Slusser next on the Sports Leader.
Go Dubs.
Reggae Friday rolling along. Marcus Thompson joining Tolbert and Copes today to talk about Chris Paul coming to the Warriors. Obviously, we'll continue to talk about that with Tim Kawakami in just a few minutes. But first, our regular Friday hit with our great pal, Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle, who has a fun weekend of ball ahead.
Shout out Susan Slusser, man.
Good morning, Sluss. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're good, man. We're talking a lot of basketball today. Chris Paul to the Warriors.
You know what, Doug?
Do you have a take, Susan?
You are, yeah.
Do you have a take, Susan?
Yeah,
Chris
yeah.
Paul?
No, zero.
No take on Chris Paul. Okay.
You didn't you cover the Warriors? You covered the Magic, I want to say, didn't you?
I covered the Kings and the Magic in the 90s. So it's been a little bit of a while. Yeah.
Hey, what's the difference in covering the NBA as a beat? I never covered the NBA. That's the one sport I never did as a beat writer. What's the difference?
I loved it. I loved everything about it, actually. Well, I didn't love living in Florida, but
yeah.
Like the games are such an event, and the players, especially in the night. I recovered Shaq. They're just so cool. Horace Grant is probably the coolest person I've ever seen or met in my life.
Wow.
Best dresser.
Yeah.
By far, best dresser ever.
Yeah, he was cool, man.
Horace Grant to a Paul Weller show. That's what we got to do.
You know what, though? I got to shout Susan out because I liked your piece today about the pictures on the base paths and everything, because we just talked to Sean Estes about that yesterday. And
Thank you. Well,
yeah.
The A's used to do it, not regularly, but they do it now and then. And I asked Cather at one point last year about it, and he kind of shot me down pretty fast. And then I found out that Sean and I was told to get ready.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait a minute.
It was shocking to see, but then I started thinking, because, obviously during previous eras, Murph, I can remember seeing Sean Estes on the base paths all the time with the black jacket on. Yeah. Those guys used to, and you got Susan, I would wonder how many of these pitchers now even know how to handle themselves on the base, because they never have to hit. Yeah,
exactly. That's kind of what Kapler's point was. You worry about a few things, right? Obviously, injury, but also these are not probably going to be your best base runners. These are guys, especially now, who really don't. But there's a few fast guys. Tim Hudson was really fast. Sonny Gray is super fast. He's the Reds' kind of secret potential base runner. If you got a fast pitcher who played a position maybe even through college, there you go. But otherwise, it's probably not that. You are very, very thin in the bench, or somebody's probably gotten hurt for you to do this.
All right, Susan, let's talk about the 10-game win streak. And obviously yesterday it comes to a screeching halt, but I think everybody was okay with that. Among the things that changed were A, the energy at the park, B, the rookie contributions kept growing, C, the bullpen games seemed to gain more legitimacy. Which of those threads sort of jumps out at you the most?
You know what? This bullpen thing is fascinating to me. It doesn't make sense that at one point, I think for 3 days in a row, they had 5 guys that you would look at and go, those are starters in their bullpen. And then they were making it work. This is a situation where on some teams, you might have hurt feelings, disgruntled guys who are kind of a mess because their routines are being messed with. Starting pitchers can get pretty, high maintenance, I guess, with I've got to pitch on this day and do my perfect routine. None of these guys have been like that. I asked Kapler yesterday, how much buy-in do you need to make something like this work? And he was like, yeah, you do need guys to buy in, and everyone is. And then after the game, I really liked what he said about, obviously they got thumped. He acknowledged that, and he said, but we saw a lot of really good team behavior tonight, and he pointed out the bullpen again. Now, Sean Manaea does not want to be pitching in the 8th inning of a 10-0 game, right? But there he was. He did his bit to kind of help out the bullpen, the rest of the bullpen, for an important series this weekend, and we saw a lot of that yesterday. So even in a 10-0 loss, there were things that people could point to and go, this is actually a really good positive for this team. That's another sign of a good team. I like it.
Yeah, and a good team they are. They're 10-1 in their last 11, right? A little bit about this Arizona series coming in, Susan. It's funny. I know it's only late June, but still, it is late June. It's not April. And it was supposed to be Dodgers-Padres. Oh, wait, it's Giants-Diamondbacks, right? And is there something to this? These. If you're the Dodgers and the Padres, you're like, yeah, let's see in September. But there's something to each of these teams. I don't think either one is a fluke. Do you?
Well, the Diamondbacks are the team that I think gave the Giants the most problems last year. Every time we saw them, they looked like, it was a track meet. They can run. They're young. They're young talent. It might be right there with the Giants' young talent. And Merrill Kelly obviously dominates the Giants. They've got some decent pitching. I think they're for real. I think they are very much a threat in this division. a lot can change. We're not even at the halfway point, but they are a good team, and everyone knew that coming into the season. I'm not sure anybody thought potential division winners, but I think people thought, yeah, they're going to stick in this for at least a while and scare some teams. They're doing a lot more than that now.
And now, before we let you go, Susan, just the Matos update. It's been a week and a half now. And I know
just lost his first game, by the way. That's first L for him.
He made a running catch in right center yesterday.
That was awesome.
Shouldn't be forgotten.
Yeah.
As you continue to talk to the team in the locker room at the clubhouse and continue to watch him, and he doesn't speak English as his primary language, but he seems to be expressive and communicative. And I don't know, what's the Sluss read on Matos?
Oh, he's fun. This is I know the Giants used to get dinged a ton for not developing their own outfielders, right? Here's one who potentially at some point could be an all-star type player. But it's interesting you mentioned the language. Erwin Higueras told me, the great Giant Spanish language broadcaster and also one of the PR people, told me that he thought that Matos would be doing interviews in English in 2 months. It took 2 days.
Wow.
2 days.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
He's going to be more comfortable for a while with a translator, but his English is fine. He already would, when you ask a question, he wouldn't wait for a translation. He'd immediately launch into a Spanish response. Nice. But his English is really very good.
And in terms of Haniger being out, and I know they signed Dalton Guthrie, sent him to AAA. They called up Bryce Johnson. But we should be looking at Matos as a starting outfielder for the foreseeable future, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, who knows what happens when Haniger comes back, but wow. Yeah, Matos has got to stay. Why wouldn't he? I mean, what was that stat in the first 7 games, the most runs in Giants history?
Yeah, since McCovey or something like that? Yeah, wow.
Yeah, no, he topped him through the first, whatever it was, 7.
Well, that team you're covering sure is getting more and more interesting by the week, so that's good news for you. You have something fun to cover, and it's good news for us. And you noticed the buzz at the park, too, right, Susan?
Oh, it's great out there.
Oh, yeah, that was fun. You know what? Bigger and bigger crowds every day, and then yesterday's crowd was terrific. Absolutely. A lot of noise despite the score and being down early. Really, I mean, a lot of good things. You don't usually see that. Like at this point of last season, I think that would have been a downer, even though their record was about the same.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they were kind of trending in the wrong direction already last year.
It's the
this
youth.
Year,
yeah.
Trending in the right way. Yeah.
It's the kiddos. All right, Susan, can't wait to read you.
Thank you,
thanks
Susan.
for the hit.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys.
There she
Bye.
is, Susan Slusser of the Chronicle.
Everybody's having a good time at the yard
well,
now.
I got to tell you, we had a ball yesterday.
That's what I'm saying.
We had a ball. I mean 11-year-old kids, they were,
that's been a big part.
Baseball. We could change their lives. They were so excited.
To me, that's been like a big part of this resurgence is just how great it is at the yard again and the crowds and the vibe and it just feels good again.
I want to shout out, we had a mom, one of the chaperones, Celise. She came walking up from the garden with a big salad and a glass of rosé.
Shout out Celise.
I mean, I got to tell you. I said,
some
Celise,
fresh
look
greens.
at you. She goes, I got my rosé.
Wow.
That's what she said.
And she's getting all the
beautiful
superfood.
salad.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful salad.
Yeah. What are we talking, vinaigrette? I'm just kidding.
I had the crab sandwich probably. And then, dude, I got to tell you, when you talk about great ballpark foods around the country, and because Rory demands this every time, and because I'm a softie, I give it to him. My old man wouldn't have. He would have been like, no, you got yours. We brought you a sandwich. That's your lunch.
Now, here's a big question.
What I'm going to say is it's the Ghirardelli Sundae.
Well, that
remains, even though it's $15, but with the season ticket discount, $3 off.
I mean,
I got to tell you, that thing.
Don't turn that down.
That thing is ridiculous.
And by the way, don't put it
warm, thick chocolate. Oh, man.
Don't be afraid to throw the whole family in the car now. And I used to do this on the semi-regular when my kids were little and we all still lived in the city. Don't be afraid to throw them in the car and head right down to the Ghirardelli.
We've done it.
And
we're due for another.
Shop.
Due for another.
When you're in that line and you start smelling that fudge, you're like, oh, man.
Due for another.
It's about as close to heaven as there is.
Tim Kawakami is as close to heaven as it is, I guess.
Nobody gets too much heaven.
Chris Paul with Kawakami next on The Sports Leader.
You're going to get this podcast.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Yeah, Paulie Mac, Murphy Mac Morning Show, talking live to my main man and good friend, Steve Moskowitz, tax attorney right here in San Francisco. Steve, good morning. You know, yesterday, you had some really interesting information on that ERC. I was wondering if we could go a little deeper on that today.
Absolutely. Thanks, Paulie. ERC is where the government is giving away. It's a grant. It's not a loan. Up to $26,000 for every employee that you have that qualifies. So if you had 10 qualified employees, you get up to over $250,000, 20 up to over $500,000, and so on. It's a grant. Again, you don't pay it back. There's two ways to qualify. One way, the easy way, is a certain drop in gross revenue. The other way, the complicated way that a lot of firms are ignoring, is a facts and circumstances test. But we'll take the time, we'll take the energy to go over it with you. And if you qualify, because the law says either or, either way will work, we want to get you every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
And I can tell you from my own experience, Steve will fight for you. Steve will fight for that last dollar. Call Steve Moskowitz today at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Washington Wizards have agreed to send Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors for Jordan Poole and 2 future draft picks, a first-round pick, a second-round pick. And listen, this is the completion of that Bradley Beal trade with the Phoenix Suns. The Wizards have been looking for a situation to move Chris Paul onto. And now the Warriors step in, bring in Chris Paul to play with Klay Thompson, obviously Steph Curry, and move out Jordan Poole, who will start a new 4-year, $140 million contract extension this season.
All right, Ika Mouse on a Reggae Friday, Adrian Wojnarowski on a Reggae Friday, Tim Kawakami on a Chris Paul Friday. Timmy, man, listen, you live for this stuff. You love palace intrigue. You love the big moves. You're one of the best at analyzing this stuff. And man, did the Warriors deliver a silver platter of content yesterday. Tim Kawakami of The Athletic. I mean, I almost just kind of want to open it up, dude, and just say, I mean, as you wake up this morning, your primary thought on Jordan Poole departure, Chris Paul's arrival. Give me the Tim Kawakami big thing this morning.
Well, first of all, I want to comment on how many times you keep saying I love Palace intrigue. I think there's something going on here. They just keep providing it for me, Murph. I'm not creating it. I'm just writing about it.
Nice.
I certainly don't deny it when it's happening, and I will write about it. But let's move on from that one. Mm-hmm. I just think Jordan Poole was a quirky fit for this team. He was different, He's not kind of this foundational group, not just in age, but kind of attitude and the things he did. And that was good for them. Obviously helped them win a championship in 2022. but it was always a difficult kind of fit. And then they had to pay him. Got punched by Draymond, and we'll never know exactly how that what led up to it and what the real effect was in the locker room. But I think it was awkward. They've talked about it since then, and they needed a better fit. They were just looking for something that would be one financially better, that get some flexibility. The Chris Paul contract is non-guaranteed next season. They can trade him either in the middle of the season or more likely trade that non-guaranteed contract as an expired next year. They can do some things, and I think they really believe that Chris Paul is going to be able to play for them in the playoffs and do things that Jordan Poole didn't do in these playoffs. And we all saw it. That Lakers series, I think, altered maybe some things. And Mike Dunleavy walks in as this, I think my major thought is because, kind of knowing that Jordan Poole was somebody they're going to take a look at moving, was that Mike Dunleavy Jr. walks into his first draft as Warriors general manager and acts like it was his 10th guy. I mean, he just said, "This is what we're doing." Boom, boom, boom. I joke, it's like he's just settling all the family business. They just boop, 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 boop. And I think, we can debate over whether this is all going to work, but this certainly wasn't a timid general manager. This is a guy who's been in the front office for a while, has learned from Bob Myers, has his own way of doing stuff, and man, it was pretty clinical. Boom, boom. We're going to do this. We're going to trade this guy. We're going to draft this guy. We're going to trade Patrick Baldwin. They added him to the Chris Paul Jordan Poole trade, and they're lining it up. It's a risk, no question, huge risk. Chris Paul's health. Yeah. Jordan Poole's future career. Very rarely do you give up 14 years in a trade, right? 14 years difference between Jordan Poole and Chris Paul. But I think as Marcus Slater and I point out a lot, that sometimes it isn't pointed out. None of this happens without Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson's input. None of this.
There you go.
And I think this is a big hint that Draymond's coming back. I thought that. Anyway, again, we'll see when the contract's signed. We'll see, but this is run through those guys, or even those guys have initial input on what the best way to go forward with. And I don't think it was with Jordan Poole. I've kind of had that feeling for a little while now, and this was them deciding that let's go another way. Let's try to go short term with Chris Paul, and then you have some free money and see what you do from there.
You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Great stuff with Tim Kawakami of The Athletic as Chris Paul in, Jordan Poole out.
Well, and Tim, I just wanted to go a little deeper on what you said about just Jordan Poole, the guy and the fit. You used the word quirky, which is good. It was quirky. It was odd. It was a weird fit. He had a great postseason 2 years ago, but we know what happened since then. And I just have to wonder, how much of this, Tim, do you think was also... I don't know. It just involved his attitude, and he was perceived as being somewhat of a problem down the stretch. And Steph had to scold him, during the playoffs, and all the cameras caught that. How much of a factor do you think all of that was? Not just the stuff on the court, but just the way he handled himself.
I think that was a factor, definitely. Whether it's a factor for the locker room, it's a factor for Steve Kerr, factor for Mike Dunleavy, who was a supporter of his, and I think remains a fan of his game, but. I think the idea was it probably was going to get worse because he wasn't going to start. That wasn't happening as long as Steph Curry and Klay Thompson were on this team. And did you want him to start, right? Maybe in 2022 you think, okay, this guy's eventually going to be a really good starter. I never really thought that. Again, you're talking to someone who kind of been critical of Poole his whole Warriors career. And believe me, Jordan Poole was very aware of it and let me know that he knew that I was critical of him his whole career.
Right.
That's okay.
Yeah.
You got to praise him when he's good and you don't praise him when he's not good. That's kind of my theory here. And I just think they thought into the future, was this going to be worth that contract? And was it going to continue to kind of roil the locker room? Again, it's not his fault he got punched. I really always try to emphasize, it's not his fault. And yet it wasn't surprising that it was him in the middle of this. And it was him that Steph has to counsel and yelled at on the court. Remember when he threw his mouthpiece early in the season, got thrown out. Steph got thrown out because he was mad at Jordan Poole.
Right.
Steve Kerr has yelled at Jordan Poole. None of this, again, he should not ever be punched. But sometimes, there's just guys who get, are the ones in the middle of these things. And it's Draymond is in his own way too, right? And there's no question about that. Draymond gets in the middle of these things too. But I think the calculus is it probably wasn't going to get better might got worse as the contract hits. And the contract ain't even started yet. And the talent, the toughness wasn't enough of that there that they could like explain, hey, this is a guy who's going to help us win a ton of games. Like you make all kinds of, qualifications if that's the case. They didn't see it last season. And I think they thought maybe it's going to get worse. And that money was going to look worse and worse. They gave him that contract because they didn't want him to hit free agency this year. And Tyler Hero had made a big deal, and he got punched. All those things, it's the reality of the moment. You exist in the moment you're in. But this is a different moment now, and that money doesn't look so good. And they're coming up, we know they're coming up on this massive luxury tax situation that they're in now. They're in it now, but they want to get out of it next season, the second apron, all these details. That money was a way for them to get out. I think, there's in some ways it was either him or Draymond or Clay. Like one of those three was not going to be on this team next season. Right. They made that decision now. I don't know why they had to make it right now, but maybe Chris Paul was that was the vehicle. They decided this is the vehicle to get out of the Jordan Poole money, and to make one last run. And believe me, this is the last run. This season is going to be fascinating.
That was going to be my question, Timmy. And we're talking to Tim Kawakami. The Athletic does such a great job covering this stuff. Everybody read him at theathletic.com. Subscribe. Hey, Tim, that's my biggest question. If indeed, okay, we understand the financial flexibility, we understand the clearing of the books, we understand the fit, but if Joe Lacob wakes up every morning saying, I got to win a championship, does this make them a championship contender, or are they close? I mean, of course, there's more moves to make, obviously, but big picture, can you, as the Sacramento Kings stay young and the Nuggets are champs, can you get older and more injury prone and win a championship?
They're definitely not the favorites. I mean, Denver is better, but then you look at the rest of the West, and I'm not sure who do you say is better than the Warriors right now.
Sacramento.
They beat they beat the Kings in Game 7 in Sacramento. So, and it's not like they got an incredible. Yeah, I don't know about that one. You talk about old and creaky, and Chris Paul,
right?
Who's their point guard? They're not, maybe they're even further behind Denver at this point, and you will have to deal with them as all teams had to deal with the Warriors for years.
Yeah.
But I don't, if something weird happens at Denver, or if something, you figure out a matchup against them in the Western Conference Finals or wherever you're going to play them, I don't know that they're further, behind everybody else. I just don't know. I mean, they beat Sacramento in Sacramento in Game 7, and that was with Jordan Poole stinking, right? So it's not like the loss of Jordan Poole prevents you from ever thinking you can beat the Kings. Kings have probably moves to make. Other teams have moves to make, but you know what? I think for a year they're probably better than they were last year. For a year.
Okay.
Beyond that, they're worse, right? I mean, that's the trade they make. But in this Bob Myers, this is the one thing Dunleavy's shown to me. Like with Myers, he acquired D'Angelo Russell in the Kevin Durant signing trade. Not because he thought D'Angelo Russell was the thing. It was like, let's take a look at him, and then you know what? I can trade him if it doesn't work out. I know I can. I have these deals set up where I can move him. I think Dunleavy, in his mind, is like, you know what? I think it's going to work with Chris Paul, and if it doesn't, this is retaining an asset. We have this $30 million contract, and we can move it, and we can get something better and younger. I think that's a real Bob Myers thing. I could be wrong. Maybe they're doing all these things and they don't know, but I think he's got Draymond Green contract probably coming. I don't think would you make this possibly trade Jordan Poole if you don't think Draymond Green's coming back? Of course not. You think Draymond Green's coming back, and you make this run with Chris Paul, and you have an idea what you can do with that money next season if it doesn't work out. That's a Bob Myers thing, and I haven't covered many teams that have that. And if Dunleavy has it, it's an advantage. It might the judgments might be wrong. The basketball might not quite fit. We've seen that happen with the Warriors, but we've seen also 4 times when all those decisions have lined up.
Yeah.
And this would be, they're underdogs to Denver, but I don't know who else they're underdogs to in the West, and I think that's pretty important to them.
Nice.
So many permutations. Tim Kawakami, The Athletic. We're talking about the big move. Let's talk a little on the court here. Stylistically, Tim Legler brought up a strong argument, which is the Warriors are a fast-moving, whip-it-around ball movement team without a traditional point guard. Chris Paul's a walk-it-up traditional point guard. I mean, this is Steve Kerr's department, but did that strike you as odd?
Yeah, stylistically.
No question.
Yeah.
It's going to be different. Chris Paul has always been like that. And again, as you get older, it's going to be harder for him to play movement. I don't think, he's not going to go into the floppy series with Clay and running, to both sides of the court, running off screens. But I think this is playoffs, man. I mean, they're going to adjust it and maybe have that second unit play more pick and roll, maybe him and Kuminga in a pick and roll game. I think we all could envision that. But I mentioned, Chris Paul and Wiseman might have worked out pretty nicely, but I guess that's not happening. I think you can just see them playing differently. Kerr has played that second unit differently. Remember, even with Livingston, they played differently during the heyday. They just, you can play different styles at different times and maybe slow it down a little bit if Paul's playing with Steph and take Steph off the ball. But they're not going to change dramatically, and Paul's not going to play that perfect Warrior style. It's playoffs. It's what did the Lakers series come down to? It came down to half-court offense and not throwing it to the wrong team. And they just got in that. And the Lakers made them play half-court, and the Lakers just jumped the passing lanes, and the Warriors did not have enough guys who knew what to do with the ball. They had Steph Curry, and who else played well offensively in that series? I can't think of one. So a guy who could just settle them down for 8 minutes when Steph's resting, plus maybe a couple minutes with Steph every half, maybe more, 14 minutes, 16 minutes, if you really need to press it. Maybe you close halves with it, with a grown-up, and they did not have enough grown-ups offensively. A guy who can shoulder his way into the lane, I go back, very different player than Lonnie Walker, but Lonnie Walker freaking won the Lakers, game 3, whatever game that was, tilted the series. Chris Paul's not Lonnie Walker, but can do some of that stuff. Just kind of get into the lane, play off a big, and then get that quick short mid-range. I always talk about tough twos. Warriors didn't have a lot of guys who took or made tough twos. Jordan Poole sometimes, and a lot of times not. I think they're going to count on Chris Paul for the playoffs. Where the scheme fit works is in the playoffs when you can't play as free and loose. You can't just run all your, movement action. LeBron James knows every action the Warriors are going to do. You need someone who's, okay, you know what? If you do this, I counter it by taking 3 dribbles, leaning into you, and leaning away for a 14-footer. And I think Chris Paul is their answer to that. We'll see at age, he's going to turn 39 next season. We're getting into some high numbers here.
Very high.
I know. But I think I see that, it's a shift. And again, Kerr's done it before. Sean Livingston wasn't playing the floppy action. Sean Livingston was low post, set it up, rotate around me, and I'll find somebody. And I think Chris Paul, in their minds, can be a version of that.
Last one, Tim. This is fun. It's too much fun, and we're going to have a lot of fun. It's all summer and into the fall. But last one is the style, the cultural stylistic fit. And this is a little bit of sports talk radio. And I know probably the big boys are like, that's for the Barstool guys. But the style fit of him being a rival for so long, him being somebody Warriors fans love to hate.
Oh, man.
And now he's trotting off the bench in the uni.
Yeah.
But that's just the cultural style fit.
It's like Richard Sherman times 10. Yeah.
I was going to say, it's definitely Richard Sherman. Definitely Richard Sherman.
Yeah.
I might have brought that up with a Warriors executive last night, but you know what?
See?
I think 49er fans kind of liked Richard Sherman after a year or two, right?
They did.
Now, he had charm, though, Tim. I don't know if Chris Paul has that charm.
Yeah.
Yes. It's going to be different, but listen, Warriors fans will like him if he plays well.
Right.
And they will not like him in an extreme way if he doesn't play well. That's what this is always about. That's always a formula. I'm curious about how that locker room's going to be because, Chris Paul's strong personality, former president of the Players Association, certainly had the rivalry with Steph, certainly has had his issues with different members of the Warriors from his Clippers days and the Houston days. But players like other players who help them win. That's it. And if he does, and I think he's going to, at least for a little while, I think it's going to be fine. I think he kind of will like walking into a locker room where he's not looked to as the guy running it because Draymond and Steph are running that locker room. And does Chris Paul want to be the guy who's the veteran, the one veteran who cannot fit into this locker room? I don't think he wants to do that. At least initially, I think it's going to be fine. Although I'm going to be looking, right? We'll see.
Yeah.
But he signed off on this, but no question. Steph has signed off on this, no question. I think there's a lot of motivation to make this right, to make this work. I think Kerr will love Paul, love him. Kerr's been looking for grown-ups. He wants grown-ups in there.
Okay.
They brought Andre, in 2 years ago, kind of was that. Didn't play a lot. Last year, didn't play. It's hard for a guy to have a lot of influence in the locker room when you're not playing.
Yeah.
Chris Paul's going to play. It could blow up. There's no question about that. Or there just could be little things. We're going to be reporting about it. Maybe my Palace Intrigue specialty will have to drop in on that.
Nice.
I think that it's a strong personality who I think is set up. Listen, he's already accepted the role, right? I mean, he's not coming in here saying, I'm the freaking starting point guard. Like, he knows he's the backup. And we'll go from there. But Steph and Draymond and Clay have been, running that locker room for a lot of years. They're going to continue to. I think, at least initially, Chris Paul is going to completely understand that. And although I want to say it's going to look different in there, I think it's also very important that Jordan Poole is no longer has a locker next to Draymond Green. Like that was weird. That was weird last year. And they did it. It's like, look, everything's fine. And Draymond insisted on it. I was in there like almost every home game. It was weird. I mean, not like they were arguing, but they just never talked to each other, sitting next to each other in the locker room. They just never did.
Yeah.
We noted it. They clearly could have won with it. It wasn't the biggest thing in the world, but I think that was something that was part of the locker room atmosphere that will be different now, and it was important to be different.
Man, oh man, so good. Can't wait to keep reading you guys. You and Marcus and Anthony do such a great job covering it. And we need to bring back the ghost of Bill King for when the Warriors are running to the championship and say, old man Chris, as he goes down the court.
Well, if all goes well, yeah.
As he walks it up the court, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Great conversation, Tim. We hit many interesting threads, and we'll continue to all summer and fall and winter. So thanks, man.
All good, guys.
Yeah, very fun, dude. So are you now? Listen, Paulie, are you?
I know this is a long
bit?
process.
We started at 5:58.
No,
Paulie was.
Well, there's ebbs and
Paulie
flows.
lashed out and said that the Giants lost because of Chris Paul.
I did blame the whole thing on Chris Paul. The streak was going great.
I heard you turn in that conversation when he said Kerr wants adults.
That made a lot of sense. That's a great point he made. I thought right there. You're right. I did kind of perk up because that was supposed to be Iguodala's role last year, and exactly like Tim said, he did a lot of that from the bench. But you got to be on the floor with these guys, and maybe that is part of the role.
You're probably making a Chris Paul jersey by 10 a.m.
Not quite. No, I'm not quite going that far. Now, one last question for you before breaking. Does this affect you in any which way? All season long, and I'm talking all season long, every Thursday I go to do that podcast. Creative Tony is my co-host. He was like, this whole thing's going wrong because of Draymond hitting Poole. I mean, he would not let go of that.
I tried to be in denial.
Turns
about
out
that.
I did too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm saying
you got to go next pitch, water boy. You got to go next pitch.
But the big picture question for you is, how do you feel knowing that it was Creative Tony was right all along?
See, I almost, that's angering me.
See what I'm saying?
That bums me out.
That's why I brought this up. I thought that'd be a good topic.
It's a Friday, it's Reggae Friday. What are you doing to me, man?
Okay, let's get back to the Marlins.
Yeah, let's get back to that. One more time.
How long have you been a Rasta?
Well, I've been a Rasta from ever since.
No, that's it.
You know?
There.
You know?
I do know.
I know.
It's Waterboy's birthday tomorrow. Come on,
Happy
we got
birthday,
Bob's
Marcus.
Donuts, all right?
Okay.
Don't hit me with that.
Creative Tony.
All right, hey, baseball to finish. Tim Flannery.
Yes.
Krug Kuip and Tim Flan, as you say in the Yastrzemski song. And then we're going to debut with Tristan Beck, the kid out of Stanford and the Braves base pitcher. So a big, strong finish. But we do have one more segment of Chris Paul reaction. You guys can text in 415-808-5627 or take your call, 808-KNBR on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Morgan Hill, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Morgan Hill's Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The Poole party is over. Jordan Poole has been traded to the Washington Wizards for Chris Paul. Yeah, CP3 for JP3. To read more about the Jordan Poole-Chris Paul trade, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
It's a Poole party!
Protect your assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
We love having those guys here. Jordan, especially with his contract extension, plan to have him here for 4 more years at least.
That's a lie. Lies, damn lies in press conferences, guys. Listen, he wasn't under oath, and he also said, hey, we plan to, but things change. Plans change. Hairstyles change. Interest rates fluctuate, Paulie. But Reggae Friday stays the same.
Thank God.
Who do we got here, Waterboy?
This right here is Yellow Man. Nobody move, nobody gets hurt, Murph.
Nobody move, nobody gets a Yellow Man, Paulie. Yellow Man.
Similar thread to, similar idea, rather, I should say. So one of our texters sent in during the Kawakami interview where he said, talk blank, get hit. And the blank rhymes with hit.
Or blank around and find out.
Yeah, same kind of principle, yeah.
Hey,
nobody move, nobody get hurt.
So we have a busy Giants hour, last half hour with Tim Flannery and Tristan Beck, so I want to get the clock right. But remind you, take this time that the Giants Community Fund, which I'm on the board, and we're so proud to do with the Junior Giants. We have our KNBR Giants Community Fund auction.
Yes.
So if you have some means,
which a lot of our listeners do, I've seen the evidence. I've seen Patty from Napa pull up in Steve Perry's Mercedes. I know they got, man, I love you, Patty. I'm just saying.
Well, the money goes to the Giants Community Fund and all the kids out there. We have a record number this summer, by the way. We're very excited. Great enrollment in Junior Giants. We're back, baby, from the pandemic. But here's some of the items at jrgiants.org. Giants Community Fund trip to the All-Star Game. So you go up to Seattle.
What's like a good All-Star Game?
2 round-trip coach flights, San Francisco, Seattle, hotel accommodations for 2 guests in 1 room for 2 nights.
I got to be surprised considering you're...
And then you go to the Home Run Derby, too.
Considering your Seattle fandom,
I am a big
I'm
Seattle
shocked
fan,
you're not going.
I should have been on this. I should have been on. Well, we hope to be busy playing ball, but that all starts tomorrow, by the way.
You got a game?
Finally, after 3 weeks, dude. We've been on ice for so long.
Where's where are you going?
We'll be at some plush setting in the wonderful North Bay.
Okay. There are plush fields up there.
Where you see?
We got a game Saturday and Sunday. I'll come back with 2 pelts on the wall.
Well, I'm looking for 2 wins now.
Well, we'll see how it goes. We'll take it one pitch at a time,
All-Stars.
Paulie.
You got good competition.
Definitely. And the other one is the trip to San Diego Labor Day. So you go to Petco Park, you get 2 round-trip coach flights, San Francisco, San Diego, 2 guests in a Grand Hyatt in San Diego. You check in on Friday, you check out on Sunday, and you go to the Giants-Padres games twice. And then we got the Giant Bat Boy or Bat Girl. Then you got the Ball Dude or Ball Dudette. Those are obvious ones. A staycation at the Hotel Luma. All that stuff. So, hey, it's all at jrgiants.org. And please help out KNBR and the Junior Giants. So there you go, man. Okay, guys, here's the deal. We've talked Chris Paul forever. Paulie, did you say you want one last thought before we go to Flannery here? And that was, you said, after I've tried to beat you down by saying, hey, don't hate it. This could make sense on some levels. And then Tim Kawakami said, Kerr wants adults.
That made sense. That was a good one.
You said you've come up with a new slogan?
Well, yeah.
You said it wasn't, at least it's not
Kyrie Irving.
That was
you know what I'm saying, bro? Because I just happened to look up and see a Kyrie highlight, and I'm like,
your slogan.
Obviously, the guy's a great talent, individual player. I understand that. I've seen him go to the rim like anybody else, but I've also seen him just destroy organizations one after another like dominoes. They fall over. So, yeah, as bad as it is with Chris Paul, at least it ain't Kyrie.
So, Paulie's new slogan, at least it's not Kyrie.
I'm sticking with it.
And we get Tim Flannery, next on The Sports Leader.
I was like, uh-oh.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is some kind of good.
This is unbelievable.
Reggae Friday welcomes one of our all-time favorites, Tim Flannery, 3-time World Series champ, a million-time champion bard on stage, singer, songwriter, poet, winner, friend. Tim, welcome back to Murph and Mac. How are you, man?
Flan.
Hey, good morning, you guys. What a beautiful way to start a Friday. Thank you for having me.
So we know we do is we've decided we have Reggae Fridays in the summertime. So you're, Waylon Jennings, you're Jerry Jeff Walker, but is there room for reggae in your world?
Yeah.
Yeah, there actually is. We got a song that when I came out of Costa Rica, I wrote one called Rise Up. And it's kind of a reggae thing. You can find it out there. Just put Tim Flannery and Rise Up on YouTube. You can get it for free. But I remember playing the High Sierra Music Festival in 2015, and that's happening here in another couple of weeks. But I remember I had the second or third day, I had like a 9 o'clock in the morning slot on this giant stage, and everybody was camping and sleeping, and my band came out, plugged in, we turned up to 11, and started this song called Rise Up, and people were like, oh, really? Is this how it's going to start?
Hey, hold on, Tim, check it out. Check it out, Flan.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
You know what? I'm in. I'm in. Oh.
Hey, Flan, you're good at this.
Dude, I like this groove.
You're good at this.
Thank you. It's definitely something different that I've never really, written. But when you're down in Costa Rica riding waves with your family for 2 weeks, that stuff comes out.
By the way, Tim, was that a Carlos Santana shout out right there in the lyrics,
or was it your buddy in Costa Rica?
Carlos, who picked us up, he was the guy that drove our little van that the family had, and he was just smiling and saying, greeting us every place he went. So it was kind of cool. And
he made the song.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah. Oh, that's so great. Hey, before we talk about the Giants and youth and baseball and everything, how about old Boch? Are you checking him out over there? How about it? First, multiple reactions.
Oh, man, he's having the time of his life and doing what, he always said to me, he goes, hey, you got things that you love to do after baseball. He goes, all I ever want to do is manage a baseball game. So an opportunity for him to be given a really good ball club. Chris Young pitched for him in San Diego, and he is the GM now, a very brilliant mind. And when they grabbed Boch, they said, "Hey, we're going to keep the analytic guys at bay for you, so you can do your thing." And I think they're seeing a combination of both worlds working there in Texas, and they got a great offense, great pitching. But watching him come out of the dugout the other night, man, it looked like he's coming out of a cave when he came waddling out to get thrown out of the game.
That was a heck of a walk, wasn't it? It was like, you look like an early man.
That's the look that, like, if you go by his room on the road at midnight when he comes walking out the door, that's the look I used to get.
Yeah, it's nice. It was awesome. It was a hell. If anybody hasn't seen it, go watch Boch storm out of that dugout. Oh, well, he's still got a little salt in him, right? I mean,
And everything looks bigger. He looks bigger. His head looks bigger. I mean, he looks like a giant man from another planet when he comes out of that dugout.
You're 100% right. It was incredible. Well, they say everything's big in Texas, right, Tim? So,
everything's bigger in Texas.
Oh, man. All right. Well, listen, good for him. And he's winning ball games, too. I mean, he's got designs. He can make a little run in October.
No question.
Man, what do you think?
Yeah. I don't think he wasn't going back for a youth movement or wasn't going to go back to rebuild. It was the perfect situation, and that's what brought him out of the house and back to the game.
Yeah.
All right. So listen, I know the Padres are the team geographically closest to you, but the Giants just kind of smacked them around a little bit. 3 out of 4. I know the Padres got yesterday, but Tim, I'd love just kind of your opinion from afar. I mean, I know you're not in the clubhouse, but the Giants have gone young. And, Luis Matos, he was signed when Bobby Evans was still running the team. Casey Schmidt from San Diego State. They got a catcher named Pat Bailey. And we're not saying it's Buster and Timmy and Bum, but people are getting vague vibes of what youth can do. And it's been a long time coming. You've been observing from afar, and any thoughts?
I'm watching every game. I'm watching every game. I watch about 3 games a night, and then at the end of the night, you hit the MLB app and you get to see all the recaps of all the games, and you can really kind of stay up on it. And it's been such a joy to watch them, and the perfect timing of bringing up the young players who are ready, and players that I've actually seen struggle a little bit early and made those adjustments, which you have to do because the word gets out quick what your weaknesses are, and then you either fix those weaknesses or you go back to AAA. And I managed a year in AAA back in the day, and everybody in AAA has had wonderful, great moments in the big leagues, but they were short moments, and then they get found out that what they can't, we all had to do it. And then you make the adjustment. And these guys have been able to deal with it, and they've been able to make the adjustment. And that, to me, is what I get excited about, because it definitely looks like they're here to stay and have some nice careers. And the ball club up there, just the way they've come together, what it reminds me of is maybe not pitching-wise and talent-wise. I mean, they got pitching, but they didn't have the pitching we had in 2010 and 2012 and so forth. But how they realize that they're better. And this is what this team down here in San Diego doesn't know. They don't know how to do it. I don't know if they will be able to do it. The Giants are stronger together as a team than they are their individual parts. Well, down here, all you hear about are these individual parts. And I'm quite frankly kind of over it, because I've watched, the great saying I used to always tell players, and I had to learn it. There's 2 kinds of players, the humble one and the one about to become humble. Mm-hmm. And down here, they're realizing, because if I ever tweet that, I get, just hammered by the Padre expert baseball guys who've never played catch.
Yeah, it's all right.
So it's a long season, and you get to see what kind of people you have the longer you're together in all sorts of situations. And I'm really excited to watching the Gigantes, and excited for tonight against the first place Diamondbacks, who are really playing good and pitching good, and it's going to be a fun summer.
Oh man,
you're right about this Padres. A word on the Padres. So Machado, obviously, borderline Hall of Fame player. Maybe he's an automatic Hall of Famer. I don't know. Probably is.
He's a great player, yeah.
He had an incident where he tagged up. Were you watching when he tagged up on that short pop to left, that foul ball? I don't know if you saw that, Tim. Did you?
I saw it all. They run the bases terribly.
Okay.
They run the bases terribly down here.
Yeah.
And it's crazy. And Bob Melvin's a great manager and great man. And I know when I have had a couple conversations with him down here, there's issues that he's really trying to work through to get them to buy into this whole thing. And who knows? I'm not. I just love to see good baseball, and when I can see good baseball, which you can't always find all the time, it's really great watching and see where these players have taken the game to even other levels at times. But yeah, it's a long season. We're gonna see what's ahead of us. But it sure was fun to watch this last series for sure, and it finally gave some people down here a wake up call. Because I keep, the tradition down here isn't like, there is no history like San Francisco Giants. And the fan base up there, I tell people all the time, it's the best, most educated because of the history and because of the tradition. It was such an honor to be up there, and it seemed like I played my whole career as a player and as a coach and as a manager to go up there. Everything prepared me to go up there to that great ballpark in that great city in San Francisco with the fans who understand the game, where down here they just don't, they haven't. And look, I played 2 years, I mean 10 years down here, and we were part of the two teams that did go to the World Series.
Yeah.
But it's not down here yet, because people still come by my house dressed up in Padre gear and say, "How about those Padres?" And I go, "Well, they're in fourth place."
Yeah, see what I mean? They're under 500, right?
Yeah. And they go, "What?" Yeah. I go, "Yeah. You got to watch the whole season." And I go, I really love that they engage all of you early in the season, so you get to see how long the season is, and then you get to see that I did 25 years in the big leagues, and that's why I'm a mess.
You're the best, man. Hey, Tim, no, really quick, too, because Murph and I know we got to go, but Murph and
Tristan Beck swinging a bit
I
in the
know,
on-deck
but
circle,
so 2 nights ago, they had that big play at the plate. Did you see that one Flan with Blake Sable? And they had to review? Okay. But here's a little funny moment we had on the show. We're sitting there, we're breaking that play down for like a couple of hours, and then Murph looked over at me at one point, and he goes, "Hey, Paulie, my question, would Tim Flannery have even sent him in the first place?" And I'm like, you know what?
I don't know.
That's a great question. So I don't know, Tim. We're going to put it to you right now. You've seen the play. He was out he was out by 10 steps.
2 outs.
Would you have sent him?
It's so hard to decide. I don't know how people throw. I don't know who's coming up. Yeah. And with the new rule, you just send him, and then even if he's out, you let him go in there, and then somebody in there in New York decides, well, that's not illegal. It's a run.
Send him. New York will call him safe.
That's why I asked, man.
You know what, Flan? And we got Tristan Beck's coming on at 9:45, so we got to run. But it's so great to check in with you. But I got my 11-year-old all-star team. We start tomorrow, and what did I tell him at practice 2 days ago? We were talking about situations. I said, hey, the great Tim Flannery tells you all you need to know about what to do is on that scoreboard.
There it is.
What's the score? What's the inning? What's the count? How many outs? Right, Flan?
It'll tell you how to play. It'll tell you how to run the bases.
That's what I'm channeling you.
Oh, man.
I'm channeling you, Bard. All right.
Sounds good. Can I mention a gig coming up?
No,
yes,
100%.
of course.
As long as you play Rise Up at the gig.
Yeah, please.
All right.
Yeah, the Lunatic Fringe. I've been doing some solo stuff around, but the Lunatic Fringe is getting back together. And September 2nd, we play Kumba Theater in Santa Cruz.
Nice.
September 3rd is Hot Monk Concert Series in Novato.
Nice.
It'll be our 10th year. It's one of our favorite shows, so people can go to timflannery.com and hit the tour button, and you can see where we're at. I've only got a handful of shows. I take care of my mother, who's 91, full-time now. She's living with us, and I've got 3 grandkids, so I can't just break away and go on a long tour, but we are coming up there to play some special shows for the Bay Area.
Well,
awesome, Tim.
Let's make a date to promote them right closer, too,
to remind everybody. We will, for sure.
Okay?
Yeah.
Sounds great.
Talk to you in late August.
Always.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
He's
you too, brother. You
Tim
too,
Flannery on a Reggae Friday. Tristan Beck, Giants pitcher, next to finish the show. Oh, yeah. On the Sports Leader.
Listen to these. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
So we've talked a lot about Casey. Casey's got a lot of shine. So is Pat, for really good reason. Luis is now here and especially shiny. You know, he's fun to talk about, doing some cool things on the baseball field. Tristan's been every bit as good as those guys and hasn't got nearly the amount of attention. No, it's normal, right? He's coming in relief in games and maybe pitching in down 1 or down 2 games, but giving us a lot of length. If you look up on the scoreboard, he's got tons of innings. He's got a low ERA. He's got a high strikeout rate. He's got a low walk rate. It's the makings of a good major league pitcher and deserves a lot of credit for where we are right now.
Well, there you go. Heck of an intro for our guest, Tristan Beck. We've never had him on the Murph and Max Show. Giants pitcher Tristan Beck joining us now on the Murph and Max Show. Number 43 in your scorecard, number 1 in your heart. Tristan, it's Brian Murphy, Paul McCaffrey. We've been doing the morning show here at KNBR for a while. We've seen a lot of Giants teams come and go. We're liking what we're seeing. And good morning. Welcome to the show. How are you?
Morning, Tristan.
Hey, morning, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, man. Let's talk. Let's talk ball. Let's talk about your career, your path. Let's start with the present. You just heard Gabe Kapler saying that stuff, and I know, listen, you're your own worst critic, and you have your relationship with Andrew Bailey and all that stuff, but kind of nice to hear the manager go out of his way to say that stuff, huh? Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, it definitely does, man. It's always nice knowing that the guys in the locker room and the coaching staff has some confidence in you, so it's always nice to hear.
Yeah, we're talking to Tristan Beck, who has pitched in 15 games this year, got a 1.07 whip, 32 strikeouts to 7 walks. It's all happening. So I loved it. We'd love to, know your story, Tristan. You're a California kid, right? You grew up in Southern California?
Yes, sir. Southern California, born and raised, and then went to college up here in the Bay Area at Stanford.
Yeah. What was in SoCal? I see your birthplace was Corona, but what was that like? Is that the Inland Empire? Is that what we're talking here?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes, it is Inland Empire.
So was that more Angels or Dodgers territory?
Yeah, we're going to say Angels.
It's pretty split, but we grew up big Angels fans. Of course, unfortunately, that World Series in 2002. Kind of one of my first baseball memories.
Oh, look at that. Wow. Young Tristan jumping up and down with the rally monkey, huh?
Yeah, with the monkey. Right?
Oh, I think we had 2 or 3 rally monkeys floating around our house.
Did you? Okay. Yeah. Did you play other sports other than baseball growing up, or were you one sport kid?
No, everything, man. Flag football, soccer, basketball, whatever we could get our hands on, really.
Well, listen, getting to play baseball at Stanford is a very, very, very big deal. That's a competitive deal, too. So tell us about getting recruited by them. That's a huge to-do, and were there other candidates? No, it was great. Stanford was kind of our family school. Mom went there, older sister went there. Yeah, and then I committed, and my brother committed shortly thereafter. Oh. So always the goal, always the dream to go to school up there, and super fortunate it worked out to grab a baseball scholarship and get to play ball up there for 3 years. By the way, I also noticed that in your bio, I asked about other sports. You played QB in high school too?
Yes, sir.
So did any chance Stanford, maybe a little fall football?
Unfortunately not. I was much better on the baseball field than I was on the gridiron, that's for sure.
Gotcha.
Well, listen, I mean, you get to Stanford, and that then you probably kind of lived and died this year a little bit with that trip. Great trip to Omaha. Tough deal, though, getting knocked out, huh?
Yeah, it's always tough, man. That's third time in a row going to Omaha, losing early, unfortunately. But it's been really fun watching the program since I left. My freshman year, we unfortunately missed playoffs. But every year since then, they've kind of been taking more steps, hosted back-to-back regionals, supers, and now 3 straight College World Series trips. So it's fun seeing the program, kind of still growing.
Do you and Austin Slater come under fire in the clubhouse for being a little too, you guys are aristocrats. You guys are Stanford guys.
A little bit, yeah, a little bit. People love to have fun with that. But around here, we've got some good Stanford people. Brant Whiting down in the bullpen, one of the catchers, Stanford guy. We got a couple guys down in the minors, too, holding it down for us.
And beat writer Susan Slusser. Have you guys made that connection?
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
There you go. You guys are repping that S. Okay, Tristan, so you get drafted, and you get drafted by the Atlanta Braves. And so that's a big change for you. You go down. Tell us about getting drafted by the Braves and what it was like being in their system.
Definitely a bit of a culture shock, that's for sure. As a California guy, born and raised, I think the farthest west that organization goes is Mississippi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, packing up the bags and taking off for 8 months at the beginning of the year was a little new to me. But, yeah, no, it was great, man. Obviously, always exciting to start the professional career and, get into things and start learning how the business works a little bit. But, honestly, pretty short stop over there, only about 1 year.
Okay, yeah, and then everything changes, July 31, 2019. And it's almost like you couldn't have asked for anything better being a Stanford guy. That Farhan Zaidi's first trade deadline, he went and got you. I mean, and we know Farhan's got that eye, man, whether it's Mike Yastrzemski or J.D. Davis or whoever he goes and
he can just go on and on.
So what was your reaction getting traded in the Melanson deal?
Oh, man, it was a dream come true. Obviously, you never quite know what to expect being traded, and just kind of coming in blindly to an organization. But, obviously came to San Francisco Giants games quite often when I was up in school. I flew in, I got assigned to San Jose High A at the time, and they were playing their Southern California leg of the Cal League. So got to stay at home my very first week with the Giants. I had a bunch of friends and family out. I think I debuted at Inland Empire, which is about 15 minutes from my hometown. So, I mean, you couldn't draw it up any better. You really couldn't.
Yeah, and I remember when you got involved in the deal, there was people in the know were like, whoa, Farhan just did something pretty nifty here. He dumped the Melanson contract and picked up Tristan Beck, and boom, here you are now. You go to San Jose, as we mentioned, and then Arizona Fall League, and then Richmond, and then Sacramento, and now here you are in the bigs. And what's it like now for you? The comfort level, whether it's Andrew Bailey or Craig Albernaz or, the whole clubhouse culture for you arriving in San Francisco. I think one of the things I noticed is like they used to be, in the old days of baseball, you'd haze a rookie. But the Gapler culture is like, no, we're going to welcome rookies. Is that kind of how it's been?
Yeah, that has 100% been my experience, man. I was pretty blown away just how comfortable and welcoming it was in that clubhouse. Obviously, early on in the year, I was one of the kind of earlier rookies to get called up. So, there weren't necessarily 10 of us floating around the locker room my first day, but everybody was great, man, from the coaching staff all the way down. Obviously a pretty veteran bunch. Guys with a lot of experience, a lot of time in this league, and that was really cool to me to see those guys really be so welcoming and kind of go out of their way to make me feel comfortable.
You know who fascinates us? And we're talking to Tristan Beck, Giants pitcher, Stanford kid, who's doing great here on the big club. You know who fascinates us, Tristan, is Gabe Kapler. His Instagram game, the depth of his voice.
The coffee shops.
The muscles.
Yeah, the whole thing. Right. There's a lot going on.
Probably not unlike many managers you've played for, huh?
Yeah, no, Cap's great, man. He definitely has his own way of going about things, and it's fun. It keeps you on your toes a little bit. Like you said, not a little different from some of my other managers I grew up playing for. That's for sure.
Yeah, you walk in, and there's like a poster of Bob Marley on the wall, right?
Yeah, he's talking philosophy.
Yep. Oh, he loves his music. He loves his music.
Oh, you got to let us in. What's it like? What would you hear on a Gabe Kapler playlist? Like, give me a couple of things you've heard him listening to. I'm just curious.
Oh, we've definitely bonded over some kind of classic hip hop.
Okay.
We talked once at spring training this year about I took a music history class one year at Stanford. Yeah, fascinating class. And man, he heard that, and we just went for like a half hour. Talking all about this class was more focused on like the history of rock and roll.
Yeah,
how kind of came out of the blues, all of that, and then obviously has fingers in hip hop and jazz and all sorts of different stuff. And man, we just went down every genre. He's pretty cultured in his musical taste, that's for sure.
I can hear the whole conversation in my head. Like, you walk into his office, and he was like, you thinking he wants to talk about, like, your fastball or something, and he's like, no, actually, I want to talk about Grandmaster Flash, Tristan. You know what I mean?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah. Now, I'm interested, a guy like you, you're a young man, what is classic to you? What is classic hip-hop to you? Because it might be different.
Classic
I don't know.
You
tell me, Tristan, what's classic?
Yeah, so definitely some of that classic 90s stuff, a little NWA, a little Tupac. Obviously, you can get before that. The Bay Area obviously has just a really deep musical culture, talking about, like, Parliament Funkadelic is in there a little bit. Okay. Who else? Shockmaster G, Digital Underground, of course.
Okay. We're you know what? This is all
you're a friend of the show. Yeah, you're getting along. We're going to get along great.
It's all good, man. Well, good. And now that you're comfortable in the clubhouse, you're pitching well. A little bit about the art of pitching and what you're doing on the mound. I mean, it's the era of velocity. What are you topping out at, Tristan? What are you hitting? What would to you be if you're feeling good? What are you hitting?
Absolute all-time high. I've flashed a couple 98s. Okay. I hesitate to claim that I throw 98 just because, I'll flash it once. Maybe the radar gun will help me out with the misread or something.
Where would you like to sit, as they say? Where would you like if you're feeling good that day?
I'm sitting right around 95, 96.
Okay.
There's a bit of a spread in there. I'll flash some 97s pretty consistently, but kind of right around in there when things are feeling good.
Do you think of yourself as a fastball guy? What do you like to think of yourself as? How would you describe yourself?
I've always kind of been a kitchen sink kind of guy. Even going back to high school, back when 92, 93 might overpower guys. Not really the case anymore at this level. But, I've always had a pretty deep mix, curveball, slider, changeup, fastball. So I've definitely always made it a point to try to, be comfortable throwing, off-speed, breaking pitch in any count.
So what you are is you're a pitcher.
There we go. Old school.
Yeah, man.
A little bit last word on Pat Bailey. I know you talked about him on TV the other day, but, you have to understand these crowds you got this week, Tristan, are there because you young guys have energized the fan base. And just a little minute here on Bailey. You guys have known each other for a little bit, huh? There's a good connection.
Yeah. I met him shortly after he was drafted in 2020. We were at that instructional league together after the season ended, and we've played kind of on and off. He's got me a lot of spring training. We crossed paths a little bit in the minor leagues, and he's great. He is absolutely great, for what I would probably consider limited interaction we've had, in-game situation. He's just got this knack for calling a game exactly the way I like it. It kind of feels like we've been thrown together for years, just the way he calls it and kind of that innate feel he's got. He does a great job back there.
We had Buster Posey on. He called it an easy, calm control, and that's what it seems like, yeah.
That's exactly it.
Last one for you, Tristan. You see yourself as a starter in the big leagues eventually?
Right now, man, just whatever the team needs. Absolutely. I mean, we've got a ton of depth, coming into the year. We've even got guys, Ross Stripling, should be back soon. He's great. And, I came up as a starter. I'm definitely comfortable there. Maybe love to have a chance to do that at some point. But, right now I'm really just focused on trying to stay in my current role and do that to the best of my ability. That's for sure.
Smart like a Stanford guy. I love it. Tristan, hey, listen, it's great to meet you on the phone. We'll say hi down in the clubhouse one of these days. And we look forward to this weekend of baseball. Should be big crowds and big games. So enjoy.
Good having you, man.
Thank you, man.
I appreciate you guys having me on.
There he is, Tristan Beck.
I like that kid.
Positive
He's cool.
reviews on the text line, too.
Yeah.
Very, very cool. Okay, well, that's it.
What else can we do?
Paulie, when it's all said and done, Chris Paul is a warrior.
And it's better than Kyrie. That's what I'm saying.
We took 4 hours to break Paulie down.
Yeah.
I'm open to it, guys. I worry about the hammy, but I'm open to it. Waterboy, happy birthday, buddy.
Happy birthday.
Go crazy, dude. Go crazy.
Go
and
nuts,
Triple E,
dude.
pretty good day, buddy.
Yeah, nice
turn
job,
it
Trips.
over now. Jock Peterson joins Papa and Lund at 1 o'clock. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change, tune-up and brake experts. You are listening on a final Reggae Friday to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Chris, what is your reaction to being traded to Golden State today?
I'm excited. 2024 Golden State Warrior NBA champs. I'm ready. Go Dubs.
I heard a lot about breakfast tacos.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourself. Prepare yourselves.
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
For Greg Papa.
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
And John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The Sports Leader.
Monster breaking news, including a future Hall of Famer. Adrian Wojnarowski still on the desk with us. What more can you tell us?
Yeah, Cassidy, a big one. The Washington Wizards have agreed to send Chris Paul to the Golden State Warriors for Jordan Poole and 2 future draft picks, a first-round pick, a second-round pick. And listen, this is the completion of that Bradley Beal trade with the Phoenix Suns. The Wizards have been looking for a situation to move Chris Paul onto, and now the Warriors step in, bring in Chris Paul to play with Klay Thompson, obviously Steph Curry, and move out Jordan Poole, who will start a new 4-year, $140 million contract extension this season.
Chris, what is your reaction to being traded to Golden State today?
I'm excited. I got that question I don't know how many times already, so I'm really excited.
The Warriors have been saying ever since the season ended that they believe they can heal the rift, that they can make sure that they can get Jordan and Draymond back to being more than teammates. I think this decision to trade Jordan tells us all we need to know about that. And they're choosing Draymond over Jordan and in hopes of, again, letting Draymond know that we're in it to win it.
There you go. There's all the reaction. Chris Paul is a Warrior. Jordan Poole is off to the Wiz. We got every which way to break it down for you. Draymond Green, I think that would mean he's coming back, although the Kings did something interesting yesterday. We'll get into that as well. The winning streak ends at 10 with a thud, but over 38,000 were there. And then the Diamondbacks come in this weekend. We got a ton to do on that. NBA draft, the Warriors have a couple of new guys on this roster. What can they do to fill things out? You'll hear from Mike Dunleavy today, and our guest list is absolutely amazing. The guy's doing a great job. Al McCoy is going to join us at 10:50. The longtime voice of the Suns, who's retiring, knows Chris Paul very well. Extra Bags is going to join us at 11:30. Evan Longoria at 12:30, now a member of the Snakes. And Jock Peterson at 1 o'clock, the author of the Walk-Off Walk, and he's been great lately, so we'll talk to Jock as well. Good morning, my friend. And we were off the air when this happened, so this is our first reaction. Actually, we were in the middle of a meeting, and I got reprimanded for it. But anyway, we'll discuss that too. But
what did you do wrong? I was there front row taking copious John Lund notes.
I was taking notes too, and I actually recorded it on my iPad because I was still at home recovering.
Send that to me, would you?
Yeah, I recorded the whole thing, and then our big boss, because I was on a Zoom type of a thing, and I was on a big board or something. And it's right when the Chris Paul trade came down, so friends of mine are texting me. I'm texting back, is this real? Is there a blue check? What's going on? What is this? And so I'm doing this whole time, and I'm looking at my phone, and the big boss sent me a text, and he said,
"Pay attention."
He goes, that's what he said. He goes, "You look very distracted."
You were.
And so then I started paying attention to the meeting.
Well,
anyway.
I was distracted in my mind. I wasn't reading anything. But send me the audio recording of our meeting, because I didn't pay attention to anything. Because right after we got off the air yesterday,
literally,
we get the Woj bomb that they're going to trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul, and I'm looking at it like, what? So this is complicated. We'll get into it over the next 4 hours.
It's complicated, but it's easy, right?
No, I don't know. I just don't like it. I think the NBA has got a issue with their CBA, and it's so much about the Benjamins and not enough about the basketball. And
this is a business move.
When you get into the NFL, and Minnesota just they've gotten rid of some really good players in the offseason, and they had the same record as the 49ers last year. They were 13-4. They're selling off pieces. They're getting rid of really good players, including Dalvin Cook and others. And so sometimes it does get into football, and certainly baseball trades are made because of salary cap and the competitive balance tax. But in the NBA, the luxury tax line, it's all about contracts. It's not about capability as a player. So there's obvious reasons why they did this with Jordan Poole. First and foremost, the dollars. They saved hundreds of millions, over $100 million in salary
taxes
with Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
So I get that. And they can talk about financial flexibility. Yeah. I mean, and also, maximizing Steph's window. In my opinion, this does not make the Golden State Warriors better right now. It's an arguable point next season. Who would help your team more, Chris Paul or Jordan Poole. But when you're trading a 24-year-old that just dropped 20 a game, and I know the numbers are down, Jordan Poole has tremendous offensive ability for an aging player, and Al McCoy will join us. And, I mean, we're talking about Chris Paul. He is a undeniable first-ballot Hall of Famer. The guy was the Rookie of the Year. He's a 12-time All-Star. He led the league in steals 6 different times. He led the league in assists 5 different times. In his younger days, he's a really good defender. He's an NBA All-Defensive player 9 times. He made the 75th anniversary team, something Klay Thompson did not make. 11 All-Star games. He's never won a championship. He got there close with Al McCoy in Phoenix a few years ago when they lost to Milwaukee. He's had a lot of injury problems. But we watched Paul's entire career. When he was a young player in New Orleans, when they had a trade, Del Demps, our friend, sent him to the Lakers, and the late David Stern vetoed that trade. He wound up going to the Clippers, and he was a part of that group, Lob City with DeAndre and Blake, and we saw him a lot in the playoffs with the Warriors and, Mark Jackson's last run, and then more. Obviously we saw him with Houston when he joined Blackbeard and James Harden. And there were times in his career where I thought he was absolutely done, that he was the slowest guy on the floor. He couldn't guard on defense. He slowed the pace down offensively. I think it was the year Johnny went to OKC and he embraced the plant-based diet, which I have embraced as well, but I'm ingesting far different plants than Chris Paul. And then I'm like, wow, that's Chris Paul again? He looks like a different guy. So we'll ask Al, where he's at and we watch Phoenix all year. But honestly, I'm a little bit KD obsessed. Once they got Kevin Durant, I think I watched every game that KD played. And KD missed a bunch of games, and we watched them all in the playoffs. And Chris Paul he looked to me to be heavy again. So if he's going to go back to whether it's a vegan or a plant-based diet, he's got to get in better shape to play here. And when they took the ball out of his hands in the playoffs and gave it straight to Devin Booker, they kind of eliminated the middleman. I mean, this guy, outside of John Stockton, he's the best pure point guard in the NBA in decades. I mean, Steph and James Harden and Chris Paul are the best point guards of their generation, but Steph's not a pure point guard. James Harden has led the NBA in scoring 2 different times in his career. Paul is a pure pass-first point guard, and I think there will be some benefit. I think there's a debate to be made. If you put Chris Paul on the Warriors last year over Jordan Poole, would they have been better? The second unit may have functioned better. I think it would have functioned the same as far as they ran a lot of high ball screen when they had James Wiseman here with Jordan Poole. Jordan doesn't need a ball screen. He can beat you off the dribble. Chris Paul needs a ball screen. And I don't know, ultimately, where he fits right now is in the Andre Iguodala, Sean Livingston role. And that is an important role on this team, that third guard, and you also have other players that can mix in there as well. And Gary Payton II is a guard in some respects, but a power forward in another respect. And we'll see about Dante and some of the young guys. But, I think he fits for the short term if he's in shape, if he stays healthy. Al will tell us, because the guy I saw at the end of the Phoenix run, John, he looked pudgy again. He looked slow-footed again. He's a magnificent point guard as far as getting to spots, the mid-range game, but he missed a lot of those shots. He almost looked a little out of place playing with Devin Booker and Kevin Durant. Where great players like those guys, they make it a lot easier for you, but it's almost like Chris reverted back to when he was younger. He was pressurized because he was the one shooting and not them. They can't take every shot, and you're getting wide open shots, and he's so clever, getting into the lane, taking the fade away. He gets a quality shot, but he wasn't knocking him down. I actually thought when he got hurt in the playoffs with the groin injury, it would help Phoenix and just eliminate the middleman, let Booker run the club, play a lot more of a two-man game with Durant. But then when DeAndre Ayton got hurt and Denver was playing so well, they just were overwhelmed. But so as a basketball observer, you're trading a 24-year-old player. Tell me when this has happened. An ascending player for clearly a descending player. Now, I understand the dynamics of trading Jordan Poole. Was it really that bad? Was it that bad? Then why did you give him the contract extension? That was weeks after the incident. If you just didn't give him the extension, how much would you have to pay Jordan Poole right now after the season he just had? He'd have no, market. He would to some degree because I think people that know the game realize his special ability as an offensive player. He's just got to calm down. So we'll ask the audience a number of questions. I don't like the trade. I don't understand the trade. I understand it from a dollar standpoint and a chemistry standpoint, did they just have to move Jordan Poole? And I think you got your answer on what the league thought, because they gave you back a broken-down Chris Paul, who I think will get in shape and play better. But then there's the other component. I mean, it just in basketball sense, John, give me a comp to a trade like this. It makes no sense, except for the reasons we just cited.
Which are huge.
But they don't make you better. Maximizing the Steph window, which player is better on the Steph? The team right now, Jordan Poole playing the way he can play. And
Chris Paul fits better for a year. He doesn't fit better for 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, but he fits better for a year.
Why? He can't beat you off the dribble and score the way Jordan Poole can score.
But he can be the point guard for a second unit. Now, if you're talking about Jordan Poole 2 years ago, there's a debate. If you're talking about Jordan Poole last year, there's not. I mean, look,
he's the same player.
No, but he's going to open up windows for Jonathan Kuminga. He's not going to start, but he's going to finish. He will get in good shape. He knows this is absolutely, positively his best chance to win a championship. He's probably going to be here.
It's his last chance
for 1 year. And look, 2, 3, 5 years from now, people are going to complain about this trade. But this is simple. This was the only way to significantly get out of that second apron at some point very soon, which then allows you to sign other players down the line and stop not only the financial penalties, but the penalties of the mid-level exception, all these different things they can't do. So while short-term, I think it's better, long-term it could end up being disastrous. There's no question about it. So there's that financial element, which is absolutely huge. They could have nickeled and dimed a few players away like they did Patrick Baldwin Jr., but they're going to save, like you said, $100 million on just the contracts, and then times that by the amount of money. I mean, we could be looking at $300 or $400 million, which is massive, and this is the only way they could do it. Second of all, there is a clear direction for this team, which last year they were trying to do two things at once. Clearly, we're maximizing Steph Curry, and then thirdly, as you just pointed out, it was either Draymond Green or Jordan Poole, and Draymond's a free agent who they continually said they wanted back. And I don't know that Draymond Green was going to come back with Jordan Poole. I mean, it's very clear from Steve Kerr and everybody else who mentioned this thing. As Steve Kerr said, this was the most disruptive thing to happen during the dynasty. Clearly, they weren't going to work things out, and there was a chemistry issue here. Like I said, I think 3 to 5 years, people are going to be upset about this trade, but I understand why it happened in the short term for those three reasons.
I disagree. I think they have lessened their basketball ability. Jordan Poole is, at this stage of his career, is a better player than Chris Paul. I don't care what he did last year.
But I think it's about fit.
I understand. Then why did they give Jordan Poole the money? Draymond Green punched him weeks before.
Because things went worse. I think what happened is this thing.
They didn't have to give him the money then. They made a huge mistake.
But remember, I mean, Draymond Green said they'd still be playing. Steve Kerr said it was the most disruptive thing. This was a big deal.
Say what they want. They weren't good enough last year. They didn't play well.
But I mean, for them to admit those things publicly, I think things were a lot worse between Draymond and Jordan Poole than we ever knew. Because if that incident hadn't occurred, they wouldn't have moved Jordan Poole. I mean, I think it's as simple as that. I mean,
the
even
money
with
would
the
have been the
financial,
money.
the money's the money. I get it. But like you said, they knew the money would be the money. They knew they were going to have to re-sign Draymond Green. All these different things. Plus, this eases the burden on the fact that, okay, Chris Paul may be gone after next year, but now Klay Thompson he's not going to get a max contract, but they could sign Klay Thompson and let him finish his career as a Warrior. So not only on the surface are the things we've talked about, but this is going to allow the future Warriors to at least sign some mid-level guys, to sign Klay Thompson, allow him to finish his career as a Warrior. I think there are other ramifications than the things that are on the surface right now.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's all made for the wrong reasons than just purely playing basketball. If we're in the park and we're picking up players, I'm taking Jordan Poole, you can take Chris Paul. And I understand the career of Chris Paul, and he will get them lined up. He's the great organizer. He's Andre Iguodala. You know, he's got Sean Livingston.
Remember, he gets Steph Curry off the ball, which hopefully saves some tread on his tire.
So Jordan Poole could have done that. There are other players that could have done that. Sure he did. Jordan Poole came in and played point guard. He just didn't play well. He missed some shots. He was out of control. Whatever it is, it's beyond me. I mean, you made a trade for non-basketball reasons all the way around. It may have helped your locker room, but you're appeasing an older, aging roster that you have to look at that just may not be good enough. And then on top of that, you know, we'll get the audience's thoughts on the trade, yay or nay. I don't like it. I don't understand it.
You know what they did? They just basically said we're all in, and they're going to be the Bulls.
You're assuming they're better with Chris Paul on the team than Jordan Poole.
I think they are from a chemistry standpoint. But that's fine. We can disagree on it.
They won a championship with Jordan Poole last year.
But I think what they're saying is that, look, this is a clear one direction. They're not messing around both ways. Right. And they are going to be the Bulls post-Jordan. They are going to be the Celtics post-Bird, McHale, and Paris. They're willing to have
a long stretch where you're going to lose.
And they will be the Spurs post, Kawhi and Duncan. They've decided.
San Antonio only was out of the playoffs for 3 years.
No, but I'm simply saying that they have decided that there is a clear direction to maximize Steph Curry, and there's no two timelines, and that's just the way they're going to do it. They're going to try to maximize this thing, and that's the way. But like you said, the number one reason far and away is that they're going to save with salary and penalties $300 to $400 million, and Joe Lacob had gotten to the point, and I know fans hate to hear this, but he had gotten to the point where he said no more. And this was the way to do it in one fell swoop, because the way Patrick Baldwin Jr., maybe that trade saves him $10 million. That's not enough. They had to do something drastic, and I know fans hate the business side of it, but this was the way to do something drastic and get them to the point where in the next couple of years they're not going to be on that double apron and they can actually
I understand all that.
So
to me, they're a lesser team today than they were yesterday at this time.
All right, give us your thoughts, because obviously we'll throw that up in the as part of the poll today of whether you like the trade or not. I think that you and I can agree that there's going to be a lot of not, but we'll get into that conversation coming up. We got a lot of Giants to get into. We'll continue this discussion. Obviously, there was an NBA draft last night, so we got a ton today. And again, I'll reset the guests when we come back. Just a tremendous guest list today. We'll do it all on a Friday. Pop on Lund, your thoughts. Text line is wide open. We're on YouTube and Twitch as well, so if you want to jump in there, you can always put comments in there as well. Give us your thoughts on the Chris Paul coming to the Warriors and Jordan Poole going out to the Wizards. And we haven't even discussed the point that basically Chris Paul was a very hated guy for years going against the Warriors. So we'll talk about all that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Penn Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Penn Grove's Sports Leader.
What's trending now?
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Duh, Chris Paul is a Warrior, and Jordan Poole is on the Wizards. What's the fallout? What does it mean? How did it happen? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, this is your old friend John Lund for my friends, the Dolan Law Firm. And, you hear ads for personal injury and employment attorneys all the time. But did you know? Many of them, they're not even based here. And many times you'll never even see the attorney you thought you were hiring. That's not right. But Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they've been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. The award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm are dedicated to relentlessly representing their clients in the pursuit of justice. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, they've been reportedly and repeatedly recognized as the best attorneys in the San Francisco Bay Area and in the entire state of California. And the Dolan Law Firm has recovered more than, get this, sit down, you might need to sit down for this, they've recovered more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements for the clients. Now, they know that a serious injury, harassment, or act of discrimination can be devastating. They're going to evaluate your case for free, confidentially, with no obligation on your part, never charging you an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm. They live here. They work here. They win here. Online at dolanlawfirm.com.
Dub Nation, filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
What's up, Dub Nation? It's your newest Golden State Warrior, Brandon Pajemski. I'm so excited to get back out to the Bay. It's already my home. I can't wait to contribute in any way possible to the organization. I look forward to winning the championship this year. 2024 Golden State Warrior NBA champs. I'm ready. Go Dubs.
The overall pick. He said it different than I had heard it. Brandon Podziemski is what I thought it was. It's Podziemski.
Podziemski is the way the Warriors.
Podziemski?
Podziemski.
Podziemski. Okay. Podziemski.
Jem, who likes to ski. Podziemski. He would know his name.
Yeah.
How did he say it?
It's your newest Golden State Warrior, Brandon Pajemski.
Pajemski. Saying it fast, yeah.
All right, Pajemski. What we do know is Santa Clara, by the way, has put some good players in the league, notably Steve Nash, and there was also
that was a while ago.
OKC.
That was a while ago.
But they've had, Kurt Rambis, so they've had a few. But the one thing I did see, and then I looked at a shot chart from this guy. He loves the straight-on three. He can shoot it, but then it was interesting. Mike Dunleavy, who would know because he made the transition, obviously, from Duke as a third overall pick, he said basically that they don't expect anything out of him this year, and if they get something out of him, then it's a bonus. So
he's a rookie.
That's how he's looking at it.
That's just the NBA protocol. He's a rookie. He's highly skilled. I actually fired up video and watched about 30 minutes of him. Loves the step back above the break three. Not a lot in the corner, but he's an interesting player. He almost has a European feel to his game with a European name, Podziemski. He is from suburban Milwaukee, Delafield, Wisconsin, Greenfield, Wisconsin, where he boarded. He went to St. John's Northwestern. 1 year in Illinois, didn't play much there. And then last year, he just went off. WCC Co-Player of the Year, Newcomer of the Year. He averaged 19.9, almost 20 points a game. He's a good rebounder.
Yeah, almost 9.
The one thing, 8.8 rebounds a game, 3.7 assists a game. Highly skilled player. I mean, I want to say he's a Mike Dunleavy type. And Mike Dunleavy played at Duke, and Podziemski played at Santa Clara. Well, that's a good program. We've been down there for many years doing games down there, and they've had good players. But it's just his three-point shot and the way he creates it. Now, the college line's 19.9 and the NBA's 23.9. It's a whole different shot. But he does take that step back that James Harden and Steph Curry and a lot of guys, Lillard. But he also takes it with a side step, like Jason Tatum does and Steph and Harden do. And he is a lefty, so he likes to take it to his left hand, but he gets that shot easy. Can he transition out and make the long three? He's going to have to get in the gym, play in the summer league, whether it's in Vegas or SAC or the Warriors have their own. And he was 43.8% of the three ball, John, 81 of 185. So you could see where he's a skilled player. They didn't move up. They didn't move back. They also moved some other players. But let's face it, the very day that the Warriors drafted Braden Pajemski, they got Chris Paul on the roster and gave up on Jordan Poole, which is just still blowing my mind. And we got into it from a basketball standpoint. And Paul will give you the Jarrett Jack. He'll give you the Andre Iguodala. He'll give you the Sean Livingston. He's going to give you that veteran poise. And he may not start games. He may. But then at the same time, when they go to a three-guard lineup and Kevon's out of the game and they move Wiggs to 4 and Draymond to 5, he'll fit there. They like the three-guard lineup. It's different with Jordan Poole as the third guard to Stephen Clay than it is with Chris Paul. But we could get into it. And Al McCoy, the longtime voice of the Phoenix Suns, 51 years, the voice of the Suns, now retiring, just watched CP3 at the end of his Phoenix run. And we've watched his whole career because he's been such a Warrior adversary, which leads us to, how does the Bay Area, I just had thought of Chris Paul being a Warrior. And we've talked about LeBron being a Warrior, John, and you're just like, what? That cannot happen. What if James Harden became a Warrior?
That would be even more weird.
How would you feel about that? But, I mean, in all-time Bay Area history, an adversary, I don't like to use the word hate, but a guy you disliked, had memorable matchups with. And in the Giants of the 60s, Duke Snider at the end of his career was a Giant in 1964. Warren Spahn, the great Spahny, joined the Giants in 1965. But in more recent years, obviously, Oral Hershiser going from the Dodgers to the Giants for 1 year. Ken Norton Jr., but he was not that disliked, I don't think. Deion Sanders, an Atlanta Falcon, and all the talking he did with Jerry. Joined the 49ers for one memorable year in 94, Defensive Player of the Year. They won the Super Bowl, and then he leaves, and he went on to Dallas, obviously. Richard Sherman.
That's the one.
Leaving Seattle. I mean, to me, it's Paul. Supersedes all of that, because Paul's been an adversary in many different locations. The Warriors weren't good when he was in New Orleans, but when the commissioner vetoed the trade of the Lakers and he was forced to go to the Clippers, and he formed Lob City with Doc, and I mean, what did Steph Curry mumble during a game this year? This ain't 2014 anymore, when the Warriors lost the one time to Chris Paul in 7 during the Donald Sterling saga. And then all the run-ins with him in Houston and Phoenix. I mean, it's still, from a basketball standpoint, besides everything we delineated cash and culture and all that, I don't know how it makes any sense to do it. If you're a basketball guy, I wonder why you get talked into it. I'm sure Steve will like his calm and ability to run a pure point guard as a third guard. But beyond that, just the emotion of it, how do you, as a Bay Area sports fan, how do you accept Chris Paul as a Warrior? When he makes his first three, John, it's all cool?
Yeah, I think it's all cool right now. I mean, I'm not saying that people are going to like the trade. I mean, we'll put up the poll in the next segment, and I think I'm just going to throw out a number. I think 70% are going to say they hate the trade. And people hate to hear the business side of it, but these
are the same people that have been talking about trading Jordan Poole all season. They wanted to trade Jordan Poole.
I think they didn't want Chris Paul for the very reasons that you mentioned, but we'll see throughout the season what exactly happens. But I had written, we were talking about debates, and I think the obvious one is whether they like the trade, so we're going to do that. But I called it foe to friend, and to me, the strangest foe to friend was Sherman. There's no question, just because of the NFC Championship game and Crabtree and all that kind of stuff.
How about Oral Hershiser?
And Hershiser, I wrote down, and
he was hated on both sides of the Bay.
Right, and he sucked when he was here. In the 1 year he was here in '97, and then Ken Norton Jr. So hit us up on the text line if there's other ones, because there clearly is. You're right about Norton Jr. It wasn't like when Charles Haley went 49ers to Cowboys. Norton Jr. went Cowboys to 49ers, but he wasn't, of that whole group of the guys that you would talk about that you remembered from those teams. He wouldn't be top of the list, but certainly that's just one. But the four I wrote down were Paul, Sherman, Hershiser, Ken Norton Jr. I'm sure there's more.
I mean, in the 60s, Duke Snider was quite a guy, and obviously Warren Spahn, but that's a little bit, out of our age demographic. But I think it's Chris Paul now. I think that's clearly the winner, is CP3 becoming a Warrior. What number is he going to wear?
He's going to wear Poole's 3. That's their 3. They're just going to swap 3.
The whole thing is just weird. They got to get him a new number.
Yeah, he's gonna. That's what I think he's gonna wear. But
he's got to change his name.
We'll
Rich
set up,
Paul. How about Cliff Paul?
Yeah, maybe
maybe we're getting Cliff Paul and not Chris.
We'll put the poll up next, and then you could start debating this. Al McCoy is going to join us, longtime voice of the Suns, who's retiring after this year. He's going to join us at 10:50 to give us the latest on Chris Paul, Andrew Baggerly at 11:30, the end of the 10-game winning streak, but certainly we saw what the Giants are capable of, and the Snakes are coming in this weekend, so that's going to be big. Speaking of them, Evan Longoria is a member of the Diamondbacks now, 12:30, don't miss that. And then Jock Peterson, excited to talk to Jock. We had him at FanFest up on the stage with us, so he's going to join us at 1 o'clock and talk about the streak and the way that things are going for the guys. So that's at 1 o'clock. So don't miss anything. We'll put up the poll, then we'll talk to Al McCoy, and we'll do it all next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Seattle Mariners on Monday, July 3rd. First pitch, 7:15. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places.
Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
I
don't get it at all, to be honest with you. Look, I understand moving on from Jordan Poole. That's not surprising to anybody, but I think what they acquired and what they need are two different things. And I think for Chris Paul at this stage of his career, stylistically, I just don't understand how he's going to fit in with the way that they play. This isn't even a team that typically has the ball in a point guard's hands to generate offense in terms of facilitation. Those guys look for scoring opportunities. So I don't understand. Chris Paul doesn't move without the basketball very well. He doesn't really play a fast pace. That's what Golden State wants to do. That's when they're at their best. I don't really know why you would go out and acquire a player like this. I know he's a veteran player. He's a guy I think you would trust certainly a lot more in the postseason, assuming he's healthy, which he's had a hard time doing. But this is a team that last year to me looked slow and they looked small. And I don't think they addressed either one of those things with this particular trade.
Of course, it's Tim Legler of ESPN. We'll set up the poll. Do you like it? Do you hate it? We'll get to that momentarily. By the way, text poll has weighed in on the friend or the foe to friend. These are a few good ones. Benito Santiago, who came from the Padres. He wasn't a Dodger.
Thought about that one.
Jim Bird.
Jim Bird, totally.
That's a good one because
Derek
he knocked out Montana, and then he became a Niner.
Yeah.
Ironically enough, our 1 p.m. guest, Jock Peterson. Somebody texted on the text line, I hated Jock as a Dodger. How about that?
Okay, now you don't even know he's from Palo Alto and went to
he was a
up there.
Dodger. So
But I want to ask Jock, and we'll get it. He played first base in the 9th inning with KNBR. We're going to see him at first base a little bit. And Jock's a huge Warrior fan.
Yeah,
when the Warriors won the championship and won on the parquet, June the 13th, I believe it was, last year, he flew there on a giant off day and had to catch a red eye and then fly to the next city. I think they went to Pittsburgh. And so what does Jock Peterson think about this trade? Is he yay or nay on trading Jordan Poole for Chris Paul?
Yeah. So
weird.
there it is.
So weird.
Do we have the fancy open? Let's do this. All right, there you go. Danny's big poll. Is it up, Danny? Do we have the big poll officially up? All right, let me go to your thing here because I want to see how you phrased this thing. So
It's pretty simple. Do you like the trade? Yes or no?
Yeah. There
What
it
else is there?
How do you feel about the Chris Paul Jordan Poole trade? And your choices are loved it, hated it. So there's no middle ground here. He just said loved
Would
it.
you, if you're in the meeting
hated
with
it.
Joe, would you have voted for it? I would have said, hell no, don't sign Draymond. What are we doing here?
And then, of course, Derek Papa checks in and says, what if he didn't love it but didn't hate it either?
Exactly.
we're
It's too
making
extreme. Just yes
we're
or no.
making it, no, we're
Do
making
you
it-
like the
we're
trade?
making
We
it
don't like to
say-
hate. We don't hate anybody here.
Oh, yeah.
We spread love.
I am a hater.
We do not
Yes.
hate, John. We hate haters.
Loved
That's
it,
all we
hated
hate.
it.
Stop
No,
the
I like
hate.
what Danny did.
No, we don't.
I like what he did.
All
You
right,
either
do
have
whatever
to
you
love
want.
it or hate it.
Okay, then I
You
would
have to
say
love it
no.
or hate it.
I would say neither. Then I wouldn't vote because I'm not that. No, I don't like it.
No,
I
you'd
don't
be
like
more
it.
on the hate than the
I
love.
would just say, if you're in the room with Joe and we're going around the room, should we do this? I'd put 2 hands up. No! Hell no! Mofo! What are we doing? How do we just get better? Are you guys insane? Didn't we attack Chris Paul when he was on defense? What are we doing here?
I think Joe brought in about 5 suitcases with $400 million in it and said,
Okay, fine.
This
Sir,
is why we're
you
doing
want me to
it.
show you the Forbes report? You bought the team for $450 million. It's worth $6 billion right now.
I'm just saying, we both know why this happened, and I respect Tim Legler, and I get it. But as you said, look, if Jordan Poole wasn't making that kind of money, they're not making this trade.
So why'd they give him the money? They just gave it to him. The contract, the contract hasn't even kicked in yet.
But because things got progressively worse during the season.
All right.
I mean, that's it.
I know
right?
all of it.
I mean, we know why
Legs,
this
I
happened.
love Legs. We invited them on the show. I agree with everything he said. The Warriors do not play slow. They're small, but they're not slow. They're one of the fastest-paced teams in the NBA. They play fast. When they're getting rebounds and ripping and running, they're playing. And I think Chris Paul, the one thing would be Durant had a hard time. It's not just ball movement. You could move the ball. If you don't have a body there to catch the ball's not going to go to a Warrior. So you got to move bodies. The one thing is when Paul's on the floor, when he's off the floor, they're going to play like the Warriors. And how many minutes will Paul play? We'll ask Al McCoy. Will he play 28 minutes? That's probably a lot. I mean, when they're in there, obviously Steph and Clay don't play the whole game. And there'll be times when Steph and Clay aren't available. There'll be times when Chris Paul are not available. But when I'm talking about when you get into April, May, and June, hopefully they make the playoffs. And, you got to play 28 minutes a night because you're going 3 guards. It's between, CP3 and Kavan, and in a simple sense. And you got to fill out the rest of the roster. But you could overlap guys. But I think when Paul's in the game, how are they going to change differently? Well, Paul's got to get in better shape. He's just got to move. And he's been up and down in his career with his weight. He's got to get a livelier body to be able to move and play like the Warriors move and also play off the ball. He's not going to run the point every time and Steph off the ball. They're both combo guards. They'll do both. And Paul did make that transition when he was in Houston, when he played with Harden, and when he was in Phoenix with Denver. He can do it. But the Warriors did not play slow last year, Legs. They were small, but they still played at a fast pace. The question now, when Paul's in the game, is it more P&R, more pick and roll with him as the primary? And, he could become a drift shooter a little bit. I think his numbers will go up, John, as far as, percentages because he's playing with better offensive players now. Although he was with KD and Book.
Right.
So...
Well, I think it's pretty simple what he's going to bring to the table. He's going to be the second-team point guard. He's not going to start. He's going to finish. I think that's pretty simple. I don't know how much you can put Paul and Curry together in the backcourt. They're going to get targeted because they're undersized, so we're back to the Monte Ellis debate. But if they go really, really small, which at times they will, then you're going to look at a backcourt of Paul and Curry at times, and then you're going to have Draymond Green at the 5, and obviously, you got Wiggins in there and Klay Thompson. So I think they can throw different things at it. And look, I agree with you. Look, from a pure basketball sense, you're not going to make this move. But the thing that I'm curious to find out in the future, and by no means is Joe Lake cheap, but he has gotten to a point where he's just like, I'm not going to do this anymore. But people need to understand that this will enable them in the not too distant future to use the mid-level exception full, to get out of the second apron. I know people hate this.
Not this year,
but next year. And then also next year at the end of the year, I'm sure they want Klay Thompson to finish his career as a Warrior. Now, they're not going to max him out, and he's not going to make 43.8 or whatever he's going to make. But if he's willing to play ball a little bit with the Warriors, I think that the Warriors can have him finish his career as a Warrior. And I think that's important to the organization and probably important to Klay as well. Under the circumstances, if they don't move Jordan Poole, I don't know that that's possible that they can even give a competitive offer to Klay Thompson. So not only is we're talking about the $100 million in salary and probably $300 to $400 million of overall savings, the chemistry of the team, and the all-in on Steph Curry. There's no two directions going on. But in the future, this will allow them to both get assets and to keep Klay Thompson. So again, I know people probably, and we just put the poll up, so go ahead and vote, loved it or hated it. I understand that, but I think people need to understand that there is also going to be some future ramifications that will likely help the Warriors because of this move.
So with Andre retiring, and Kavan just doesn't get the love, although he should. He's probably the most underrated Bay Area athlete of all time. We had a poll, when he was raging in the playoffs against Sacramento, and he got the vote along with, Roger Craig and John Taylor and others. But what the Warriors doing is that the 3 statues, Steph, Klay, and Dre, as you point out, they're going to try to keep them for the long haul. And it's hard to say goodbye to those guys. We brought this up many times. Red Auerbach could not say goodbye to those guys. And then he wound up with a Bird with a bad back, McHale broken down. Parrish did move on and play with other teams, including the Bulls. But there was not a market for those guys. Where Bill Walsh, he'd get rid of you a year or two too soon, and they were able to keep it rolling. There's different ways to do this. And I think Klay played great this year. After the first month of the year, and right when he got to the 2-year mark, where he tore the Achilles after, tearing the ACL. He played great. It was the best basketball of his career statistically, and he made more threes than anybody in the NBA this year. It didn't end well. He missed a lot of shots. I think he tried too hard in the Lakers series. He's a different defender now. He's not an on-the-ball 2-guard playing on-the-ball defense. He really is a 3, and some alignments a 4. So it does make sense now to play a 3-guard lineup where it's Paul, Steph, and Klay at 3. That's your 1-2-3. That's what Mully had to do when Mitch Richmond came in. Mully was a 2 with Sleepy Floyd. When Mitch came in, Mully went to 3. That's where Klay Thompson is, and he needs the baseline. He needs the sideline to help him defensively, and he's bigger. So I think you're going to see more 3-guard lineup. It's just, one thing we'll ask Al McCoy, and he saw him the last 3 years of his career as the voice of the Phoenix Suns, where's Chris Paul at defensively? I think we know who he is offensively, and he's great in the pick and roll, and he finds the mid-range, and he takes that fade, and he makes it some, he misses some. but his body looked a little soft. He was an all-NBA defensive player, John, 9 times in his career. That was mainly when he was younger. If what you just said is true, and they target him defensively, and you can't play Steph and CP3 on the floor simultaneously much, that's a problem.
Yeah, no question about it. All right, give us your thoughts. The poll is up. We are going to talk to Al McCoy, longtime voice of the Suns. He's retiring now, but he's seen it all as far as the Suns are concerned. But like you said, he saw Chris Paul's tenure with the Suns. He saw him at the end of last year. We'll ask Al McCoy what he thinks of this move. We'll do that coming up next. It's Pop and Lund on your Friday, and the poll is wide open. Loved it or hated it? Danny's giving you no middle ground. Loved it or hated it? Vote on the poll. It's Pop and Lund.
Take it either way.
I'm the sports leader.
And I'm Greg Papa on KNBR. And Saturday night, you may see me at the Cow Palace as a ring announcer. Boxing is back in the Bay Area. Come witness the resurgence of boxing in the Bay. This is sure to be an action-packed night of professional boxing featuring top-ranked boxers from the Bay Area and around the world. Westside Promotions presents professional boxing at the Cow Palace. It'll be this Saturday, June the 24th, featuring undefeated super welterweight Fernando Vargas Jr., Evan Holyfield, really? Evan Holyfield, and a whole lot more. Special WBC Night of Champions events with James Lights Out Tony, Olympic gold medalist Henry Tillman, and Michael second to none. You'll witness history in the making. It's this Saturday, June 24th, at the historic Cow Palace in San Francisco. Doors open tomorrow night at 4 p.m. The fights begin at 5:30, so get your tickets today at westside-promotions.com. That's westside-promotions.com, because boxing is back in the Bay. Don't miss it. Tomorrow night, June 24th. You can live stream it at westside-promotions.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Chris, what is your reaction to being traded to Golden State today?
I'm excited. I got that question I don't know how many times already, so I'm really excited.
You spoke with Steph, it sounds like, already, and how did that go?
It was good, yeah.
What do you think your role will be on that team?
To help us win games.
There you go. There's Chris Paul's immediate reaction to being traded to the Warriors. Crazy. Competing against them, especially with the Rockets and, of course, with the Suns. He's been around in the league since 2005. He's going to be 39 years old. So let's get some insight from the tremendous voice and longtime voice of the Suns, Shazam! It's Al McCoy, our good friend, joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. Sorry, I did not do your Shazam right, but you're the only man who can do it. Al McCoy joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. How are you?
Hey, Greg, John, nice to be with you. No question about it. You sounded good, by the way.
He nailed it. Where did Shazam? Right. Where did Shazam come from? Yeah.
Oh, you know where that came from, Greg. It's the old Captain Marvel comic book character.
Right.
You know, when he became Captain Marvel, Billy Batson said Shazam, Socrates, Hercules, Atlas, Zeus, etc. And so when the three-point shot came in, I thought it was going to be like a home run. I thought there might be one or two in a game. Now there's one or two every 30 seconds.
And the Warriors kind of brought that in. I mean, obviously they were shooting the three for a while, but Steph and Clay and the Splash Brothers, and now they get a third guard who's a good three-point shooter, but he's probably the best point guard, pure point guard of his generation, a first ballot Hall of Famer. You saw him throughout his entire career, but the last 3 years you saw him up close. What kind of player, what kind of a person is Chris Paul, Al?
Well, as you mentioned, Greg, he's been with 5 teams. And having followed him, I always knew he was a good player. I just didn't know how good he was until he joined the Suns. And I think we probably would all agree that Chris Paul may be the best point guard ever to play that position in the history of the NBA. However, he's not a teeny bopper anymore. And he's had his injury problems, and how much is left in the old tank, I think is going to be a little questionable. But as far as someone who knows the game, who sees the floor, who loves to play it, Chris Paul's right up on top of that list.
Well described, the longtime voice of the Suns, Al McCoy, joining us. Chris Paul's coming to the Warriors. Jordan Poole is going to the Wizards. And my concern, too, Al, is obviously he's been a great defender throughout his career, but where is he on that side of the floor specifically?
Well, he knows how to play the game, so he can do a lot of little things that maybe a lot of players can't. Physically, he obviously isn't where he was years ago. And as I said, the thing that concerns me most about CP3, and I should preface this by saying I really like him. He's a great guy. He was always available for interviews, had a lot of nice conversations with him. He loves the game. But he's had a great career, but it's at the tail end. How much is left, as I mentioned, I think is questionable. And I think a lot of people wondered, you lose Jordan Poole, a pretty good young player. Where is Chris going to be? Now, is he going to be your third guard behind Curry and Klay Thompson? He can give you minutes, but you look back over the last 3 or 4 years, and injuries have been a real problem for him.
And it's usually the soft tissue injuries, hamstrings. We've seen him in Western Final when he was a member of the Rockets, Al, and last year with you guys, the groin injury. So there have been different times in my career, I was watching him in his career is the way to say it, where I thought, boy, Chris Paul looks like he's close to being done. And then he goes to Oklahoma City, and he changes his body, he embraces the plant-based diet, and wow, he's moving better than he did going back to his New Orleans days or early Clipper days. But then when I was watching him last year, Al, he looked a little bigger around the core. The body movement wasn't there. John asked you about playing defense, and you got to move your feet. At one time, he was a great defender. But then offensively, if you're going to play with the Warriors, it's ball movement, but that also means body movement. You got to move bodies to pass the ball. Just where was Chris at as far as his cardio, is in shape last year? And is he a guy that can play off the ball, or does he need to have the ball in his hands mostly?
Well, you've answered a lot of those questions, Greg. He needs to have the ball in his hands. Now, one thing, he slowed down, and I really was a little concerned last year when he was taking the full 8 seconds to get the basketball into the front court and get things going offensively. When the Suns were a better team, when they were getting the ball off the glass and running and getting some quick shots, and he actually was slowing down the offense. How that's going to work with your Warriors is going to be very, very interesting to see. As far as conditioning, I mean, obviously, I don't think there's probably any player in the NBA that takes better care of himself than CP3. But, I mean, it's an age factor. Hey, listen, I look around my room right now, here in my apartment. I'm not a teenager anymore, and neither is CP3. So he can contribute in a lot of ways. He works with other players. Some players like that, some players don't. And he loves to play the game, but he's not the player he was 10 years ago, obviously, because of his age.
Al McCoy, journalist, longtime voice of the Suns. We're talking about the Chris Paul trade. Of course, Paul went from the Suns to the Wizards and now to the Warriors. And as you said, and I think we all know this, from a fit standpoint, because Jordan Poole, obviously Draymond Green, I don't think they ever got back onto the same page. From a chemistry and fit standpoint, I would imagine that CP3 just wants to come here and win that elusive championship and would fit in no matter what his role, or do you think because possibly he would be coming off the bench that might be an issue for him?
Well, I don't think so. I think he realizes with a team like Golden State, in all probability, he will come off the bench. It would probably be the backup for Steph Curry, I would imagine. But he doesn't push the ball like Curry does, so it's going to be a different offense for the Warriors when CP3 is at the handle. He just doesn't have that quickness that he did at one point in his career. So it'll be very interesting to see how he's handled and the playing time that he will get. I think that he's certainly willing to accept any role because, as you mentioned, that championship unfortunately has eluded him, and he'd like nothing better than to be able to be healthy and get it. I think a lot of people that cover the NBA were surprised that Jordan Poole was traded from the Warriors. But, again, you're in a situation up there now where the fans expect you to win. And you've had so many great years, Golden State has, that the fans want that to continue. And I think the ownership is aware of that. And I think probably that had something to do with the signing of Chris Paul.
And when you look at the great players in the history of the NBA, and you've seen a couple of them up close, Charles Barkley, Stockton, Elgin Baylor, Karl Malone, going back Patrick Ewing, they never were able to win a championship. And you guys were close. I thought the Milwaukee series, you were to get there. Is that the last piece in Chris Paul's career? He's accomplished everything. He's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He led the league in assists 5 times, steals 6 times. He's the point god. Is it that critically important to him, do you think, Al, to not only get back to the finals but to win the championship?
Oh, that's the whole key to what he's still trying to accomplish. And as you mentioned, here in Phoenix, we've seen some of the best at that position: Steve Nash, Jason Kidd, Kevin Johnson, and, of course, CP3, and he'd have to be certainly on that list. No, he definitely, I think, will do whatever it takes to be on the championship team, and whether that's coming off the bench, whether it's a limited playing time. And I think that his playing time will have to be limited because of his age and the fact that he has been so prone in these last few years to getting those injuries that have certainly slowed him down. But he's a contributor any way you look at it.
Al, obviously this all came about because Bradley Beal came to the Suns and Chris Paul went as part of that Wizards trade. Where do you think the Suns are now with their big three of Durant and Booker and adding Beal into that mix in the Western Conference?
Well, we have a new owner, and he's young. He loves basketball. He's got a lot of money. That's a pretty good combination. And I always like to quote our former coach, the late Scott and Fitzsimmons, who said you can never have enough guys that can score the basketball. And right now, the Suns with Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, and they can all score.
DeAndre Ayton,
yeah.
I think the thinking more around the NBA, and I think maybe that's why the Warriors wanted to add CP3, is so many darn injuries anymore. And now the Suns look with Booker, Durant, and Bradley Beal. They've got 3 legitimate big-time scorers. If one of them is out, they still have 2. If 2 of them are out, they still have another one. And you got to score in this league to win anymore. That's become a very, very big factor, the three-point shooting on top of that. So I think that had a lot behind making that deal to add Bradley Beal, no question, for the Suns.
And obviously Chris Paul's looking for that elusive first NBA championship, as is your franchise. You've been close a couple of times in the 70s and Charles Barkley in the 90s, and more recently, this is a loaded team. So are you sure you're going to retire? 51 years behind the mic. I mean, if they make it to the finals, would you come back and just do the finals? You sure you want to step away now, sir?
Oh, I'm ready to shut it down, Greg. As you know, the game has changed. People ask me every day now, what are you going to miss about the game? Well, I love the game. I still love NBA basketball. I think it's the best of all the sports, because what other sport do you have a great play every 24 seconds? And that's so true. But it's changed. I miss the relationship with players and coaches that you don't have anymore, because these guys are drafted out of daycare centers, as you know, and they're protected from everybody, and you just don't have those relationships. And that's really what I miss. I mean, 51 years is long enough. It was a great career. Whether I would even consider coming back for a game, I don't know. I'd have to cross that bridge when I come to it. I'm just happy with the career I had. It's been a lot of fun. No question about it.
Al McCoy, longtime voice of the Suns. Congratulations. You are one of the greats. You are one of the inspirations. My son goes down to the Cronkite School there at Arizona State, and he's a huge fan, so we all are. So thank you very much for your time and your insights, and congratulations on just a tremendous career.
Well, Greg, John, it's always nice to talk to you, and I hope that the addition of Chris Paul works out for both the Warriors and CP3. He's a great player. He's had a great career, and he's a gentleman.
Great stuff. Thank you, Al.
Thank you, Al.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
That is the great Al McCoy. You know what? I wanted to ask him, but I just decided that would just be
Drop
too
the mic right on that one.
He's still got such a great. I mean, he just sounds amazing. His voice is amazing, and I sound like Alvin the Chipmunk next to that guy. And I just want to know what he does.
Drinks heavily.
Does he? Is it cigars and whiskey? I mean, I can do more of that. I can step up my game a little bit. I would just like to know. I mean,
he's been doing it forever.
Man.
So I told you this story before. When I first, I did the Indiana Pacer games for 2 years, then I moved out here in '86 into the Warrior games, and I did simulcast that first year for about 30 games, radio and television simultaneously. I never did those. So at that time, Hot Rod Hundley did them in Salt Lake City, and Chick did them in L.A. And Hot Rod was I solicited his opinion for other reasons, mainly Doris Day stories. Anyway, my first game as the Warrior announcer, I'm doing a simulcast in Phoenix. And I call Al McCoy, and I say, we go to lunch. And Al worked in Buffalo for years with WKBW and Rick Azar's an institution there. Anyway, the day of my first ever game, we went to lunch, and I just asked for pointers on how to do simulcast, because I had never done them. That was the rage in the NBA then for the lead guy to be on radio and TV simultaneously, and they were never perfect. I never quite, enjoyed doing them. They were always a compromise. I wound up doing them on football later with the Raiders. But anyway, ever since then, Al's just been a joy to get to know, and he's always treated me. Some of the old guard, like Eddie Doucette in Milwaukee, weren't as kind to a young announcer coming up and saw us as a threat. Chick was great. Hot Rod was great. And Al was probably the best of all of them. Marv was great, Johnny Mostyn. But anyway, Al McCoy, 51 years doing the Phoenix Suns. And they've had some good offensive teams and good teams that were exciting. They had Tom Chambers with the two Johnsons, Kevin Johnson and Eddie Johnson, all averaged over 20 a game. Teams. But I'm not sure they've ever had a trio that can drop 30 on your 30 average, I'm talking about 40, 50, 60. When you get into Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and the ability of Bradley Beal to be able to score. What a week in the NBA, John, starting with that trade, the Marcus Smart to Memphis trade, Kristaps Porzingis to Boston. I mean, we kind of got rumblings that this was coming, that Beal would be traded. I mean, they were talking about after the Beal trade that Washington would just release Chris Paul. He would just be flat out released for them to be able to flip him and get Jordan Poole and pivot the other way. I mean, and I know you brought this up earlier in the week. Shams Charania had tweeted it out. Warriors have interest in Chris Paul. I honestly, when you sent the Woj bomb right after we got off the air yesterday, I'm looking at it like, what? They traded who for what?
Well, that's why I wasn't looking at the meeting yesterday, because I was just like, I'm looking for blue check marks. I'm looking for confirmation, because it just sounded crazy when it first happened, but then it became, obviously it just went like through wildfire through social media, so we knew it was true. But yeah, it took a second for your brain to go, that guy that was on the Rockets that we hated, that guy that was on the Clippers, Sun that we hated, and the Clippers and the Thunder
and the Pelicans.
He's going to be a Warrior, really?
I mean, what's next? James Harden comes and LeBron, all three of them. So,
all right, I got to tell you a quick story just because you were talking about Al McCoy. So I did pre-half and post for the Utah Jazz Radio Network when Hot Rod was the announcer. And for those who don't know, Hot Rod liked to have a lot of fun, and he owned a bar in Salt Lake City. It was just called Hot Rod's, right?
Right.
And he would sit at the bar at his own bar, and he'd get after
the only bar he went to in Salt Lake City.
So he used to go there all the time, and so he invited me out one time, and I had been there before with friends, so a bunch of us went after a game one time. And I don't know, maybe I was overserved, but I couldn't resist. He had a rim, he had the rim, the net, the whole thing. It was sitting up.
It was 10 feet high?
Yeah. No, it wasn't 10 feet high.
8 feet?
But it was against a wall or something. It was signed by somebody, and I was just having some fun. Well, and it was getting late, and so I went up and dunked on it.
Was you Daryl Griffith it?
No,
you
but
were
I didn't
Dr. Duncanstein?
I didn't hang on the rim or anything like that. You know me.
Yeah.
I'm barely 5'9", and so it's like, I try to dunk on this thing, and the thing comes flying off the wall.
You
and
shacked it?
The loudest crash ever.
You
and
pulled it all down?
Yeah, and Hot Rod is at the bar, and I'm young. I'm barely knowing Hot Rod. I'm trying to soak it up. And
this is so you, though.
Yeah, it is. And he invites me to the bar, and I'm like, wow, Hot Rod Hundley knows me, and this is great. And, of course, I have too many tequilas, and I dunk on this thing, and it just comes crashing down, just this big thing. And he turns around. He had a spot at the bar that he always sat at, and he turned around, and he just shook his head like Lee Trevino and Happy Gilmore. He just turned, and he just shook his head. And then, we all, they helped, and they put it back up, and the next time.
He just said, Mark Eaton, come fix the basket.
So they did. They
You're not the first guy in that bar to do that.
No, but they fix it.
I know.
But there was a sign afterwards, do not dunk on this basket.
So after,
and you know what? He never invited me back.
Were you cut off that
No,
night?
he never invited me back
John,
ever.
you're going back to 3-2 beer now.
And not only that, it changed our relationship forever, because I used to be like, hey, Hot Rod, how's it going? And all that stuff. And he would just look at me like, we had to do, like we do here, you do the pregame, quick interview. He would always pawn it off to Ron Boone after that, the analyst. I would talk
honestly, he wouldn't do it anymore?
I mean, occasionally he would, but most of the time, Ron Boone, who before AC Green had the longest game streak, and Ron's a super nice guy, but
the Utah Stars.
And I'd always be like, "Hey, Booter, how's it going?" It was just,
where's Hot Rod? Right here. He won't talk to you.
Yeah, he's sitting.
Seriously,
I
that doesn't sound like Rod Hundley.
No, I could see him, because they were back in the day. Radio was front row with TV, not anymore. It's way up. But I would be like third row, like 2 rows back, and I could see those guys. But Hot Rod would sit right there and just be doing game notes. Like, I ain't talking to you, kid. He wrecked my bar.
Oh my God.
Anyway,
you know what the greatest Hot Rod story is? So Chick Hearn's doing the Laker games for years and years. He gets a new partner. It's Hot Rod Hundley. And Hot Rod was a great Laker. With Jerry West, they were all tight. My guy Bob Leonard, I can tell you stories. So first game they're ever doing, Chick Hearn with Hot Rod Hundley. Before they get on the air, Chick tells Hot Rod, I'm going to bring you in. Whenever I need it back, I'm going to give you, I'm going to make a fist.
Oh, you won't get it back from him.
So the first broadcast, good evening, everybody, and welcome to the fabulous forum in Inglewood. It's the Los Angeles Lakers against the Phoenix Suns. Chick Hearn here, high courtside. I'd like to bring in my new broadcast partner, Hot Rod Hundley. And he gives him the fist right when he says his name. So that means stop talking and get it back to me.
Yeah.
So Hot Rod's looking at him. What do you want me to do? Right you are, Chick. That's why you're the best analyst in the game. that came from Hot Rod.
Oh, that's classic.
What do you
And
do?
Ron Boone as an analyst, he was basically like, Dynamite drop in, Nani, that broadcast school is really paying off. I mean, you couldn't get in.
Right.
You couldn't
That's
get
why
in a word edgewise.
simulcasts suck.
Yeah.
Jim Barnett did like doing that because I do all the talking.
Is that you couldn't get in a word edgewise with that guy, but
Kind of
and
like
he
the
did.
Pop-In Lunch Show.
There you go. But for people who don't know, I mean, Hot Rod was a national broadcaster with CBS. He did the Magic Johnson 42-point, was it 42-15
At
and
the
10
Spectrum?
game or whatever? Yeah,
Did
he
do
did that game
He was
for
the lead.
CBS.
He was the lead play-by-play.
There was three of them. He was
wasn't
one of them.
Musburger?
No, it was Musburger on the lead, the
Hot
play-by-play. Hot Rod, and there was one other which I forget.
Oscar Robertson, maybe?
Might have been, but
Rick
Hot Rod
Barry?
was a
Rick
was
Barry
on
used
that.
to drop in.
I
got to fire that up on YouTube right now.
Yeah, it's a true story. Anyway, that's my story.
I
Went
love
to his
that
bar
story.
One time. Well, I mean, I went to his bar a lot, but I would just make sure he wasn't there when I would go after that. Like,
is Hot Rod here? No.
I would. I'd call ahead of time. I go,
Coast is
hey man,
clear.
hey man, is Hot Rod there? They'd be like, no, he's not coming in tonight. I'd head over to his bar if he wasn't there. But if he was
I'm
there,
Jeff
like, oh,
Hornacek.
no. Yeah, exactly.
They call me Horny.
Yeah, horny. Speaking of, God, they just would have drafted Grady Dick with that that red sequin
How about
suit
that
last
red
night.
suit? Do I want that
Man.
for Niners games?
Could you imagine that? Dick for three?
Yes.
Good. Yeah, that would have been amazing, but no, it wasn't to be.
Yeah.
He went to Toronto, north of the border, with that red sequin suit, that guy.
I saw that. Amazing.
That was amazing. Highlight of the draft. All right, we'll continue the conversation. Bottom of the hour. Let's get you ready for Andrew Baggerly at the bottom of the hour. The 10-game winning streak is over, but the remnants remain. Is this as good of a baseball team as they showed? We'll get into that conversation. And, oh, by the way, first place Diamondbacks are coming in this weekend. So we'll get into that with Bags. We'll preview that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mark Spears from ESPN and Anscape, of course, our NBA insider. He joined Tolbert and Copes live from the NBA draft yesterday to discuss the Poole CP3 trade, what it means for the rest of the roster, and says Chris Paul plans to start with the Warriors. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Yeah, I mean, our bullpen needed to not pitch much today. Ryan Walker needed to not pitch, and Camilo Doval needed a day. Tyler Rogers needed a day. It doesn't mean that those guys weren't going to pitch in today's game if we were trying to win it. It was more the bullpen really needed a blow. There were some players that absolutely needed to be off their feet the entire day. I didn't want to play Lamont, didn't want to play Yaz. I still kind of feel bad that Conforto had to endure that entire game until the very end. Somebody's got to do it. So when we see people step up and say, okay, well, I'm the one who's going to take that responsibility on, I really appreciate it as a manager. I think their teammates really appreciate it when they're not the ones that has to do it. While I don't really want to go back and look at the previous games, I think in this one there were things to call out that were helpful for us going forward.
Just look at Gabe Kapler putting on a positive spin on a 10-zip loss to break the 10-game winning streak. But I don't think it diminishes what the Giants accomplished. We saw that they can play high-end baseball. There's a couple of pitching notes to get you caught up on as well. We're going to talk to Extra Bags, Andrew Bagley, our pal, at the bottom of the hour about the 10-game winning streak. And now a huge series comes up with the first-place Diamondbacks, so we'll get into all those things. But kind of a thud, but 10-game winning streak's 10-game winning streak.
I think there's great symbolism in losing a 10-game winning streak when you're 10-0 by a score of 10-0. And I mean, a pair of 3-run bombs. Gary Sanchez, what a blast that was. And then,
by the way, he's
Manny
hit 7
Machado.
home runs so far. I mean, did they make a mistake in letting him?
He had 5
go?
his first 10.
Yeah,
I watch a lot of Padre games. He's got big. He looks bigger to me.
He does.
Than with the Yankees, but he's also thrown out. I think 5 would-be base runners, base stealers, but he's not a good framer. Patrick Bailey's far better, and Bailey had a couple of hits right-handed. Mm-hmm. Are they both off of Blake Snell? I know one was, and Snell was nasty. But Bailey's a way better catcher. The subtleties of the game, Bailey never would have made that mistake on Blake Sable coming down the line and the throw from Tatis. So he's a powerful guy, Sanchez, but in his arm and his bat. But as far as pitch framing and the subtleties of catching, they're way better off having Patrick Bailey. But some point, I mean, somebody out there did pick Gary Sanchez to lead the Giants in home runs this year. It was me in the home
I remember
opener.
that.
That was a bit of irony. But so, yes, Alex Wood was not good at all yesterday. Just his command. He had none of it. Jacob Junis kind of ate up. He took it, Junis is in the category. The high leverage, the low leverage, the bulk guys, the sprinters, the way they have it. Junis has kind of moved into the other category. Then Minai even got an inning yesterday. But what Cap was talking about was David Villar coming in and pitching. And he got a double play ball to get out of the inning. And it was Jock Peterson who was over at first base, and Jock will join us at 1 o'clock, and we'll talk about the 10-game winning streak. And Jock's a huge Warrior fan growing up in the Bay Area. What does he think of the Warriors trading Jordan Poole for Chris Paul? And then Evan Longoria will join us also to get ready for the D-backs, who are good. But in this D-backs series, John, Logan Webb is going to go tonight, and on Sunday it'll be Anthony DeSclafani. The D-backs are going Zach Davies, Merrill Kelly, Woogie, the Giant Killer, and Ryan Nelson. We're not going to see Zach Gallen at all, and they're good. I was watching them a little bit yesterday, and we'll get into it with Longo. They're so athletic. Corbin Carroll, he may go Fred Lynn on us here, and Ichiro. He may go Roy, MVP of the league. He's that good of a player right now.
He is. He's so good.
But one thing I want to get into with Bags, and Susan Slusser delineated this, and we've been kind of talking. We had George Contos on yesterday, and they're going to go opener on Saturday. Is it going to be Ryan Walker again? You don't have John Brebbia. But the way the Giants are using their starting rotation, and Flem yesterday during the game said the Giants are using their not just their rotation, the entire pitching staff, unlike any team in the history of baseball. And I'm thinking, is that true? And I'm thinking about it, exactly how are they using their starting pitching in combination with their bullpen? I told you years ago, and I think we had Tony on and asked him about this when Tony came back with the White Sox, about Tony La Russa, right after you lost Dave Stewart and Bob Welch and Mike Moore and Ron Darling, and they were in this, after 92 realm where they didn't have much starting pitching. Tony went to what the media called the flotation rotation, where he had, I think it was more than a 9-man staff, but it may have been just 9, where he went 3, 3, and 3. 3 guys pitched on Tuesday, Each got 3 innings. 3 guys pitched on Wednesday, 3 guys pitched on Thursday, and we did it again. And it wasn't that cut and dry, but it was kind of the same concept.
It's like Little League. That's Little League concept.
I mean, but the point is you don't want to go through the lineup a second and third time is the whole reason. And you don't have Dave Stewart and Bob Welch and Mike Moore and Ron Darling anymore. So you had to go to this flotation rotation. That was odd. Kruk, though, mentioned this morning with Murph and Mac, did the Colorado Rockies, John, start the piggyback with Bud Black where they went 4-4? I think they did a few years ago. They're always searching for different results in Denver at altitude. But they would have the starter not go 5. The problem is when you're Tony and it's a flotation rotation or Bud and you're going 4-4 to a closer, then the starting pitcher is not eligible for a win unless you go 5. Yeah. So you get into that. But
they need to change.
The way the Giants are using their pitching staff, and Cap was the first guy to go, bulk inning guys, up and down guys, sprinters. What does that mean? It used to be starters, relievers, long guys, short guys, closers, setup guys. The way they are using their staff, has it ever been used this way where you've got starting pitchers in your bullpen? And Susan delineated at times they've had more starters on their staff in the bullpen than actually in the starting rotation. Now that you're minus Cobb, and they did get Alex Wood back for a while, they went to a 3-man starting rotation, and they would bullpen twice out of the 5 with John Brebbia. But Tristan Beck has been a starter. Sean Jelly is a starter. Jacob Junis has been a starter. Sean Manaea has been a starter. Keaton Wynn has been a starter. They were all, and they wound up sending Jelly down yesterday, so it went from 5 to 4. But has anybody used their pitching staff the way Gabe and Farhan and Andrew Bailey are? And do we anytime somebody has success in the piggyback role, like Sean Manaea, what do we always say? Well, will he get a start now? He's pitching so well in that role. Well, because we're looking at it the way we look at it, conventionally. They don't look at it that way. So do they even want to trade for another pitcher? Or do they, when they get Cobb back, do they have enough? And exactly how would you categorize the way they are using the combination of starters and relievers? It's like whole staff, and they're doing it almost every other day or twice out of 5. It's just, has anybody used their pitching staff quite the way the Giants are this year?
Not to my knowledge, and I think what they're trying to do, because the thing that always kind of blows my mind is, why not just start your bulk innings guy first? Why not? And then just use it in a traditional way to have your bullpen do your bullpen. But I think the logic behind it would be, if we use these guys at the beginning, because if you look at analytics, the teams who score first are the teams that generally win. Now, not all the time, but you have a much higher percentage of winning games if you score first. So if you use these guys early and keep the team off the board, and then you score some runs, then you're playing from ahead, not behind the whole time, and you can dictate better what the score of the game is. I mean, that's really the only thing I can think about, because at some point they do need to get, your bulk innings guy needs to give you 3 or 4 innings. So why not I don't understand the difference between the beginning of the game, why not use that guy, and then you can put your bullpen, to do the rest of the game, which is what the traditional way of doing it is. But they like to get that opener out there when they don't have a dominant starter. They like to get that opener out there, and the only logic I can think behind it is you want to get ahead. So, use those guys for the first few innings. Your bulk inning guy is your middle of the guy, and then you go back to what you do at the end of the game with, like Duvall's never going to start a game. He's always going to finish a game.
You don't think he would?
Maybe
he does.
Maybe at some point.
He'd be the one guy you would look at the end. The Giants are 30-13 when they score first. Sean Estes loves that. But 5 of the 10 wins during the winning streak, they did come from behind. And a couple times 4-0. I think the bottom line, and we'll get in with Bags, is it's the roster, it's the lineup composition of the opponents. Where,
you know what, though?
And you don't know who the bulk guy is going to be.
Right. But the thing is, more and more teams now, and Arizona's this way, and San Diego is that way, and that mix and match that the Giants still do, but they did so much in 2021.
Some teams are like that, but a lot of teams are not. They're still
that's
platoon.
What I mean.
They're still platoon-oriented.
Some are, but many of the teams now are trying to just get a set lineup. So when Bob Melvin joined us, the Padres are the Padres. Arizona doesn't do as much of the rotation stuff, so I'm not sure what the advantage is, because the key players on each team, they're going to play regardless.
No, I think it does. When they were playing the Twins, there was one Twins player who never got in the game. They pinched it for him. They lost him before the game. And you don't know who the bulk inning guy is going to be. you're all waiting for Jelly to come in the game. They didn't want to pitch Jelly against the Padres because obviously, as they proved against Alex Wood, they hit left-handed pitching. So I think it's just you want to get off to a good start. You just don't want them to score every time you send a pitcher out there. The goal is they don't score in this half inning. So it's beyond the opener. It's the way they have the bullpen stacked up with so many starters. Your starters are actually in the bullpen. And then just going from a righty to a lefty to a righty, and then line change. If you do it a third time, the opponents are not going to have the favorable, leverage matchup as far as same side. So it's fascinating. And we'll ask back. I don't know if any team, Tony had the flotation rotation. Bud Black went 4-4. Has anybody used their pitching staff the way the Giants are this year?
All right, let's ask Bags about it coming up next. Andrew Bagley's going to join us. We'll discuss the way they're doing things with the rotation like this and the openers, which will happen again over the weekend, and obviously the 10-game winning streak and what that proves to us as we continue to watch the Giants. Good matchup this weekend against the D-backs. We'll preview that too. Andrew Bagley's next on the Sports Leader.
bases are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Papa and Lund. Now on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
That, of course, is Mike Krukow. The 10-game winning streak is over. Quite the thud, 10-zip yesterday. But 3 out of 4 against the Padres, not bad. Coming off that sweep of the Dodgers and staying in the NL West. With the Diamondbacks coming up this weekend, so we got a lot to talk about with Andrew Baggerly and at Extra Bags. And he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line, as he does every Friday. How are you?
I'm good, John. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing great. So give us your assessment. I mean, obviously you're not as good as a 10-game winning streak, but you're certainly not as bad as a 6-13 start. So how do you view the Giants right now?
I mean, I think they have to feel pretty good about what they've done. I mean, obviously they were able to climb from 500 to 10 over, and you don't normally, you try to do that by winning one series after another, and you sort of stack the bricks in a little more deliberate way. But you never turn down 10 wins in a row, and even Gabe Kapler made the point, maybe putting a little bit of a silver lining on what otherwise was a dud of a game is, hey, look, we didn't have to use any of our leverage relievers. We got a couple guys off their feet. We didn't have to use Yastrzemski or Wade off the bench, and those guys are a little banged up, and really going to be counting on them with 3 right-handed starters coming up for Arizona. So, it was a bad loss, but they did find a way to sort of salvage a few little minor advantages out of it that maybe can help them in what's turning into a pretty big weekend series. And it's interesting because the Diamondbacks, I think, were a lot of people's sort of trendy sleeper pick because, they were a team that had a lot of youth and Corbin Carroll and, Alec Thomas and some of these guys who can really defend and, especially with the no shifting rules and, maybe guys who are athletic, put the ball in play, can take outs away from other teams. Maybe they would confer some advantages on a team like that. And, a lot of it has really borne out, especially with how well they pitched. But, if you'd match the Giants up against that team in April, you'd be like a mismatch because the Giants were unathletic. They were uninspiring. They looked like they were the antithesis of that. And now, to Kruk's point, they've got a lot of that same mojo going on with the young guys. And, I mean, Luis Matos made a catch that was in Gregor Blanco land yesterday. I couldn't believe he took that hit away from Nelson Cruz. And, a little thing that in that game. But, that was a double. That's a damaging hit, and it's an out. So, it's going to be really interesting to see, I think, how the Giants sort of stack up against this Diamondbacks team now that they've got their own sort of rejuvenation from the farm.
And the Matos play was from right field, going in the gap with a high backhand towards Triple's alley. Yastrzemski was out of the lineup, so if he can play right field like that on top of the way he's played center. So obviously, you still take 3 out of 4 from the Padres after you sweep the Dodgers on the road, and then before that, sweep the Cardinals on the road. They come home with all the energy. And you wrote about it going into the start of the homestand. Was what are the crowds going to be like? And that first crowd right away was over 35,000, 35,376, and over 32,000. Yesterday for a day game, all the kids there, 38,638. I'm wondering, are they going to have over 40? For this Arizona series, them coming in, they don't have the star power of the Padres, but they are in first place. And just overall about the attendance, Bags, and you've been writing about it, and you kind of circled this homestand because they are playing so well. I mean, between now and Labor Day weekend, with school out, I would think they would be disappointed if they had a sub 30,000 crowd the rest of the year. So, I mean, are the fans back to coming out to Third and King now that this team is young and good right now?
Well, like you said, the Padres will draw a little bit. There are quite a few Padres fans. They travel pretty well nowadays. Diamondbacks do not. I mean, it's going to be Giants fans that fill up the ballpark if it gets filled up this weekend. And, yesterday's crowd was the largest midweek crowd, like non-holiday crowd, since, I think August of 2019. So, that's, I think, a really good sign. And it was the third largest crowd of the season behind, Memorial Day and opening day. So, how much of that was the youth baseball driven thing? I don't know, but a weekend series against the first place team that otherwise isn't really much of a draw. It will be, I think, a definite test, or at least there'll be some sort of takeaway when we see what these crowds are this weekend. And if they're 35,000 plus, then I think, we can probably safely say that the Giants are back to getting people's attention again.
Andrew Baggerly is joining us. Bags, we're just talking about this, and I know it's become a hot topic. Logan Webb's going to go tonight, then there's going to be another opener, and then Anthony DeSclafani is going to go on Sunday in this series. But from a logical standpoint, it'd probably be Ryan Walker again tomorrow. You retweeted Ross Stripling struck out 10. Manaea is normally a starter. They got some versatile guys. Obviously, during this series against the Padres in those 3 wins, they got bulk innings from guys. What is the logic behind not starting one of these bulk inning guys at the beginning, having a guy, now it's not Brebbia, maybe it's Walker, whomever it's going to be, go for an inning, and then put your bulk innings guy after that, and then go back to your bullpen and Duvall if you're winning the game at the end? Is this going to continue? Could they possibly add a starter? Are they not going to add a starter now because this has been so successful? At least statistically, they win when it happens. So what is your viewpoint on all this stuff? Not only just an opener, but maybe a couple of times a week.
Yeah, well, I think it is. The Dodgers did it the other day. The Rays do it a lot. I think it's a way just to sort of, get the most out of your pitching staff. And, it's not necessarily burning everybody out because, a lot of the leverage guys don't pitch in these when they're not needed to hold a lead in these opener or bullpen type games, because you just have Sean Jelly finish it or Keaton Wynn finish it or whoever, Tristan Beck. And the key is that everyone's pitching well. I mean, that's when it works. It's kind of a silly, stupid thing to say, but when the pitchers are good, then the pitching is good. So I think the deployment has something to do with hey, we've got Sean Manaea. We know that if we start him, they're going to stack the right-handers early. Maybe what we can do is put in an opener, obviously Brebbia was fantastic at it. We'll see if Ryan Walker can be just as successful, but maybe you can get them to stack their lefties up top because they're going to get those matchups, and then you can come back and you can deploy your lefty against them, against that pocket of the lineup. So I think it really has to do with sort of being surgically precise with which pockets of the lineup you're able to target a pitcher, and maybe for a starter who might need to ease into an outing, it might be easier to start with the 6, 7, 8 guys or 7, 8, 9 guys in the opposing lineup, and we make it to a point where Sean Manaea is just really, really good, or Ross Stripling is really, really good, and then he's our best option regardless. So we'll use him like a conventional starter. I mean, that's what Kevin Gausman did. He started as a bulk innings guy and very quickly established that nope, I'm better than anything you're going to put out there. So he became more of a traditional starter. So I do think that they will have the flexibility to move those roles around. But for now, it's working pretty well, and they also like how it just makes it more difficult for an opposing team to write out a lineup without really knowing what the Giants are going to do or how they're going to deploy their pitchers. And they like having that element of surprise. I mean, it's one of those things where if you can make something difficult on your opponent, you don't think much more about it. You just do it because you like to make things difficult on your opponent. And that's certainly part of what the Giants' calculus is.
Yeah, you mentioned Tampa Bay, and they kind of started this with the opener with Sergio Romo years ago against the Angels and all their right-handed hitters at the top of the lineup. I go back to the 90s. Tony La Russa had something called the flotation rotation, where he went 3, 3, and 3. 3 guys would pitch 3 innings each on Tuesday, 3 more on Wednesday, and 3 on Thursday. I think Bud Black a couple of years ago went to a 4 and 4 with a piggyback where the starter would not go 5. So we've seen some unconventional use of staffs, but all these starters that are available in the pen. Tristan Beck is a starter. Sean Jelly is a starter. Sean Manaea is a starting pitcher. Obviously, Keaton Wynn has been a starter. And whether you want to call them bulk inning guys or not, or whenever they come in, they can give you multiple innings. Dave Fleming, during the broadcast yesterday, stated, and Flem's well-read, and he knows what he's talking about. He said, no one has ever used a pitching staff the way the Giants are using theirs this year. We've seen some of it, but it seems like they're doing it more. Is that accurate? I mean, we've seen Tony, rotation. Joe Madden started this all, and Bud Black and the piggyback. But are the Giants using their staff where they're bleeding starters and relievers where you can't tell who's who, somewhat unique in the history of baseball?
I think I don't think it's brand new. Like you said, there's been plenty of other teams that have used their staffs in different ways. I mean, normally you think about it as, okay, we're going to use bullpen games to kind of, get by until, we have our rotation back or until we've got some pieces missing. I think this is going to remain, to Flem's point, part of their strategy all year. I don't know if it's going to be just one time through or two times through. We'll see what happens when they get Stripling back, just how they use him. But I have to say, it does take a lot of buy-in. That's one thing it does take. And it helps to have guys who are bulk innings guys with options. And that's one big thing the Giants haven't always had. And this year they've got Wynn, they've got and Beck and they've got Jelly, who all have options. So you can, use them and then replace them. And you know what? That's tough because, if you're pitching well, you're probably going to be used for 4 or 5 innings at some point, and then that means you're probably going to go back to AAA. So it's kind of the reward isn't fully there for guys who pitch well in that role. And the same is true for Sean Manaea. I mean, he's out there. I felt bad for him. He's out there pitching in a 10-0 game. He's been waiting a week to pitch, and that's the action he gets. But he put in a piece that helped to save a Rogers brother or somebody else from taking that inning, and he got a tune-up, and I'm sure he'll be ready to pitch in the Diamondbacks series. But it takes a lot of buy-in from young players and from veteran players alike to make it happen. And it's probably the easiest way to get everyone to buy in is for it to work. Because you can't really complain when it's working, and so that's it's been convenient, I think, for the Giants that it has worked as well as it has, because that's kind of reinforced the buy-in they've been able to get.
Yeah, 11 times they've gone opener, and they've won 8 of them. The numbers are sub-2 ERA. For that reason, last time we had you on, and the week before, we talked about trading for a pitcher in Marcus Stroman. Do they think like we think, like you got to get a conventional starter, or might they be able to just to ride this the way they're using relievers and starters together in one pitching staff and ride it out for the rest of the year?
Well, I think that, you can always use more pitching. You never have enough pitching, and if they do have the opportunity to add another starting pitcher, I think absolutely that's going to be something that they're going to try to do, and Stroman would be, one of the people that I think every team that wants a starting pitcher is going to target. But you're right. I mean, they could also look at other pitchers who aren't necessarily starters, but bulk inning relievers. But again, you run into the roster situation where, if they don't have options, you got a Jacob Junis, he doesn't have options. You've got, guys who are on the IL that you're going to have to add back. So, you have to make it fit within your roster construction. I think the better that these young guys pitch, the less maybe a sense of urgency there might be to add to this pitching group. But, you always feel better when you get to the postseason if you can have, a couple of really sort of 1 and 1A type pitchers and somebody that they could pair with Logan Webb to pitch a game 2 of a postseason series. And if there's someone out there that could sort of fit that description, then I'm sure the Giants will be interested in. And it goes into free agency next year too. I mean, Alex Wood is going to be a free agent. You have a lot of the other pitchers are going to be back, but I would expect that they're going to go out and probably try to add pitching there as well. We know they don't give out the big long free agent deals, but I don't know. I tell you what, though, I watch Snell pitch yesterday, and he would just fit this ballpark perfectly. So I don't know sure what kind of deal he's going to command as a Seattle guy. I don't know if he's West Coast is going to be his preference, but I'd imagine that there'll be a conversation to be had there.
That's a great point. Andrew Bagley joining us. Diamondbacks coming in the first-place team in the NL West this weekend after taking 3 of 4 to the Padres. Getting lost in all this 10-game winning streak is just the injuries continue to pile up. Hopefully Alex Wood can come back soon. You retweeted Joe Rizzo. Ross Stripling had 10 strikeouts, over 4+, topping out at about 95. So that is good news. But then Lamont Wade Jr. and Mike Yastrzemski, all this stuff is kind of adding up. Where are we in terms of the injury front and guys coming back?
Well, they got the scan on Yastrzemski that showed that he didn't have a hamstring strain, but he's been dealing with it, and it's got inflammation. So it's touch and go for sure, and they're going to be really cautious with him. With Wade, he was available off the bench, but they really didn't want to use him at all. They wanted to try to let his side calm down, and he did do some baseball work yesterday, but I mean, he takes a big rep. A number of these guys do, and when he gets his A swing off, and he's been doing it all year, it's an aggressive swing, and there's a lot of rotation in it. So if you've got a side injury, oblique injury, whatever, I don't think we're really going to know until those guys get out there and they're playing at game speed, and we'll see what they can withstand, because there's obviously a level that you don't test, that sort of the game adrenaline and game speed can't be kind of replicated. So, I think there's a fair amount of concern. Those are two important guys, and they're down a right-handed bat with Mitch Haniger right now. They went out and made the trade for the Phillies minor leaguer yesterday to stash at AAA. So they definitely are missing some pieces, and this is a lineup that is very much reliant on getting matchups. And when people start to go down, then you can see that they don't get as many matchups as they would normally want, and that's when sometimes the lineup can stall a little bit. So they've got Austin Slater back. They missed him early. He's still having a fantastic year against left-handed pitching, but especially against these right-handers, they're going to need Wade. They're going to need Yastrzemski, and I don't think they're truly going to know until they get out there and see him at game speed.
Great stuff, Bags. We appreciate it. We'll see you at the park this weekend. We appreciate it.
Okay, look forward to it. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Bags.
That is the great Andrew Baggerly, and that's a little bit on the Giants. Yeah, Stripling did strike out 10, topped out about 95, 96, and had some good numbers down there. He was at San Jose last night trying to come back. By the way, Kyle Harrison, his worst performance yet. I have the numbers.
Statistically, I think he gave up 7 runs.
2 1/3, 7 hits, 7 earned, 2 base on balls, 2 strikeouts, 3 home runs in 73 pitches. So that's what he did last night.
And this, we just saw the Padres for the first time all year, John. We have not seen Arizona. This is a team that lost 110 games, and the Giants won 107-21. I felt badly for them, and the Giants just owned them. Now they are in first place, and this guy Corbin Carroll, when they signed him to the contract they signed him to before the year, John, they gave him more in millions of dollars than plate appearances he had in the big leagues. You're like, what are they doing? This guy is the real deal. He plays a corner outfield. He could play center. He was on first base yesterday in their makeup game in Washington. Christian Walker, it's a base hit up the middle. There's a slight bobble by the center fielder. He comes around and scores all the way from first base. This guy, he could go 40-40. He may go like 35-45 or something. He's got power. How good is Corbin Carroll? I think right now he's the runaway rookie of the year. Right now he leads the league in on-base plus slugging. And he's got wheels. I mean, could he win the MVP this year and the rookie of the year?
Right.
And Ichiro did it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Freddie Lynn at 75.
He's the best young position player in the game. I don't think there's any question. He's amazing. It's going to be fun to watch him this weekend. All right, we'll get back to the Warriors and CP3 if you have not heard our thoughts. But we got to focus on Draymond Green for a minute, because we told you all the bad teams that had salary cap room, but there's a team that maybe he'd be interested in going to that made 2 moves yesterday to get far enough under the cap to potentially sign Draymond Green. Is it a threat, or is he definitely coming back? We'll explain that one next, only here on the Sports Leader. John Lund here, and you take for granted that you can see well, but what was happening to me was my eyes, they were going downhill, and I'm still a very young and viable young man, but the bottom line was my eyes were giving me trouble, and Papa was coming in, and he wasn't wearing those old man readers that you see propped against somebody's nose, and finally I went, what the hell happened to you? You're all bopping around, you can see, you're bragging about the whole thing, and he said, look, you went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, had CLO, custom lens replacement, which I'd never heard of. Now, this isn't your traditional laser. It is awesome. It only takes minutes, and guess what? You can see again. It's customized to you. It's Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, and I still can't believe my eyes. They're getting better and better. In fact, I'm looking at a script right now, which I don't even need to read because I just believe in these guys and the things they did for me. But I'd have to have glasses if I was looking at any kind of a script that I was reading. And if you look at YouTube or Twitch right now, no glasses whatsoever. So if you want your eyesight to be better, and I call it life-changing every time I talk about this because it is. When you're not searching for your readers all around the house, when you can walk into a dark restaurant and read the menu, you can just see again. You don't have to think about glasses like you constantly do. Then it is life-changing. Call 877-GET-2020 to schedule your free consultation. That's right. I said free consultation at 877-GET-2020, so you got nothing to lose. You can visit them online for more information as well at bayarea2020.com. It's a Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley, CLR. Ask them about it. Custom lens replacement with Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team down there at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. 877-GET-2020 or bayarea2020.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, our favorite. Arriman. That means Friday. Very nice.
The Jamaican version.
Yes, love it. It is Papa and Lund on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station. Do remember, text line is wide open. Give us your thoughts on the Chris Paul, Jordan Poole trade. Danny's big poll is up. There's no middle ground on it. Either love it or hate it. That's what the poll says today. We can get into that conversation. And if you want to see us live and our pretty faces today, you can go to Twitch or YouTube, and we are live there as well. You can go through that to KNBR.com. You can get there. You can get there through the KNBR app, or just go to one of those places and you can find us. And before I get into this Draymond Green thing that could scare Warriors fans just a little bit, we'll get more into CP3 and we'll update the poll as well on how people are taking this trade. I have not mentioned this to you today, but I meant to. You're looking awful dapper. A lot of black today, man in black today.
No, it's green. It's green.
Oh, is that what it is? The hair is at a very high level today.
Yeah.
I like it a lot.
Well, we had a 49er meeting today.
Oh, okay. That's what it was.
That I was requested to drop in and just say hi. And Sarge had a few Niner people here.
Very nice.
So that was good. Haven't seen them in a few weeks. Ellison Steele and Kevin Hilton were here, and 49er staff was here. So I've gone back-to-back days of meetings, John. You've been here for neither.
I'll be back
when
Tuesday
I come into the
studio,
office,
by the way.
this could be it.
Yeah.
Tuesday you're coming?
Yeah,
when you do come
Tuesday
back in on Tuesday, by the way.
You'll be gone?
They have put a... No, I'll be here on Tuesday. I have an early morning assignment. I got to be in the city early on.
Okay.
So, we have a shuffleboard table in the old school shuffle, right? Not in the studio, but right in the room. Everybody's playing it. I mean, it's like counterproductive for any work to be done. And the one rule I think you have to have, I grew up in Buffalo.
Yeah.
I had 2 leaners. The first 2 I threw were leaners off the edge, just complete wins. But I think that's the first time I've ever, and we did curling. You know, I love my bocce being Italian-American.
I love bocce.
Why didn't
Bocce's
Mariucci
awesome.
invite me? Every year I get to the Madden Mariucci invite, and I got to
what's
work.
that?
This one year I didn't go. We did go one time and did a long thing with Jack Del Rio. But in any event, all of these endeavors, whether it's throwing the rock and curling, or bocce ball, Italian lawn bowling, or shuffleboards for old people, you got to have a cocktail in your hand.
No question.
First of all, it balances out. You know, if you're a sweeper in curling, that's a little hard to do. But if you're throwing the rock and you're sliding, you got to have a Molson in your hand.
Yeah, it helps.
If you're throwing, if you're bocce balling, lawn bowling, you got to have a red. You got to have a Pinot in your left hand for balance. And if you're throwing the shuffleboard, you got to have a beer. It's got to be a rule. Otherwise,
it is a rule.
I mean, why would you do it if you're not slightly buzzed? Because and bowling as well.
Well,
actually bowling is hard.
Yeah.
But I grew up with adults. All they did was smoke and drink.
That's what you do.
And they thought they were athletes. They thought they were the next Pete Weber or Ernie Schlegel. So we got a shuffleboard here.
Doing the crotch
we need
chop.
beers. It's 12:01 on a Friday. Where are the beers? You can't play shuffleboard without a beer.
Well, somebody told me, who was I talking to after the meeting, because I was at the meeting virtually, and somebody did suggest to the big boss, Larry, that we put in a bar, and he roundly rejected that. He said there is the old ship.
Hey, we don't
right
need
next
a
door,
bar.
but that's
Does
not the
anybody
same.
have a bottom cabinet at their desk?
No, what
Just
I want
pull booze
is
out of your desk when you're shuffleboarding.
When you see either Mike Yastrzemski or Jock Peterson, who we'll talk to at 1:00 today, when they do interviews, there's a bar between those two guys' locker. There's just there's a
have you
stall
been in the
right there.
clubhouse? That is Club Dub.
There's a stall right there with a bunch of booze in it, and that would be my stall if I was a player. But it's still that's all we need. We just need a stall with some booze.
We don't need all that. We
I
just
don't need
a
Isaac the
six-pack
bartender
of Rolling Rock, whatever the hell we're rolling.
Tolbert brings that
when
in
we're
every
rolling the
week.
rock. You can't play
Something.
Who's playing shuffleboard at noon?
Yeah.
First of all, it's
I
a
just
midnight endeavor. And you've got to have an alcoholic beverage in your hand.
I agree with you.
First time ever I played it sober, John, and I had 2 leaners right away. So maybe I'm better. I always thought I was better when I was buzzed.
No doubt.
Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not.
I would like to request, if we're going to just put in a bunch of fun stuff to entertain us between breaks, I would like to suggest cornhole. I would also like to suggest maybe.
Now, which
NBA
kind of cornhole are you talking about? That terrible sport where they throw
like beanbags.
That's not the kind of cornhole I'm playing.
I have one of those in my backyard. It's the
I'm
best.
not doing
People
that.
love that stuff.
I'm not doing that.
You don't like that?
That is hillbilly version of lawn bowling. I ain't doing that. How about croquet?
No, I'm not a croquet.
Lee Hammer says no.
I know he does. When I was growing up, my parents would set up croquet all the time. All the time.
Would you have a mint julep? That's a little.
I don't know. That is very highbrow.
Your family as being a croquet fan.
No, we're not. But we had one of those cheap croquet sets.
Yeah.
And so I played a lot of croquet growing up. And then if I could too, maybe if a video game, I would like NBA Jam. But I would like
you want
I would
all
like
that? Well, we're starting with shuffleboard.
But I would like you. No, but I want you to dub it over. Like I want your voice on it. You know, he's on fire. Like I want you to do. I
did
your
do
voice
one with
on
Mark. I've done a couple with Doc Rivers and Marcus Johnson. I don't think it was NBA 2K, NBA Jam.
No, but that would be cool.
You want to? Want to play video games?
Yeah,
and then I would like games. It takes two hands, and I can't drink unless I have a straw.
What about an old school pinball machine? Now that would be cool. Like some sort of. We just play pinball all the time.
I do like pinball.
Up. Pinball's amazing.
Well, you know what the best game of this kind ever?
What
is the old NHL game?
Oh,
when it was the USA against the Soviets.
You mean with it?
I guarantee you, nobody
like the foosball handles.
Nobody here could score on me, and I could score from the left wing to the right wing to the point. I grew up in Buffalo, John. That's all we did was hanging bars.
God, that's a big table. Now I'm looking at it. I'm looking at that picture you sent.
Playing Mike Eruzione against the KLM line. Yeah, you see the table? Now
that's going to waste
a lot of time. It's a very tall shuffleboard.
It is.
What's the regulation? A lot of old people play that.
Too tall.
It's almost too tall for me. Well, you know what? It's wide on the sides, which is perfect for putting a beer down.
Yeah, that is.
Holer's playing this game.
I was just going to say, I'm
not
watching,
drinking.
See, I'm watching Holer do this though. That's going to be a time waster.
Who plays shuffleboard if you're not drinking?
That's a time waster.
You know what the best shuffleboard in the Bay Area is, John? Elliot's. Downtown Danville.
I know exactly. I've played
Elliot's.
there. I have played there. Do we have the sawdust and all that?
Yeah, of course you got to. You know what? They were installing it. They didn't put the sawdust on.
Come on.
And it completely. What do you call the shuffleboard? It's not the rock. What do you call that? It's not the coxswain or whatever. I don't know. What is it called? Anyway,
coxswain.
No, I know. I wanted to drop something like that in there. You can't throw it on the board at all. The only way it moves is because of the sawdust on the table.
Right, you got to have that.
I was not there for the building of the shuffleboard, right. But no beers. And we've had 12:05 on a Friday. What are we doing here? We need you in studio.
Tolbert will correct that when he gets here at 2 o'clock. I can guarantee that. I will too. In fact, I'll just DoorDash it for you guys right now. That's ridiculous.
You don't have any beer anywhere in the premises, hidden anywhere?
Well, yeah.
How about?
I don't.
You have any Johnny, Jim, or Jack anywhere? You got
well, that's different.
Well, that's fine.
I have those.
You got to catch up.
I have spaces in the wall for those. We have our own bar.
It's so damn boring to play shuffleboard if you don't have a glow out. Who's playing that? And you got to turn the lights down. It's like we got an open heart surgery in there.
I know.
It's way too well lit.
Very much.
Anyway, do we have a poll?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We have a poll.
This out? Yeah.
We have a poll, and I do want to give you this team to fear.
That's what we need here too. If we're going to do shuffleboard, we need a poll here, Jeff.
This team to fear we need to talk about too, and then we've got Evan Longoria coming up at the bottom of the hour. Yeah. But let me give you an update on what's going on as far as the poll is concerned, and it's. I'm not going to say that it's it's a little bit closer than I thought, but it's pretty much what I thought it was going to be because I didn't think people would like this trade, but it is closer than I thought it would be. Danny's big poll today, and I give Danny a ton of props on this because he's not giving you any middle ground on this stuff. So the Friday big poll, Danny's big poll, it says, Dub Nation, how did you feel about the Chris Paul Jordan Poole trade? And the only two options you have, no fence sitting here, loved it or hated it.
That's strong.
Hated it 58%, loved it 42%. I thought it was going to be about 70-30. So right now, hated it is 58-42. What do you think of that?
What if we did don't like it versus like it?
No.
Would it be 80? Well, okay, let me ask you.
This is hot take radio, man. Hot take radio.
We're not doing hot takes. We're playing shuffleboard.
Hated it.
We're old people. What if we asked before yesterday, do you want the Warriors to trade Jordan Poole? What do you think? That would be overwhelmingly yes. Although I would have voted.
So.
I would have voted no.
I know you would have.
I would have voted no. Hell no. And
I'd have voted yes.
When you look back on this, Draymond Green is going to get more money. You'll bring up why Sacramento's cleared off some room. Vivek and Mike Brown are going to go after him to drive the price up. They know what it's going to cost. So Draymond Green in this extension, he's a 4-time champion. He's a Hall of Famer, but he's forcing Jordan Poole out of town.
Basically,
I'm not on board with it.
Right?
I'm not on board with it.
Yeah, and we've brought up the reasons, and again, from a basketball standpoint, doesn't make a ton of sense, but it was the money saved. It was maximizing Steph's window, and third, and I'm not putting him in any kind of order, but I think Draymond Green said him or me. And he probably said, I'm not signing if this guy's on the roster.
Or I want so much money, and the money, I got to do it. So in any event, if we just put up, do you want Jordan Poole traded or not? Overwhelmingly, because fans are fickle. It would have been He had a down year this year, though he still scored 20 a game. Mm-hmm. The year before, they don't win a championship, and they paid him $30 million large for 4 years. So now would have been overwhelmingly trade him. So now you bring the Paul equation into it, and 58% hate it. So it's just going to be interesting. And then, do you want Chris Paul to be a Warrior? What would be the percentage on that?
You hit it right on the head there. That if you could say it was an older player and maybe he didn't like the trade, but I think what sends the percentage higher is we pointed this out. This is like Richard Sherman coming to the Niners, which worked out fine, but at the time
you didn't trade for Richard Sherman.
No, you didn't.
He was let go. He was free.
But part of it is
anything up for him.
Yeah, but part of this is that people don't like Chris Paul, or Warriors fans don't like Chris Paul because of the battles they had as a Rocket or a Sun or whatever. They've had not a great relationship, right? And now all of a sudden you have to embrace this guy, and that takes fans a minute.
Well, but if this was a 27-year-old Chris Paul, that would be a different story. If he was in his Clipper early, even in his early 30s, you could see right where his career began to wane. We had Al McCoy on, and Al is one of the most tactful, elegant men that's ever had a microphone in front of him.
Why did he come on our show?
Well, listen to what he said about Chris Paul. What I'm saying, he's a first ballot Hall of Fame player. He's a 5-time assist champion, a 6-time steal champion, 9-time All-NBA defense, 12-time All-Star, 11-time All-NBA. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's one of the best pure point guards to ever play the game. I don't care if who he played for, if he was a younger player in his prime and you got him, he's not the same player as he used to be. We watched him in the playoffs with Durant and Beal, or Devin Booker before they got Beal, and it's like this guy's dragging them down. He does get them good shots, but he got a lot of great shots because of their unbelievable offensive ability. Now, I think with the Warriors, he'll get in better shape. He needs to guard and to move body. He didn't look in shape. But he's 37-year-old Chris Paul, and Al was saying, well, how many minutes is he going to play? He thinks and this is a Phoenix franchise he works for that just tried to get rid of him. They put him in a deal to get Bradley Beal, and they were talking about cutting him before that and, releasing him. So last year, John, it's amazing. He played 32 minutes a game last year. Now, he played only 59 because of the injury. How many will he play here?
He'll play sub-30. I think he'll play sub-30.
Is it 29 or 21?
No, I think probably in like the 25, 26 range, maybe 27 tops. I don't think he plays more than that. And I'm not saying I'm agreeing with it, but I understand it. I mean, Joe Lacob, you're never going to call Joe Lacob cheap, but I think he finally hit his line, and $300 or $400 million is a ton if you put in not only the salary but the penalties. I think that's part of it. Obviously, Draymond Green, not a fan. I mean, I don't know if Draymond is going to have a podcast and have a party and say hallelujah or how much he's going to say about this whole thing, but I think it was a major problem. And so there's a chemistry issue, which I get it if you're not in favor of this trade, but that was part of the thinking behind it. Obviously, maximizing the Steph window because I think Paul's only going to be here a year. But I think one of the things that people aren't bringing up is if you don't make this drastic of a deal in cutting this much salary, there was no other way to do it. Not with Kuminga. They did a Baldwin move. I mean, those would have been little tiny moves, but by doing it this substantially, you can re-sign Klay Thompson and he can finish as a Warrior. I don't think if you make this move, you can do that because, look, Klay's not going to make 43 and he's certainly not going to max out, but it's still going to be a significant amount of money for Klay Thompson. And I think a year from now, you're not able to sign him or be as competitive. Maybe he goes to the Lakers and joins Michael. He's from that area. I just don't know that you can sign Klay Thompson a year from now, and I think that's important to the Warriors. So I think those are the factors, whether you agree with them or not. I think those are the factors.
Tell me a time when a team has traded a 24-year-old coming off a 20 points per game season. I know his numbers were down in a lot of categories. Jordan Poole still averaged 20 a game for a 38-year-old point guard who will turn 39 before you play a playoff game last year. Who's ever done that?
I don't know. Are you using my ageism? I'm usually the guy with ageism.
But they're professional athletes, Sean. There's a certain shelf. There's going to be a time, and it may be next year, when Chris Paul is retired and out of the league, and Jordan Poole is playing in NBA All-Star games. There will be. This is not like Jeff Bagwell for Larry Anderson, and we don't know who Jeff Bagwell can be. We know who Jordan Poole is, and you're coming off a year where you're trading him low. The one thing is they gave him the money a year too early, and I think they did it to calm him down and to let him play well. It all, went 180 degrees on him. If they just didn't give him the contract last year and, had to face, his free agency now, how different it would all be. But to trade a 24-year-old player that is clearly on the ascend for a 38-year-old, he's 37, he'll be 38, whatever he is, a Hall of Fame player on the descend that may not play, more than a year or so. It's just, tell me who's ever done that.
Let me ask you one thing. If they win a championship this next year with Chris Paul, will it matter what Jordan Poole does for the next 10 years?
I see everybody's saying they're all in, they're all for Steph. I'd rather have Jordan Poole on the team right now this year than Chris Paul. And they're good. The Chris Paul will be Sean Livingston, rolls into Andre Iguodala, into Jared Jack. He'll get him organized. He'll play well. He's fine. But he's not going to be, you can't run 1-4 flat for him like you do Jordan Poole. You don't have guys that can who else on this roster can just beat somebody off the dribble and just, besides Steph, if you clear a side and just go. And it's not all about that. They want to move the ball, but sometimes late in the shot clock and you just got to go. Jordan Poole was so advanced at his age sooner than Steph could even do that, where he could just beat you off the dribble. You lost a player who is a great one-on-one, plays in and out dribble, his ball handling. You forget how good of a player Jordan Poole was. He just did not have a good playoff. He did not have a good year. I remember one year Mark McGuire had 201 because his girlfriend broke up with him. Tony dropped him to 7th in the order. Did you want to trade him right then? I'm sure there were discussions of trading him. He came back, he got over that and the plantar fasciitis, and he became Paul Bunyan. He's hitting 58 bombs and all the way into the 70s. I mean, Jordan Poole is going to be a dynamic scorer in this league when Chris Paul is out of the league for 10 years.
Give me your thoughts on all of it. We got the poll coming up as well. We'll get to that Kings situation, which could scare the Warriors. We'll do that coming up next. And then Evan Longoria is going to join us, former Giant, now with the Diamondbacks. Of course, Diamondbacks, the first-place Diamondbacks, coming in this weekend to take on the Giants for a 3-game series. All that coming up. Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
On KNBR.com.
The first domino of the offseason, actually a couple, they have fallen. Jordan Poole is being moved for a CP3 to clear up a lot of cash. Next on Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s agenda, bring back Draymond Green. How is that possible? Well, it looked good, but there could be a catch. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Yes, it is Friday, and it is a great time to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz from Moskowitz LLP. And today, Steve, we're talking about ERC. Tell us about that.
ERC, this is where the federal government is giving away up to $26,000 for every employee an employer had during 2020 and 21. But some people are saying, I don't think it would be that much. I can't be bothered. I have to dig through all kinds of records, go to the lawyer's office, and that's so complicated getting somebody to help me. Folks, it's easy. For almost all clients, we can tell you over the phone in a few minutes if you qualify or not. And if you do, you never have to come in the office. We do everything on the phone. through the email, and it's really easy. And if your CPA said you didn't qualify because your gross revenue didn't go down enough, there's an alternative method. Talk to us for a second opinion. We want to get you every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
You may have heard about ERC, but nobody does it like Steve Moskowitz and Moskowitz LLP. A simple 888-TAX-DEAL. Give them a call right now, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, and Steve will give you more information on it, or simply go online to moskowitzllp.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
But is Jonathan Kuminga 7'2"? That's what I
think he's growing, John. I think he was 7'2" yesterday, and now he's 7'3".
He's as big as Victor Wembanyama. Yeah, I think it could happen. That is Kendrick Perkins. He's great. So here's what John Hollinger writes today. Okay. I'll lay on the sarcasm more thickly next time. So here's what John Hollinger writes today in the Athletic. So we were talking all week. Draymond Green really doesn't have a lot of attractive places to go. Teams with bad teams have salary cap space. Houston and Oklahoma City and Orlando and teams like that. So we wouldn't see him going to a place like that. But as Hollinger writes today, what the Kings did last night and what they could do could get them about 30 to 34 million under. So what they did is they moved the 24th pick to Dallas in exchange for Rashawn Holmes' contract. So that's 2 years and $25 million. So they saved that money. Then they could do the following. They could renounce Harrison Barnes, Alex Len, Matthew Dellavedova, Terrence Davis. They could decline the option on Kessler Edwards and waive P.J. Dozier. And they could even generate $2 million extra by renouncing Trey Lyles, but that's not a whole lot of money. So Hollinger says they probably won't do that. And if they did all those things, they could have about $34 million in cap space, which should be enough for Draymond Green, which, by the way, will say something that he liked, and now there's some social media stuff that maybe he's asking or looking for more money. But anyway, $34 million in what Hollinger says here, quote, the Warriors have to be sweating right now at the very least because there is now a high plausible rival, green bidder on the market, and blah, 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 blah. So they could go after other guys as well. He said Jeremy Grant and Kyle Kuzma, Grant Williams. Said he could look at those guys as well, Cam Johnson, P.J. Washington. But he points out that the Kings need to improve their defense. They do have a glaring need at power forward, and they have a Warriors-obsessed owner who was formerly a Golden State minority owner. We all know who that is. And, of course, a Kings head coach that was a Warriors lead assistant until a year ago. So to you, are the Kings now a threat to the Warriors keeping Draymond Green?
Remember when the Warriors played the Kings in the first round of the playoffs? I think we brought this up throughout the entirety of the series. Was their defensive metrics are not good, partly because they have bad defensive players, partly because they're learning Mike Brown's scheme. And I thought about it all the while through it. We talked about it through. We talked about it afterwards. We brought it up many times. If I'm the Sacramento Kings, I'm all in on Draymond Green. Now, all the irony, and the other guys, Alex Len's a serviceable player. Kessler, there's some good players there. But the one domino that's got to fall is HB. It'd be Harrison Barnes. And this was brought up during the playoffs with Mike Brown, and he said, I don't want to tell Monty McNair and Vivek Ranadive what to do, but Harrison Barnes is irreplaceable. There's no one that can do what HB wants to, can do. And, well, there's one guy that could, and he's a totally different player. But, and all the irony that would be, because there was a lot going on when Harrison Barnes was a Warrior and Draymond, reaching out to Kevin Durant, and then the wedding where Draymond's not invited. He's the only one, and you ask people about it. There's something there. Harrison Barnes in Game 4 takes a shot, misses the shot, and afterwards Draymond kind of, you got to make that shot. But Draymond had made that shot. But in any event, Draymond was there to defend it. So there's something there between the two of them. And then at the end of the series, the embrace that Draymond gave a lot of those Kings players and De'Aaron Fox and Mike Brown and all the way down the line. But he had a long embrace with Harrison Barnes where he was talking to HB's ear, and it's like, what's he saying there? So there's a rivalry there as being former teammates, and adversaries and all of it. So, John Hollinger's on it, but you don't think the Warriors know this is going down? And Rich Paul represents them, and that's why he came out, hour and a half before Mike Dunleavy's introductory press conference on Monday, and we're going to opt out. So the whole league knows, come get us. We're here. We're hitting the streets, so clear the decks. And that's what the draft is, and you make some curious moves. So everybody was saying Sacramento doesn't have the cap space. You just make one trade, and you got cap space. So they've got it. Will they, at the very least, drive the price up for Draymond to come back, and that could be why they moved Jordan Poole. Now, a lot of reasons why they traded Jordan Poole. Draymond involved in all of it directly and indirectly. Locker room, clubhouse, locker room cohesiveness and culture and all that and whatever happened. And then just the bottom line is, can you afford both players? And now you're looking at, well, what's it going to cost to bring Draymond back? And everybody thinks that, he opted out at 27.6, and that would be the starting point, and you'll get him for an average of 25 a year for 3 years. I'm not sure Draymond thinks that way. He thinks Steph Curry got super max. He makes over $50 million a year. Clay got super max. He makes over $40 million a year. Why should I take 25 a year? He's just competitive that way, and he kind of said that. So we'll see what the ultimate price is. But I think at the very least, Sacramento will drive the price up, which may not get them to steal Draymond Green, John, but it'll force the Warriors to not be able to sign another player or two. And they battled this April for the first time in the playoffs. They're going to have a lot of Aprils and maybe some Mays where they battle in the Western Conference Finals. And, yes, they would love to get Draymond Green and to be able to, Vivek would love it, Monty McNair would love it, but Mike Brown would love it. But would they ultimately do it? Would they get rid of Harrison Barnes and renounce his rights to bring in Draymond Green? That would be tough for HB to accept, but it's a cold business. They're different players entirely. Harrison's a more well-rounded player, but Draymond's a good offensive player with everything he does. It's complicated. But now that they have, tens and tens and tens of $1 million to go out and get him, let's just see where this all goes. 1 week from today, John, June the 30th at 3 o'clock our time, they can start to talk to him. And there'll be a phone call right away. At 3 o'clock, there's Mike Brown on the phone calling Draymond Green. I would not be surprised. And then you put Draymond in the position where he has to make a decision. And would he really do that? And then, or is he just trying to drive a hard bargain and be a hard negotiator with Rich Paul taking the lead? But Sacramento was a team we thought of when the Warriors were playing Sacramento in the playoffs, because just adding Draymond Green, if you want to get above the Warriors and stay above the Warriors and the Lakers and Memphis, now they got Marcus Smart, and Phoenix now that they got Bradley Beal on top of KD, and you want to guard all these guys, John, and then obviously the Joker in Denver, you go get Draymond Green.
We'll talk more about it. Interesting about this whole thing. We'll reset Chris Paul as well as in the poll. Danny's big poll has to do with Chris Paul today as well. We'll get back to that. But Evan Longoria is going to join us coming up next, the former Giants third baseman, now in Arizona, and they come into town with the first place standing in the NL West. We'll talk to Evan Longoria about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That's not going to help my distaste for Ross Stripling.
But we love Longo, John. We love Longo.
We do. We love Longo. Evan Longoria is going to join us in a minute. Former Giants third baseman, now with the Diamondbacks, and probably loving the season. He's having a nice year, though. 9 home runs. He's got an 817 OPS, and I'm sure that energized by all these young Diamondbacks, and it's a 1-2 matchup this weekend at Oracle Park, as the first-place Diamondbacks will take on the second-place Giants. Who'd have thunk that? And then the Dodgers, and then the Padres, who the Giants just got done taking 3 of 4 from. And Evan Longoria, the former Giant, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Evan, welcome back. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate it. So just tell us what it's like, or what it's been like so far. I mean, this young club, all of a sudden you guys are sitting in first place. It's got to be fun.
Yeah, no, super exciting, man. I mean, when I, going into free agency, there was, a few spots. I think I talked to, some of the reporters for the Giants last year about, my thoughts going into free agency and, the couple clubs that excited me. And one of them was the Diamondbacks, for the obvious reason that I live in Scottsdale in the offseason and that's home, but also for the fact that we played against them, obviously, for the last 5 years, and I saw kind of what they were building and the guys that they had coming through the system, and I was excited about being a part of that and kind of being a part of the opportunity for that franchise to kind of take the next step, and I think that right now we're showing that, and I mean, sometimes it's like you take a chance and you hope that it works out for the best, and I think that that's kind of what happened, and I'm happy to be able to kind of see that what I saw from the other side is what I'm now seeing on this side.
It's amazing, Longo, how quickly things change. When you guys won 107 in 21, they lost 110, and 15 were to the Giants. You guys were 15-4 against them. But last year, the Diamondbacks were more competitive, and they were hard on the Giants. And late in the year, they bring up this young outfielder, Corbin Carroll, and then they sign him to this $111 million contract and buy up not only his free agent years, but some of the ARB years. And right now, he looks like a runaway winner for Rookie of the Year and a strong candidate for Most Valuable Player. You see him every day. How good is Corbin Carroll, Longo?
Yeah, man, he's as good as advertised and more. I mean, I don't know if you guys saw the highlight of him scoring from first base on a routine single up the middle yesterday, but he does stuff like that on a daily basis that me and the guys in the dugout kind of just look at each other and shake our heads and go, wow, like you think you've seen something that's impressive, and then he just does something different the next day. Like, you kind of roll your eyes at it and shake your head in disbelief. So he's the total package. I mean, all of the tools are there. He's got a great head on his shoulders, works really, really hard, asks the right questions, and so. Those things are definitely not set in stone. I mean, I don't think that he even thinks about, at least he doesn't talk about, winning the Rookie of the Year or the MVP. But it has been pretty cool to see, like, at home, our fans are recognizing that as well. And, he's gotten some MVP chants already, which is crazy to think about, as a 22, 23-year-old kid. But he's doing it, man. He's fun to watch. He's at times carried our ball club. He can create opportunities that not a lot of players can create, and he's special.
Absolutely. We're talking to Evan Longoria, former Giants third baseman, now with the Diamondbacks. Diamondbacks coming in this weekend. We're mentioning Corbin Carroll. 16 home runs already, 22 stolen bases, 955 OPS, and as you said, that scoring from first base against Washington last night or yesterday was ridiculous. It was just a great play. In terms of culture, I mean, you won in Tampa, you won with the Giants, and now you're winning here. What is it like to just to change this culture? Because, like I said, this has got to be fun to have this team who hasn't won in a while. All of a sudden, it starts clicking. And I don't know if it's a chicken or the egg thing. You win, and then you get the confidence, or you have the confidence, and then you start winning. But just being around this team and bringing winning back to the desert.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's me. I think that the pieces were in place already. And it's just kind of a matter of arranging them in the right ways and finding some additional guys that can kind of fill roles. And so the addition, I think it started back when they added Merrill Kelly and brought in Zach Allen. You bring those two pieces now who are kind of the cornerstone of our starting pitching and have really carried us this year. And then the young core that was not there 2-3 years ago that has now made it to the big leagues and is making an impact. So all of those things are the reasons that we're having success. And it starts with, the front office and Torrey and the belief in those guys and the drafting process and development process. And, when you do it right, I think you see, now what can be the fruits of that labor and picking the right guys.
First place team, 46-30, young and really athletic, really fast. Got a lot of speed on the bases, the stolen bases, and not just Corbin Carroll. Up against the Giants, your old team. You were here for 5 years, 42-33, and the old guard's doing well, but a lot of the young guys, the infusion of youth is coming up. I want to ask you about a couple of guys, in particular, starting with Casey Schmidt, Longo, because we had him on a couple of weeks ago, and he flat out said, I patterned my play at third base after Longo, wanted to be like Evan Longoria. Have you seen a little bit of him in the big leagues, and what did you see just when you were around him in the Giants organization?
Unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to spend much time with him. I mean, he obviously made a pretty quick rise to the big leagues. I think before that, I saw, just brief glimpses of him in big league camp. But when they came to play us earlier in the year, I mean, he torched us. I think he was going really well at that time. He hit a ball, I think, in his first at bat that went into the upper deck. That you don't see that at Chase. So what he's doing, the impact that he's had on that team, I think is pretty palpable. Seems like he has a great head on his shoulders, and I mean, he's very versatile too, which I think is kind of like the modern player, right? Like he can, he came up, played shortstop, filled in for Craw a little bit. He's back to third a little bit now. I think I saw JD playing third yesterday, so I don't know. Where's he been playing? Has he been
second, little short, little third. Yeah. He's been playing well at second.
Yeah, no, he can play everywhere, man. He's got great hands, moves really well. So he's a super valuable piece for that team, and I think it's an exciting piece for the Giants, fans and franchise. I think for the not just the foreseeable, for the long future though, man. He's got a bright future ahead of him.
Evan Longoria is joining us. So just your time in San Francisco, how will you remember it?
A lot of it for that special, 2021 season.
Yeah.
We had, I think, a lot of ups and downs. I mean, it's hard when I think about. It seems like kind of two different eras. We had the Bochy, my time with Boch before, and then it kind of seems like it's like really separated with that 2020 year where we kind of we played a half season and it was really abbreviated, and then 21 was different as well because the schedule was realigned, and so I remember it for all of the guys that I played with, the teammates. I think that's the most important thing when you play on a team is like, what kind of relationships can you make? Can you feel like you made an impact on some of those guys in a positive way? And did you win? That's the bottom line. And I think, we didn't probably make it to the places that we believed we could, but I think we did some special things, and I really loved and enjoyed my time here. I love playing at Oracle. I think the fans show up every night. they're very supportive of the team, and I'll definitely not forget that.
Well, you played on some really good teams in Tampa, obviously, and went to the World Series, but that 21 team just 2 years ago, just amazing. 107 wins. After the trade deadline, and the Dodgers got Scherzer and Trey Turner, and you got Chris Bryant, it seems like neither team would lose. And it went right down to the end, then to play him in the series, and you got off to a great start that year. I remember that weird collision you had with Craw against the Cubbies in early June, and you went out for a while. But when you look back on 21 and winning 107 games, Longo, how the hell did you guys do that?
I don't know. I mean, it was just one of those very special years where everything kind of lined up. And it's funny because this year, it's starting to feel a little bit like that year. And it may be like a 3-horse race. I think maybe from the outside, there's a lot of people that are counting the Padres out. But, I mean, the talent on that team is undeniable. So, this could be 3 or 4 teams in this thing for a long time. And it seems like, even now when I'm looking at the standings and the schedule and watching the Giants from afar and the Dodgers and the Padres, it's like, it seems like we can't lose. It seems like every time you lose a game, like you have 3 teams that are gaining on you. And that 2021 year felt the same. It felt like even from, the beginning of August, it was like we had to win every game. Like there was no, we couldn't take any steps backwards. So, it's starting to feel that way, which is a great thing, right? It's like, being at the top, obviously you're always going to have a target on your back. And I think playing with that sense of urgency is what really guided that 21 team to be so great. And hopefully we can kind of harness that here and keep this nice little stretch going that we have.
Evan Longoria. Evan, welcome back. We always appreciate the time. Thank you so much, and we'll talk to you again real soon. Good luck the rest of the way.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Longoria.
Evan Longoria, and he's having a nice year. I mean, he's only played in 37 of the 73 games for the club, but, he's got 9 home runs, 19 RBIs. He's got an 817 OPS. So when he's been in there, he's been effective. So the same
he's
thing with the
fifth in the league, John, in at-bats per home runs.
You're right.
12.67. He's homered in 4 of his last 9 starts. He's not in every day. I want when he will be in tonight against Logan Webb, which should be interesting. And when Rennell Brooks-Moon, announces him. Now batting for Arizona, forever Giant, number 3, Evan Longoria. What's the reaction going to be tonight?
I think they'll cheer him. I mean, I'm not going to call his tenure disappointing because I was at that Cubs game. I remember it, and I remember sitting there because I was down the third base line, and I thought, that didn't look like much. I would call his career here unfulfilled because when he was healthy, he was an effective player. You and I talked about Evan Longoria a ton, but he just wasn't healthy enough at the time. So I would call it.
And a lot of it was injury.
Yeah,
I think he was tight when he first got here.
Absolutely was.
In 2018, I remember we had him at a fan fest, and I asked him, "When did you hit the comfort zone?" They kind of looked at me like, "What do you mean?" I think he was struggling a little bit with just going from Tampa and that stadium to here and sellouts and they weren't winning. And then injuries. I remember him getting drilled by a pitch right when he got hot.
Pressing. He said he was pressing when he got here. He admitted it. Yeah.
Yeah, later on it, but after he thought back on it. But even like last year, what did he have? A groin or a hamstring? And he was playing at like 75%. You could see he wasn't swinging hard. He wasn't running hard. And there were times defensively where he looked casual. But, man, his hand-eye coordination, his hands just being able to, field the ball. And I remember him taking swings like it was just wiffle ball, and it was just an easy swing, and he'd bomb it. I mean, there are few guys that have had the ability that Evan Longoria have had. Did he maximize his time here? No. Because a lot of it was injury and playing on bad teams. But he was on that 21 team, John. And honestly, Buster got off to a great start that year. Belt got hot late. Craw was the team MVP from start to finish. But I think until that early June, weird collision on the infield, they were both going to field a ground ball, and they ran into each other.
Yeah.
Craw and Longoria, you're like, what just happened? And then he went on IL, and it kind of derailed. He came back, and they got Chris Bryant as well, because I think they were worried that Longo wouldn't be strong. But at that point of the year, and they were all having big years, I thought Longo was the MVP of the team the first couple of months of the year, April and May.
All right, Jock Peterson will go from Evan Longoria, a former Giant to a current Giant. In about 12 minutes, we'll talk to Jock Peterson. Not only will we talk baseball, the 10-game winning streak, and looking ahead to the Diamondbacks this weekend, but as you said before, I mean, he's a Palo Alto guy. and he's a big Warriors fan. And so I would love to get his opinion on the Chris Paul trade. And he's got a unique perspective on this thing, too, because even though he's from the Bay Area, he went from being a hated Dodger to a Giant, and Chris Paul is going from being a hated Rocket Clipper Sun
Thunder
to
Pelican. Was he a Hornet or a Pelican?
He was both.
I think it was a Hornet. Maybe both.
I think it was both, actually. He's been around that long.
I think he was.
But and he's going to be donning the hometown colors, and all of a sudden the fans will switch. So we'll ask Jock all about that. He's got experience. We'll ask that to Jock in about 10 minutes. It's Pop in London, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now? On KNBR.com.
Chris Paul is a Warrior, and Jordan Poole is on the Wizards. What's the fallout? What does it mean? How did it happen? That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Your old friend John Lund here from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. We all know this. It was a rough winter for many of us. Heavy rains, dangerous driving conditions, and unfortunately, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accident and injury cases as a result. And the bad weather wasn't the only thing that made this winter difficult. We all saw people affected by the mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. And the Dolan Law Firm's employment practices group also saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, discrimination, sexual harassment cases. But now that the bad weather is behind us, our good friends at the Dolan Law Firm want to remind everyone to please be aware that good weather brings out pedestrians, motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, and children playing. So let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And for you employees, go to DolanLawFirm.com right now. That's DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning firm has secured over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. They're headquartered right here in the Bay Area. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
There you go. We're going to talk to Jock at the top of the hour, Jock Peterson.
He had the jock off.
The jock off.
Careful how you say that, John.
You be very careful. Young Jock 650 is what his handle is on his social media fronts. Young Jock 650, and plus because he started the first 7 years of his career with the Dodgers. We'll ask him. Like, did it take fans a minute to warm up to you? Because Chris Paul is coming to the Warriors. Will it take a minute for fans to warm up? We have the poll as well. Let me give you an update on Danny's big poll. Last time we looked, it was 58% hated the trade and 42% loved the trade. There is no middle ground on Danny's big poll today. You can't sit on the fence. Can't sit on Danny's big poll. It's love it or hate.
You got to have pole position.
Yeah, there you go. That's a perfect way to put it. Pole position. You got to make a decision here. Right now, very similar. 59% hated it. 41% loved it. So
it's up from 58 to 59. Yeah.
I thought 70-30, but it's around 60-40. So I thought.
Well, if we just went like, don't like, or yay or nay, I think it'd be more definitive. But that's a lot of. It's just, and we'll ask Jock because he's from Palo Alto. It's a little different because, he was a Dodger, but he grew up in the Bay Area. So I think Giant fans warmed to him pretty quickly. And remember, his first year last year, first of all, it was not a Jocktober. First time in his career, he didn't play in the postseason. Is that amazing?
That is amazing.
He's a two-time World Series champion with the Dodgers and got one with the Pearls in Atlanta. And he was hot last year to start. Remember the game he had against the Mets in May? He had 3 bombs? He won over the Giant fan base. Then he got hurt. He still wound up going to the All-Star game. So should we have included – we wouldn't put Jock Peterson on our poll. We were trying to come up with the poll is, do you like the trade or not, hate it or love it? Yeah. But the other one is, what was it, foe to friend is what you dubbed it?
I called it foe to friend. I don't know if that's the best way to put it, but basically, right, players who you hated, and then they became Bay Area athletes, and I don't know if you loved them or not. I certainly think the first name that comes to mind is Sherman from Seattle to San Francisco, and I think by the end, I don't know if people loved Richard Sherman, but they liked him. I think people liked Richard Sherman, right?
Yeah,
is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean he was not the same player after the Achilles tear.
Sure,
but he was a cornerback on a team that went to the Super Bowl and was 7 minutes and 13 seconds away from winning the bowl against Kansas City, and teams that were good. And he was like as far as the Legion of Boom, and Marshawn was Marshawn, but the one guy who was most outspoken was Sherm, but because of the whole mediocre receiver, and after all that with Crab, but like Jock. Sherm had a Bay Area tie. He played at Stanford. So I think that made it a little bit easier. I go back to the 60s. Duke Snyder, the Duke of Flatbush, became a Giant at 64. Now, that was probably more, had he been a New York Giant from being a Brooklyn Dodger. It was a little softened being an L.A. Dodger to a San Francisco Giant. But still, and then Warren Spahny joined the Giants in 65. Oral Hershiser, after all he did to the Giants and the A's in the 88 World Series, singing hymns and pitching shutouts all the time. And I think we nailed it. But I think of all of them, it'd be Chris Paul. But Jock, the fact that, is it any guy that played for the Dodgers? How about Reggie Smith, who was a Dodger in the early 70s, switch hitter? And he got into some ugly scenes. I remember a night at Candlestick where they were throwing garbage and climbing into the crowd. I think was he involved in the Mike Marshall melee there? I think he was. I mean, he had some, real battles. Then he became a Giant. So that was kind of weird. But I think of all of them, though, and we'll ask Jock to get his thoughts, I think the weirdest is the one we're living in right now. CP3 is a Warrior, John? Am I dreaming this? Is this a nightmare or is it true? I cannot wrap my cranium around this concept.
The only difference is, and there's no wrong answer, but the only difference was Sherman beat the 49ers and was an ass about it, whereas CP3, the Warriors always beat him. So it was always like, it get really close in Houston, and if CP3 doesn't get hurt, now Iguodala was hurt too, but if CP3 doesn't get hurt, I don't know if the Warriors survived that series, but he either did get hurt or was ineffective or whatever the case may be.
He beat him in a 7-game series in 2014 when Mark Jackson was the Warrior
Yeah,
coach.
that was it.
But then he also, remember the time when Steph wanted to go over before, which game was it in Houston? Game 6?
Mm-hmm.
And Paul found out that the Warriors were shooting there.
Right.
And he ran there, and when it was Toyota Center, and he wouldn't allow the Warriors to shoot in that game. That's the game where, I think that was the 0-33 game, where Steph had 0 in the first half and 33 in the second half. And there were battles with Lob City. I remember a Christmas Day game where Bogut got into it with Blake Griffin. They almost fought. I'm like, this is Christmas night. So there was, and he was the guy. And there was, remember when Doc Rivers, when Clay would guard Chris Paul and Steph wouldn't, and Doc said, well, we don't believe in cross-matching here. We have our guys guard. And they called out Steph in their own quiet way. And obviously, playing at Wake Forest in the North Carolina tie. At one point, Steph looked up to Chris Paul. But then there was a point where there was battles. And it got a little chippy. And they did beat him in Houston in that series. But, it took Andre got hurt. And then, Chris Paul had the hamstring. But it was beyond just basketball. There were some real battles there. And it was the game this year, John, where Steph in the middle of a game mumbled, This ain't 2014 no more. Talking about you beat me in 2014 and 7. You haven't been able to touch me since. So they obviously reach out to Steph and Clay and Dre and Kevon to get their thoughts. But it's beyond just the battles, which the Warriors did win almost all of them. But they, Paul and Griffin and DeAndre got over on the Warriors in 2014 during that Donald Sterling saga. That was just weird. But it was beyond basketball. There was a little animosity there. So we got to find out from Jock if he's on board with CP3 being a Warrior.
Let's get into it. Jock and the Giants is coming off that 10-game winning streak. They used yesterday the Padres, but now it's the first-place Diamondbacks coming in this weekend, and it's always great to catch up with Jock Peterson like we did on FanFest Day. We haven't talked to him since then. Jock joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Yeah, we're doing good, man. But we got to ask you, you're a big Warriors fan, so they trade Jordan Poole for Chris Paul for CP3. What's your opinion?
Yeah, I mean, they usually make the right moves, and Chris Paul's done so many cool things with throughout his career. But I mean, really, the last couple of years in Arizona, and really helped turn it into a winning culture environment. And I mean, you'd love to see him add to what Steph, Clay, and Draymond and the Warriors have done here over the past 7, 8, 10 years.
And last year, we were telling the audience, and we were all at FanFest together, and we brought this up to you, but you flew, separate from the Giants. You guys were going to Pittsburgh to start a series. It was a Thursday night last year, June the 13th, and you were there. You watched the Warriors win that championship, and then you flew to Pittsburgh to rejoin your teammates. Why was that so important to you, Jock? What do the Warriors mean to you as a kid growing up in the Bay Area, and why did you want to be there to watch them win that championship a year ago?
Yeah, it's really cool to be able to see any people compete on that high of a stage, and I got to travel with one of my buddies who's really good friends with Draymond, so he helped out with the travel, and yeah, so it was just a cool experience, a bucket list. I've never been to NBA Finals, and then to watch people compete, and winning's fun, and I like to win, and it's fun to watch people win, and you learn from it, and you see what they do so well. So yeah, there's a lot of cool things that go into it.
Maybe it was different with you. You spent 7 years with the Dodgers. You came over to the Giants. Was there any kind of an acclimation period between you and the fans, or when you move, whether it's from the Dodgers to the Giants, is it just fans accept you because they're donning your uniform? What was your experience like?
No, definitely got booed a lot. The first time I went back to Dodger Stadium was on the Cubs, and they were really accepting and cheered for me and all that. It was awesome. I think I went back with the Braves and hit a home run, and they started booing me, and then kind of have been like, they cheered before the game, and then they booed during the game, and then they asked for autographs after the game.
Of course.
So, yeah.
Well, especially if you're in the outfield, right? I mean, you're in the outfield at that time, I think, and are people yelling at you in the outfield? It's kind of you against the crowd.
Yeah, they're just talking trash and all that. So it's all good. It comes with the territory. It's all fun. Enjoy it. It's always fun going back there.
Now, but what John mentioned, you were a Dodger for so long and won a World Series there. So, some people see you as a Dodger, but you grew up in the Bay Area. You're a Palo Alto guy. You didn't get booed among Giant fans at all, did you?
Oh, yeah, all the time.
When you were playing for the Dodgers. When you were Giant, it was all forgotten, right?
Yeah, they took me in, yeah. I think I started off a little tough, and they said go back to L.A., but it's been good.
Yeah, but then you got on a heater. I remember that game you had against the Mets. So last year, for the first time in your career, October does not play in October. But right now, you guys, yesterday was your first loss in a while. You ever been on a team that's won 10 in a row? And just what do you think? Because you know what it's like to win championships, whether with the Dodgers or the Braves. Just how good of a team are you on right now, Jack?
It's been a lot of fun. Our wins, too, aren't really blowout wins. A lot of them have been comebacks where haven't started off the game strong, got behind. Pitchers have been throwing for the other team, dealing, and we stay together. Our bullpen starters keep us in the game, and we find a way to claw back. And I think those are the games that really show how good of a team you are, is when things aren't going well, and how do you persevere and keep finding a way to win. It's easy to win when you get 15 hits and score 7 runs. But to win those 1-run games when you're behind, and I think that's what really brings the team closer together.
Yeah, that was cool. I mean, for Mike Yastrzemski hitting the home run in St. Louis to tie that thing, he gets the walk-off the other night. You get the walk-off walk the other night. Does it just kind of give you a sense of confidence to, like, hey, we're never out of a game kind of thing?
100%. And, it creates a really good chemistry.
So you said it's a nice feeling when you score 7 runs and have 15 hits. The other night, you scored 15 runs and had 17 hits, and you did it at Dodger Stadium against your former franchise. What was that like, Jack?
That was pretty awesome. I think they showed a stat they haven't really been beat at home like that before in a really long time, and especially in a rivalry game, you always expect it to be somewhat close towards the end. So that was definitely a really fun, different experience.
Talking to Jock Peterson, the Diamondbacks are coming in. So you guys are playing great baseball, obviously, at the right time. You scored those 29 runs against the Dodgers. You take 3 of 4 from the Padres, and now Arizona comes in. Just this division, just because I don't think we've heard the last of the Padres. They're just too talented to play like they're continuing to play. But how do you look at the NL West?
I haven't really looked at it too deeply. I think it's more so just trying to play our game on a consistent basis, with so much season left. So I think it's too early to get into all that. I think it's just stick to the process, which put us in the position we're in, and win pitches one at a time. And don't worry about who we're going up against or what we're doing, and just worry about playing our game.
And you guys are winning despite, it seems like, a daily injury here and there. We're waiting on Yastrzemski with the hammy, and Wilmer's on the IL with the foot, and then Lamont. We'll see if he's able to play. So since they are light, Lamont and Wilmer at first base, you actually got into the game yesterday and played first base with David Villar on the mound and was part of a double play. I remember talking to you in spring training about breaking out the first baseman's glove and maybe playing at first. Are you taking more ground balls in light of the injury to Lamont and Wilmer at first base? Like when you leave us, will you go take some ground balls at first base before the game?
No, I haven't been taking as many. Lamont's been doing so good over there. But, I just kind of have been trying to do whatever they think I can do to help the team win. So that's what we needed yesterday, and so that's what I did.
Did you ever pitch? Would you ever do like cross
no,
anyone
he asked
to pitch?
if I wanted to pitch. I said I don't really have an interest in that. Doesn't really do anything for me.
I agree. I know Craw wanted to do it, so he did it, but I would agree with you. It's all right. I'm good with it. I need to do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Nice.
So when we talked to you at FanFest, we got into your high school football career, and you were on the same high school team in the Bay Area, Palo Alto, with Davante Adams, and you had better numbers. So in high school, when they broke the huddle and called a route for you, what was your favorite route? What was the one route you wanted to run over all others, Jack?
Slant shake or a comeback. Those were the two go-to routes.
Right. So run the slant and come back off the slant, or just a straight go, come back, and the slant and shake?
Yeah. Pretty unstoppable.
Change of direction? They just couldn't stop you on that?
Yeah, they couldn't. The kid was I was seeing the whole field.
That's awesome, man. Hey, Jock, congrats on the success so far. Keep it going. Stay healthy, and we'll talk to you throughout the season. Thank you so much, man.
Cool. Yep.
Thank you, Jack.
Take you.
The slant and shake.
There he goes. Did you see him? Hear him?
Not the sluggo.
Suddenly put in that.
He didn't want the slant and go.
Right.
He wanted the slant and shake.
He said unstoppable.
Well, I mean, was he fast or big body? I mean, could you imagine him go? Could you imagine them having Davante Adams go out wide right and Jack Peterson go out wide left? Who was the quarterback on that team?
Mm-hmm. You know what? I forgot to ask him. I meant to ask him this, and I had written it down somewhere, and I forgot. I remember there was a promotion when he played for Albuquerque, which used to be the AAA team of the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I think they did a promotion where you could win Jock's car, and it was some old, I don't know what it was, like an old Oldsmobile or Datsun or just, something, because he wasn't making any money yet. I have to go down there and ask him.
Well, if he's not making any money, he actually going to give his car away?
I don't know. He was just it was just this old car. And I think in Albuquerque, I think I remember this back in the day that they did win Jock Peterson's car or something like that.
That was in 2014. He was the PCL MVP.
Yeah.
That year he had 303 with 33 home runs and 100 walks in 121 games.
My son and I were at spring training. This is when Jock was a rookie or just finished his rookie year. I can't remember what it was. And you know what? Those ballparks, they have all those balls for sale and all that kind of stuff. And so my son at the time, I think, was maybe 12 or 11 or something. And he looked at all the balls and he said, I want the Jock Peterson. I'm like, okay. And I think we spent $250 on an autographed Jock Peterson ball. We still have it.
You still have it?
Yeah, we still have it. Because we got.
When are you going to sell these and cash out?
I know. I need to cash out.
You got the Casey Schmidt, but you got a baseball with Jock Peterson or a card?
No, it's baseball. It was if they had, they have all sorts of memorabilia and stuff. It's spring training. They do them in regular season games, obviously, too. And you could buy all sorts of stuff. And there were all sorts of balls that you could have bought. And I think Jock had just come up. I think he had just finished his first season with the Dodgers or something like that. And he said, yeah, that's the one I want. And I said, okay. And we still have that ball somewhere. Yeah.
So his senior year in high school, Jock had 30 receptions, 650 yards, and 9 touchdowns.
It's over 20 yards a pop. That ain't bad.
He was the number one receiver over Davante.
Man, that's crazy.
Davante was a junior, and that was Jock's senior year. So he liked the slant shake and the comeback route. All right.
That's what he's into, man. Very cool. He gave us a little good insight. He said, so he did. He caught it from both sides. How about that? Because when he went back with the Cubs, I could see that. That's not a natural rival of the Dodgers, so they're cheering the guy. Then he came back with Atlanta. He said he hit a couple home runs. There were some grumblings, and then he said he was catching it from both sides because he said at the beginning he wasn't great with the Giants, so they're booing him going back to L.A., and then when he was in L.A., they were booing him because he was a Giant. He couldn't win. And you've been out in the outfield. They abuse guys out in the outfield.
Yeah, without Dodgers.
One guy versus a whole two big sections. What are you going to do? It's ridiculous. Anyway, all right, we'll reset the big story of the day. Chris Paul going to the Warriors. What do you think? And we've got that Zion story with the
which one
with the porn star?
Yeah, I've kind of.
That's gone. Now there's just enough. I guess we'll do that in the caboose. That's just a weird story now. This girl is maybe got a screw loose is all. We'll do that in the caboose, I suppose.
Did you say screw loose?
She's got a screw loose. Pun intended. All right, we'll do all that at 1:30. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Radio.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Redwood City's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Mark Spears from ESPN and Anscape, of course, our NBA insider. He joined Tolbert and Copes live from the NBA draft yesterday to discuss the Poole CP3 trade, what it means for the rest of the roster, and says Chris Paul plans to start with the Warriors. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app. It is time for you to grab the keys. I'll go with you. Let's go to Modesto Toyota for great savings on that new Toyota you want. And this is the best part, no dealer markup. That's right. Modesto Toyota has no dealer markup, and there are new cars, SUVs, and trucks arriving every day. So here's what you do. You check out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com. You pick out the one you want, you reserve it, and that's all with no dealer markup. It's that simple. And listen to this, Modesto Toyota has been family-owned and operated since 1965, so that tells you they're doing a ton right. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer, which I've experienced many times. That means getting you a great deal with the very best price and, of course, great customer service. So it's time to grab the keys. Let's go to Modesto Toyota for great savings on that new car, SUV, or truck you want from the vehicles arriving daily. Those big trucks, I've seen there. I've been out there. They're loaded with new Toyotas, so come get yours with that's right, no dealer markup. And now's the time. Summer is here, so you're going to be going on a road trip. You need a great Toyota vehicle from Modesto Toyota. So you're going to get a great deal on your next Toyota, Modesto Toyota. It's where I get my Toyotas. It's where my son got his Toyota. It's going to be where his son's son gets his Toyota. I'm telling you. Check it out right now at ModestoToyota.com.
Nation. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything blue and gold. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
That was Tim Kawakami this morning, explaining his thoughts on the Jordan Poole for Chris Paul trade, and it's about 60-40 on our poll today. Either you love it or you hate it. 60-40 in favor of hate it. Your thoughts? I'm going to get Pop's thoughts on it as well, but just to kind of recap yesterday with the draft. During the day yesterday, right when our fun meeting started, Chris Paul goes to the Warriors for Jordan Poole. Then last night, Santa Clara guard Brandon. That's not the hard part of the
So
name.
you stumbled on the beginning because you couldn't get to the second one.
Brandon Podziemski, 6'6" guard out of Santa Clara, goes to the Warriors. And an interesting name in the second round, and this is where they moved Patrick Baldwin Jr., and they saved about another $10 million with salary and tax implications. Trace Jackson Davis, and he's a big man out of Indiana.
It's Dale Davis' son.
Dale Davis' son, who I knew well when I covered him in Portland, but Dale Davis was a banger out of Clemson, and so his son is now a member of the Warriors. So that's what they did yesterday. And then I agree with Tim. I think that Draymond is going to come back, and we'll get into this whole thing, but as John Hollinger points out, if the Kings renounce a lot of names, and they did move Rashawn Holmes to save about $12 million a year, $25 million over 2 years, but also they could renounce, including Harrison Barnes, and get as much as $34 million under the cap. Would they go after Draymond Green? Because we told you last week all the bad teams who had cap space, and now the Lakers would have to renounce a ton of guys, including Austin Reeves, which they probably don't want to do. So I didn't see the Lakers getting under this, but maybe the Kings are prepping for a move, or at least to drive up the price, as you pointed out, on Draymond Green. So that's where the Warriors are right now.
We've had a fun week in the NBA, starting with the Bradley Beal deal to Phoenix, which got Chris Paul in limbo, and then the Kristaps Porzingis deal to Boston and Marcus Smart after Malcolm Brogdon couldn't pass a physical. Marcus Smart goes to the Memphis Grizzlies. Wow. And then, obviously, yesterday, and it was right after we got off the air, we had our nooner. Not a Zion Williamson-type nooner, John, but it was interesting. And I still can't believe the trade. It's just, to say hate it, like it, I'm not on board with it. I just give me an example, and it's all, I understand the finances, and the NBA CBA is just so convoluted. You wonder why these guys get into being a GM. Pop must be pulling his hair out. R.C. Buford runs their basketball ops, but it's so above and beyond just basketball. It used to be just pick good basketball players. Now it's just, you get into a bad contract in the NBA and it kills your franchise, and you try to get out from them. They make just those ridiculous trades. Look at Bob Myers, first one with the great draft he had, and then that trade to get Andre Iguodala made no sense at all, but he was able to do it. And then Mike Dunleavy Jr. makes a trade, and Chris Paul's a first ballot Hall of Famer. Andre's got to go into the Hall of Fame as well in the first ballot. But at age 37, going on 38, and clearly not the same player for a 24-year-old up-and-comer. Jordan Poole's situation must have gotten so bad. And then the money they gave him, it's just the timing of it is unreal. Draymond punches him in a training camp practice. Probably nothing would have happened had it not been leaked out to TMZ. They get a hell of it, and now it becomes such a huge story. Probably internally it still would have been the same level of importance to those people, but more so that the whole world has an opinion on it. And, how did that set the chain of events off? I saw them play fine on the court last year. Jordan had his bad moments. He had his good moments. But in any event, to do a 180 and trade the guy right after you just gave him all that money, and somebody had to go financially, and so we'll see where it all goes. But it's just, just tell me an example of trading a 24-year-old up-and-coming player coming off a 20-point-a-game season. And he played all 82, by the way. Not just Kevon Looney. Jordan Poole, during all of that, played every single game. And then he had some bad moments. He was out of control. He tried too hard. He took bad shots, impossible shots to make. He turned the ball over too much. He played 1-on-5. He did all that. I saw it, but I also see tremendous ability. Washington got a player, and now the Warriors got Chris Paul, and we'll just see where he's at. I don't know if he can get in better shape and fit in. But the bottom line also, John, is you are getting an expiring contract, which is of great value in the NBA. Because somebody could trade for him. You make the deals line up as far as the salary to trade him, and then that player goes away. And now you have that money to, and then maybe not dollar for dollar depending on where you are with the cap, but you have that money in theory to spend on another player. What are the odds, John, that at some point the Warriors trade Chris Paul? Whether it's this offseason or sometime during the season, and he may not even be playing well, he may be playing great. The Warriors season could go another way with an injury or so, and you could still trade him because his contract is expiring.
It's not guaranteed next year.
And it's so valuable, even though he may not be the same player. So we've had a great week in the NBA, and the draft came down last night, and these 3 trades. What's the following week going to be? Between now...
Because free agency hasn't even started.
It starts
right?
in a week. It starts next Friday, June the 30th, at 3 o'clock our time. That's when the legal tampering period, you can't actually make a deal or have it stamped by the league office until after the 4th of July on the 6th of July, but it all starts in a week. So you think we're getting into the Draymond thing, and Sack just cleared up some money, and Vivek and Mike Brown are going after Draymond. Wait until the weekend, and then next week, John, it's going to be fascinating because we're going to get Woj bombs. Is Damian Lillard going to get traded? Where is James Harden going to go? Where is Zion Williamson going to go? And his harem is what I want.
I can't believe what this woman just did. I can't believe this is real, but we'll get into it as part of the caboose pistol. And
she's a porn star.
Thank you,
Stephen A. We know that.
Thank you, Stephen.
We know
Thank
that.
you very much. Yeah, look,
have you seen any of her work?
Just for research purposes, I felt I owed the audience to look it up. And,
is there a specific film we should be looking at, John?
Well, I don't know if it's a specific film so much as just, if I put this nicely, she's got ample backside.
I see that.
Baby got back.
I see that.
She has ample backside. I think that is her claim to fame.
And I thought Rick Mahorn could set a good screen.
Oh, you couldn't get around this screen.
Wow.
She sets a screen. You're going to be out of like mid-court getting around that thing. Hey, man, it each their own. I mean, she's a beautiful girl.
Zion is a big man.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, anyway, this one is continuing to take a weird turn. Let's just say that.
Now, he's not going to get traded, is he? If he was going to get traded, it would have been last night.
I would have thought Portland, right? And that
would be last night.
Yeah, and what you said too, that this is going to be the interesting part. Nobody's heard from Damian Lillard, and it's interesting because anytime these guys have something to say, Draymond Green, like Draymond could come out right now and go, I'm glad Jordan Poole's got, we haven't heard anything from him. We haven't heard Damian Lillard say he'd like to stay.
When's
or
the
not
next
stay.
Draymond podcast, though?
Yeah, I would have thought it was going to be out today.
You can't do that in France?
I'm sure you can. I mean, the cell phone works. All you got to do is put it in front of your face and talk for a couple of minutes, but apparently he's not doing that. But same thing with Damian Lillard, and I always think that silence is never good. They took Scoot Henderson, who I like, but then they already have Simons on their team. He's a point guard. They're all similarly sized. So they got 3 really good point guards. Does Damian Lillard, he said before the draft, I don't want to go through another one of these rebuilds. Well, Scoot Henderson's 19, and Simons is young, and Sharp is young, and so they're really young. So does he now turn and say, I do want to get traded? And does that mean Miami? Does that mean a bunch of teams are going to get involved? I mean, to me, as we talk about what free agency is going to bring, number one on the list is Damian Lillard finally going to say, okay, I'm done in Portland?
Right.
That's
next week's going to be fun. Who had the better jacket last night on draft night? Scoot Henderson
or
Dick?
Nice.
Dick in the red jacket.
Yeah, I was hoping Dick would be a Warrior. That would just be right down my sophomoric alley, But
I do miss Alex Dickerson. Where's he playing, in Long Island? I think he's playing an 8-ball league in Long Island, isn't he?
I just remember one time
Dick,
sitting behind home plate and everybody started chanting that. I was like, this is unbelievable. Unbelievable. They called me sophomoric. Oh, my gosh. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And then on top of it, Grady Dick wears a red.
I love that
sequin
red jacket. I got to get that for the 49ers opener.
I mean, that kid, he's not even. Who is the shirtless? There was a kid that was just shirtless. The kid, Kobe Buffkin, the kid out of Michigan.
Yeah.
Just comes in. He's wearing like a tan suit, big chain, no shirt. Just like, yep, that's what I'm doing. I don't have a shirt under here. Good look. I mean, if you could pull it off, pull it off. I could not do that. But, that for the first time in a long time, Jalen Rose came out one time. He's in the striped red suit. And some years it's a more conservative than other years. The style is just like go wild, man, because there were some wild suits in the crowd last night.
Dick was definitely the winner.
Yeah, he by far.
That red was
red sequin.
Incredible.
And your name's Grady Dick.
Yeah.
And here you come in the red sequin suit. I don't know if you saw this. He went on NBA radio afterwards, and apparently he has like a great Donald Duck impersonation. So here's this kid who just got picked by Toronto in a red sequin suit, and he's doing the Donald Duck impersonation.
He did the Donald Duck? Dick does Duck?
Dick does Duck.
Wow.
And he did this Donald Duck impersonation. I mean, the kid is...
Dick.
Thank you very much.
Is that John Miller?
Who is that? Is that...
it's Marty.
Yeah, it's Marty.
Oh, wow. That was during the pandemic when we had no rules.
Exactly. It was
Marty was chatting Dick.
Yeah. Unbelievable. All right, let's get to the Sweet Clean Family Friend, the Caboose Pistol. You can still vote on whether you loved or hated, or you love or hate the Chris Paul, Jordan Poole trade. No in between here. No sitting on the fence. No splinters. Love it or hate it. We're in the hot take industry, so there you go. Love it or hate it. And we'll update you on that. But the Sweet Clean Family Friend, the Caboose Pistol, is next, only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
She's a porn star.
Before I tell you the story, and I just sent you the link to this, and I don't know if I buy this or not, so I'll give you the latest on what's going on with Zion and his porn star friend. But
Mariah Mills?
Yeah, this is crazy. But so I'm in a studio at my house, and I'll be back in studio next week, almost fully recovered from the surgery. And so I'm in a separate studio from my house, and I went in to grab a water in the house, and I hear the shower running.
Yeah.
And I hear loud screaming like, ah!
Oh, boy.
So I go over to the door and knock on
That could be any one of many things.
Yeah. And it's my son in the shower getting up at the ripe old time of 1:30 to take a shower. And I said, hey, are you okay in there? And he says, yeah, I'm okay. And I
sure it wasn't Rick Barry?
Yeah, exactly. I used to take the showers during the break. And I had forgotten. So he is very fair-skinned. And the other day, we had cleaners in, and so I had to wake him up early, and I said, hey, they need to clean your room, so why don't you go out in the back? And so he's working at a gym. He works out every day, and I think he fancies himself like, yeah, buff dad or whatever. So he laid on a lounge chair for about an hour, and he got a just with an hour of laying outside, he got a pretty good sunburn on his chest.
He's got your skin.
Yeah, he does. So he's got a pretty good sunburn on his like neck and chest.
So much that getting in the shower, he's screaming in pain.
So yeah, I went.
Do you not have any sunblock there, John?
We have a whole basket full of. You think a kid's going to put it on?
Sunblock 50.
We have everything.
I know.
It's sitting on a basket
It's a good
next
burn.
to where he's laying.
It's a good burn.
So I just said, hey, put some aloe or something on it. And he snapped at me. It doesn't help, Dad. So then I just
Too late
walked
now.
out.
Oh, wait till he goes to bed tonight.
Oh, he's going to hate it. Anyway, yeah, so that's what I just experienced during the break. All right, so here's the story.
Yeah.
If you don't know it, look it up. Mariah Mills is a porn star, and she had an affair with Zion Williamson, and she's done some crazy stuff, and she was posting all these payments that Zion made to her, and all the time Zion had a girlfriend, and they're having a baby together. They announced it on social media. She's gone crazy ever since and threatening him and all those things, so much to the point where she just had her Twitter account suspended because she kept basically threatening him and
So she's upset
she's
that
upset.
Zion is having sex with another woman.
Yeah, and she.
Well, I
and
have a lot of evidence here, John. Which one do you want me to cite?
Well, and she does sex for a living. So
Horny
that's
Ebony
ironic.
Mom? You want me to bring that one up? Miss Mills, that's Exhibit A.
So
that's the
now
only title I can even say on the air.
Exactly.
Curvy Ebony Princess. Go ahead.
So do you believe this? Because
she's going to get a tat on her face?
When you get a tattoo, people who know,
she's going to go all Mike Tyson?
They do this. They do an outline of it, and they put it up against your face. They press it down, and then that provides the blueprint for what they're going to put on your face. And so they're showing her. They're putting the print on her face. They peel it back. It says Zion on it, and then they show the guy.
So she's just getting his name. She's not putting his face on.
But it's on her face. It's on her left cheek.
And she's a movie star.
Yeah, and I don't mean her ass cheek. I mean her cheek.
Yeah,
she's getting it on her face.
Yeah,
and
Tyson-like.
And he presses the needle down, and then it goes away. So I don't know if this is fake or real, because usually when you get or somebody puts a tattoo thing on social media, what they'll do is they'll show them start to do it, then they'll show the end of it that it's actually there. They don't show that. So I'm just wondering if this is another ruse on her part to get his attention
or our attention
or anybody's attention. But clearly she is.
We got to change the name of the Caboose Pistol to Mariah Mills.
My gosh.
So what is her end game here?
I don't know.
Maybe I should rephrase that.
It's got to be money, right?
Maybe I should rephrase that.
Her end?
What is she looking to achieve here? Is Zion and his woman, do they care?
No, I mean, he's having a baby with her.
So they're moving on. She's just a scorned lover? She thought Zion would be with her?
Right. And then, because, he said
now, does Zion's
probably a lot of people
girlfriend,
said.
the one that he's having a baby with, care? She knows, right?
She knows. And
all right, so
I don't
why put Zion across? Is she looking for money? Is she looking to get him back? Either way, it's not going to work. And then when I thought maybe she'd put his likeness on her face. She's a movie star.
But on her face.
I know. So anytime. So how's that going to impact her career? But anytime she does a shoot, she's got Zion across her face.
I mean. And then you can't get another.
She can't.
Like and then if you wanted to date her,
she's bluffing.
I think she's bluffing too. But if you're going to date her, like you're on the first date with her and you're looking across and she's got another man's name on her face. I mean, I don't know.
She's got another man in her face just about all the time, John. I'm looking at her. She's got quite a.
Oh my gosh.
I didn't know. I wasn't that familiar with her. She's well known, huh?
She is well known. Yeah, it's not like she wasn't making her own money. I mean, I'm not saying she's got money like Zion's got money, but I don't think she was hurting. But man, she is scorned. If this is real,
I got 2,157 scenes I'm looking at.
Exactly. She's not new to this thing. My goodness, man. Jeez. Anyway, we'll see if that's real or not. I want to see the end product.
So you want to see if he has Zion on her face?
Well, I mean, you and I have talked about this all the time. It many times, unless it's like a mom or a son or somebody who's always going to be connected to you in that way. Your wife may not always be your wife. Your girlfriend may not always be your girlfriend. So when you get those kind of tattoos, you may have to change them. Like Johnny Depp went Winona as in Ryder, Winona forever. He made it Wino forever.
Yeah.
Like you got to be able to make sure that you can change that into something else. But here's the problem with her. It's already over. Like it's over, and she's putting his name on her face.
Something tells me it ain't over. Zion,
it ain't over for
Zion's
her.
going to revisit that at some point.
Man,
so wait a minute.
strange.
What about the sex video she was going to release? Did she do that?
She's saying she's going to do that.
Are any of these 2,157 clips have Zion Williamson in it? In every clip here, John,
I looked.
I see him in the video, but he's sitting over in the side in street clothes. He's not actually playing.
Oh, that hurts. I got a bad knee
He's
today.
street clothes, Zion.
Yeah, I'm sitting on the
Why
bench.
is he the only guy dressed and not playing?
Exactly. That's a problem. All right, this is a strange one. Speaking of porn, Australian porn stars upset grieving mourners after gate crashing a wake they mistook for a nude art event.
Wow.
And, of course, the folks who were at the wake
died?
Called it shocking and disgusting. I don't know
How did they misplace that?
Because they're at a cemetery. So, like, how do you think that it's going to be an art exhibit?
Is this one of those stories where the deceased comes out of the coffin?
No, this did not happen.
If it ever would, it would have been there.
So I guess this happened in Australia.
Yeah.
Haley Vernon is her name. I am not familiar with her work.
Okay.
But she explained that she and her scantily clad girlfriends were going to the Dust Temple event space for what they thought was a nude art show. But when they arrived, they noticed a lot of somber guests were staring at them and seemed confused by their presence. As we walked through, I said to a lady, "Excuse me, we're here for the nude drawing. Where do we go?" She looked at me shocked and disgusted and said, "This is a celebration of life. This is a wake."
So are we. We're celebrating life with the living.
As you said, I don't know how you confuse the two. And there's a picture, and it's a bunch of...
How long did they hang around at the wake?
Well, how would you not know? I'm seeing a picture here, and it's a bunch of people, of course, dressed in black. It was raining, so there's black umbrellas. There's a priest there, and there's a coffin. Like, it's pretty hard to confuse a wake for whatever the heck they were doing. But anyway.
How many people left the wake and went with them?
Yeah, that would have been good.
Yeah.
She said I had the dates mixed up. All the guys were staring there thinking, who are these three? I've never laughed so hard at a poorly timed mistake. I bet they weren't laughing. It's a wake, man.
Wow.
Have some respect.
It happens, John. You get the wrong address.
What was this
It's like dodgeball. He sent Original Joe's the wrong uniform. What are we going to do? Just putting the S&M stuff on.
Well, I almost got to thinking it was like, the same movie, but, when Will Ferrell would go to the wakes and pick up women, and he was sitting there at the end.
Yeah.
Oh!
Wedding crashers.
Wedding crashers.
Yeah.
And but he started to be a wake crasher at the end of that thing.
Right.
Which was not,
That's crossing the line.
Yes, very much so. Anyway, and that submersive, that didn't end so well.
That's a terrible story.
They're saying that it wasn't, so they didn't run out of oxygen. it wasn't like that. They
died like 45 minutes in.
Yeah. So basically, when they lost contact, the submersive
which was right away,
blew up. Yeah,
45 minutes down.
Yeah. So they say, I guess if there's any good news, and this is not good news, none of it's good news, but maybe the best part of the bad news is that apparently this thing imploded, and they had no idea. So
they had no idea. Yeah, waiting 96 hours for the oxygen to go out would have been terrible.
Worse. Yeah, would have
but
been
either
worse.
way,
is
there a lawsuit involved here? I mean, what happened?
Man, it's terrible.
It's
it does say,
unbelievable.
despite the explosion heard, the Coast Guard said it considered all of its acoustic data, decided to continue this mission, blah, 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 blah. But they are now saying that like you said, about 45 minutes in, it could not handle the pressure, the underwater pressure, and this thing blew apart. So that's what happened. What a bummer. I was hoping they'd have like a
bummer.
Oh, well, I was thinking that was going to be like a movie ending, right? They were going to pull this thing up.
The Titanic. It's the actual movie.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, just the irony of that is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, anyway, that's what happened. That was kind of gripping the nation there for a moment, but it did not have a happy ending. So.
Oh, it's terrible.
And finally, it says here they are fit to be fried. An advocacy group rented out a billboard to demand the Macon, Georgia college baseball team change its name from the Macon Bacon moniker to stop the glorification of bacon. So apparently these are like PETA people.
Wow.
They don't like the name Macon Bacon, which, by the way, this team is called the Macon Bacon, and their numbers are in bacon. So like if it's number 1, it's a strip of bacon. It's very strange.
Oh, very cool.
But and I do like, in their hat has an M, but the M is made up of bacon, so it's Macon Bacon. But isn't that like a dirty sexual term? We're making bacon. I mean, isn't that what they say? They say
I don't know. I'm too busy looking at Mariah Mills' discography that I haven't seen that there. Is that a Johnny Cash song?
Making Bacon.
The devil went down to Macon Bacon.
Oh, yeah. Maybe so. Or Charlie Daniels.
You're a big Johnny Cash.
One of those people. Yeah, I like him.
By the way, who's winning our Jell-O shots at the College World Series? That's still going on?
Well, now Wake Forest is out in LSU. It's got to be LSU because they were winning big time anyway. And then they ended up hitting the first walk-off home run with a 0-0 tie in College World Series history. And they beat Wake Forest, the best team in baseball, at least most of the year. So LSU moves on. So... yeah,
LSU was already way ahead, weren't they? They had over 22,000
I'll have to check that because they were way ahead. And one thing, and I can kill two birds with one stone here. Of course, Tony's Pizza Napolitana. We're going to give away a $50 gift card before the top of the hour to Tony's, which is awesome. Like you talk about Tony's all the time.
I was just there the other day. I was there on Tuesday.
So good, so good. Tony's in North Beach, of course. Tony's in all the stadiums, in all the local stadiums as well. You can get Tony's. They're
Levi's, Oracle, Chase, they're all there.
All sorts of different styles of pizza, pasta, sandwiches, everything. Today is National Detroit-style pizza, which is not my favorite.
What is that exactly?
That is. It's a square pizza. It's a thicker crust. And what they do is, the strange part to me is they put the sauce on the top, which is not my favorite. And so they put all the stuff on the bottom, and then they put the sauce on the top, and then they cut it into squares, and it's thicker crust. I wouldn't call it a Chicago style crust. That's not accurate.
No, because it's not deep dish.
No, but it is a thicker crust, and then they make like a rectangular.
It's a
pizza,
rectangular pan,
and then they cut it into squares. Is what they do.
I've had
so.
This. I didn't know it was called Detroit style. Why is it
Detroit style pizza is what it is. So
Tony's got them all.
Yeah, he does have them.
Oh, his pizza is incredible. I was just there on Tuesday. What is St. Louis pizza?
That I don't know. I have heard of that. Everybody's got to have their style. I don't know. I'm a New York pizza kind of guy. You know, I like those ones, or a thin crust. I like a crispy crust. I don't know. Pizza. It's just different levels of good pizza. Every pizza's good.
It's a thin cracker-like crust made without yeast.
Yeah. So
it's thinner. It's thinner than New York even.
Yes, I do like in New York. Do you have a certain you have a certain style?
Tony's got them all, John. Whatever Tony's serving, and I had a calzone that I was there the other day.
Oh, do I love calzones with the sauce over the top?
So
good night.
Liam behind the bar took care of us. He wants you to come visit when you're well.
Yeah, I got to do that. I'm ready. I'm very close. Tuesday I'll be back. Tuesday back in studio.
Good.
So I'm looking forward to it.
I'll be here Tuesday as well. We'll play shuffleboard.
I can't
wait.
We'll
do Jell-O shots.
I had no idea that table was so big in there.
It's just nonstop. Nobody's working anymore.
See, that's the whole thing. We always got to work. I'm sure that Mike Kohler, our former producer and now
He's been there all day. He's been there all day.
He's accomplished nothing.
Yeah,
he's probably drank 4 or 5 IPAs and played shuffleboard.
I want a bowling alley in here. We have enough room for that?
Oh, bowling alley.
How about a dartboard?
That'd be nice. Dartboard would be nice. Yeah.
It's too bright in here, though.
Who would we put on our dartboard to throw
Hammer.
darts?
Are you kidding? That's a lock. And I'm not even saying a likeness of Hammer. His actual face would be the dartboard.
Just stand right
Bullseye!
there. Very nice. Hey, we got a shuffleboard. Everybody come on in. All right, we'll give you some remnants before the top of the hour. So we got Tony's to give you, $50 to Tony's, and anything else. And then, of course, Tolbert and Copes at 2, only here on the Sports Center.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The first domino of the offseason, actually a couple, they have fallen. Jordan Poole is being moved for CP3 to clear up a lot of cash. Next on Mike Dunleavy Jr.'s agenda, bring back Draymond Green. How is that possible? Well, it looked good, but there could be a catch. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app. Maybe you are where I was with the key operative word there being was. I could not see. I was needing a light, my phone, turn on flashlight. That's how I would start my journey into a dark restaurant because I couldn't see the menu. Or you're searching for readers all over your house. Boy, that's fun. I don't have any. I can't read this text on my phone. It's a major problem. And if you're having those kind of problems, do what I did. Do what Greg Papa did. Go see my friends at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. It's called CLR. You got to ask them about it. It's called Custom Lens Replacement. It is awesome. I had laser procedures before, and they just didn't work the way that I wanted them to work. But the key word, again, being custom lens replacement. So it's custom to me, and it's Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team down there, and literally it just takes minutes. It is simple. It's awesome. So if your eyes are giving you trouble like mine were, again, operative word were, because I see well now, pick up the phone. It's a free consultation. Call 877-GET-2020. That's 877-GET-2020. You schedule your free consultation. You got nothing to lose. Talk to them about it. Or you can visit them online for more information at bayarea2020.com. Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Ask them about CLR, custom lens replacement. It has worked awesome for me. Papa can see as well. He's not using the old man readers. You want to get rid of those things as well. It's Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. Free consultation is 877-GET-2020 or online at bayarea2020.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Unique New York. Unique New York.
I love scotch. I love scotch. Scotchy, scotch, scotch. Here it goes down into my belly.
Very nice. Unique New York.
See, Sean Estes is not that hard.
Yeah, not that hard.
Iconic concessions.
Yeah, let's go.
By the way, one of our guests in the lineup, I don't know about Chuck, I'm sure he will be, but batting seventh for the Arizona Diamondbacks against Logan Webb, number 3, Evan Longoria.
Well, that's big.
He's in the lineup tonight.
Very cool. Yeah, great lineup of guests today. We had Jock and we had Evan Longoria on the show today, so very cool.
Al McCoy, Andrew Baggerly.
Yeah, good stuff today. Before we get out of here, Tony's Pizza, Napolitana, $50 gift card. Give us a call right now. Be caller number 10, and you'll win $50 to Tony's. And, of course, Tony's is awesome in the North Beach at Oracle Park, which you can go see the Diamondbacks, the 1-2 matchup, the Diamondbacks and the Giants over the weekend with 49ers start back up down there, of course, everywhere, Chase Center. So Tony's is everywhere. So call right now and be caller number 10, and you can win $50 to Tony's. This is interesting from Draymond Green. Just because this is said or responded to doesn't mean he's going to get it, but maybe this is what he's thinking. Stephen A. Smith said this morning, I think Draymond is easily worth another $100 million. First Take retweeted that, and then Draymond Green did a screenshot of it, and on his social media put this out with an emphasis on easily. Said at.
All right, how many years?
Green.
How many years? 4 years at 100 or 3?
That's what he just finished, right?
3 at 100.
I mean, I was thinking anywhere from like 75 to 85, but you're probably right, 100. And we mentioned the Kings a little bit earlier. I still think he's coming back, but if they clear all that money, they'd have in that range, and at least, like you said, they could push it to where it could get uncomfortable for the Warriors, so that the Warriors couldn't get as many guys under contract now and in the future. So they could do damage to the Warriors just by.
So
trying
if that
to push
happens and Draymond Green signs with Sacramento, I would flunk Chris Paul on the physical and call off that trade. Get Jordan Poole back.
Something, yeah.
By the way, our final Danny's Big Poll, what are the numbers?
Oh, let me check the poll. Yeah, I was thinking it was 70-30, but it was 60-40.
It was 60-40 at one point?
Yeah, let me see what we got here.
Like it? No, it's love it or hate it.
Yeah, love it or hate it. We're not messing around.
The trade yesterday.
Let's go. Speaking of Stephen A., make a decision. Let's go. Hot take. Hate it or love it.
Hate him.
Hated it. Hated the trade 59%. Loved it 41%. You could continue to vote. So 59-41. So I thought it'd be a little bit higher than that, but 59-41. And then the fun part's going to be when Chris Paul trots out on the court as an announce. What is that going to be? Is that going to be a mix? Is that going to be cheers because he's in a Warriors uniform?
Well, he won't be a starter. He'll subbing off the bench.
Yeah, that's true.
Franco Finn won't bring him out, will he?
No, I think he's starting.
Number 3, CP3.
Boo! Boo!
They'll love him. Hit his first 3, they'll love him.
Yeah, that's true. He'll drive it. No, his first flop. They have an elite flopper on their team now. His first flop, and he gets the call. Yeah! Woohoo! So
maybe one thing, Draymond won't lead the Warriors in technicals next year.
God, that's true. Yeesh. Yeah, that's going to change his role a little bit, too. Chris Paul.
Scott Foster's not working Warrior games, that's for sure.
Oh, no kidding. Jeez. That's right. How many has Chris Paul lost with Scott Foster?
And Steve.
Like 1 million in a row? Yeah. Something like that? All right. I think we have done our damage for the day. I'm trying to think what else we have here. I think that's about it. Thanks. As you said, Al McCoy, the longtime voice of the Suns, joined us in the 10 o'clock hour to talk CP. Andrew Bagley was great at 11:30. Evan Longoria, former Giant, now with the Diamondbacks. And Jock Peterson. If you missed any of those, go to KNBR.com. All right, have a lovely weekend.
Heal up, my friend. Heal up, my friend.
Yeah, a couple more days.
I'm going to Elliott's to brush up on my shuffleboard game.
I'll meet you there.
So I come in here and run the table.
I played there. I got to do that. I got to work on that.
And right to Menards after.
Oh, yeah, right there. Get some good music. Very nice. Very good. All right, Pop, we will see you back on Monday. Thanks, as always, to Walter and Danny doing a tremendous job. You missed any of those interviews, KNBR.com. Make sure you call in for Tony's Pizza, caller 10. Tolbert and Cope's coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Hell no, mofo!
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Today, we're going to be joined by Antonio Daniels, who calls games for the Pelicans, former teammate of Chris Paul. Luis Gonzalez, that'll be fun. Talk to him at 2:50, former D-back. Jeremy Appelt, 3:50, and Marcus Thompson at 4:50. What's up, Copes?
What's up, dude? How we doing?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic.
Yeah?
I got to figure out why I'm an imbecile when it comes to figuring this stuff out. But
what are you trying to figure out? The live stream here?
Somehow the volume on the computer got turned up, so I'm hearing myself twice and you twice.
Well, 808 KNBR, how do you turn down volume on a computer?
How do you turn down volume on a computer?
Did you lose the remote? Yeah.
I don't know.
Every computer is different.
It's like I try not to touch anything. Now, there are other
dude, you're getting
hands,
a Dell. Yeah.
There are other hands in this house that are smaller hands that who knows.
They just poke around and press and prod and
exactly.
Sticky hands maybe. That's the thing about little kid hands. They're always sticky from God knows what.
And their paws in this house, too.
And there's paws.
And we've seen the paws come perilously close. Maybe they came more than perilously close to the computer. Maybe they stepped on the computer.
Maybe they just walked on it. Sometimes they walk on it when you're right there. You're sitting right there and they're walking around.
Oh, yeah. I mean, give you the straight buttocks and then step right on the computer, and they don't care. They're just like, whatever. I don't even know what you're doing.
Like, I'm
just coming in here. You guys are hanging out. I'm hanging out. I am the animal magnet, so wherever I am, the animals usually are fairly close by. I got one on the ground right now, and I'm sure one of the cats is outside the door going, "Yo, what's up? Show started? We good? I got to get in there. Got to listen to this."
He's like, "What's up, dude? Come on." I normally sit on your lap and show my hole to the crowd.
Absolutely,
that's what happens.
Yeah, we are. I've heard we're big in the animal community, so
we are big.
Yeah.
Did you? I'm not huge on watching the draft. I think we've talked about this with the NFL.
It's great to fast forward.
That's of course, unless I'm doing a show for KNBR during the draft before the Niners have a pick.
Of course, yes.
Of course. Then I'm all in. Then I'm watching every pick.
Yeah,
gotta be well versed. For the Warriors though, yesterday,
even if the Niners don't have
a even when they don't, Tom, even when they don't, I'm a professionul, so I show up to work.
Yes, you do.
For 2 days of it, if necessary, only if necessary, only if absolutely necessary. Like when I was a kid, no, when I was a kid, the draft was a big deal for Warrior fans. For me, lottery was a big deal, and draft was a big deal because you were hoping to get a game-changing player. When Dunleavy was drafted, that was huge to get a pick that high. Unfortunately, it wasn't an extremely deep draft, and they didn't hit on a big-time player. He ended up being a fine NBA-style player, but in the NBA, you need to hit those top picks, and usually not just lottery. It's top 2 or 3 because a lot of times Warriors were in the 7, 8, 9, 11. Like down there, it's tough to find Hall of Famers, and they have, which is incredible. But yesterday, I was intrigued by this one because it's Dunleavy's first draft. Draymond's not in the room, which is interesting. He's doing this without Bob Myers here. I don't know how much Bob was still – imagine he was not there and a part of it, but he was still officially a part of the organization for another week. We saw a lot of moves, and I'm intrigued by what types of players Dunleavy's going after because I said this when he was handed the job. We don't know what, in the collaborative effort of building this team, was Bob Meyer's idea, Dunleavy's idea, and again, it all goes into the pot. It's all of their collective success. But are there things that Dunleavy wouldn't have done that Bob did do? Would he have handed Jordan Poole the contract, or is he reacting to what's going on with the roster and what needs to change right now? It's not so much about what Myers would have done. I'm just curious, what is some of an undoing? He's now traded both players that they drafted last year in Ryan Rollins and Patrick Baldwin. Or does he look at the team and say, we just don't need that type of talent. We need more of what you're talking about, an NBA-ready type of bench player, and maybe they got that at number 19.
Yeah, I don't know much about him. What is it, Podziemski?
Podziemski, is that how you say his name?
Podziemski, yeah. I mean, the highlights I saw
him play actually a couple times last year.
Did you really?
I did. It was funny. I told the guys I felt like I was that Leo DiCaprio meme. Where he's like from Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. He's like sitting up. He's like, dude, that's me on TV. There I am right there. I was like, I know that guy. I was like, I've seen that guy play because he transferred from Illinois.
Yes.
And he was an insane rebounder for being 6'4".
I know.
And that was kind of what stood out. And he was a scorer and he could shoot threes, but he was playing over here at Santa Clara. But I think it's only two other guys in the NBA who have been drafted in the first round out of Santa Clara. Steve Nash and
Jay Williams.
Jay Williams from last year. He's a runner-up.
Or Jalen Williams.
Jalen Williams.
Yeah, there's two of them on the team. So
anyway, he's a good shooter. He's kind of nubby. I was reading about his. He's got a real short wingspan, like 6'5" wingspan, but he's 6'4".
He seemed pretty athletic.
It's funny, they said he wasn't the most athletic, but I thought he was athletic.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's his small frame they're kind of concerned about, but I don't know where he fits in precisely, but he appears to be, to me, he's kind of like maybe a smaller version of, oh boy, your volume is on. I can hear you. I can hear me on your computer.
Yeah. See, it's driving me nuts.
Yeah, I was like, oh crap.
I'm concentrating though because I'm a pro, but it is not easy.
He's like a smaller version of
Do we have anybody? Has anybody texted in? Like, how in the hell do I turn down the volume? Like, what's going on here? Because I'm afraid if I hit a button, it's not going to end up.
What kind of computer is it?
It's not going to end up.
What kind of computer is it?
ThinkPad.
It's a ThinkPad.
Oh, wait. Somebody just turned it down.
Somebody did it remotely.
The remote ghost turned it down. I just want to know how. Now, here's the thing.
Dude, Tim's walking in like Tim's putting his hand up like he's walking in like he just hit it like he sack flied. It looked like Tim just walked back to the dugout after a sack fly.
Thank you.
Yeah, good work, Tim.
I appreciate that. But you know what? Because Tim can get into the computer, and there's some other people in, I think, digital that they can get in.
Yeah, they have remote access to Tom's
nerds.
computer.
And I don't mind.
Definitely nerds.
I don't mind that. But here's the thing. Because I've told them before, I go, instead of doing it all, why don't you show me how to do it? It's the old, would you rather have somebody catch a fish for you and feed you, or would you rather have them teach you how to fish so you can fish yourself? That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for somebody, and maybe they don't want that. Maybe
let's get out of here. Let's roll.
They're trying to keep me in the dark.
Derek's like, let's go, dude. Come on. Tom's getting on this fish thing now. Lead a horse. Teach a man to fish. You feed him for the rest of his life, Tom.
Exactly.
Teach a man to turn the volume down on his own computer. He'll never be caught doing something.
Nobody shows me. They just do it and go, okay, you're taken care of. That doesn't do anything for me, but thank you. I appreciate it.
Anyway, we'll talk more about this draft pick here. Warriors make a pick at number 19. They also trade Patrick Baldwin Jr. So both of the guys they took last year, Rollins and Baldwin Jr. out. A lot of people are still frustrated. I noticed last night there were more people who didn't like the Chris Paul trade, and some people, I heard Greg saying it earlier, he didn't really understand it except for the financial reasons. And I think that carries a lot of weight. I really do think it did carry some weight with where they need to go with Draymond this offseason and then potentially with Clay next offseason. They've got some stuff to figure out.
Yeah, we can get into that. We can get into the fact that I hate drafting people with two last names because I always screw it up somehow. I always screw the transpose the last. Yeah, I always get the wrong. Like, what is it, Trace Jackson Davis?
I don't know.
Or is it Trace Davis Jackson? I don't know. Could it be Jackson Davis Trace for all I know? I know I went to Indiana. I've seen him play. I can tell you a little bit about him, but the names, yeah. I mean, just pick a last name. Just pick one. We don't need to.
Trace Jackson Davis.
There we go. So I did get it right. I'll screw it up though. The Trace Jackson Davis. Jackson Davis.
You'll mess it up.
TJD.
They just had Patrick Baldwin. We had a three-name
PB&J for TJD. Okay,
TJD's not good. We can just call him TD. How's that? Touchdown. I don't know if he's
Doesn't
helping
work
out
on
this year.
sport.
We'll get back into this, though. There's stuff to talk about with the Warrior roster. Some people don't think this Chris Paul thing is going to help him much at all. I think it's a great move, and I think the flexibility is big time. We'll get more into this. Chris Paul, by the way, did speak yesterday, sat down and with Lindsey Czarniak, and we've got that sound for you. I don't think anybody's played it yet today on KNBR. So we'll give you Chris Paul. We said yesterday we had his first reaction. He said, what are your plans? He said, help the team win. Okay. Thanks, Chris. They go a little deeper with Lindsey Czarniak, talk more about his relationship with Steph, finding out he was traded, and the emotion now of playing with the Warriors. How many more chances does he have at a championship? We'll play what Chris Paul had to say about being traded to the Warriors next. It's Tolbert and Copes, Friday afternoon, only here on the Sports Leader.
Saratoga, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Saratoga's Sports Leader.
Drafted Santa Clara's Brandon Pojemski and Indiana's Trace Jackson Davis. There you go, Tom. Trace Jackson Davis. Not to be confused with Ty Davis Price. Figure it all out. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app.
assets with David Hollander, Business and Technology Report. Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's a Ska Friday. Tolbert and Copes hanging out on a sunny Friday afternoon here in San Francisco. Giants and the Diamondbacks tonight, opening a 3-game series. Giants 3.5 back of the D-backs, and we'll get into plenty more of that a little bit later. We got pregame coming up at 6:15 tonight for a Logan Webb against Zach Davies start. I always want to say Adam Davies.
The man who ghosted his wife.
Dude, that's a wild story.
It's a
Gotta say, we'll get into that later. We should talk about that later as it relates to Zach Davies.
It's an amazing story. You're just like, bro, you serious? You did really?
Zach Davies ghosted his own wife. Adam Davies talked about Ari Gold's wife. And he's like, you don't talk about my wife, Davies. It's the mother of my children. Davies! We'll get some Davies sound in later. He's walking through with the paintball gun. He's like, I know, Ari. I'm done. He just guns him down. One of the greatest cinematic or television characters ever created. Chris Paul was traded to the Warriors yesterday, and Warrior fans, I think in general, emotionally are not happy about it. It's tough when you're a fan to separate from the logic of it, the business of it. I think business-wise, it's a good move. What does it mean for Chris Paul? He is 39 years old in the final 2 years of this contract, but they can get out of the second year of it at the end of this season. They've said they're not planning to waive him. He's going to be a part of the team. He sat down with Lindsey Czarniak. He was traded twice in the last week. First time he was traded, he was on a plane. He got traded from Phoenix to Washington. And then yesterday, the Warriors acquire him for Jordan Poole, some future picks, and Ryan Rollins. Here he is with Lindsey Czarniak. He discusses how he found out that he was traded and how he thinks he'll fit in with the Warriors.
I love that you were on a plane when you found out you were traded to Washington, and then we see the news that you're going to Golden State. How'd you find out?
My son again.
No. Yeah.
Yeah. I was at my gym right here, here in Winston, playing pickup hooping, and after the game got over at 1, little Chris came up to me and told me. Yeah. I'm excited. Yeah.
What was your reaction?
Oh man, I was excited. To get a chance to go play for a franchise like that with the great players that they have. It's crazy how life comes full circle. You know, for the last 10 years, I've been competing, maybe longer than that, against them. But I'm all about winning. You know, so whatever's going to give me an opportunity to win, I'm all for it.
That's interesting about the being full circle when you put it that way, right?
Yeah.
I hadn't considered that. You're exactly right.
Yeah, absolutely.
What does that make you think about?
Just everything. Like I'm excited. I'm grateful. Like I said, to get an opportunity to play with, you know, that core group of players in Steph, Clay, Draymond, Looney, Wig, all them. Play for Steve.
Yes, Steve Kerr. That's an amazing coach.
It's crazy. I mean, just happened. So I'm still processing it all. Yep. You know what I mean? So I definitely want to get on the phone and talk to those guys or whatnot and see what's what.
As you first process, how do you think that you fit into that system?
I mean, for me, I didn't play, you know, on a few different teams now in different situations and systems or whatnot. So I don't know. What I do know is that when you play with really good players, you figure it out. Mm-hmm. And I think we'll do that.
There you go. I think it's funny when they ask about the Steve Kerr thing, because you brought up yesterday the famous clip of him pointing and laughing with Steve Kerr and then turning around and going stone face immediately, which is going to be funny. I also think Chris Paul does respect Steve Kerr. I don't think what he's saying about in the heat of battle and what's going on the court there, I don't think is always indicative of how these guys feel about each other. You know, it's a fraternity, and there's so much cross-pollination with how guys grow up now, which AAU teams they play for, which academies they go to, which camps they play at. They meet so many of these NBA stars when they're kids. I mean, Steph has a relationship with Chris Paul going way back. And he says, I've been playing against these guys for the better part of a decade. The thing that blows me away still, Tom, and probably you too, is hearing Hall of Fame players say an organization like that.
Yeah, no.
Like, I did not ever think I'd see the day where the Warriors were, like, yeah, they became a title destination when they were dominating the league, and Steph's winning MVPs and Durant gets here for these guys who are a little bit older. But for a guy who's a future Hall of Famer, when he got to the league, the Warriors were not thought of this way.
Well, a couple things. One, if you were ever to use the Warriors in a sentence, an organization like that, it would have been preceded by, I don't want to play for.
An organization like that. I think Steph said that.
Exactly.
He said, I want to play
for workouts. He didn't want him to draft him. Like, nobody wanted to come here. Why the hell would you want to come here?
No.
Crappy team, and you get
bad ownership.
And bad ownership, and real estate prices are out of control.
You're the third team in a market of 5 or whatever at that time. Yeah, fourth team.
And secondly, I would have said, that's interesting you said full circle, because actually it's about half circle.
That's what I
thought. Full circle would be if he went back around and
I'm with you.
Again. Yeah. That is not full circle. It just isn't. It always drives me crazy when they go, oh, they went 360 degrees. I go, no, they went 180. Which is the opposite of where they were. 360 is going back exactly where you were.
So look at me, I'm on the Hornets again.
Yeah, and a circle would be back where you were. Either going to the Hornets or competing against the Warriors. That would be a full circle.
It's like, in the playoffs again, he's like, look, it's full circle. We're right back where we start. Yeah, that would be full circle. Yeah, this is more ironic.
Exactly.
It's like rain on your wedding day, which none of that stuff is ironic.
That's not ironic.
That's all just inconvenient, sort of pain-in-the-ass stuff.
That song always bothered me.
It's like 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife. Is that like, no?
I like her too. Whatever. Like, I like her stuff. Like, she's really good. But that song always bothered me because I listened to it and I'm like, none of this is ironic.
Right on your wedding. Oh, is this ironic, honey? Like, no, this sucks. We should have checked the forecast.
None of this is ironic.
Yeah.
What would be ironic is if you traded somebody because the reason you traded them because they weren't a good outside shooter. You needed a 3-point shooter. They couldn't shoot threes.
And then they started knocking down
And then you play against them again. And then you play against them in the playoffs. And they knock you out of the playoffs with a 3-point shot. That's irony. That is thick irony. Yeah, being inconvenienced isn't irony. It isn't. So, Alanis Morissette, great stuff generally. That song.
It's the good advice you just didn't take. It's like, you're an idiot. They gave you good advice and you were like, screw you. I know better.
Yeah, that's not irony. You're just a fool for not taking
it. How ironic. And now you're doing it again because you're not even taking that lesson the right way. You know?
Exactly.
You're going to make the same mistake twice.
I will say this, and I didn't say it yesterday, but I'll say it today. I said I like the trade, but here's one of the reasons I like the trade, and I know a lot of people will disagree with this, especially a lot of Warrior fans. I like the trade, number one, and mostly because they got rid of Jordan Poole. They got rid of somebody who was way overpaid, was going to be coming off the bench and not super happy about it, was erratic last year, and I don't know what he was going to be like the following year. I think he wanted to start. He wasn't going to start for a couple more years anyway, and I think they paid him too much because he got punched in the face, and they wanted to keep him. And to keep him and kind of pacify him a little bit and get him to sign that contract.
He was great 2 years. He was great 2 years ago.
He
made a
was
big jump,
fantastic.
but he did not have the same. He didn't have the same trajectory this year.
No, and not for $30 million coming off the bench.
No,
not for $30.
Not for this team when you need something. You need that money or that spot.
It wasn't his fault that he got punched in the face. But it happened, and that created some tension in the locker room that I don't think ever fully subsided. I think it went away for the most part, but I think there's always a little something there. So I think this was, I don't want to say complete addition by subtraction, but I think the team will be tighter. I think you want to get somebody in here you can trust in those key moments that's going to play under control. Now, this could blow up in their face. There's no doubt about it. I'm not convinced that they're a ton better next year. I think they're better. I know they'll be better in the crunch. I don't know what kind of lineups they're going to have.
I trust him as a closer more than I would trust Jordan Poole.
Yeah, because he's been there. He's been in those moments before. He didn't turn the ball over.
He's a smart player.
But he's not He's not what he was. Anybody that watched him last year in Phoenix knows that. He's not what you expect from Chris Paul. Like a lot of those mid-range shots that always went in didn't always go in last year. He was not a guy that gave them a ton of offense. They didn't even look for him last year. It was Booker and Durant, even when he was healthy. So this is not this is a no-brainer. But it's one I would have done, and a lot of the reason is getting rid of Jordan Poole. I wasn't a huge. I said it yesterday. I wasn't a huge fan of the way he played. I thought he was out of control too often. I hated the talking to the refs. I hated the fact that he didn't play defense, didn't compete all the time. And if that's one thing the Warriors are about, it's compete. You have to compete. You got to get after it. He just didn't have that level of competitiveness that they wanted. So I just thought for damn near between 130 and 140 million for the next 4 years, that was out of line. But they felt like it was something they had to do. They didn't want to wait to the end of this year. And let's say he has another big year, and all of a sudden you're paying more, and then you got other people bidding, and maybe you can't match it. Who knows? So they gave him that money because, in part, he had earned it. There's no doubt about it. In part because Draymond punched him, and they're going to give him a little bit of a sweetener for, staying and signing the deal, because he could have very easily said, well, what the hell I want to be around here for? I'm not signing this. But he couldn't turn down that type of money. So you trade him. He gets to go somewhere where I think he's going to be happier. They're not going to win as much, but he gets to do his thing.
You got a ring already?
He gets to be the focal point of the offense. He's going to get to do,
He'll get another contract. He's like 23 years old, 24 years old or something.
Another contract. Now, if he matures and becomes what they had hoped he'd become, like a guy who's a playmaker, a guy that can get you 23, 24, maybe even 25
That'd be ironic,
a game. Do it.
That'd be pretty ironic if that happened.
Do it efficiently. Because he didn't do it very efficiently last year. He's a much better three-point shooter than the numbers suggested last year, but he takes wild shots. Like, just shots. You're like, well, what? Like, why? Like, it's Steph Curry is the guy that should take those shots. So we'll get into this a little later on. But for me, that was number one. I think they needed to jettison Jordan Poole. I know a lot of people disagree with me. They really like Jordan Poole. I wasn't one of them. So I think this is a good move just from that standpoint, and I do think they're better positioned next year to win a championship. Not saying they couldn't with Jordan, but I think they're better positioned.
Yeah, the text line has checked in on a couple of these. Just a funny one here. 415 says, Copes, Poole erratic? I thought he was real consistent. Consistently dribbled the ball off his foot and threw the ball into the seats. I was like, yeah, that's kind of what we were talking about. I didn't hate him. I mean, I loved him. After the championship year, thought he was fantastic. But this was a tough decline following the punch in the face. And now the Wizards are going to pick up the tab for Draymond and the Warriors, which is pretty sweet. Didn't cost the Dubs a dime. Trace Jackson Davis was the second-round pick. People are saying, you're going to talk about him? I believe he's the son of Dale Davis, right? Yeah, Dale Davis was his dad, or is his dad. So we'll talk more about him later and how he fits in with the Dubs. But on the other side, we're going to catch up with Antonio Davis, a teammate of Chris Paul back in 2008 and 2009 with the Hornets. We'll talk to him next on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Seattle Mariners on Monday, July 3rd. First pitch 7:15. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG, with class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand. Toyota, let's go places. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tom Tolbert with you. Always fun to have Antonio Daniels on. NBA champ, now calling games for the New Orleans Pelicans. Antonio, what's going on, my friend?
What's up, man?
What's up, brother? How are you? How you guys doing?
Tremendous. How's your off season going?
Busy, but it's I can't complain. A lot of family time. Family time. My daughter's preparing for college.
Oh, nice.
Our other daughter just won the national championship in volleyball, so I'm
nice. Hell yeah.
Doing this time. Yeah,
for her.
Killing it.
Congrats.
Killing it. That was a good
hanging banners.
Right there.
Nice.
Oh man. So wait, just give us your thoughts before we get into it a little more in depth. Give us your thoughts on the trade that sent Jordan Poole to Washington and has Chris Paul coming over to the Warriors.
I get it. Financially, I understand it because now you get Jordan Poole off the books. And here's the thing that we talked about on our show today. Steve Kerr is like a vet in today's NBA. You know what veterans don't want to be a part of? Anybody's rebuilding process. Mm-hmm. So if a team is rebuilding, vets want to get out of there. You put me in a championship scenario. Put me in the championship fast lane. What I mean by that is if you go back and you look at the dynasty that the Golden State Warriors have had, over the past 8 years or so, all of those championship teams, Jordan Poole is the only young player that's actually really contributed. If you go back, they've been built on vets. They've been built on guys that are battle-tested and experienced that Steve Kerr trusts. Because if it's not Klay Thompson and Steph Curry and Draymond Green, then it's Andrew Bogut and Harrison Barnes and Leandro Barbosa and David West. And you can go down the list of different vets that have contributed. Now, last year, Jordan Poole played the biggest role, I feel, on any of their 4 championship teams from a young player, from a young player perspective. Now Bob Myers is out the door. Steve Kerr, it feels like Steve Kerr has more of a say in what goes on. And you know what? He does not, and I mean this respectfully. He didn't play James Wiseman, right? He didn't want to play Jonathan Kuminga. He didn't play Moody, and he played Jordan Poole kind of on and off. So it's almost like Steve Kerr wants to have veteran guys that are experienced and battle tested that he trusts. Chris Paul definitely falls into that category.
What? I'm just curious what you think. You played with him. I mean, I've seen it too, the full evolution of his game. I mean, obviously he's 38, so he's not the same player he once was. What do you think game-wise? I know, obviously tough as hell, a big-time basketball IQ. When him and Draymond are on the court, that might be the smartest
lineup ever
in the league.
One of them.
But what about his game? Because watching him last year, you could definitely see that he wasn't that same guy. He was missing some of the shots that he normally hits. He couldn't get by guys, some guys like he usually did. Where do you think his game is at right now?
I think his game is right where you just explained it. Yeah. But I think he's in a great situation because you don't need Chris Paul to be one of the best point guards in history, Chris Paul, right? Mm-hmm. For me, we had a conversation today of where do you play him? And I said I thought he would be Golden State 6-man. I thought you would he's better served coming off the bench. You can preserve his minutes. He can run that second unit, and you can kind of low manage his minutes so that way he's healthy going into the postseason. This situation's different. Father Time catches up with guys. It's unavoidable. As much as guys, you would love to see guys, and we want to hold guys to that Hall of Fame standard. It's a matter of time before Father Time starts tugging at that jersey, and it's time to kind of pull back the reins a little bit, right? Because Chris Paul's not who he once was, but he's still a really good player, right? I feel like Chris Paul, what made him so good is the fact that his skill set paralleled with his IQ. So what he did on the floor actually parallel and went very well with what's between his ears, which I think is his biggest asset. He hasn't lost that. He hasn't lost the IQ. He hasn't lost the ability to facilitate and make his teammates better. It's just the fact that now he doesn't need to do it for 30 to 35 minutes being in Golden State.
In your mind, are they better prepared to win a championship next year after this deal?
You know what? I think that depends on what else happens. Because I have a hard time believing that they're done. I don't think they're finished. Because do you guys think Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody and those guys will actually be a part of this roster once the season opens?
I do.
I think Moody
for sure.
Will.
Does he play big at the end of the year?
Yeah, I think Moody will be. It's just, here's the thing, Antonio. Like, if Kuminga could just, run the court, play defense, and rebound. Just do the smaller things. Like, they have so many guys on this team that can do the heavy lifting that you don't have to do that. So just concentrate on the little things. But you know how it is for young guys who are really talented, and I think he has a lot of talent. They feel like they can do more. They want to do more, and they don't focus on the little stuff. Like, there's no way a guy as athletic as him should get 3 rebounds in 25 minutes. I mean, it's an impossibility unless you just aren't focused on rebounding. And I think if he would just say, you know what, I'm going to do these 3 things and do them really, really well, and then I'll get an occasional corner 3, cut to the bucket, I'll get another bucket, run the court. But I think if he just did that, he would definitely have a role on this team.
Do you think Steve Kerr trusts Jonathan Kuminga?
No, he doesn't, because he won't do. He doesn't do those. He doesn't do those 3 things consistently.
Right, and I think that's what makes it difficult. Is the fact, and I mean this respectfully, because I agree with what you're saying as far as what Jonathan Kuminga is capable of doing, and sometimes you have to sacrifice, and young players don't understand how that works. But with all that being said, can he, even if he does those things in training camp? Do you think that him doing those things in the training camp will get him 15 to 20 minutes a night? Or are we past that point?
I don't know that we're past that point yet. He's so young. But, yeah, he would have to do it consistently in camp and in preseason games. So that I don't know.
Right, because I think about Jordan Poole. And I think about how quickly Jordan Poole fell out of favor with Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
Think about how quick that happened. He was a key contributor in the championship run 2 years ago. And then this year, he was in and out the lineup, and there were questions on whether or not he would play in a game, and there were certain games we didn't play a lot. What that does to a young player's psyche, and the only reason I can speak to that is because I've been there.
Yeah.
I've been there. I didn't get paid $140 million, so I'm sure it's probably worse for Jordan Poole after you get paid to actually be up and in and out the lineup and so on and so forth. So I just wonder with Jonathan Kuminga, is it a case where Steve Kerr and the Golden State Warriors can still get the most out of him, or is it a case where he needs to change the scenery to get the most out of himself?
It's a great question. Talking to Antonio Daniels here on the UMA guest line. I think it begs the question, though, would you take a Draymond punch to the face for $140 million? I don't think anybody in this room would say no. I mean, I'll do it for $140, even if it's coming from the Wizards.
I tell you what's wild about that is I felt like Jordan Poole being shipped out kind of spoke to how every young player on that team felt after that punch.
Yeah.
And I remember we talked about that punch so much, and so many Golden State Warrior fans called and said, you know, we were making too much out of it. You guys are making something about it that's not there. And I have been in locker rooms. Tom, I know you've been in locker rooms and seen this happen numerous times in practice. And the thing that I can say, every time that I've seen this transpire, the 2 guys that got into it still don't speak to this day, and different teams. So when it's a situation like that, that's not something that just happens and, you know, next weekend you guys are like, man, I'm sorry I swung on you. Let's just move on and play ball. That's not how it works. But I felt like when that punch happened that Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody and James Wiseman and every young player in that locker room then felt like, well, if they can do Jordan Poole like this after he received $140 million, how do they really feel about me as a young player in this locker room? So I feel like that punch had a much bigger effect on the overall psyche of that locker room, especially the young, inexperienced guys that aren't accustomed to seeing things like that.
Certainly affected it.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been in a lot of locker rooms. I've never seen that before. Like, I've seen guys scuffle before. I've never seen someone just flat out sucker punch somebody before.
Walked up and hit him.
That's why that one was different for me, Antonio. Have you really? God dang.
Yes, I have. And to this
I missed it.
To this day, those guys still don't speak.
It doesn't surprise me.
Right. So people don't understand. Like, when people think, oh, man, it just happens, you just get back to playing basketball. No, you don't. No, you don't. Not after something like that. So,
yeah, because that's different.
The guy
that's
that actually got punched is the guy that's on a different team now.
Is it really? Well, there you go. There you go. You know what? It's because that one takes it to a different level. Like, if me and you had an argument and we were both squaring up against one another, that's different because we're both engaged. We're both like, okay, let's go. But when one guy's looking one way and all of a sudden he just gets decked, that's a totally different situation. Because it's like, I didn't even know you were coming at me, and all of a sudden I'm on the ground and you're on top of me. I could see where that would you would harbor some ill will towards that person for a long, long time.
So if you were in that locker room, right? That's hypothetical situations. If you guys were in that locker room and you were a young player in that locker room, and Jordan Poole was the guy that just got shipped off.
Yeah.
How does that fit?
Not good. Because you weren't here for the titles either. Yeah, Jordan Poole is here for one of them, and he has more equity built up than a lot of these guys do, to your point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm with you. Right. I understand it. The psyche is definitely, I think, different. We've also got a new general manager in place now, too, and we'll see where he decides to go. I mean, he made a big move in moving on from Poole and both draft picks from last year. We're talking to Antonio Daniels on the UMA guest line. You do the show, you've mentioned it a couple of times on Sirius XM NBA radio, which means that you're a radio guy like us, so you get into pop culture stuff, and you've referenced it with us before, where you said Klay Thompson, I think last year you told us Steph and Klay, Batman and Robin. And then I think you said that made Andrew Wiggins Alfred. We were talking about it in the studio. We were laughing. You're like, Alfred's. We were saying, you got to do more than Alfred. I'm going Chris Paul, Commissioner Gordon. Where are you on that take?
I'm with you there.
You like? I think that's a good one. I think it's an apt one.
Yes. I am right with you there. It's tough because then you got to have, what do you call Draymond then?
Dude, he's like a Batmobile. He makes the whole thing go. I don't know. He's a utility belt.
No, he's Bane.
He's Belcher.
You start to run out of superheroes.
Oh yeah, exactly.
I mean,
he's Bane.
I like what I like, and I said this. I like what Chris Paul brings to the table. Obviously, I feel like they've gotten smaller, which I don't know if that's a good thing, but they've gotten smarter. They've gotten tougher. And they've gotten more experience. Now, the question becomes, at the end of games, who's your finishing lineup?
Yeah, that's interesting.
So if let's hypothetically say you're playing the Denver Nuggets, because now what a lot of teams are doing is they're trying to construct their roster to now combat what the Denver Nuggets are doing with that front line of Porter and Gordon and Jokic. So at the end of the game, if you are the Golden State Warriors, what is your best finishing lineup to combat the Denver Nuggets? And the question I ask is that lineup to combat the Denver Nuggets the best starting lineup that you guys feel that the Golden State Warriors can put out there?
They're small. Let's put it this way: they don't have a good lineup to combat that lineup.
It's small and loony, and that's it. Right?
They just don't. They're going to have to score. Their defense is going to be really good offense and being able to score because they don't have that. That's the thing. What are you going to do? Go Draymond at 5, Wiggins at 4, and then the 3 guards out there? I mean. Yeah, it's a hell of an offensive lineup, but man, you are asking a lot of Draymond and Wiggins to get on that glass. So I don't know.
And then if you have Kevon Looney at the 5, then you have Draymond at the 4, and now what? Because
now
either you're going to have Wiggins out, Chris Paul out, Klay Thompson out. You know Steph Curry's not going to be out. So I love the move, but it just brings up a lot of different smaller issues that could rear their ugly head, depending on who the Golden State Warriors. Because the thing is, they still want to win a championship.
Yeah,
that's still the mentality. That's still the thought process. They didn't make this move with the intention of just just making the play-in or making the playoffs. As long as you have Steph Curry, Draymond Green, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, and Kevon Looney all together, all of those guys were a part of that championship team and multiple championship teams, that means your mind is still on winning the championship. So now you have to construct your roster to do so.
Before I let you run, let me ask you this, because this is the one thing that when I heard about the trade, I said I liked it, didn't love it, because I thought maybe they could get more for him. And not more as in a better player or higher profile. But I was thinking more players. Like I thought because of their depth issues last year, maybe instead of getting a Chris Paul, they could get two guys that make $14 million each. Two rotational players, a seventh guy and an eighth guy, guys that are going to play 18, 20 minutes a night. Do you think they would have been better served going with depth, or do you think because they're not going to have much room under the salary cap? How do you see that? Like you got Chris Paul, that's great, but as opposed to maybe two guys who aren't as good as Chris Paul, but are both rotational players that could help, and maybe to your point, one of them's a little bit bigger that could be there and help down low.
So here's the question I would ask. It's one thing to say what they can use. It's another thing for that to legitimately be an option.
True.
Right? So the question I would ask you is, who are those two guys?
I haven't given that much thought.
Who's that good that makes that little money, right? The dollar has gone up so much, right?
And to me, that's where the issue comes.
Right.
It's like, yes, that sounds great, but are those two guys actually available? Are those two guys actually out there that make – because I would like to think that if those two guys were legitimately an option, first, whoever has to agree with it, right? So they would have to need Jordan Poole in return also. And then those two guys that you're referencing that you can play 15 to 25 minutes and, one of them is a little bit bigger and the other dude you can play in the backcourt and swing in between the backcourt and the front court. Like, that's the best case scenario, but that also has to be a legitimate option as well.
True. You caught me. I didn't give it enough thought. Thank you. Appreciate that. Damn it. Oh, man. Hey, congrats on the –
that conversation a lot. In New Orleans, fans will always tell me, you know what, we need more shooting. Why don't we get more shooting? And the question I always give in return is, that sounds great. Give me someone that makes sense and that's available.
I'm going to find somebody now.
That usually is like, because available is what like it sounds great because every team would say we need this, and this. Is this, this, and that actually available at the time when it's needed, though?
No, that's a good point. Hey, congrats on the summer. It sounds like things are going great for you and the fam. That is super, super cool. Always appreciate you coming on, and I'm sure we'll talk soon, Antonio.
For sure. God bless you guys.
Thanks, Antonio. Great stuff with Antonio Daniels. Played with Chris Paul back in New Orleans in 2008 and 9, and a long time with the Spurs, 98-02, world champion. Does his show on NBA radio on Sirius XM. The great Antonio Daniels. All right, from basketball into some baseball. We'll get back to some hoops a little bit later. Marcus Thompson is going to catch up with us at 4:50. Jeremy Affeld at 3:50. But how about this? An Arizona Diamondback world champion, the man who got the game-winning hit in 2001, Game 7, bases loaded against Mariano Rivera. I saw an interview with Luis Gonzalez one time, and he said, all I was thinking was this is every kid's dream who's ever picked up a bat. Game 7, juiced, tie game. All he thought was, don't screw this up. He joins us next. Luis Gonzalez, world champion, as we get ready for Giants-Diamondbacks, only here on the Sports Leader. Tim Kawakami joined Murph and Mac this morning and believes Draymond Green's punch directly impacted Jordan Poole's departure. That podcast and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
The chance of a lifetime for Luis Gonzalez. 2-2, bottom of the ninth. Game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Infield in. 1 out. Floater. Center field. The Diamondbacks are world champions.
One of my favorite moments in baseball history. I remember exactly where I was. I was 12 years old. I was, the world was rooting for the Yankees because of 9/11, and everybody was together here and had all the camaraderie. Dude, I was pulling for the Diamondbacks. I was of the generation that hated the Yanks. And here to talk about that, the man who authored that great moment against Mariano Rivera, world champion, former Arizona Diamondback, Luis Gonzalez, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Luis? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert here in San Francisco. How are you, man?
Great, guys. Good to talk to you.
Good to have you on, man. So Tom and I actually coming into the season, not knowing what was going to sort of play out for the Giants. We didn't know the young guys were coming the way they have. We were both kind of high on and excited about the D-backs this year, and they've lived up to the hype. They're young. They're athletic. Corbin Carroll is a blast, as long as he knows how many outs there are when he catches a fly ball. It's a great moment. It's hysterical, but they're a fun team to watch, man.
They are, and he's a great kid, and he'll never live that down, unfortunately for him. But, yeah, you're right. I mean, the team has been playing well, just as the Giants have been playing well. This proves to be a pretty significant series, although, we're still in June, but it still means a lot because both teams their youngsters are all playing well. Bailey's playing good for the Giants, and some of the other young guys, Schmidt, and so I think it's going to be a fun series this weekend. Played tonight and 2 day games for the last 2. So we're really looking forward to it. Our team has played extremely well on the road. I think we're 14-4 in our last 18 road games. So it should prove to be a pretty fun series.
Hey, Luis, how much do you think the team's overall athleticism has contributed to the season so far?
Oh, there's no doubt. The rule change now with the running and stuff. Our outfielders, we got 3 youngsters out there that can run the ball down. And, that's proved to be a big thing for us, a big factor for us of stealing bases and putting a little bit more pressure on the defenses out there. We had Alec Thomas, who we had sent down to AAA. Now he's back up in the outfield. with him and McCarthy in right and Corbin Carroll in left, you really got to lean on a ball to get it to drop. If it's got any type of hang time, it's got a pretty good chance of getting caught out here with those three guys out in the outfield.
Talking to Luis Gonzalez on the UMA guest line. Giants went into Arizona earlier this year and had a tough time. First time they're coming here this season, and Giants are going to miss Gallen. I know we're seeing Zach Davies tonight. I think Merrill Kelly's going to throw at the end of this series. Tell us about the pitching staff, because the National League West, I don't want to say it's wide open, but there's still 4 teams that are solidly in the mix, and I think whoever can get hot or whoever makes a huge move, and there may be 4 teams going for 3 or 4 of the same pitchers here come trade deadline time. Where are the Diamondbacks pitching beyond Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen, and what's the bullpen looking like?
Well, we have a couple of youngsters in the mix there, but you're right. I think there's going to be a lot of teams that are trying to buy here, knowing that they got a shot at getting into the postseason play. And tonight Zach Davies has scuffled his last couple outings, and he's hopefully trying to get back on track here in tonight's series. But we're facing Logan Webb, who's been pitching extremely well. He's gone 7 innings his last couple starts. And the last time he faced the D-backs, he did a good job. He went 7 innings in that game in May. So for us, it's just a matter of just trying to hold the ship together till the trade deadline comes. And if we're still where we're at right now, and I'm sure we're still going to be in the mix, we're going to go out there. We desperately need a closer, I think. I think we need somebody at the tail end. We've been mixing and matching there at the tail end. Whoever we look at the lineup, who's coming up in the order, and that's who will probably run out there. But you got to have that lockdown guy at the end of the game. And then not only that, but I think, we have 2 veteran guys at the top end of the rotation. Zach Davies is our number 3 guy. We got a couple of youngsters in there too, but I really like to see a couple, crafty veterans that have been around for a little while that still have some gas in the tank, and hopefully you bring them into a pennant race and they get kind of rejuvenated and go out there and provide some leadership.
I've seen a few D-back games. You've seen them all. It looks to me, and just a few I've watched, Carroll is a guy who's more mature than his years would lead you to believe. Is that the case?
Oh, absolutely. You nailed it there. I mean, this guy, he's hitting, we started the year with hitting him down in the order, like 6th or 7th, just kind of easily kind of grooming him in. But, man, after about a week or two, he's just shown that he's just above average. And he's getting a lot of notoriety now, not just for Rookie of the Year, but they're talking about him in the actual National League race for MVP. I mean, this guy, he's already got 20 stolen bases, 20 plus, and he's coming up to the All-Star break, and he's almost at 20 home runs. So I can see very easily, barring, knock on wood, any type of injury or anything, he can be a 30-30 guy in his first full season in the major leagues, which is pretty incredible now in today's game.
It's not that big of a list of guys who are doing that, especially early on in their careers. Talking to Luis Gonzalez, longtime Arizona Diamondback world champion on the UMA guest line. You were one of my favorite guys to watch as a kid who threw right and batted left. One of my favorite dudes to watch hit. And I always liked guys who walked more than they struck out. And I remember you did that a handful of times in your career. And we've talked about the automatic strike zone potentially coming and how that's going to affect catchers who are plus guys at stealing strikes. But I always look at guys like Lamont Wade Jr., who are putting together an incredible year, who have developed this eye and control of the strike zone. How far into your career did you feel like you had that? Did you always have it? How did it develop, and how did you grow that over time? And can you relate that, or can you see that in what Lamont Wade has done at the top of the Giants order this year?
I just took a lot of pride in putting the ball in play, making things happen, and I think my rookie year was the only time I struck out over 100 times. I think it was like maybe 102, 103. And then after that, you're if you're playing every day, you're getting 500-600 at-bats in a season, and I was pretty proud of the fact that I was, making things happen. And I always those are the players that you kind of fear when they come up, because they're going to make contact somehow. Yeah. And I always tried to be that guy when the manager looks across the diamond and go, God, we don't want to face this guy because he's going to put the ball in play. You just don't know what he's going to do. So, that's one thing when you watch Corbin Carroll. He'll strike out here and there, but if you watch his swing, he's very flat. His bat stays in the zone for a long time, and that really has proven to be a benefit for him. But nowadays, you'll see guys with 100-plus strikeouts at the All-Star break, which is kind of incredible. Back in the day, you wouldn't even been called up if you struck out that many times because they wanted guys to put the ball in play.
Luis, you'll see guys with 100 Ks in the All-Star game at the All-Star break. You know what I mean? Like they're like patting you on the back for it because you're really waiting for your pitch. Is that approach when you talk to guys now and you're talking Corbin Carroll? We talk about Luis Arias like every day. We do like batting average watch because he's like Tony Gwynn. It's like his approach at the plate is not what we see in today's game. And the put the ball in play attitude, put pressure on the defense is something that when you have speed and athleticism can apply to your strategy of winning games. And I think the Giants have used that a little bit. The Diamondbacks are using it a lot. How many other teams, or do you see that preached as a philosophy? Because the 3 true outcomes thing has been pretty prevalent now for some time.
Yeah, I don't know if it's being preached through a lot of organizations. I think guys are, the way the generation is now with these guys, they're pretty happy if they, they strike out a couple times, but they hit a 3-run homer or something like that. They're pretty proud of the fact that they, they drove in some runs. And I think the big thing now is teams are very in tune to guys that draw walks, which I'm okay with that. But when you're hitting 3rd or 4th in the batting order and you're drawing walks, that's not what you're put in the middle of the batting order to do. Yeah. You're trying to produce runs by going out there and swing the bat. So sometimes, I think a lot of times it gets lost in the numbers where everybody's so caught up in numbers. And for me, the exit velocity and things like that, that's great, but it's overrated sometimes. The biggest hit of my career was a jam shot that went over the shortstop's head to win a game, and it wasn't 105 off the bat. It was just a little blooper that got it done. So for me, I'm more about if you can get on base, getting hits, drawing walks, doing all the little things that'll help a team win. That's the kind of guy I want. But in the middle of the lineup, I want guys that are producing.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny, Luis. I mean, back in the day, there was like a certain amount of embarrassment that went with a strikeout. Like, you're like, I can't believe this guy got me. And you'd see guys shaking their head and they weren't wrong. Now it's like, no big deal. I got struck out, no big deal. Go back and, it happens. I mean, I can't tell you how many times I've seen a guy take a fastball right down the middle with 2 strikes. Like, I guess he wasn't looking for that. It's like, what do you mean not looking for it? There's 2 strikes. Like, you should be just looking for
the
anything.
knuckleball.
Choke
They're waiting on the knuckleball.
It's unbelievable. I mean, that's gonna. Yeah, go ahead.
It has changed, and the big thing too is you don't see guys throwing complete games anymore. I mean. Yeah. There was guys that were horses that would not, when the manager came out, they didn't want to give them the ball. We're not giving you the ball. This is my game. I'm staying in this game. I'm not giving it up to the bullpen. They're being groomed like that now in the minor leagues all the way up now. So, guys throw 30-plus pitches in an inning in the minors, they're not coming out the next inning because they're usually done. So that's one of the things like Randy Johnson always talks about, and he still does. When we have our meetings in Arizona, he's like, we're not teaching these guys to pitch deep in the game because we're offering a life jacket to them to get them out of a jam, and telling them if you go long, we're gonna get you out of the game.
No doubt, different game. So do you like this year's or maybe even last year's Arizona Diamondback uniforms, or do you like the 42 different options you had while you were playing?
Yeah, I like that. When Buck Showalter was our manager here, we used to have like it was like we were little kids. We used to have like a chart in our locker when we walked in on the door. It would
Mondays
tell us
and Tuesdays?
Which uniform we were going to wear. And then it's not us, really. It's the clubhouse guys that you really feel bad for because, and you guys see it not just in baseball, but in all the sports.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
the different combinations, the shoes the guys wear, their different color wristbands. I mean, they've opened it up now where it's wide open for those guys to wear different color shoes than your team colors and wristbands and arm sleeves and protective gear. I've seen guys take ball 4 or get hit by a pitch. It takes them a couple minutes to get all their elbow guard, their leg guard, their shin guard. And I'm like, oh my goodness.
Oh, man. Talking to Luis Gonzalez on the Uber guest line. Yeah, the uniform thing cracks me. I remember one time Larry Walker was out there in a different uniform top than the rest of the Rockies. Like, they all had pinstripes, but his didn't say Rockies. Yeah. He had, like, the CR over the breast. He's like, I don't know which one to wear, man. They all look the same. One of the other things that's changed that Tom and I were making reference to the other day was the position player pitching rule when games get out of hand. Used to be cool and unique, and then it became commonplace just to save your bullpen. It was like a strategic thing to do. But I think we all agree the best position player pitching performance is still Mark Grace doing his Mike Fetters in Arizona.
Oh, yeah.
That was incredible.
He ended up He ended up giving up the home run to David Ross.
And he laughed.
Who's the manager now. Yeah, and that one, poor family up there in Friday's front row at the time. Now it's a cold beer and cheeseburgers, but it took out a family of 4 up there. They're trying to eat a nice dinner, and a ball comes flying up there.
Courtesy of Mike Fetters and Mark Grace, dude. Pretty good stuff, man. Hey, great catching up with you. This was.
Hold on, I got one more. I gotta ask Luis this. I gotta ask: does he know if Jason Gabbert still has the $10,000 chewed piece of gum that he paid?
I tell you, when he bought that thing. I did an interview with him after, and he owned Quench Gum, I believe it was, and he said he was to motivate his employees to to get them to work harder and stuff. And I was on the radio and I said, no disrespect, but you want to motivate them is instead of paying the $10,000 for the gum, just spread it out with all your employees that money. They would have been really happy.
That's a great point.
Right?
I hope he's still doing well. Yeah.
You had to be shocked when you found out that's what he paid for a chewed piece of gum.
I had no idea. People were coming up to me and saying it was going to go to a charity. And the first time it was a scam. And Major League Baseball security and everybody got involved with it. And then I didn't want the school that the guy was saying it was going to go to be left out. So our PR guy, we weren't playing well at the time, and that's the last thing one of your traveling PR people want to hear is, oh, we want to do a bubblegum skit for this thing, and we're not playing well. So I tried to squash it as quick as I could and said, let's just do it real quick, and we'll put a real piece of chewed gum out. And they wanted me to do a DNA test and everything for a piece of gum. It was crazy.
Nice. Oh, it's too much.
It was nuts.
It's too much. We're spending too much time on this. Yeah. Like we got to get out on that.
It changed the way eBay is now, believe me.
No doubt about it. Yeah, it says they raised money for Lakeview, a Minnesota high school.
Oh, good deal.
10,000. So that the kids benefited, but still 10,000 for a piece of chewed gum. That is an all timer, no doubt.
Good stuff. Luis, should be a fun series this weekend, man. It's crazy the teams don't play a whole bunch more, I don't think, until late in the year. It's wild.
It's weird how the new scheduling is. The scheduling is nice now because it's kind of, you get to see teams that you don't normally get to see. But it's a little bit different not seeing the Dodgers and the Giants and the Diamondbacks and everybody and the Padres kind of teeing it up so many times like they did per year.
Yeah, but it does make these have some weight and some juice. It's fun on a Friday night. It's kind of cool. Zach Davies
There's no doubt about it. This is going to be a fun series, and I'm sure the Giants fans are going to be here and rooting their team on. It should be a lot of fun.
Good deal. Have a great weekend. Enjoy the games, Luis.
All right, guys. Always a pleasure. I appreciate it.
Good stuff.
Thank you, Luis.
Good dude, man. Fun player. I followed a lot of his career, man. He was played for a really long time. I mean, and became a better hitter, better average, started walking a lot. I always like those guys who have great eyes, and he was a put-it-in-play guy. I think he only walked 100 times once or twice. He was walking like 75 times and striking out 60 in a season and hitting over 300. But, by the way, just real quick, listen how crazy this era is for baseball. Luis Gonzalez in 1998 it was, or 1999, he finished 18th in MVP voting. He hit 336, didn't lead the league. 206 hits, did lead the league. Only 26 homers, but 45 doubles, 111 ribs, 66 walks to 63 strikeouts. Hit an OPS of 952, 18th in MVP voting. He hit 336. That tells you.
18th?
1999. Hell of an era.
Nobody knew what OPS was back then.
No, but now you're looking at it.
Nobody knew.
Chipper Jones won the MVP, 45 bombs. In 157 games. These guys were all playing like 160, 155, 157. Chipper Jones is out here grinding for 157. How about that? Incredible switch hitter. Not anymore. And walking 126 times.
How you feeling? You want to load manage? Yeah.
Right. I love hearing Randy Johnson being salty about pitching. We're throwing these guys a light, dude. I would love to be a fly on the wall of Randy Johnson talking modern day pitchers going 4.
Get out of my face.
We're throwing them life jackets, life preservers. Randy Johnson. I love that shaft he is.
Salty? No. Who would have believed that?
Yeah. Well, and then your boy Schilling too. Also, say he's falling on hard times for other stuff.
Salty brothers.
Yeah, man. Hall of Fame for one of them. George Schilling should be a Hall of Famer, by the way.
Should be the other one, but he said, "Don't vote for me. I don't even want you to vote for me."
And then he said, stop the steal, but that was about a different vote. Coming up on the other side, we'll get into a little bit more of what's gone on with the Chris Paul situation. It's weird for Warrior fans to have a guy who's the most hated player in this era of Warrior Dynasty.
I would say second. I'm going to say
Who's
second
number one,
most
you said?
hated.
Who was number
Harden.
one? Oh, you think Harden's one? Yeah, the flopping.
I think Harden's
I think
one.
it depends on who you ask. 1A, 1B.
But I think you might. It's close. I think Paul's number 2, but you could be right. It'd be interesting to see what fans say because he goes back to the Clipper era too. So he spans Clippers and Rockets.
That's what I mean.
And they both played in the playoffs. So he's one of the most hated. There is no doubt about it.
Yeah, okay, actually, we'll do that. We'll get to that in just a minute because I want to spend a little bit more time on the Chris Paul thing as how it relates to the rest of Bay Area sports. Let's wrap up a little bit more as we'll talk more baseball later with Jeremy Affel. But I want to follow up a bit on what happens with the Giants and the Diamondbacks tonight. Evan Longoria was actually on with Papa Lund earlier today, former Giant, current Diamondback. It's June. The Giants are 3.5 back. It's a 3-game series. The Ace is on the hill on Friday night. It was a crazy week, the biggest or highest attended week of baseball in San Francisco since 2018. How do the Giants stack up against Arizona? We'll put a bow on that next, and then we'll get back into the Warriors. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Don't get in my face. I don't care who you are. Don't get in my face.
San Francisco. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Don't talk back to me, all right?
Former Giant turned Diamondback Evan Longoria joined Papa and Lund today to discuss playing his former team in a huge series at Oracle Park that starts tonight. More on that story is trending and that podcast on the all-new KNBR app. Big weekend in the Bay Area, everybody. Boxing is back. Come witness the resurgence of boxing in the Bay Area. It's sure to be an action-packed night. It's going down tomorrow. Professional boxing featuring top-ranked boxers from the Bay Area and around the globe. Westside Promotions presents professional boxing at the Cow Palace in San Francisco, the host of so many historic events. You don't want to miss this one tomorrow night, Saturday, June 24th, featuring undefeated super welterweight Fernando Vargas Jr. And get this, Evan Holyfield, Young Holy, and the Filipino sensation Jacob McAlooey, and so many more. Many fights tomorrow night down at the Cow Palace. Also, a special WBC Night of Champions event where they're going to feature James Lights Out Tony, Olympic gold medalist Henry Tillman, and Michael second to none. You want to see history in the making? Be at the Cow Palace tomorrow, Saturday, June 24th in San Francisco here. Doors are going to open at 4 o'clock. The first fight's at 5:30. You're not going to want to miss it. Get your tickets today at Westside-Promotions.com. That's Westside-Promotions.com. Boxing back in the Bay Area, San Francisco. Don't miss it tomorrow, June 24th. Live stream at Westside-Promotions.com.
yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Friday night at Oracle Park. This is as good as it's going to get. Giants, Diamondbacks. Well, it could be Giants, Dodgers, I guess. That'd be pretty good. But this is a fun one. Giants, D-backs. And what's interesting is what we were just talking to Luis Gonzalez about is Logan Webb takes the ball tonight for the Giants against Zach Davies, right-handed starter. We'll get you some numbers on them in just a little bit. But these games now, it's kind of like when the division games come around, they already seem way more important because they seem so few and far between. And normally you go, okay, well, you got a bunch of them backloaded. It's not really a bunch of them backloaded. It's that you only see them 4 times. This is one of the 2 times Arizona's going to come here. Used to be like when you do your season ticket drafts, and we were in groups with my family for years, the division opponents that were not the Dodgers were always the last ones to go because you want to see teams that are coming from out of town for their one visit a year. Now it's almost as rare that you see Arizona or San Diego. Like that was one of 2 times for the Padres. So nice to win 3 of 4. The Diamondbacks come in playing good baseball, too. Luis Gonzalez just told us 14-4 in their last 18 on the road, including a win yesterday in Washington after 2 days ago. They were in Milwaukee. That's a tough travel road for them, but they're a tough team. They're athletic. They're young. And he's the 30-30 potential he's talking about for Carroll is wild.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy at one point may be one of the best 5-tool players in the game. And I can see that. He's trending that way already early in his career. So this is going to be a test series for the Giants, considering how they played in Arizona.
No, absolutely. Now, I think they can get it off to a good start because it's Webb versus Davies. And Davies, and Gonzalez touched on it, he's gotten just hammered the last couple starts. I'll go back and look at the last 3 starts. I think it's like 10 innings, 19 base. I think he's got a whip of almost 2.
Nice.
The last 3 games.
Love to see that. Yeah.
He's just getting smashed. So that's good for Giants. Good for his ex-wife. I'm sure she's pumped about that.
Dude, this guy.
If she's even.
This guy.
If she's. I was going to say if she's keeping track. Oh, she's keeping track, and she wants him to get smashed every time he goes out there. No doubt about it. But he has just not been. He has not been good. So, but. They are good, and they can score, and again, they're really athletic. So, no, I'm looking forward to a competitive series, fun series, and it'd be fun just to get. I said last series, after that incredible run they were on, just get 2 out of 2. Keep it stabilized. Don't slide back. Well, they did one better than that. They took 3 out of 4, won the first 3. So. They were rolling, and I don't think you even mind when you get beat like you did in the 4th game. It's like, we just didn't have it today. It wasn't like you blew it because the defense was bad or the bullpen didn't quite get it done at the end. Yeah, it wasn't any of that. You just got smashed. That was it. I mean, Wood gave it up early, and that was the game. You never got back into it, and it wasn't like it was 4-0, 3-0 until you thought in games past, like, okay, bullpen comes in. They have a chance to hang in there, kind of start chipping. Now, went from 3-0 to 6-0 to 7, and then game.
Whereas, like they would say, the Padres got one. They salvaged one, but they were playing bad ball. Is what they would say about the Padres.
Yeah.
They salvaged one, but it doesn't look like it's a good win. It doesn't look that 10-0 win for them looks hollow.
Yeah, no,
you know what I mean. It doesn't
does.
feel that bad for Giants. I don't think it felt that bad because of how it happened. You're right. I'd rather lose 10-0 or 8-0 and just get hammered from the jump than be up 4-1 in the 7th. And cough it the way they did on Tuesday and then again Wednesday.
Well, that's why the stat, and they use it a lot,
leading after the 7th or the 8th?
No. I was going to say in basketball and baseball and even football, they use it like to how good you are, run differential or point differential, whatever. That's why that can be misleading because over those 4 games, the Padres have a positive run differential. They won 1 game. Won 1 game. So the run differential to me doesn't tell you a lot of things. I mean, it can tell you how good you are. You look at the Rays, best team in baseball. You look at the run differential. It's like, wow. A's, worst team in baseball, run differential, terrible. Okay, man, I get that. But what it doesn't tell you is your ability to win those 1-2 run games, to make those plays at the end of the game. Like, great. You can win 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, and then lose 12-0. Guess what? you're -6 in those 4 games, but you won 3 out of 4 because you know how to win those close games. Your bullpen is good in those situations. Like when you're ahead, your bullpen's good. Maybe your bullpen's not great when you're down 6-0 because you're putting in other guys. You're like, okay, because every bullpen has, it's almost like 2 halves of a bullpen. This is when we're leading. This is when we're behind. These are the guys we're going to use so we don't waste the guys that we need when you're ahead. So run differential to me is can be an indicator a little bit, but sometimes it gets overstated. And I think that 4-game series was a great example of that, where the Padres actually had the better run differential and lost 3 out of 4. But yeah, I mean, look, Webb versus Davies, it seems like a good spot. I was surprised the Giants were as big a favorite as they were. They're like -170, -180 tonight. I mean, it's like a massive favorite. I was like, that may be a little out of line because the Diamondbacks are a really good team.
More out of line than ghosting your wife for a year? Or?
No. There's nothing out of line. There's nothing more out of line than
I'm the bad guy? No way I'm the bad guy. I don't know. That's not me. That ain't on me.
Yeah,
that sounds Zach Davies. Yeah.
I run it back with my wife every week.
No, he doesn't, though. See,
he did not run it back.
He didn't run back to his wife at all. That was it.
He didn't even run back a phone call.
Yeah.
He didn't run back anything.
For those who don't know what we're talking about, back in 2021, Zach Davies just ghosted his wife completely. Just stopped. That was it. They dissolved the marriage. Still hasn't spoken to her, I don't believe. I guess it's over. She like posted on Instagram. She's like, my world fell apart. He cut me off of all communication while I was back home in Arizona, and he was in another state. He sent a text message at 6 a.m. in the morning, and then he blocked me. That was it. Now Zach Davies is now we're gonna kick his ass. That's it. Not tonight. Yes. That's just for fun. Yeah.
Yeah, just for her.
We were gonna do it anyway, but just for her. You know what I mean? For all the estranged wives out there, we're gonna do it just for.
How great would that be if they interviewed? If the Giants win and they interviewed somebody, go, we dedicate
this to Megan.
Her name.
Yeah, her name's Megan.
Yeah. Megan.
Yeah,
that'd be so good.
That's incredible.
That would be so good. But yeah, that's about as douchey a thing as you can do right there.
Yeah, she had to file for divorce without ever having a conversation with the person about it. Isn't that unbelievable?
I hate to laugh, but
Unreal.
come on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so absurd.
What a weasel. Oh, man. What a weasel. All right. Zach, I'm being nice, too, because I don't want to get fired myself.
Oh, you're being really nice.
I'm being really nice. Okay, on the other side, we'll get back into the heroes and villains situation. We've dealt with this on other teams before in the Bay Area. Chris Paul is rubbing people the wrong way here in the Bay Area as he has for many years. And now we're going to be like hype when he's the one hacking dudes for the Warriors. You know what I mean? But he's one of the most hated guys that this team has ever seen. We were saying James Harden, Chris Paul's up there. I think Warrior fans do dislike LeBron, but there's a lot of respect out there as well. We'll get your thoughts on who is the biggest heel-turned-hero in the Bay Area. That's coming up next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for NorCal Honda. Summertime. Summer. Good car song. You know what's great about summer? The weather is great about summer. The fact that you can road trip. It's summertime. What's not good about summertime? Gas prices going up. But hey, you got a Honda. You are good. And if you don't have a Honda, you can get yourself a Honda. From sedan to SUV, gas to electrified, Honda's got a ride that'll save you at the pump. I know. I own a Honda. I love putting in... Look, I have a Pilot. Premium car, regular gas. Oh, that's nice. Honda Civics also. Legendary for great miles per gallon. And now, Accord and CR-V are available in hybrid versions. Both deliver awesome mileage and range. Not going to need to plug them in or worry about running out of a charge. No matter which fuel-efficient Honda you choose, you'll enjoy a ride that's stylish, dependable, safe, and a whole lot of fun to drive. I can vouch for all those things. You don't think of a Honda as a fun car to drive, but I love going up to Tahoe in my Pilot. That's why I take all my buddies. Enough room for everybody. But the fuel efficiency part is really, really nice. Regular gas, I am in. And we're taken care of with all the, all the goodies that you want. You want to watch some TV in the back. You want to listen to whatever you want to listen to on the way up there. We're going to be as safe as we can possibly be. You get the lane switching. You start drifting out of the lane. It pulls you back in and brake for you if you forget. You probably shouldn't forget to brake, but sometimes things sneak up on you, and it'll help you in that regard as well. And you can keep your gas-friendly Honda running like a Honda. All you got to do is take it to the experts at Honda Genuine Parts and Service. They're all Honda-certified technicians. No Hondas backward and forward. Get you in and out, never a doubt. So, you want to go road tripping? You want to enjoy the summer, enjoy the weather? You want to enjoy the MPGs that go along with a Honda? Get a Honda. For more info, ask anyone who owns a Honda, like me, or visit NorCalHondaDealers.com.
To the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
5 on the shot clock. Paul has to force one. And scores! A deep three-quarter one. Paul, he's hit 3 threes. Chris Paul going into the body of Steph Curry. And a little shitty answer from Chris.
Tolbert and Copes, all smiles on a Friday. Ska feeling good. We just ordered a pizza to the studio. Tough to go wrong there.
Wow.
Tough to go wrong there. Yeah, we're getting ready for Giants and Diamondbacks tonight. It should be a fun one. I'll be out at the yard for Logan Webb start. We'll have pregame at 6:15. But the big story yesterday, and this, you said it perfect. The Giants really did us a favor, losing 10-0. Because if they had walked off,
they could have won 10-0. That'd have been fine too.
Well, we did one was like a no-hitter. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
could have a no-no. That would be like, damn, dude. When we had a short show, I was like, this is a day where you'd want a long show to be able to talk about all this stuff. But we reacted to CP3 yesterday, and my reaction was the same as yours. I thought it was a good move. I didn't love Jordan Poole's fit from where it ended last year. And Antonio Daniels came on with us earlier, and he played with Chris Paul and does radio out in New Orleans and longtime NBA player, won a championship. He was talking about the impact that the punch might have had psychologically on some of the other guys and what they thought their expectations were. And I don't know so much about that. I can't speak to that. But it was apparent that Steve, and has been apparent that Steve Kerr has not loved and trusted young guys in those big situations when they prove to not be, they haven't proven to be trustworthy and consistent. So I think every coach and manager in every sport feels that way about young players when that's the fear, is they don't grasp sometimes the basics of the things they need to do. And when you're competing for a championship, you need that stuff. So Chris Paul showing up, I think, at least IQ-wise, they're better. If he's in the closing lineup with the guys who have been there, they're better. I don't know that he makes them better over the course of a season. I don't know how many games he plays and what role he plays. I do know that Warrior fans are not thrilled about him, not the player, the guy Chris Paul coming to the Warriors. And maybe I do mean the player, the character on the court, because he's demonstrative at times. He is pesky, obnoxious, and he's not, to me, he's not like Draymond in that way, but he's obnoxious in that somebody told us yesterday, is Mark Spears, he knows the rule book better than some of the officials, and an official told Mark that. Kobe was like that. Kobe would read the referee's rule book every year and know where they were supposed to be positioned on stuff.
That's some psycho stuff right there.
And it gives you merit when you can talk about something with some credibility and knowledge, where you're not just arguing that he's doing his job wrong. You know what the call is and where he's supposed to be. So from that element, I think he makes them better. But in terms of hated athletes coming to the Bay Area to compete for a team that we love, he's on the short list of guys that are most hated. I mean, you said you think he's 1B or number 2 behind James Harden. I don't hate Harden as much because I just always was like, I don't know. I felt like that he's kind of a ridiculous player to begin with. So he never bothered me because he never really changed expression. He was he's a flopper. That's what he did. And then the league corrected it and he hasn't been as good.
Yep.
Chris Paul was so smart that it was obnoxious. That's like Draymond. It's like I hate that guy on that team, but I loved watching Chris Paul play for a lot of his career before the Warriors were good.
Who would be the equivalent for the Giants if they traded for? Tim said Max Muncy. People would not like that because of what he said about the park.
He's like, I hate it here.
The spat he got in. Yeah,
Dude,
I don't know why.
that
like
guy.
it
God,
here.
you got my blood boiling just hearing his name.
This place sucks or whatever. Whatever he
He's
said.
like, this place sucks. God,
I'm sure
thank God he
Tim
didn't
can find
play
that again.
Thank God he didn't play. Find that audio of Max Muncy saying this place sucks.
Although it would be, you wouldn't have to pitch against him anymore, which would be nice. That would be, and then he got into it with Bumgarner. So maybe, and he's a Dodger. So maybe that's who. I don't know what the Niner equivalent would be. They said
I'm
Russ
not gonna
Wilson.
lie. I hate Oracle Park. I don't get the buzz behind it, man. I don't like it. It's cold. It's windy. The ball sounds terrible when you hit it. I know I've hit well there, but I just never feel like I'm seeing it good, man. It's just I don't like playing there.
Eat me. Eat me, Muncy.
He kills you there, and then he just said that never really.
It's the ultimate heel move. I'm so mad because I love it. You know what I mean? It's something I would do.
It's hilarious.
It's something I would do. You know what I mean? It's like killing a 72, like you eat one of those tomahawk steaks or whatever in like a minute and a half. You're like, yeah, this steak sucked. This place isn't even good.
We
just crushed them.
Nah, it's terrible.
Yeah, so I'm going to go Muncy would be up there for the Giants. The Niners had theirs. Richard Sherman eating the turkey.
That's what I told them.
Eating the turkey leg. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, I know.
Sherman
That's
is
about as bad as it gets.
It's about as bad as it gets. You try me with a sour cream receiver like Crabtree. And now people here are like, now people who are Niners are like, yeah, screw Crabtree. Now Niner fans are like, yeah, I roll with Sherman.
That's what you get when you try me with a sorry receiver.
It's like nobody said anything, man.
What do you think's going to happen?
What do you think's going to happen? Like,
and then he comes here.
Then he comes here in the good old bowl, dude. Like he was fantastic his first year. And then coming off an Achilles, negotiated his own deal. Was a great leader for a really young and banged up secondary that was he and Jimmy Ward together. Ward getting healthy was a big part of that too, jumping around positions. Richard Sherman, Ken Norton Jr., Cowboys came to 49ers.
True. Yep.
Defensive line's different, but that was 90s Cowboys. I mean, that was 90s Cowboys, Niners, and and now he was. How about this? Then he was like Seahawks D coordinator, wasn't he? Standing on the sideline.
He was.
Seahawks,
You're right. You're right.
After the Niners offered him the job.
Here's what I think, though. I think, and if anybody wanted to call in and we could talk about the Paul trade, and I'd just be curious to get fans' reaction to it. That'll
get them.
Fans root for laundry.
808 KNBR. Are you willing to put aside your emotion about Chris Paul?
Yes.
And if you think
will you buy a Paul jersey?
Like, is there anybody who believe? Yeah. How much will you spend on a Paul jersey? 808 KNBR. 808 KNBR. Will are you able to compartmentalize those two? Where you're like, I've seen this before. I'm a Niner fan with Sherman. Couldn't stand it. He was damn good. We needed him. If he ends up being a key role player and he's not a selfish player. I don't see him as that guy. Like, he's not a Carmelo. I'm not coming off the bench type guy. At least I don't believe that's who he's been.
Well, Mark Spears said he's starting. Which still, I'm not going to believe it until I see it.
I don't believe it until I see it. I mean, they may say that now. Everything's good in June.
But don't you think, don't you feel like fans root for laundry? Like, if you help them win, they don't care.
Ultimately,
they can hate you after, and they can hate you before you're here and after you're here. But while you're here, and you're wearing a Warrior uniform or a Niner uniform or a Giant uniform, if you're a real fan of that team, of course you're going to root for them, because if you don't, you're basically rooting against your team. And who the hell wants to root against your team? So
it's like the guy who said he didn't believe Farhan liked the bunt squeeze in Colorado. Yeah, and I said, you think he's mad they won because they won via the bunt? I don't think so. I don't think that's the case. I think he's happy.
He's very happy, and they did it again.
I don't think he cares if it's not the way the analytics play and the catcher, the pitcher drills 5 guys in a row to do it. You're like, cool, whatever.
Yep.
We're trying to win a ball game, man. So, I'm with you, but I do think that when it's a guy like Chris Paul, he's got to do more to curry that favor. I think he's got, he has to, if he hurts you at all, or if he's not and now that he's being compared to a guy that a lot of fans liked. A lot of fans liked Jordan Poole because he was our guy, and he really is the first I guess Looney was here before too, but he's the youngest of this, like where Steph and Dre and Clay were the elder statesmen of the teams. Like Antonio Daniels was saying, you didn't have real young guys in the early parts. Well, they were the young guys, like Steph, Clay, and Draymond. They didn't. They had the veterans were the guys that were Iguodala and Livingston and David West, the dudes he was mentioning. They have not drafted many guys who have contributed. Like Jordan Bell played limited minutes. Jordan Poole was a huge contributor in the last title, but then was not so much in the last postseason. His track record statement about Steve Kerr using young guys is, I think, true, but they've had success, so it's hard to argue with it. Where when he has played young guys, it's been in spots where they've been proven to be capable there, like Moody at the end of the year.
Yeah. I think, look, again, this has a chance to go bad. If they aren't great next year and Paul isn't great next year and Jordan Poole's averaging 24 a game next year, the fans are going to let him hear about it.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it, because there are a lot of guys, especially a lot of younger fans that like Jordan Poole. Because, you know, I don't want to say Steph is old enough to, like, be your dad's favorite player, but you know what?
Is that where we are now, Steph? It's like Montana and then Young, dude. I like Poole. You're a Steph guy.
Poole, look, what were they, probably 10 years apart?
Yeah, it's about
12, 10,
You're about there.
Years. So it's like that was your guy, kind of your guy who you thought could be the next Steph Curry, because he has a little bit of that in his game. I mean, he does have some range, and he's got some, some wiggle to his game. So he does some stuff. You're like, wow, that was nice. That was really nice. It's just his stuff isn't nearly as efficient. He ends up. He reminds me of that scene in Wedding Crashers. It's like, dude, every time I look over, you're on your ass. Like he's on the ground more than any other NBA player I've ever seen. Jordan Poole's always on the ground. Like, bro, what happened? What are you doing? And I kept thinking of Vince Vaughn. Like, dude, every time I look over, you're on your ass. Why? What's going on over here? Can you stand your feet, please? But there was like a lot to like in his game. So again, this wasn't like, oh, this is like this could go sour.
That's what we call a sack lunch.
No.
So
crab cakes in football.
Yeah.
That's what Maryland does. First time I ever saw Bradley Cooper, by the way, just laying out Vince Vaughn in Wedding Crashers.
It was massive. I think he might have been on the juice.
Part of Chris Walken, dude.
Juice for that.
Come on, Todd, come play some football with your old man.
Would that make you happy?
Let's go to this. We got to get to Jeremy Affeldt coming up. But you asked for how fans are feeling. Some people said, they brought in Dylan Brooks. That would be awful. 925 said, don't forget, McCaw kind of contributed. Yeah, and LaCroix is flavored. You know what I mean? Like, that's how much he contributed. It's like, is this flavored raspberry? I think. Mike is in Belmont. He simply says, I hate Chris Paul. What's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
How you doing?
I'm in the time of mourning. Tommy, you're right. Real fans are going to root for the team. But real haters of Chris Paul, like myself, are just going to be torn apart all season long. I hate Chris Paul. I hate his game. I hate his stupid face and his stupid twin brother. I don't want anything to do with him. I don't ever want him to get a ring. And now I'm just forced to simultaneously root for the Warriors and against him and kind of just always be unhappy. So thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Mike, thanks for the call, man. That's an incredible call. Can you really quick cut the thanks, Mike Dunleavy? We're gonna need that. We're gonna need that for a long time.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Or not so long, just depends, I guess. But that's going to be a pretty good one. We could have used that like 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Dude, that was a great call. One-off take. Hate him, hate his game, hate his stupid face. He loves the Warriors so much, he's going to root against them because Chris Paul's here and he doesn't want him to get a ring.
It's Cliff Paul,
That's a hell of a take.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Nailed it. Boom. Thanks for Mike from Belmont, and thanks, Mike Dunleavy. On the other side.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Back into the...
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
Back in, by the way, somebody on the text line just F Chris Paul. Somebody else goes, hot route. Oh, man.
Cakes and football.
That's what Maryland does. And Tolbert and Copes, we're going to talk to Jeremy Affeldt next. We'll get into some baseball with him. Giants and the Diamondbacks pregame at 6:15. Logan Webb and Zach Davies. This weenie, this guy. We'll talk more about him later. Tolbert and Copes only here on the Sports Leader. Red 7, red 7, red. Jack Peterson joined Papa Lund today to discuss how hot the Giants have been and what their potential could be throughout the summer and the rest of the season. That podcast is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here on a Friday, and my good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, before we get to the weekend, give us one more bit on the ERC.
ERC is where the federal government is rewarding employers who employed people in 2020 and 21 by giving them. That's right, giving them. It's not a loan. They just give you the money of up to $26,000 for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. How do you qualify? There's two ways. The easy way, and a lot of CPAs that I know are only doing that if your gross revenue drops a certain amount. But there's another way. So if you were told that you don't qualify for ERC because your gross rate is dropping up, talk to us for a second opinion, just like you would with a medical doctor. And if you're worried about, I'm going to have to dig through all kinds of records, and it's so much work, and such a hassle going to a lawyer's office, it's not. For most clients, a few minutes over the phone, we can tell you if you qualify. And if you do, we can do everything over the phone and the email. You never have to come in. It's easy. And if you don't do it, you may be leaving hundreds of thousands of dollars or more on the table that's legally yours.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve take care of it for you. Give him a call. He'll give you the information at 1-888-TAX-DEAL or find him online at moskowitzllp.com. We are working on making the connection with Jeremy Affeldt. We talk to every week, three-time world champion with the Giants. I should also let you know that the Giants and KNBR Community Fund auction, the KNBR and Giants Community Fund auction, are underway right now, and you can get involved. Some awesome items still up for grabs that you can bid on. Goes to a great cause. You want to go to sfgiants.com/GCF. That's sfgiants.com/GCF. Place your bid on one of the Giants experiences. They're all cool. They're all unique. Bidding is going to end on Sunday at 9 p.m., so make sure you get it in. You got until Sunday at 9 p.m. It's going to support the Giants Community Fund in the annual KNBR auction, featuring an opportunity to throw out the first pitch or be a ball dude or ball dudette at an upcoming Giants game. Bid now, sfgiants.com/GCF. Place your bid by June 25th at 9 p.m. Some of the items are you can be a bat boy or bat girl for a game. We talked about that. Ball dude, ball dudette, throw out the first pitch. First-class ballpark experience in the Gotham Club and dinner for 4 plus tickets to the game. You can do a San Francisco staycation. Junior announcer, Diamondbacks and Giants on August 3rd at 12:45. Could be a big pennant race going on then. So really good cause, really good items. Get your bids in at sfgiants.com/GCF. While we wait for the connection with Jeremy Affeldt, let me ask you this, because we were just talking about hated players in the Bay Area, like guys who are hated. And
I hate his stupid face and his stupid twin brother.
This guy Mike in Belmont, I think a lot of people are like, yeah, dude, I said the same thing. It's an excellent call. I was Tim who said, Tim texted back to a text from the text line and said, yeah, I thought he sucked too, Chris Paul. The funny thing for me is, I didn't hate Chris Paul at all. There's that whole, I always quote the Batman thing. He might have been the first one I thought about that with, where you either die the hero or you live long enough to see yourself become the villain. You see that with Patrick Mahomes now. People are turning on him. People turned on Brady. You're the golden boy for a while, and then they start to get sick of you. Steph Curry, the people of outside of Golden State, I think, have just always kind of hated on it not being the classic game, or not, the breaking the game, some of that stuff, the Jokic stuff. People say the stat padding. People are turning on. He won 2 MVPs, another turn on.
Yeah.
He's not good anymore. The MVPs didn't matter. But for a guy who has never really had tons of success against the Warriors since their successful run started in the Steve Kerr era. I know the Clippers were kind of the get over the hump team for them when Mark Jackson was here. Then they did. But outside of that, he never kept you from winning a title in the time that you were title contenders.
No.
So it's funny to hate a guy so much who didn't really keep you from doing anything great. Like, I think about Richard Sherman. We hate him because he was really good, and he beat up on the Niners, and then he ran his mouth. Right? Those guys you get. Max Muncy, same thing. Mashes the Giants, and then says he hates coming here. Or guys like Brett Butler leave here, and he's like, yeah, man, God always wanted me in Dodger blue. It's like, what? What? God's a Dodger fan, huh, Brett? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Not my God. Anyway, always cracks me up, though, because it's funny that Warrior fans, that's the guy we hate, because he didn't, hating LeBron for the 3-1 comeback and all that, I know people really didn't like him for a while. Then he's wearing the Ultimate Warrior shirt, the troll job at the parade.
Well, you hate him.
LeBron?
No, Chris Paul.
I hate Chris Paul?
Don't you hate Chris Paul?
Not particularly.
Okay.
No, I'm saying I don't hate him.
Okay.
I said I get the annoyance of his game, but I think I was a fan of his so much. I thought he should have won the MVP over Steve Nash. I was like, Matt, I know people thought Kobe should have. I loved that Hornets team, the Byron Scott team, Peja and Tyson Chandler, and I think he averaged 11 assists that year and 26 points. He was wild. He was a great mid-range shooter. He's evolved as the game has gone on. He's become a smarter player, and Antonio Daniels said something great. He said his ability or his skill matched his IQ, which is something that you don't see a lot of times for guys when they first get to the league and then carry throughout their career. That's unique, and I think that's part of what makes him a Hall of Famer.
Because most guys that have that type of skill don't need to think the game, so they don't bother to think the game as much. And again, he's just really, really smart.
Yeah.
Really, really smart. I think it kind of started, so it started with the Clippers when the Clippers won in 7. And that was the last time the Chris Paul-led team stood in the Warriors' way. That was it. The Warriors broke that Clipper team. They were like, well, we can't beat this team anymore. Might as well dismantle it. Because they were trying to win a championship with Lob City. And they beat the Warriors, and the Warriors were going for the same stuff. They were just kind of, in terms of evolution, they were like a rung behind the Clippers. and then they were a rung behind him, and then they went a rung ahead of him, and then just expanded that lead, and the Clippers just broke. It's like, well, what the hell are we doing?
What else you guys want to do?
We can't beat these guys.
Yeah, right.
Might as well just ship these guys out and start building over and try to figure out a way to beat them. So then he goes to OKC and then to Houston, so he's paired with Harden, and then they meet up again. Couldn't get by him. So you're right. He never stood in their way. Took him down one time in a playoff series, and I forget who they lost to that year. I don't know if that was the year they lost to Houston or who they lost to, but that was it. After that, it was all Warriors. So it has to do, I think, with the battles that they've had, Steph, and remember too. Remember when the players came up with their own ridiculous awards and they had an award show,
the Players' Choice Awards.
Yeah,
something like that.
I don't know if Paul was involved in that.
Yeah, because he was the representative for the players.
Yeah,
he may still be. I don't know, but he was.
Remember they voted for Harden. They're like, yeah, we don't want to give it to Steph Curry. That was back when there was this weird kind of animosity towards Steph.
Well,
like,
it was
no
Steph
one wanted
and
to give Steph
the Steph and
like,
Paul stuff too. That goes back. I mean, there's the
yes.
We were just talking about it behind the scenes. I mean, he was like a mentor to Steph.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then
early on,
there was the whole "you think you're better than me" sort of era, and then there's some weird stuff. We'd have to find if there's been stuff written on it, but about the State Farm sponsorship stuff, and Steph was supposed to be involved
Steph
there.
was there, and then he was gone.
And a lot of people say that had to do with Chris Paul saying he was infringing on his endorsement. And he still got it, and I mean, he was the point guard. He was the point guard of the NBA. He was the guy.
Point god.
He was the point god. He was the guy.
Yes.
And he was the player rep, and he was the dude. And everybody looked at him as, you're the future Hall of Fame point guard. And then here came Steph. And the endorsements that might have otherwise, I think, been going to Chris Paul started going to Steph Curry. And so I think there's definitely that animosity there. But it's funny because if that's where some of the hate comes from, I get that from Warrior fans because that's our guy. Steph Curry's ours. Like that's our dude, and so much more successful in the game of basketball in terms of the mark he's left. But
it's the way he plays,
and the way he plays with such joy and explosiveness.
No, the way Paul plays.
Oh yeah, relative to Steph though, I'm saying even.
No, I'm saying the way Paul plays, you can hate.
Oh, because it's the hacky,
the whining, the bitching, the flopping, just that kind of stuff. Where he'll take a shoulder in the chest and fall back.
Steph's literally the opposite of that.
15 feet.
I hate Chris Paul.
Hate his game, hate his face.
Thank you, Mike Dunleavy. That was incredible. So yeah, I mean, look, there's parts of his game that I hate. Like I hate that. I've said you can't be a flopping tough guy. You be one or the other. Be a flopper or a tough guy. Don't be the flopping tough guy. It didn't work for me. You can't be like the tough guy getting guys' faces and like, okay, let's go, and then all of a sudden they run into you and you fall back 20 feet. Like that kind of stuff doesn't jive with me at all. So as much respect as I have for him, and know he's a Hall of Famer, like one of the best point guards to play, in almost the truest sense, like and he'll D up on you, but he'll distribute, and he does a lot of little things you want guys to do. He makes winning basketball plays. He can also score. I mean, he can also, not anymore, but used to be able to get you 20, 25 a game, even more if you need him to. But I hated that. I hate the flopping. It's like I want to have respect for someone that is smaller but fights and gets in there and gets after it like John Stockton does. But he does the same thing Kyle Lowry does. It's like you fight and you battle and you respect that from a little guy, and then you're just flopping all over the place and you're trying to be a tough guy along with it. It's like, but what are you doing? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like that kind of stuff.
I feel that. I get it.
I'm not with that at all. At all. And I watch him play sometimes, and I just don't want to watch him play. Because there are times it's like Luka. It's different.
Dribble. It's
I watch Luka and it's like dribble, shoot, foul, complain. Really, you're going to complain every single? Thank you, Tim. You're going to complain every time. Like it sucks the joy out of watching someone. Like Luka does some amazing things, but it sucks the joy out of watching him when the guy bitches after every single shot he takes. It's hard to watch. Paul's very similar, again, in a different way, but I want to just appreciate how good he is, and I do, but you're watching the game, you're like, I don't want to watch that garbage.
No.
It just sucks
the joy. It's a boring brand of
basketball.
basketball.
This sucks the joy out of watching the game. So I'm not And that's why that Rocket team was got to be easily, even over those Clippers teams, easily the most hated team over the last 10 years if you're a Warrior fan. Because they had Paul and Harden on that team. And you want to talk about a team that gamed the game. Those guys were gaming the system. And you're like, oh, that's why I always said that series was a referendum on basketball. What do you like? Do you like joyful basketball, movement, players sharing the ball in the open court, and the ball moving, players moving? Or do you want guys that like dribble, like Timmy says, dribble, and then run into guys and scream and yell and flop and bitch and just like, so I was like, okay, who's going to win out? This is a referendum on basketball. It's good versus evil in my mind, and guess what? Good always won. Good always
prevails,
evil.
Right?
Exactly. It always took it to evil.
Except in wrestling, then it's different. Yeah, it all bets are off.
Exactly. But I just again, nothing. I just nothing but respect for him. But he's a hard watch sometimes. There is no doubt about it.
You guys at home might have forgotten, but I didn't. We made the connection with Jeremy Affeldt. We got him. He's here courtesy of the UMA guest line. We do it every Friday. Jeremy Affeldt, 3-time world champion, joins us. What's up, Jeremy?
Sorry, I was unavailable due to the fact that I was in Washington, or am in Washington, and I forgot my time change. So I didn't even think about. I actually didn't really want to talk to you guys, but I guess I have to.
He apologized, and then he's like, screw you, actually. Never mind. Forget the apology.
Yeah.
What are you doing in D.C.?
No, I'm in Washington State.
Oh, you're right. Well, that's no excuse. You're on our time. You're in our time zone.
I can be your time zone. Yeah.
I tried to make an excuse that I forgot about the time change, but in reality, I didn't want to talk to you. But now I have to.
Damn.
Because my publicist said you have to do it, and I said I don't want to. She said you have to do it anyway, so I said fine, I'll call back. So I was kind of, fine, whatever.
Okay, fine, yeah. Because you twisted your arm there.
I knew we were tight like that. I knew we were tight like that. What are you doing up in Washington?
Generation Live had their fundraiser golf tournament.
Oh, nice.
And so my wife and I came up here and we took second. Pretty pumped.
Very nice.
And but probably the only reason we took second is I paid to have these things called grenades, which means I could throw the ball onto the green from wherever I'm at any time, and I could do it 3 times. So, I picked the par 5s and I eagled. It's great. So it's fine. And so that's probably why we did better than we should have. But then checked out a couple local breweries here. In Washington, we obviously have good breweries up here in the Pacific Northwest. And then I was golfing, circling Raven today, which is a really nice golf course in Idaho. My wife and I went and golfed that. And then, we're just hanging out. I dropped my oldest son's with us. I kicked him out of the car. I rolled to about 11, maybe 9 mile per hour stop, and then kicked him out. My parents kept going. So it's fine.
Good enough.
We're good. Yeah. So
I know you up in the. You up in the Spokane area? Is that where you were doing it all?
Yep.
Nice.
Yep, Spokompton, man. Yeah, hanging up Spokompton up here, and it's great.
Spokompton.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hit the streets.
Trust me, I've been to Compton. I don't think Spokane's like Compton.
And you haven't been to Spokane, have you, Tom?
No, I have not. But I'm gonna go out on a limb and say no. No.
Keep it out for Timmy.
No, but you know what? Tom, actually, this would be a good thing for you to come to on a weekend like this, because this is the weekend, and I'm going to check it out, of the largest 3-on-3 basketball tournament in the world, Hoop Fest. And people come from all over the country, some from Canada and stuff, and all the streets are shut down, and it's 3-on-3 from it's 3-on-3 tournaments, and the streets are covered, and there's gazillions of people here for the Hoop Fest tournament, 3-on-3 tournament. It's a big deal. Yeah,
that'd be great.
Cool.
I'd go up there and get my ass kicked. That'd be fun.
No, just go up there and I kind of feel like that maybe you and I, we should get together, and we should get in the over 40s team. We could dominate.
Dominate.
Yeah, we could. And believe it or not, I'm a pretty good basketball player. And I don't care what my teammates if they hear this say. I'm pretty good at it. So I'm pretty good.
Well, you're gonna have to be, because I suck.
Yeah. No. You just stand under there and throw elbows. Fine. They have cops out here. Nothing will happen.
I could definitely do that. All right, let's get into a little little Giants talk. I mean, what's impressed you the most about watching this team with the run they're on? I mean, the bullpen's been great. They're scoring without homers. Although, I mean, they just look really good. They look like a playoff team. They're fun to watch and getting W's. I mean, when you're watching it, what catches your eye?
Timely hitting. Timely hitting is a big deal. Making it, for me, you're making the opposing team pitch, and especially late in the inning. So their at-bats are really, really good. You know, they're not like giving away outs. They're making they're creating high-pressure situations and forcing the pitcher to kind of make pitches, which is a really, believe it or not, it's a big deal. And hitting teams when they're locked in, that's what they try to do, especially late in the game. But the starting pitching and the bullpens, I mean, they're kind of, yesterday was yesterday, right? You're going to have one of those games. But I feel like, I feel like the way the starting staff and the relievers and everybody, they're pitching and they're keeping the guys in it, and they're saying there's always a chance. Or hey, man, just hold the lead, play some defense. Guys are getting healthy, and I realize that they've kind of been in and out. Like, it feels like right when they get a healthy team, one of their big guys goes down. But guys are stepping up, man. And you're right, the playoff situation team, it does look like that. Too early to tell on that, but what I am very impressed with, but it also is a telltale of a team that has desire, is their guys that they're calling up are not just like, we'll call you up just to kind of help out. They're actually making huge impact. Yeah. And they're young, and that's the key to a good team. You're going to have rookies. You're going to have mid-level veterans, that 6 to 8 year, and then you're going to have that 10 to 12 year veteran status. So that's actually for me a formula for a really good team. And if you get too many rookies, it's not good. If you get too many veterans who are salty, that's not good. Yeah. So you need to have that kind of that good little formula there, and they've got it right now, and it seems like it's working for them.
Talking to Jeremy Affeld on the UMA guest line. Giants Diamondbacks pregame at 6:15, first pitch 7:15 tonight. 3-game series, they're 3.5 back. So Jeremy, they'd won 10 in a row. First time they'd done that since 2004, which is incredible. That even in all the time you guys were here, all the time Boch was here, a 10-game win streak had not occurred. 10 in a row, then they lose 10-0. And Tom and I were saying, you'd sort of just rather lose like that than lose any of the ways the Padres lost the first 3 games. Tell me about when a streak like that ends, and then they're going into a big series like tonight. Well, is it almost better to have a streak end before a game like this, or would you rather carry that hot hand? You want to win them all, of course, but I'm wondering about the mentality into this game.
Yeah, you know what? That is kind of true. I mean, I could see you're going out there and you're like, we're going to try to win every game, obviously. But you know what, man? Like the streakiness, the 10-game win streak, lose one, they go right back to winning. Right. Yeah, I think it's always kind of, baseball, because it's a numbers game, it just doesn't lie. And so you're going to have that team that runs 20, like Oakland back in the day ran 21 out, or Tampa started out so hot this year. And you're going to have that. But what I always looked for was when the team had that, it's like, oh boy, that means a crash is coming, because they're going to run out of when you have a team that's getting 20 game win streaks. There's a lot of balls falling their way, a lot of plays being made, a lot of weird stuff happening. It's just not how numbers play out, right? So you always look for the 10-game win streak, you look for a 10-game lose streak, and then you look to play 500, and then you look to play 70%, right? So you look for those scenarios. And I think with the Giants, they got the 10-game win streak. Hey, man, that doesn't mean you can't, lose a game and go back on and have a 6-7 game win streak. That's great. I don't think anybody's going to complain about a 16-3 record over 19 games or 16-4 record. So, you know what, man? Just keep staying consistent with the course. Make pitches, and when you're on a 10-game win streak, you're making pitches, but you're also getting probably timely hits and a couple bloopers here and there, and some great defense. And that's still the formula every time you go out. So the starting staff and the bullpen needs to be the same mentality. It's like, hey, keep the game close, give us a chance to win. That's all that matters. And if they keep that focus, I think they got enough offense to do that.
Does it seem crazy to you to watch Camilo Duvall just pump 100-mile-an-hour cutter after cutter?
Man, that kid's arm's kind of whippy. It's kind of crazy. But you know what? It probably is.
But I don't know, man, because I'll be honest with you, I've seen a lot of crazy scenarios. I mean, some of these guys, what they're throwing nowadays, it is impressive. Longevity, always is probably a concern. Anytime you have that kind of movement and you're doing that kind of torque on your arm, throwing that kind of velocity, you're like, hey, it might just be a freak of nature and he can do it for 15 years, or, man, overuse could kick in. But you can't think of that. You can't think of that necessarily as a manager. As a manager, sometimes you got to have it built in. I know Bochy did it, where it's like if you threw like this, if you threw this much, you're not even available. And because he said, yeah, I mean, I almost remember he would almost tell Greshner, like, hey, is he available? And Greshner would go, no, he's not. Because he needed that scenario of, like, I don't even want to know that he's available. I'm going to use him. So you have to have that scenario, but then you also want to win. And so you just got to be careful overuse when a guy has that kind of stuff. It is a tremendous stuff and it is crazy electric stuff. But there is a downside to that if you overuse them. The body's not built to throw a ball like we throw a ball. So you got to try to maintain as much as possible to create longevity, but you also got to win. So that's a tough scenario for a manager. But hey, man, the kid's good. I could see why you'd want to use him in every situation possible.
Yeah. Would you agree? And Copes and I have talked about this. We're talking to Jeremy Affeld. He's always nice enough to join us every Friday talking baseball. That I think you and I and probably Copes, but you and I for sure shared the same concern when Kapler came. Like, is it just going to be by the numbers? You talked about the bullpen, and you got to have a kind of a rotation out in the bullpen. Like roles, guys.
He fits in this bucket. I started getting concerned when he's talking buckets.
Yeah. But we feel like he's changed, like he's evolved. He's not the same guy he was when he came here. We watch him do stuff now that we don't think he would have ever done 3 years ago. Have you noticed that at all?
Yeah, I do. I think that when he first came on, I think he was way too analytical, like way too much. Like, hey, man, you're making this game really, really, really hard. I will guarantee you that 99% of the guys that are playing this game are not astrophysicists. So they're going to go out there and they're going to be like, hey, man, I'm going to throw that ball, and I got bigger balls than the guy hitting off me. I'm going to get him out. Or the other hitter's going to be like, nah, I got bigger ones. I'm going to hit a homer. Great, let's try to freaking go at it mano-a-mano. They're not like, well, the calculations on this day on a 505 game, like, give me a break, dude. No one gives two craps about that, to be honest with you, except for some of the, analytical guys. But that's not how athletes work. Now, that being said, that does not mean that there's not some truth to it. So, hey, man, we're seeing that, for whatever reason, you're not picking up a lefty as good, or you're not picking up a righty as good, or you know what? You don't pitch as good in day games. Maybe it's because you're not well rested. Maybe your body doesn't function. Maybe you're mentally not prepared. So we got to adjust to some things. Okay, there are some analytical scenarios that can go into the athlete, but canning the athlete and going strictly analytical is stupid. It is absolutely stupid. That's not how sports works. So he's kind of come back around. I mean, the second year when they had that great run, when they won 100-plus games, he started mixing and matching. Last year, I don't know. I think there's a lot of distractions. He got caught up in a lot of different things. I think he got caught up in a lot of different baseball, personal opinions about life, all this stuff that people do. So it's like, you know what? Go back to just being a stinking manager, man. And I can get on a soapbox here because I get the Warriors and I know Kerr and all that. But at some point in time, hey, you know what? Just go freaking be a manager. Manage a game. You have your personal opinions, great. But, hey, you got to win a baseball game. Do what you got to do to win a baseball game. Okay, so that's what we need to focus on right here, right now. And I kind of feel like, you know what? There's not a lot of distractions for him this year. Does he have some extra talent? Yes, he does. And that's a good thing to have. Managers are going to say it. Like, I can go analytics or I can go athletic all you want, but I still got to have both and. Analytics are there, but if I don't have the athlete that actually can produce, analytics aren't going to matter in this league. So, yeah, you went out and got some free agents. You know what, man? You got some hitters, you got some power, you got some young guys starting to actually come up through the system. So now some of their draftees are that are impact guys. Hey, man, this is a good year to try to figure it out, get some rhythm, and he's doing well. And I think it started off a little rough, but guys are starting to click, and now how he manages is actually going to be
even more under the magnifying glass, because now you got talent, now you got veterans, now you got your scenarios. Run the game, and he's doing good. I think he's making good decisions.
Built for the Storm podcast. You can get him wherever you find your podcast. What's going on with that? Any guests coming up that you want to let people know about, or maybe one that you just dropped you want to let people know about?
You know what? I'm really excited for the summer, man, because I've got a couple special forces guys coming on, but one of the guests I'm super looking forward to, and I tried to do it while I was in New York City, because when I was at the Cooperstown, the Hall of Fame game, I went to New York City, and she was just out of town. But my wife has a really good friend. I'm super intrigued by it, that her husband was in the 10 building, which is the fire hall, literally maybe 150 feet from the Twin Towers during 9/11.
Oh, wow.
And he was one of the first guys up, and he never came out. And I would really like to get her perspective on that storm, of what that felt. You know what I'm saying? It's been 20 years. And I'm super excited for this interview. And my wife called her, and she said she had agreed to do it. So we're just trying to get out the right time. But, man, that's going to be awesome, because I did the tour of 9/11, and it was just, like, mind-boggling.
You get goosebumps, don't you?
Yeah, it was like, wow. But to hear if this is eyewitness perspective of a husband that never came back and what they had to deal with, it's going to be very intriguing to me. And obviously I want to be respectful, but it's been 20 years, so no, it's not ever going to not hurt, but I felt like this would probably be a good time to see if that would be something she would do, and she said she would do it. So I'm really excited to do that here shortly.
That will definitely be an interesting listen. And that's the kind of stuff you get with Built for the Storm. People going through storms and how you get through those storms and come out the other side. Jeremy, as always, a lot of fun catching up with you. Once again, Built for the Storm podcast. Get in where you get all your podcasts. Enjoy Washington and try not to be late next week.
Yeah, sorry. My fault. Yeah, I blame it on being left-handed and an ex-athlete. We're all late. None of us really care enough. So
no worries. No worries, brother. We got you. No worries. Have a good time in Washington, man.
All right, guys. Awesome.
All right,
good stuff from Jeremy F. out there. We'll get you ready for the Giants and the Diamondbacks 6:15 pregame, 7:15 first pitch tonight for Zach Davies and Logan Webb. We're still going to catch up at 4:50 with Marcus Thompson, and let's get back into some basketball here. The draft went down yesterday. We'll take a look at what the Warriors did. We talked a little bit about the first-round pick, number 19, the shooting guard out of Santa Clara, Brandon Pojemski, and then Trace Jackson Davis out of Indiana was taken 57th overall, the power forward center. They traded for that pick, Patrick Baldwin Jr. Is who they got for that pick, and they used it yesterday. So now they've got another big man there. We'll see how he fits in. We'll talk a little bit more about that. It's the first draft in a long time without Bob Myers or Draymond Green involved. How'd it look? It's Tolbert and Copes, only here on The Sports Leader.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's Sports Leader.
The Warriors drafted Santa Clara's Brandon Pojemski and Indiana's Trace Jackson Davis. There you go, Tom. Trace Jackson Davis. Not to be confused with Ty Davis Price. Figure it all out. It's trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Mike, was Bob Myers in the building? Was he part of anything? I mean, his contract runs up through June 30th, so another 8 days or so. But what was his role?
I think he was on the beach. He certainly wasn't in the building. I talked to him earlier today, and he's look. I think if you asked him, I'm sure certainly there's a part he misses, but. He's always following us. He texted me after we made the picks, but no, Bob wasn't here, and he needs to get away and enjoy it.
Sorry if that was a silly question. Joe weeks ago said he was going to work Bob till the very end.
You got a great question. You had to ask.
Okay.
Shout out Joe Lacob, by the way. Back-to-back days, 2 lines from Lacob that killed me. The one yesterday, I don't care about the rules. We're going to win. That's what we do. We win championships. I don't care what the rules are. It's going to happen.
I don't care what the rules are.
And then that one there where Dunleavy's paraphrasing when he says, he's going to work Bob to the very end. I don't care if Bob's off. I don't care. As long as he's under contract, he's going to work. He's going to make picks. He's going to evaluate.
I don't care what the rules are.
He's going to comment on Pajemski.
What does Bob have left? About
7 to 8, what's it, 30
7 days?
Yes, 30 days in
What's
June.
What's today, the 27th? 30th is a week.
Yeah.
He's got a week. Yeah, I'm sure he's grinding right now.
What's he doing on the beach? I didn't approve PTO.
Exactly.
I don't care what the rules are.
You've got a week left. You've got to put in your time. So, do you have a thought on either of these? I mean, it's interesting to me that they moved both a guard and a kind of a stretch wing, right? Isn't that Baldwin? Baldwin wasn't like a low post guy, was he?
Stretch four.
He was a stretch four.
Stretch four, yeah.
Yeah, so he was, he could shoot, but he was kind of a high upside guy who was coming off an injury last year, they thought. Anyway, it was like an investment pick, right? And so then Dunleavy takes over and looks at the roster and looks at the offseason and obviously decides they need something different. But then he goes and he gets a more traditional big man in Davis and Pajemski, who's in their backyard, who kind of profiles to me as like a DiVincenzo type. Like if that's the skill set, he can rebound, he can shoot off the dribble. He's a good offensive player, a little bit small, 6'4", a short wingspan. I thought he was kind of athletic when I saw him play, but what do I know? The evaluators say he's not all that athletic, which
that's what I thought. I only saw the highlights, so I don't know. I know he's not as athletic as I don't think he's athletic as DiVincenzo.
No.
And I don't think he's a defensive player. Like everything I've read, people I've talked to, that's the worry. Can he hold up defensively?
He's a liability because of his size, they think.
Correct.
And he's kind of nubby, but he's a plus rebounder, which is bizarre for a 6'4" guy.
Yeah, it was interesting because so was DiVincenzo.
Yeah.
He was a great rebounding guard, especially on the offensive end. So, I don't know much about him. Jackson Davis, he's super athletic. I mean, this guy can get up. Left-handed. I don't know if I've ever seen him take a jump shot. Like everything's within 4 or 5 feet of the rim. Pretty nice touch around the rim. Big body. Good passer. Like the guy can pass. Like he can, you come and double him, he can find cutters to the rim. So he's got a nice feel for the game. He's not just a big. He's got a little bit, I wouldn't say wiggle to his game, but he gets the game. Like you watch him play, and he can make some athletic plays on the run with the ball. The thing you always wonder about is if guys like that who score inside in college but aren't really all that big. He's probably 6'9", I would guess. I don't know. Maybe I don't know what they list him at, but I think
6'9", but he's going to be one of the heaviest players in the NBA. Did you know that? 250
he's a big dude.
pounds. They say his size translates. He's a double-double monster.
250 is one of the biggest guys in the NBA?
At almost 250, he would actually be one of the heavier players in the league. This is per his draft evaluation. I mean, I guess that would make sense because guys who are
league nowadays.
Exactly, because Shaq was like well over 300. Right?
Oh, Shaq was.
Zion was enormous when he got here.
He's massive. But Shaq was probably close to 350.
You can't play that weight anymore. It's hard. You can.
This guy, but this guy's not Zion. He's not 6'5" or 6'6". He's 6'9".
Exactly.
So it doesn't look at a place on him. Like
he doesn't look heavy. Yeah.
No, he's put together. Like he's
put
strong.
Together. It's a strength thing, they say.
Definitely strong.
It could be so.
So the question is, does a guy like that, who just scores inside, can he score a little bit in the NBA where you're not that big? Like he's going to have guys that are taller than him, that are longer than him, and it's hard to get off those shots and make those shots. They were easy in college. They're going to be a lot more difficult to make. Now, I don't think they're going to count on him for much of that stuff. He will be able to space the floor vertically. He will be a guy, like if he's in the dunker's position, you can throw it over the top of the defense and he'll smash it. I mean, he can get up. He's got some rise to his game. And again, they're going to be able to run some stuff with him where he's going to be able to make plays off the pass, because I think he has that type of vision. He has that type of feel for the game. You'll have an extra big that can lean on bodies, and I think he's pretty good defensively. I don't think he's great defensively, but I don't think he's a liability.
This is the streamlined player you were talking about, where his offense needs work. Because everything you just said is true. That he shot 3 3-pointers in 4 years of college. He's an older player.
Yeah,
he's a 22 or 20. He's a 23-year-old or 22-year-old prospect, which is what you were saying. You wanted. You said maybe they go and they get a guy exactly like this that they could plug in and maybe could help them this year off the bench and give you some spare minutes. They're not going to look to him to be offensive. They're going to look to him to be completely rebounding in defense when Kevon Looney's not on the floor, to spell him for some minutes so maybe he doesn't have to play every damn day.
And he can run.
That's the thing.
He can run. He can be a runner.
He shot a little bit more mid-range, they said, of late, and has developed more of it, but it seems like that's maybe more of a draft thing. Like he was trying to develop more of an offensive game. His face-up game is not great, but he can finish with both hands. He can spin and dunk. They say back to the basket, he's pretty good. And when guys are backing him down, Tom, what does it mean when they say he feels his man backing him down?
So if you're backing a guy down and you can feel him on your back, you kind of know which shoulder to look over. You know which way to spin. Like you can just feel.
He knows what side. Without looking, he knows where to go.
Yeah, he's not going to have to look over his shoulder. I mean, that's not a huge deal to me, but it just shows you have feel for the game. And yeah, like he'll be able to back you down.
A positive they notice.
Yeah, back you down, and know where the angle is.
Okay,
like know which way he's going to go, because some guys don't feel it and they'll turn right into a double team, or turn right into the way the guy's hedging, and all of a sudden the play is over because you've just turned right into the defense. So it just kind of means he has a feel for the defender down there.
Yeah. Okay, so and that's the thing. They say he's kind of a tweener because of that size. He's so strong that he can sort of play in the paint, but he's a little bit too heavy and maybe not quite fast enough to be like an outside player, and he definitely can't shoot out there offensively, and he doesn't appear to be like an outside defender. So he's probably going to be a paint guy, but I think in smaller lineups he could fit here. I mean, he seems like he's the type of player they needed, and the age of him, I think, is a factor. You said you think they needed a guy that was more NBA ready in terms of, I think this is the streamlined type of stuff you're talking about, where you can plug him in, he can grab some boards for you, he can try to defend a little bit, and you're not asking him to do anything offensively, whereas with James Wiseman, he's the number 2 pick of the draft. Like that guy they were having him shoot threes. They had him, there was a bunch of different stuff he was working on. If you say to this guy, we don't need anything from you but these 3 things when you're out there for 10 minutes, that's a bonus. I think that's a positive.
No doubt.
We will get more into this. I want to ask you, when we come on back on the other side, we'll talk more about the draft, and we are going to catch up with Marcus Thompson. We'll talk a little bit about the big 3, hanging on to these big 3. Is there a moving off point? Is the Bill Walsh ideal of how to build a team the way to go? Get off too early than too late? Or do you see the window and you say, let's keep on going with these guys? The Kings made some room under the cap yesterday. There was rumors about them making a push for Draymond Green, and the evaluation of what Mike Dunleavy has done so far. Will we grade him by the trades he made or by the picks that he drafted yesterday? That's all coming your way next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
None of this happens without Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson's input. None of this.
There you go.
And I think this is a big hint that Draymond's coming back. I thought that anyway. Again, we'll see when the contract's signed. We'll see. But this is run through those guys, or even those guys have like initial input on what the best way to go forward with. And I don't think it was with Jordan Poole. I've kind of had that feeling for a little while now. And this was them deciding that let's go another way. Let's try to go short term with Chris Paul, and then you have some free money.
Tim Kawakami earlier today with Murph and Mac talking about the trade of Jordan Poole. And an interesting thought there. He went on, and we'll play the sound for you a little bit later in the Sound Story to talk about the impact of the punch. And that's kind of what I was asking Tom yesterday. I said, I don't know until we get the Warriors 30 for 30 and the hindsight of all of it, when people open up and get honest about it, when we get the Jordan Poole, Scottie Pippen episode of the 30 for 30 of the Warriors, the last dance, maybe we'll get the story on what the ramifications of that were. But remember, it was a big leak. The organization was not happy about how that came out. People were still on the text line earlier saying it wasn't a sucker punch. Draymond, or he said something to him, which means it's not a... Did he punch him in the face? We just don't see that. We don't see that happen. The biggest one I can think of, maybe it's not even the biggest, but the one I think about all the time is 2002 when Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent got into it in the dugout in San Diego. And that was, I mean, like, I don't know that there were punches thrown. I don't think there were. It was like a scuffle. And it started as like an argument between David Bell and Jeff Kent. And then Barry got involved because it was Jeff Kent, so why not? Next day, Dusty flipped him in the lineup. Barry started hitting 4. Jeff Kent started hitting 3, and Giants got hot. Won the wild card, and the rest is history, all the way to the National League pennant. Sometimes good stuff comes out of that. That may have been the case to some extent this year with the team, but clearly Jordan Poole was not the same guy. I'm in agreement with Kawakami, and he probably knows from conversations or being closer to the organization. He covers the team and follows them closely, has a relationship with these guys, that this stuff doesn't happen. And Tom said as much yesterday when I asked him, does any of this happen without Steve Kerr's say so? And especially now without Bob Myers. And Antonio Daniels said, I think Steve may have a bigger voice. I think Steve's always had a really big voice, as big of a voice as he'd want in that stuff, or his input. But I'm sure that when a trade like this happens, to Tom's point, Steve is aware of it. And Tim Kawakami there is saying that Draymond, Steph, and Klay would all have to sign off on this as well. I would agree with that, except I don't know if they really had to call Draymond. Like maybe they didn't have to get his sign off. He was the last one they called. They shot him a text. He's like, "You good?" Yeah, it was already done. Actually, I was just making sure. As out of respect, I would ask. So, their wagon is clearly hitched to these guys. And they say Draymond. Draymond wasn't here, so it's not officially signed. But their wagon is hitched to these guys. This is the window. If you're not with these guys, the window's not here right now. There's the backup plan that you were hoping was James Wiseman. The 2-timeline thing didn't prevail, didn't end up that way. So I have a tough time thinking you're hanging on too long in an era where they've proven that they can still be on the doorstep of a conference final. I think these guys are still. I think the window's getting tight, but I still think it's there. I think one more here, and then you see what can happen beyond this season. But I have a tough time in the NBA. I have a tough time in the NBA not sticking with it, because superstars can do it for you in more than any sport.
But you don't want to run it down to the nub, right? And then all of a sudden you're right back to where you were 15 years ago.
Is there an example of that, though?
That's what you... Well...
Of a team who... like the Pistons?
The Lakers.
Yeah, the
Lakers after Kobe and Gasol.
Yeah.
I mean, they had a long drought, and they just kept drafting. It was Ingram, and it was Ball, and it was Randall, and it was...
Russell.
Hart, and it was Russell, and it was a guy like
Kuzma,
right? They had all these guys that were like young. It's like, oh, we're going to bring them all up together, and they're going to be great. And then they said,
buying them.
Yeah, nah, let's go get LeBron. And then let's go give up a whole bunch of these guys to get to Davis, and then we're done. Like, they were gone. Everybody was gone, and they just gave up on it and said, screw it. So you don't want to get to that point where Steph's older. And Klay, even though he's younger than Steph, they're probably on the same timeline. I would say. And then Draymond is probably, I don't know if he's older than Steph. I think he's younger, but he's up there. And I would say mileage-wise, probably about the same as Steph because he's got a lot of miles on his car. I mean, this guy's battled his ass off.
He's 33.
Yeah, for the years he's played. So this will probably be the last
35.
one for him.
Steph's 2 years older.
Yeah. So this will be the last one for Draymond where he's like a guy, the guy that can help you win. So, I mean, I'm all for winning, but if they all like kind of crash at the same time, then you don't have any reinforcements. I mean, you got Kuminga, you got Moody pretty much, and then the two kids that you drafted this year. So, I don't know, but I don't disagree with it. But, hey, look, what am I worried about? Joe says they're going to win.
Well, where are you going to go?
Matter.
Yeah, what else are you going to do?
Said, we're going to win. We're going to win.
Well, where are you going to go?
I think what's interesting is what I read is the Kings now have $30 million in cap space next year.
Yes.
I would give it all to Draymond.
Yeah, I would imagine they'll offer it and force the Warriors' hand at least.
Here's your 30. Because Ranadive would love to stick it to the Warriors and Lake. I mean, he was a minority owner with the Warriors before he went to the Kings. And how many ex-Warrior coaches have they hired? And who went out and got Barnes? They got Barnes, and I just think they would
Malone and Gentry.
He would love to stick it to the Warriors. So, and look, they're coming. They were right there. That was an epic playoff series last year. I mean, that was
the best series of the season.
That was about as much fun as a playoff series could be. And then the Lakers was fun too. It was like Kings and Lakers. So that was I would absolutely do that. By the way, Ellie De La Cruz home run tracker. Add another one on. That guy's
what's the score of that game with the Reds?
5-4 now. So it's 5-0 Braves, and now it's 5-4. Ellie De La Cruz with a double and a homer.
What are the Bravos doing?
In the game already.
Come on, dude.
I don't know.
I told you, I'm getting sick of the Reds already. I'm already. I was fun for like a week. I was like, dude, this team is fun. Then they started getting too good. I was like, it's not fun. I don't like when other teams are too good in the National League.
Bad unis today, though. Bad unis.
What are they rocking? They got that. The all blacks.
Black. They're
I love when the Reds wear black. Yeah.
Yeah, but I
the Reds.
As soon as I saw that, I was like, oh, I would give the $30 million to. I just say, look, we're gonna give you as much as we can. Like for them, it would be worth overpaying because you get one thing that they don't have because they have talent. I mean, Murray is going to be better than he was last year. And we kind of saw it toward the end of the series with the Warriors. They kind of shut him down the first 3 games, and then once he got going, it's like, oh, damn, okay, yeah, this is the guy that we saw during the regular season. And even though he's more of a catch-and-shoot guy now, I think he's got way more than that to his game. So I think he's going to get better. We know how good Fox is. I mean, Fox was amazing.
That cat's wild.
Last year was kind of like his coming-out party. Like, he was really, really good.
Sabonis ran out of gas, I think.
Yeah, I like Sabonis. Like, I don't think he's like a third team, even though his play suggested that he could win 30. He could get third team.
I think he was warranted this year.
I
think he deserved it.
I think it was,
yeah.
But I don't know if I look at him as like a third best center in the league type guy. Like, but he's solid. He's a really good player and fits what they want to do. So what would you like to have? How about a physical power forward who can do a lot of the things no one else can do? You don't. If you're Fox, you don't have to have the ball all the time. You're Sabonis, you don't have to have the ball all the time. If you are Sabonis, you don't have to guard the toughest interior guy. Draymond can do that. A guy that can help direct the defense, and a guy that is a winner. That's like Draymond's number one trait.
Physical.
He's a winner.
With an F.
With an F. He is a winner.
Yeah.
He's a winner with a Z.
Yeah.
Okay? That's what he is. He is a winner. So I would absolutely empty out the piggy bank for him. Like, what else do we have to spend this year? Give it to that dude. See what happens. And guess what? If you don't get him, then you make the Warriors go over the top to get him, and it hurts them as well. So if I'm the Kings, that's absolutely the move I am making. What cap room do we have left? How much can we give this guy? Give him all of it. Just give him all of it, and then we'll give him 3 years. And even if we have to go like 30, 35, 38, which is probably too much because now you're 3 years over $100 million, I would absolutely do that in the heartbeat if I'm the Kings.
Dude, if the Kings get Draymond Green, that's a problem in the West, and the Warriors are in a way different situation.
Yes.
Also, simply offering that contract and making the Warriors pay that would force some listeners to say, thanks, Mike Dunleavy. You got that, Tim? Get that close? Just hit it for me one more time.
Thank you.
Our guy Mike in Belmont was an incredible caller. We'll get it for you again later.
Thanks, Mike Dunleavy.
His hatred of the trade for Chris Paul. Is it smart to invest in 30-year-old players? It's what the Warriors are doing now with no real future beyond this. How real is the Kings' pursuit of Draymond Green, and how do we grade Mike Dunleavy's first week as the general manager? A whole lot of changes. All things we'll talk about with Marcus Thompson. He joins us next. Tolbert and Copes with you until 6:15 for Giants pregame on the Sports Leader. Tim Kawakami joined Murph and Matt this morning and believes Draymond Green's punch directly impacted Jordan Poole's departure. That podcast and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.